Our regressed MC, Cecil, found himself in a small tent, surprised to still be amongst the living. But suddenly, someone entered his tent looking for him. The person instantly froze as Cecil suddenly appeared behind him, holding a knife to his neck, saying to him that he would let him live if he answered his question. But when he recognized Cecil's voice, he exhaled as if relieved, mentioning that this was too much even for Cecil. Suddenly, Ricardo pushed Cecil back and mentioned to Cecil that he had fallen asleep earlier after throwing another tantrum. Ricardo asked if he had slept so hard that he forgot he was insisting on leading the charge against the orcs himself. Ricardo told him to grab his things and stated that he would wait for him outside. When Cecil asked where they were going, Ricardo carried some bags and walked out, mentioning they were going back to the Perdium territory. Cecil couldn't believe his ears, but the scene shifted outside where Cecil stood right in front of his family territory in total shock, wondering how it could possibly seem fine when he had seen it buried to the ground with his own eyes. Cecil pulled his own cheek to ensure this wasn't a dream, causing Ricardo to look at him with worry due to his weird behavior. As a child, he had resented his family for being poor, causing his immature behavior and sense of inferiority to lead to unfortunate incidents. Over time, his family had begun to avoid him, resulting in him running away and eventually becoming a mercenary. He had survived countless battles to build his skills, and returned to the Perdium territory to make up for his mistakes, only to find it in ruins. In his attempts to restore his honor, he was betrayed and killed. But now, seeing everyone alive and well made him smirk, thinking it was ludicrous to be brought back like this. He felt like laughing out loud, but recognized it was too soon to celebrate. He looked at Ricardo and remembered the mention of fighting orcs, a day he could never forget because, in his past life, most of the soldiers in this expedition died by the end of the day. In the past, his stubbornness led him to insist on joining the forces sent to put out 3-sided orcs, but more than 24 had actually appeared. This had caused their forces to be nearly wiped out, but Cecil knew the orcs lacked a strategy and could be defeated with preparation. The problem was that no one would listen to a spoiled brat, but that was the least of his worries. Suddenly, their watchtower was smashed and sent flying through the air, catching Cecil's attention as it crashed to the ground. A soldier screamed about orcs, causing everyone to turn as the creatures dashed into the space, roaring. Cecil was shocked as the orcs arrived and began smashing through the men, striking them with weapons and making waste of them instantly. Scovon, the expedition commander, ran into the fray and screamed for the men to get back into a defensive formation. An orc struck at him, but Scovon dodged, thinking frantically that he hadn't expected an ambush or this many enemies. He realized they were in danger and needed to take the orcs out, or risk being killed. Before he could finish his thought, someone screamed behind him. An orc was about to smash Scovon from behind, causing Cecil to leap from his position and dash forward. Cecil grabbed Scovon by the shoulder and pulled him away, lunging toward the creature as it prepared to strike. Scovon was shocked by Cecil's movement, watching as he held his sword and dashed toward the enemy with steady confidence. Cecil used the sword to stab the creature through its hand, rendering it immobile before swiftly slicing the hand in half. The hand flew away in splatters, causing the creature to fall to the ground in front of him. Cecil noted to himself that he couldn't use mana yet, and wished he had been sent back even earlier. He turned to the commander and asked if he was indeed the leader, but Scovon seemed confused. Cecil put his hand forward and told the commander to hand it over. When Scovon wondered what he meant, Cecil simply doubled down on the request, asking Scovon to hand over the authority to lead the men in the camp. Scovon was confused, wondering how such a ridiculous word could come from Cecil, with their soldiers dying as they spoke, leading him to simply refuse the request. This made Cecil surprised as Scovon walked out, mentioning that the situation was not a game. He added that he could not simply hand over the right of command granted by his lordship, not even to Cecil. Cecil felt annoyed by these words, though he recognized that he would likely react the same way if a spoiled brat suddenly demanded command. Just then, an orc dashed into the scene and roared loudly, causing both Cecil and Scovon to take a stance. Scovon instantly dashed in front of Cecil and told him to fall back, stating that Cecil lacked the experience to lead the soldiers. Cecil responded calmly. He instantly flung his sword directly toward the orc, causing Scovon to dodge in a moment of fear and shock. Scovon turned and grabbed Cecil, screaming to ask what he thought he was doing, but he was interrupted by the sound of a stab from behind. Turning to spot the source, he saw that Cecil's sword was dug straight into the head of the orc before the monster could even react. The orc's life seeped out of its eyes, resulting in the creature falling limp to the ground. Scoven was shocked, wondering how Cecil had hit the orc's vitals so accurately. Cecil asked if Scoven knew what was most important in a battle, looking around at the scared troops and the roaring orcs. He mentioned that no one can win a fight if they are a coward, adding that one needs a fighter's spirit. Upon saying this, he instantly dashed forward and grabbed his sword from the fallen orc, moving toward the rest of the enemies, passing through orcs that were about to engage the men and landing on the ground while striking another orc. The blow hit the creature's head, causing great surprise among the nearby men. Scoven could only watch in astonishment as Cecil pulled out his sword and challenged the orcs, screaming for them to come at him and promising to kill them all. Being surrounded, the orcs instantly dashed towards Cecil to attack. He expressed a swift display of swordsmanship, slicing through their vital points and cutting their hands while simultaneously waving away their attacks. As their body parts fell to the ground, Scoven watched in shock, wondering if he was dreaming since he could not move that fast even while using mana. He was bewildered by how the frail young master could easily cut the heads and vitals of the orcs, though he could tell Cecil was becoming exhausted. Cecil continued to dodge with minimal movement, going straight for the vitals with single swings. Scoven watched him and realized Cecil was like a swordmaster who simply couldn't use mana. Scoven even considered that he might be stronger than that. In that moment, Cecil screamed to ask if that was all they had, mentioning that he was just getting warmed up and mocking them for calling themselves a warrior tribe. Cecil seemed to be planning something as he drew their attention and ran in a different direction. Ricardo screamed that the orcs were all going after the young master, causing one of the troop members to wonder if he was running away. They called out to Scoven, who wondered what Cecil was planning as he realized Cecil had drawn all the orcs toward himself. Scoven noticed Cecil was running toward the cliff, causing him to realize the plan. He instantly turned to the other men and screamed for everyone to raise their shields, ordering them to follow Cecil immediately. The scene shifted to the orcs chasing Cecil toward the cliff. Cecil thought to himself that if Scoven was a competent leader, he would have realized the plan by now. Cecil stood near the edge and parried the orcs' attacks, wishing he could take them all down himself, but his body was weak and moments away from collapsing. He trusted that the men would be able to manage the rest. Footsteps soon drew the attention of the orcs from behind, as Scoven and the men rushed forward with shields and pointed spears. This caused Cecil to smile as he realized the plan was succeeding. Cecil instantly leaped backward off the cliff and screamed for them to act now. Scoven ordered all units to push the orcs off the cliff, resulting in a swift movement that caught the orcs before they could take a stance. The men roared and pushed the creatures over the edge, causing them to fall to the ground below where blood splattered everywhere. Above, Scoven and the men were huffing and puffing, wondering if they had killed the orcs in one go. Scoven screamed over the cliff for Cecil and saw him hanging there, holding onto his sword for dear life. Cecil smiled up at Scoven, who was surprised but smiled back, extending his hand and telling Cecil to hurry and take it. Being too weak, Cecil suddenly let go of his sword and mentioned that his body would not move anymore. He fell backward toward the ground, causing Scoven, Ricardo, and the other men to scream his name in shock. As darkness fell, Cecil began to hear his name called in a soft tone and woke up in a strange space within his mind. He heard Elena's voice and began to think of his memories of her, recalling how fragile she was in his past life and how she would always scream at him. As the memory fragments came together, someone suddenly grabbed him. He turned to see Elena crying, begging him to come with her. Cecil's eyes opened widely as he looked upward in his shabby room, wondering if he was alive and guessing that they had managed to catch him. He rose softly, wondering if it had all been a dream, but his body jolted in a throb from the pain of the fall. He noted that his whole body hurt, blaming himself for pushing his limit when he cannot use mana yet. Before his thoughts could continue, someone opened the door and called for the young master. A lady with white and red hair entered the room, looking excited that Cecil was awake. Cecil was surprised to see her and called out to Belinda. Belinda dropped a bucket of water by the table and complained, asking if he knew how worried she was, and mentioning that the soldiers could have handled the orcs. Suddenly, Cecil ran toward her and hugged her, cutting her off. Belinda was confused, asking if he had done something wrong again, but Cecil simply said he was glad to see her. His memories were clear regarding Belinda. She was his personal tutor who had always stayed on his side. She had gone missing when the Perdium territory was destroyed, so he never expected a reunion. Belinda mentioned that they see each other every day, but Cecil knew this was different. He decided he should let her know what was happening, so he pushed her back slightly and told her to listen closely because House Perdium was in danger. Belinda was surprised and asked how he knew that, causing Cecil to gulp and state that he had died and been resurrected. Belinda stopped him, dismissing the claim and saying he had nearly died at the hands of the orcs. She began to lay his bed as Cecil tried to explain further, but she cut him short, stating that he was the one in danger rather than the house. Belinda began to berate him, causing Cecil to stop talking as he realized she didn't believe him. Our boy has literally seen the future, and everyone just thinks he's being dramatic. Belinda mentioned that it would be a shame if he couldn't attend the upcoming festival, because he was hurt. These words surprised Cecil as he remembered the festival. Belinda asked if he had forgotten, and mentioned that Lady Elena was looking forward to going with him, suggesting it would be great if they made up. Cecil walked to the table and looked at a picture, thinking about how he had ignored the festival in his past life due to the trauma of the expedition's defeat. However, in this reality, things were different. He asked when the festival was, and Belinda told him it was in about a week. Cecil realized there was a particular day that had changed his life before. Just then, someone walked into the room asking for him. Cecil turned, remembering the memory that had tortured him his whole life. As he recalled the last moments he had experienced with Elena in his previous life, he looked at the Elena who was now alive, knowing that in 1 week's time she would die. The moment Elena walked into the room, Cecil instantly ran and hugged her as well, causing Belinda to be shocked by his sudden movements. Elena was equally stunned, resulting in her screaming at him to ask what he was doing and accusing him of pranking her again. Cecil remained calm as he held her, simply mentioning that he missed her. In that moment, Elena pushed him away with such force that he flew toward Belinda. Cecil felt confused, wondering if she had always been this strong, leading Elena to mention that she only came because Belinda asked her to stop by. She asked if he really thought she would forgive him that easily, which left Cecil even more bewildered as he asked what he was supposed to be forgiven for. Elena then reminded him of the harsh words he had said to her earlier, recalling how he had told her to get out of his sight and mentioned that even the sound of her breathing was annoying. Cecil was surprised that he had ever said such things, leading him to reflect on how he knew they weren't close in his past life, but realizing he must have been the worst brother ever. He then apologized to her, causing a shock to both Elena and Belinda. They began to question if he had actually apologized, wondering if he got hit in the head by the orcs. Cecil defended himself by stating that he was the one who beat those orcs, expressing frustration that everyone kept saying he was the one who was thrashed. Before he could continue, the pain suddenly coursed through his body once more, causing him to fall to the ground. Elena laughed at the sight, mentioning that since they brought him back on a stretcher, there was no way he was the one who defeated the monsters. Even so, seeing them happy made Cecil feel a sense of peace, leading him to think that they were exactly as he remembered them. He wondered why he had wasted his previous life the way he did, especially with the festival only 1 week away. In his past life, he had refused to go with Elena when she asked, because the disaster of the expedition had ruined his mood. That refusal resulted in the last time he ever saw her alive, as Elena's corpse was later found alongside her guard knights, horribly slashed to pieces. He realized he should have gone with her. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts as Elena's knights, Jamal and Philip, asked to come in. They barged in and addressed Elena, causing her to ask if anything had happened since she had told them to wait outside. Jamal apologized, mentioning that the servants had asked her to oversee the supplies for the festival preparations. Cecil questioned why Elena would be in charge of that, leading Belinda to observe that he wouldn't know since he was always horsing around. She explained that a young noble having to do this kind of work showed just how slim the workforce was at House Perdium. As the knights began to lead Elena away, Cecil mentioned that he would help out too. This caused Elena to pause in surprise, leading everyone to wonder once more if he had really suffered a head injury from the orcs. The scene shifted to the bustling marketplace, where the townspeople were flinching and acting scared of Cecil's presence. Elena pushed him along, complaining that he would help most by staying out of it. She screamed at him to get away. Cecil remained focused on his own observations, remembering that Elena's body had been discovered in the slums far from the festival grounds, meaning she was likely lured or dragged there against her will. He realized he needed to look into the state of things at the castle to find out what was truly happening. Just then, a man called out to him, and he turned to find Old Man Fergus. The man looked exhausted from running, but he grabbed Cecil and stated that as a loyal knight, he came running after hearing Cecil had been beaten down. Cecil was annoyed, asking him to stop bringing up the orc incident, leading Elena to smile and mention it was perfect timing. She suggested that since Cecil was acting strange after waking up, Fergus should take him back to his room. Fergus obliged, but Cecil felt pissed, thinking about how his terrible reputation was such a pain. He decided to use the week to find out what he could, asking Fergus to take him to the training hall. When they arrived, Cecil was stunned to see the hall in such good condition, leading him to think he could train there perfectly. He noted that he never dreamed of such a nice facility, back when he was the Mercenary King. Fergus mentioned that he had taken care to keep the place in shape just in case Cecil wished to use it one day, adding that he knew Cecil's absence wouldn't be forever. These words caused Cecil to wonder if Fergus had been holding out hope for him in his past life as well. Cecil tapped Fergus on the shoulder and told him to live a long life, mentioning that dying is the worst. Fergus laughed and remarked that Cecil spoke as though he had already lived a lifetime, causing Cecil to comment that Fergus was as sharp as ever. Cecil mentioned he was brought back to life after being killed, but Fergus naturally didn't believe him. Cecil smiled and told Fergus he could go while he started his training. As Fergus bowed and left, Cecil realized that in his youth he had thought everyone was his enemy, but he simply hadn't been looking at the people who were actually on his side. He reflected on the fact that he only had a week, knowing that the death of another noble's son was blamed on Elena's passing, forcing House Perdium into a territorial war and its ultimate downfall. Elena's death was the trigger, so Cecil decided he would make things right by training his body. The problem was the lack of time, causing him to focus on building mana. He understood that mana particles were everywhere, and that the key was to connect and condense them like a ball of yarn. Having survived thousands of battles, creating a core was easy for him, but he wanted more. He used a unique technique from a magic book he found in his past life, involving adding more mana cores and binding them together to increase power. He executed this in the hall, causing him to scream as blood gushed from his nose and mouth. He managed to create 3 cores, noting that while he had 5 in his past life, 3 was his current limit. This technique provided explosive power but used enormous amounts of mana, which was the same issue that led to his defeat against Aiden in the past. He cleaned his mouth, knowing that this time, he would be the one to decapitate Aiden and crush Duke Delphine. 1 week later, on the day of the festival, Cecil readied himself with daggers and weapons. He walked toward Elena in the porcelain market, causing her to act surprised that he actually showed up. She mentioned she never thought he would ask to go to the festival, to which Cecil replied that everyone from Perdium should enjoy it. This made her smile, though she noted he had been acting strange by training all week. Cecil asked what was strange about the successor to a House of Knights training, leading Elena to laugh and remind him that he used to tell their father he was irritating and should hand over his title. These words pierced Cecil, but Elena mentioned she preferred this side of him. In the past week, Cecil realized that his actions were already changing the future and the attitudes of those around him. While he couldn't predict every change, he knew he had to use his knowledge wisely and stay close to Elena. Elena dragged Cecil everywhere all through the evening's festivities, but eventually Elena sat down, complaining that the festival was predictable and wishing for something new to do. Cecil remained vigilant, noticing that nothing had happened yet, even though the festivities were almost over. Suddenly, one of the knights mentioned that a friend told him about something new happening in another neighborhood. Elena happily followed the knights, but as Cecil stood behind them, he realized the truth. It was Jamal and Philip, Elena's own knights, who were the traitors that had killed her in his past life. Jamal and Philip were Elena's guard knights, entrusted with her safety since she was a small child and considered the most reliable individuals in the Perdium territory. In the past life, history recorded that they had been killed while trying to protect her, but in this moment, Cecil realized the grim truth. Jamal and Philip escorted Elena and Cecil to a particular space that was strangely quiet, causing Elena to look around in confusion. She wondered aloud who would perform in such a dirty, abandoned place, leading Jamal to compensate by suggesting the performers simply weren't ready yet. He assured her they would start setting up soon, but Elena dismissed the idea as ridiculous, stating there was no way a show would happen there. Cecil remained on high alert, observing that while the area looked like any other abandoned street, obstacles had been placed to corral them, making it clear this was a setup. Elena grabbed Cecil and told him they should leave, but Jamal insisted they stay and give the performers a chance. Elena refused, telling the knights they must be in the wrong place, but as she tried to walk out, she was blocked by Philip's surprising strength. This annoyed her until she saw the cold look in Philip's eyes, causing her to ask why they were acting so strange. Jamal mentioned they didn't mean to scare her, but admitted they had accepted a very good deal, looking at her mysteriously. As Elena wondered what kind of deal he meant, footsteps approached, and 3 men arrived. The man in the middle, Frank, noted that the knights had fulfilled their end of the bargain. Jamal confirmed they had brought Lady Elena as promised, and urged Frank to get the exchange over with. Frank pointed at Cecil, noting that the son of the house wasn't part of the deal, but Jamal dismissively offered to throw him in for free, calling him a fool who had walked straight into his grave. Cecil remarked that they had sold them out and asked if they really thought they would get away with it. Jamal smiled, telling Cecil to worry about himself, explaining that he and Philip were sick of scraping by in a miserable place constantly attacked by barbarians. He claimed they weren't the only ones desperate to leave. Suddenly, Cecil dashed toward Jamal and sliced him clean in an instant. The knight's body fell in half before he could even register what had happened, while Cecil stood over the remains, stating that their misery didn't excuse selling them out. He turned his gaze to Philip, who instantly grabbed Elena and screamed at the fallen Jamal, wondering how a knight could lose to a weakling. Cecil didn't give him time to think, throwing his sword so it stuck directly into Philip's head. Philip could only mutter that it was impossible before falling limp to the ground, causing Elena to run toward Cecil for safety. The men behind Frank were shocked, questioning if this was truly the untrained son they had been told about. Frank admitted Cecil looked the part, but noted that he had just taken down 2 knights in seconds with attacks infused with mana. Elena was terrified and asked what was happening, but Cecil struck her gently on the side of the neck, causing her to faint. He dropped her carefully to the ground, telling her to rest for a moment. Frank thanked Cecil for saving them the trouble of killing the 2 knights themselves, remarking that he seemed quite different from his reputation. As Frank and his men closed in, he asked if Cecil had been hiding his abilities all this time. Cecil grabbed his sword and asked why it mattered to him, silently noting he had 3 enemies. He realized the 2 lackeys would be easy, but the man in the middle possessed much greater levels of mana. He decided to keep the fight short, using mana threads on one of his arms while asking who had hired them. Frank replied that it didn't matter since Cecil was about to die anyways. Cecil hadn't expected an honest answer, but noted they would want to talk soon enough, looking at Frank with lethal seriousness. One of the men asked if he should take Cecil down, but Frank ordered them to keep him alive and dice him up instead. He wanted Cecil's father to lose his mind with grief, mentioning that the more pain the victims felt, the more exquisite their corpses would look. The 2 men dashed forward, and Cecil rushed to meet them. He tossed a firecracker from his pocket, and it snapped instantly before the man's eyes, disorienting him. Cecil drove his sword into his head, ending him instantly. The second man swung from the side. Cecil put his sword behind him to dodge and used his armpit to hook the man's blade in a swift motion. He pulled the weapon, causing the man to recoil, and finished the movement with a decapitating slice that sent the man's head flying. Cecil realized Frank was already at his back, so he used the sword tucked under his arm to block a surprise strike. Frank was shocked that his concealed presence had been detected, and his attack blocked from such an awkward position. Cecil turned his body, ready to strike. Cecil sliced upward in a swift motion that appeared to cut through Frank's neck while simultaneously slicing through his cigarette and the drifting smoke, causing the embers to fall to the ground as another heavy swing came down toward Cecil's face. Cecil instantly raised his double swords to block the incoming attack, leading to a tense struggle where Frank noted that the move had been genuinely surprising. Frank mentioned that if he had possessed even a slightly smaller amount of mana, his head would have gone flying. Cecil observed the situation as they remained locked in a struggle, noting how the man had successfully used his mana to shield his neck and mitigate what should have been a fatal blow. Frank questioned how Cecil had managed to learn such a strange and refined fighting style at such a young age, before asserting that Cecil would die there regardless of his skill. Cecil used his sword to parry the strike while wearing a subtle smirk, which surprised Frank. Before Frank could react to the expression, Cecil suddenly twisted his body, landing a heavy kick to Frank's face that sent him flying through the air. Frank managed to land safely and looked up with a smile, beginning to repeat that Cecil's mana was insufficient to win. Suddenly, a strange energy rippled across Frank's face, causing him to cough out blood instantly. He fell to the ground in confusion, wondering how the force of Cecil's attack had increased and why it had bypassed his mana shield. As Cecil walked toward him, he noted that in his past life, he hadn't known who killed Elena, but now he knew it was Frank. Cecil released his 3rd mana core, looking annoyed as he promised Frank he would pay for his actions. Frank glared at him, demanding to know how he had amplified his mana by such a significant margin. Cecil did not offer a response, instead dashing forward and swinging his blade. Frank was shocked by the speed and was forced onto the defensive, struggling to parry the relentless attacks. He was pushed back continuously, and as Cecil turned to strike again, Frank tried to hold his ground while dodging the incoming blow. Frank's body began to shake as he realized how ridiculous the situation was, his hands throbbing just from the effort of blocking. He was sure that even with mana amplifications, Cecil shouldn't be this strong, especially since he had never heard of a technique that could amplify mana in such a way. Frank felt his resolve beginning to break. In that moment, Cecil turned for another attack, looking like an entirely different person. He swung his blade and instantly shattered Frank's sword, slicing cleanly across his chest. Frank was distraught, as Cecil followed up with a swift thrust, stabbing Frank straight in the gut. As Frank screamed in agony, Cecil used his free hand to shove Frank's jaw upward, pinning him against a nearby wall. Cecil asked if they should continue where they left off, demanding to know who had hired him. Frank thought to himself that he would not let it end this way, letting a dagger slip into his hand. He looked at the unconscious Elena on the ground, intending to at least finish the girl off. Before he could throw the weapon, Cecil used his mana threads to seize Frank's hand. Cecil suggested a deal, telling Frank to stop playing dirty tricks and answer the question in exchange for Cecil withdrawing his sword. Frank was shocked by Cecil's strength, and wondered when such a trap had been prepared. Cecil mentioned that someone with Frank's level of mana handling should be able to patch themselves up, unless, of course, their mana core was destroyed. He began twisting his sword, causing Frank to feel a wave of energy that made him feel as though his core was about to burst. Frank screamed as his mana began to disperse, realizing Cecil was cracking the core in his belly. He screamed at Cecil, asking if he had lost his mind and stating that the resulting mana reflux would cause an explosion large enough to take out the entire neighborhood. But Cecil calmly replied that such a risk only applied to the unskilled. Cecil's confidence and the devilish look in his eyes terrified Frank, who realized the young man was not bluffing. Fearing for his life, Frank finally screamed that Count Desmond had sent him. Cecil asked him to repeat it, and Frank confirmed that Count Desmond had hired him to create an excuse for House Digald and House Perdium to go to war. Cecil realized that Count Desmond was behind it, noting that in his past life, Duke Delphine always left dirty work to less powerful houses under his influence. He felt disgusted by the sly behavior of those hiding behind others. Frank confirmed that their task was to kill Elena to spark the conflict. In response, Cecil stabbed his sword even deeper into Frank's belly. Frank screamed, accusing Cecil of breaking his promise to let him go. Cecil asked if Frank feared death now that it was his turn, considering he had spent his life killing others. Frank began to laugh, stating that killing him wouldn't change anything, because he had already ensured House Digald had a reason for war. He mocked Cecil, asking if anyone would believe a good-for-nothing like him. Cecil shoved Frank's head into the wall, ignoring the screams about the coming territorial war. Cecil told Frank that he had died once before and come back, and that things would be different this time. He used his power to shatter Frank's mana core. At that exact moment, a firework shot into the sky and exploded in a beautiful ray of light directly above the spot where Cecil ended Frank's life. Cecil looked at Frank's lifeless body and the other fallen men. Before turning his attention to Elena, he dropped his sword and exhaled, suddenly feeling the massive recoil from pushing his body to its absolute limit. He fell to the ground coughing blood, realizing that while managing 3 mana cores was easy when he was the Mercenary King, his current body struggled with the damage. Refusing to pass out, he walked to a nearby room and kicked the door open. Inside lay the lifeless body of Digald's son. Cecil recalled that in his past life, other corpses were found with Elena's. He realized they had killed the boy and the guard knight to frame them for Elena's death and trigger the war. Determined to stop their plan, Cecil used a candle from his pocket to set the room on fire, resolved to destroy the evidence. Our boy is thorough. He picked up Elena and walked out of the space. Unbeknownst to him, a man watched from the top of a tree, instantly disappearing to report the situation to his superiors. Not long after the failed assassination attempt, the survivor arrived at his destination to report that the mission at the Perdium territory had been a disaster. His superiors were instantly critical, accusing the messenger of underestimating the task. The man fell to his knees in anger, stating that the failure was entirely the fault of Cecil Perdium. This caused confusion among the group, who wondered why a notorious lost cause was being blamed. They mentioned that Cecil was known for being so useless that no intelligence had even been gathered on him, dismissing the man's claim as a poor excuse. The messenger insisted that Cecil was completely different from his reputation, recalling with terror how he had moved like a demon, effortlessly taking down everyone, including Frank, to rescue his sister. Despite the tactical failure, the man claimed there was still enough justification to spark a territorial war between House Digald and House Perdium. He screamed for one more chance to fix the situation, but his superiors ordered him to be silent. They were enraged that the intelligence unit had failed to properly vet an insignificant brat, leading to a massive waste of time. Just as they were about to get rid of the messenger, a sudden, commanding voice called for silence, causing the space to become instantly calm. The mysterious figure asked the man if he truly wanted a second chance, resulting in the messenger screaming that he would destroy Cecil. When asked how he intended to do so, he proposed taking Cecil down in a formal duel. He identified the perfect candidate as Cain Lodges, a man renowned for his overwhelming strength and massive build. He mentioned that despite Cain's young age, no one in the north could best his sword in terms of brute strength. To make matters even more convenient, the messenger pointed out that Cain was Cecil's cousin, making it easy to stage an encounter. The group fell silent, and their leader affirmed that if he failed again, that would be his end, causing him to vow that he would not disappoint them. The scene shifted back to the Perdium Castle training hall, where Old Man Fergus walked in to announce a meal. Before he could finish his sentence, a string of mana dashed toward him, grabbing a sword positioned behind him. Fergus watched in shock as the blade was pulled forward into Cecil's hand. Cecil caught the weapon instantly, swinging it through the air with a loud whoosh before noting that the skill would surface. Fergus bowed, admitting he was startled because Cecil had been so engrossed in his training. He asked how the young master had moved the sword, leading Cecil to demonstrate the mana thread dangling in the air. Cecil explained that it was a technique involving the formation of mana into strings. He knew he had used this every day in his past life, but his current capacity was limited unless he forced a mana core to erupt. However, by minimizing the output to single threads, he found he could manage it just fine. Fergus mentioned that despite his long years as a knight, he had never seen such a technique. He recalled that until very recently, Cecil hadn't even been able to use mana, causing him to wonder how the boy had come up with the idea of mana threads. Cecil asked if there was another reason for the visit, resulting in Fergus thanking him for protecting Lady Elena. Cecil told him not to thank him, stating he had only done what anyone would have done, and they walked out to eat. In the following days, the rest of the festival was cancelled. The fact that guard knights had tried to sell the Count's daughter had become a serious political issue. Elena sat nearby, looking annoyed as she complained to Cecil that no one believed her when she told them he had saved her. Cecil remained unbothered, mentioning that they wouldn't believe him anyway. Belinda was also furious, recalling how Jamal and Philip had always seemed fishy. Cecil watched Elena with a smile, satisfied that she had survived the first turmoil, and that he had temporarily stopped the territorial war. However, he knew his enemies would keep targeting the house, leading him to reiterate the need for gathering his own force. Cecil decided to check the house's finances to better inform his decisions. When a tray was placed before him, he found only a single piece of dry bread. He asked Belinda why she was serving dessert first, causing her to explain that the territory was too poor for such luxuries. Suddenly, a loud scream erupted from outside. A mob of commoners stood outside with pitchforks, screaming for compensation for the losses they incurred when the festival was cut short. They accused the rich bastards of caring nothing for the people. Cecil looked out the window and asked what was happening, leading Belinda to explain that the local merchants relied entirely on festival tourism to survive. The riot occurred because the festival was forced to shut down. Cecil was surprised, realizing he had no idea the territory was struggling so hard. He feared the merchants would turn violent and asked Fergus to send out the soldiers. Fergus revealed that they had no soldiers available, as most had been sent to the monster forest to rebuild after the last orc attack. Cecil was distraught, realizing that between the barbarians to the north and the monsters to the east, House Perdium was short on food, money, and men. He pulled Belinda aside to ask about his own allowance, hoping to use it to calm the merchants. Belinda smiled sadly and reminded him that he had no money because the Count had cut him off after he had wasted his funds. Cecil realized he didn't have a single coin at his disposal. When he asked Belinda for a loan, she mentioned she was broke as well. Cecil sat by the window, staring out at the territory and wondering how he could do anything without capital. Just then, Ricardo dashed into the room, huffing and puffing as he screamed that something was wrong. He told Cecil that Cain was looking for him. The scene shifted abruptly to a different part of the castle, where Scoven was seen with a bloodied face. A massive hand struck Scoven again, the impact leaving a dent in his metal armor and causing him to cough out blood. As Scoven fell to the floor, he looked up at Cecil, who had just arrived at the entrance. Cecil stood there, enraged, as a towering, wide-bodied man looked at him. The man smirked, greeting Cecil as his cousin. When Cecil looked upward at the towering figure, he finally recognized the face of Cain Lodges, the successor of Count Lodges. House Lodges had been allied with House Perdium for many years, but Cecil remembered Cain, as he was his only friend and enemy rolled in one. They glared at each other until Cain began walking toward him, leading Cecil to ask what had happened in the pub. Ricardo stepped forward to explain that they had come to investigate a commotion, only to find Master Cain and his guard knights already there. Cain had recognized the Perdium men and asked if the rumors about Cecil were true, causing Commander Scoven to explain the recent events. However, while Scoven was speaking, Cain had grabbed him by the face, demanding to know how he dared lie to the successor of House Lodges. Ricardo noted that Cain's violent grip led directly to the scene currently before them. Cain dismissed the explanation, claiming that the old man was simply blathering about Cecil taking down orcs and traitors alone. He looked down at Cecil, mentioning that he was merely beating some sense into Scoven for telling such blatant lies. Cecil looked up in annoyance, realizing that this was exactly how Cain had always behaved, treating him like an underling and causing chaos that no one could stop. Back then, Cecil's sense of inferiority had made him practically subordinate to Cain, who was constantly praised for the confidence and charisma befitting a successor. Cecil's slight shift in emotion caught Cain's attention, causing the larger man to wonder why Cecil hadn't attacked yet. A brief memory surfaced of a meeting at the Lodge's manor, where the man from the intelligence unit had asked Cain to kill Cecil. The man promised that if Cain succeeded, his master would wholeheartedly support House Lodges. Cain had noted that while taking down a fool was easy, Cecil was still a noble successor. The man explained that it would be simple to stage an accident during a duel following a petty argument, offering to disguise himself as a guard knight to advise him. Cain had been enthusiastic about the opportunity, wondering if they wanted Cecil out of the picture because he had recently begun to change. Cain sat down and asked Cecil why he was just standing there, demanding that Cecil bring him everything he had prepared. Cecil was confused, leading Cain to mention that since the festival was cancelled, they should celebrate together as friends. Cecil realized that Cain expected him to fetch booze and women, just as he had done in the past out of fear of being beaten. He remembered that he used to waste all his money accommodating Cain's demands, which caused him to recall Belinda's words about the Count cutting off his allowance for wasting funds. Suddenly, an idea came to Cecil, causing him to smile as he realized Cain was the jackpot he needed to secure money. Cain grew impatient, telling Cecil to hurry up, but Cecil responded by asking if Cain intended to pay what he owed first. This sudden confidence surprised the onlookers. Cecil explained that he had paid for everything Cain previously demanded, and he now expected repayment with interest, rounding the total to 1,000 gold coins. Cain was stunned, stating that those things weren't worth 1,000 gold, and claiming that Cecil had provided them as a friendship fee. Cecil laughed at the idea of being a lackey, condescendingly telling Cain to pay up before he crushed him, as he was currently in need of funds. The weight of Cecil's words shocked everyone, including Ricardo, who wondered if his master had gone mad. Cain stood up, insulted that Cecil was talking back. He claimed Cecil was fooling himself into thinking he was strong just because of the lies about the knights, calling him a useless leech and a lost cause. He folded his hand into a fist and thrust it towards Cecil's face, but Cecil remained calm and dodged with minimal movement. Cain followed up with another attack, but Cecil dodged a second time, resulting in Cecil landing a heavy punch to Cain's ribs that caused him to cough blood. Cecil followed through with a punch to the face, though Cain managed to catch the attack before it landed. Strangely, Cain suddenly fell to the ground, coughing loudly and screaming in apparent agony. The disguised man rushed to his side, asking if he was all right, while Cecil stood confused, noting that Cain had clearly blocked the punch. The man screamed at Cecil to stand back, accusing him of a crime. Cecil looked around and realized the trap, smiling as he saw through their acting. Cain whispered to the man, asking how his performance was, leading the man to praise him for making Cecil look like the aggressor. Kane saw this as his chance to gain a powerful supporter and cut ties with House Perdium. Kane reached into his pocket to pull out a glove, intending to challenge Cecil to a duel for his dishonorable lies. However, before he could finish, a glove slapped across his own face. Cecil had swung first, challenging Kane Lodges to a duel instead. The glove slipped slowly to the ground as Cecil declared that Kane had insulted the successor of House Perdium in front of his own people and tarnished their nobility by assaulting them. Cecil looked at his cousin with the confidence of a lion, calling out to Ricardo. He ordered Ricardo to bring all the merchants who were protesting at the castle to the duel site immediately, mentioning that this was a chance for them to make a lot of money. After issuing the order, Cecil cracked his fingers in anticipation. With the festival cut short and the celebratory mood dying down, several tourists remained in the territory who had yet to depart. Cecil recognized that these travelers were eager to spend their time and money, leading him to realize that holding a grand event would ensure that those funds stayed within the Perdium economy. The event he envisioned was a public match, resulting in a massive crowd gathering to chant and cheer as they prepared to witness a duel between Cecil and Kane Lodges. The market was suddenly bustling again, going crazy for the upcoming battle, while merchants shouted for people to buy their wares at a discount. In the center of the excitement, a plus-sized man sat at a table, calling for everyone to form an orderly line to place their bets. The vast majority of the crowd bet everything on Kane, openly mocking Cecil as a nasty good-for-nothing who was finally about to get what he deserved. Kane stood in the arena and struck his sword into the ground, asking Cecil how he dared to make a mockery of a sacred duel. He warned that even if Cecil tried to surrender, his blade would not come to a halt. Cecil looked at him, realizing that this bloodlust was exactly what the conspirators were after, but he simply responded by suggesting they start now that the crowd was large enough. The man supporting Kane suddenly called for a pause, noting that the wagers seemed one-sided since not a single person had bet on Cecil. Kane mocked him further, mentioning that even Cecil's own people were against him. Suddenly, Scoven walked in and interrupted the taunts, dropping a heavy bag of gold coins onto the table and declaring his bet for Cecil. Cecil smirked at the gesture. Moments later, Elena and Belinda arrived, with Elena dropping an even larger bag on top of Scoven's. She stated firmly that she wanted to bet on her brother too, shocking the crowd and even surprising Cecil. Belinda mentioned she had tried to stop the young lady, but the man taking the bets was delighted, noting the amount was more than enough. Cecil pulled out his sword, twirling it with a sharp whoosh before inviting Kane to come at him. Pissed off by the display, Kane picked up his sword, bent low, and leaped upward, swinging his blade downward with immense force. Cecil used his own blade to block the incoming strike, causing Kane to scream that Cecil couldn't act like he had a reputation to uphold. Kane swung again with such power that Cecil almost fell backward, leading Kane to follow up with a strike using the back of his sword. Cecil dodged the blow. Kane attempted a follow-up kick, but Cecil moved out of the way, causing Kane to strike the dirt. The crowd cheered for Kane, claiming a single hit would be enough to take Cecil down. While Kane smirked at the praise, Cecil paid them no mind. Belinda screamed for someone to stop the fight, but Elena remained stern and focused. The man supporting Kane watched with satisfaction, thinking that anyone who crossed swords with Kane eventually fell into a trap of exhaustion once they experienced his overwhelming power. Kane continued to swing his sword, causing Cecil to dodge repeatedly. Kane smiled, mocking Cecil for dodging like a cute little rat and mentioning that while he had improved, he was still only good at running away. He gripped his sword like a bat and swung it hard towards Cecil. Cecil dodged again, but in that moment, Kane adjusted his grip. The hilt seemed to pull Cecil forward as Kane thrust his sword upwards, launching Cecil into the air. Ricardo screamed for his master while the man supporting Kane smiled, believing the end had come. Cecil looked defenseless as he was flung upward, but he suddenly used his mana threads to his advantage. He created a platform in mid-air to regain his stance, allowing him to dash straight back toward Kane with his sword. This move caught Kane completely off guard. Cecil struck Kane in the side as he landed, causing Kane's focus to falter. The man supporting Kane was stunned, realizing Cecil had gathered mana into his legs to facilitate the aerial movement. Cecil began to laugh, telling Kane that he likely thought he was the greatest swordsman, because everyone bowed to his brute strength. He promised to help Kane face the truth that he was far from being a master. Kane gritted his teeth and swung again, screaming that Cecil couldn't do a thing. Cecil took a series of slow, steady steps before suddenly kicking the hilt of Kane's sword. Using the distraction, he leaped over Kane's body and twirled in the air as Kane's attack swung harmlessly downward. Cecil landed beside Kane before the larger man could even register the movement. Kane tried to swing again, but for a second time Cecil dodged and struck Kane's sword toward the ground. In one fluid motion, Cecil used his own blade to slice Kane across the neck. As blood began to gush from the shallow wound, Kane paused in shock. The crowd went silent, wondering if Cecil might actually win and regretting that they hadn't placed better bets. Elena looked on with confidence while Scoven smiled, and the man supporting Kane gulped in fear. Kane realized the wound was shallow and that Cecil had intentionally held back when he could have cut much deeper. He wondered when Cecil had become so skilled. Cecil glared back but didn't say a word, suddenly throwing his sword away. He mentioned that it was no fun when their skill levels were so different, stating that he would use his bare hands from that point forward. He stood firm, telling Kane he needed to be taught a lesson with fists. This serves as the peak of petty behavior. The air was thick with tension as the duel moved into the second round. Cecil pushed the provocation further by offering to double the original wager, betting 2,000 gold coins on his own victory. This bold move caused the crowd to erupt in whispers, wondering how he could possibly fight unarmed against a swordsman. Even the man supporting Kane was baffled, secretly feeling grateful for what he assumed was Cecil's insanity. Believing that fate was finally on their side, the man collecting the coins screamed for everyone to place their bets for the second round, announcing an unarmed duel between Lord Cecil and Lord Kane. Despite the shock, the spectators once again threw their support behind Kane. Cecil ignored the noise, focusing his lethal glare entirely on his opponent. Kane laughed at the thought of a fistfight, but then he threw his jacket aside and swung the blade anyway, declaring that he would use his weapon regardless of Cecil's choice. Belinda screamed in protest, calling Kane a bastard and urging Cecil to get his sword, but Kane ignored her and lunged, thrusting his blade with a scream. Cecil moved like a blur, dodged the first attack, and closed the distance with the fluid movements of a boxer. He ducked a follow-up swing and delivered a sharp punch to Kane's knee to weaken his stance. Cecil then rose upward, folding his fist and driving it straight into Kane's jaw with crushing force. The impact sent Kane's head snapping back, causing his entire body to collapse as he struggled to remain upright. He wondered how Cecil could move with such terrifying speed. The crowd shifted, erupting in chants as they realized Cecil might actually win. Cecil stood over him, telling him to get up because they were only just getting started. Pissed and gritting his teeth as blood gushed from the wound, Kane steadied himself and dashed forward again. He swung his sword in a desperate barrage. As Kane struggled, he recalled how Cecil had always been a submissive presence who never dared to look him in the eye during past visits. Now, however, Cecil was pummeling him with a barrage of punches to his blind sides, leaving Kane with no idea how to respond. His body eventually hit the ground, swollen and broken from the assault. Cecil grabbed Kane by the hair, noting that he felt bad for Count Lodges. He mentioned how the Count had always lent House Perdium a helping hand to keep them from ruin out of a genuine friendship with Cecil's father. Yet the son clearly had different, more treacherous intentions. These words caused Kane to flinch as his mind flashed back to his past. He remembered complaining to his father about sending aid to the Perdiums, arguing that it was a waste of funds on a territory headed for ruin. He had begged his father not to go, asking why he kept helping when everyone else was against it. His father had simply replied that he had no special reason other than the fact that they were friends. Back in the reality of the duel, Cecil prepared a final punch to Kane's face, but halted the strike just inches away. Cecil expressed hope that Kane had finally learned his lesson and extended a hand to help him up. Kane looked at the hand and then cast his eyes downward in disappointment, officially announcing his loss. A ripple of shock went through the arena, causing the spectators and the man supporting Kane to fall into an annoyed silence. As Cecil was declared the winner, Elena screamed in happiness while Belinda remained stunned by the outcome. The man supporting Kane ran into the arena, screaming at Kane for backing down after a small setback and accusing him of betraying his trust. Kane turned away in embarrassment, stating he was done with the scheme. The man began to cry in frustration, calling them weak little brats. Cecil called out to him, announcing to the entire crowd that the man had offered to buy everyone beer and steaks in Kane's stead. The commoners erupted in cheers, shouting "Long live Master Cecil," while the man screamed at him to take the words back. Cecil patted the man's shoulder, telling him that this was the price for losing the duel and reminding him that he still owed the betting money. He pushed the man down and ominously listed the debts, 1,000 gold, then another 2,000 for the lost bets. He warned the man not to think of running away, causing the man to realize something was fundamentally different about Cecil. The man eventually agreed, allowing Cecil to walk away in victory as the crowd praised him. The next day, a huge chest was dropped onto Cecil's table. Upon opening it, Cecil found it filled with multiple gold coins, noting that it should be enough to hire a small mercenary band. He knew he had to hurry with his business ideas, because his enemies would not wait for him to build a fortune slowly. Elena and Belinda walked in, smiling strangely at him. When he asked what they wanted, Elena asked what he planned to do with the money. Belinda interrupted, suggesting it was obvious the funds were for Lady Amelia's upcoming birthday. She assumed Cecil had done all of this to buy an expensive gift for his fiancée. Elena joked that he was just trying to leave a good impression on his partner. These words left Cecil completely floored, causing him to realize that he actually had a fiancée, a detail that had completely escaped his knowledge. Cecil questioned the sudden mention of a fiancée, prompting Belinda to tease him for acting shy, while Elena reminded him that his betrothed was Emilia Leopold, the daughter of Count Leopold. A flash of memory flooded Cecil's mind as he recalled the woman. To the public, Emilia was a noble among nobles, beloved for her humble attitude and kindness. But Cecil knew the truth behind the facade. In the future, she would be known as the Witch of the North for leading a rebellion and joining forces with Duke Delphine, eventually causing her to betray House Perdium. Realizing the danger she represented, he shifted the conversation, asking Belinda when his father would return. Belinda estimated it would be at least another week, leading Cecil to decide that a week was plenty of time. He announced he was heading to the Leopold territory for a quick visit, which surprised Belinda. She questioned why he would go before Lady Amelia's birthday, resulting in Cecil smiling and stating he was going there to get some money. The scene shifted to Lady Amelia herself, who was shown performing an act of public charity. She knelt to place her own shoes in front of a poor girl in tattered clothes, telling the child to wear them and declaring that if anyone in her territory had to go without shoes, it should only be her. She ordered her guards to provide the girl and her family with food and shelter at once, causing echoes of gratitude to fill the air as she walked away barefoot. Later, in her private garden, her guard knight Bernov washed her feet. Emilia noted that while her father forced the people into obedience, the people would naturally support whoever kept them warm and full. Bernov agreed, mentioning that the people were now on her side, which was bound to favor her when the next successor was chosen. Suddenly, Emilia plopped her feet onto Bernov's face and questioned him about his duel with the strongest swordsman of the North. Bernov apologized, explaining that he had lost on purpose to avoid drawing attention to himself, as it was not yet time for her to reveal her fangs. He kissed her foot and pledged his sword to her, leading Emilia to lift his head and warn him that he could not afford to be weak after everything she had done for him. Bernov provided an update on their secret company, the Actium Company. He explained that they were currently providing the materials House Perdium needed to rebuild the monster forest post, effectively collecting the funds Count Leopold sent to the Perdiums each year. Furthermore, they were recruiting deserting soldiers and knights from the Perdium territory, turning those experienced in fighting barbarians into excellent assets. Emilia approved, but reminded him that the company must remain a front for an ordinary merchant group until they gathered enough power. Their meeting was interrupted by a butler who announced that Cecil Perdium had arrived at the gate. Emilia was surprised, wondering why our boy had come to visit. The butler added that Cecil claimed he wanted to discuss her company, which was deeply shocking to both Emilia and Bernov. Emilia sat across from Cecil, who was positioned in a poised, leg-crossed stance. Her cat hissed heavily as she scolded him for his rude, unannounced visit. Cecil ignored the jab, mentioning that since her birthday was coming, he had brought a gift. He dropped a flower on the table, noting that it smelled nice and that he had purchased it from a nearby business called the Actium Company. The mention of the secret organization made Emilia visibly uncomfortable. She rose to leave, claiming she didn't understand his point and intending to end the visit. However, Cecil's tone shifted instantly as he commanded her to sit down. A heavy chill moved through Emilia's body, causing her to wonder about the sudden pressure coming from a man who used to be unable to even look her in the eye. Cecil got straight to the point, demanding 10,000 gold. Emilia was confused and insulted, asking how he dared demand such a sum and questioning if this was his father's doing. Cecil clarified that his father had nothing to do with it, and that he was asking for himself. He poured out his tea while casually mentioning that he knew she had no intention of marrying him anyway. He suggested that she might be able to marry whoever she liked, perhaps even the guard knight outside the door, if she succeeded her father. However, he pointedly asked what would happen if word got out that she was secretly amassing her own forces in a territory where the battle for succession was so fierce. The cat hissed even louder, standing defensively in front of Cecil. Emilia calmly told him to refrain from such jokes, but Cecil smiled and promised to keep her secret as long as he didn't leave empty-handed. Emilia's demeanor turned cold as she called for Bernav. The knight entered, and Cecil recognized him as the man strong enough to challenge the North's greatest swordsman. Cecil warned that if he died there, a territorial war would break out, but Emilia was unfazed. She claimed the world would simply hear that a good-for-nothing lord had made a ruckus and was killed by a guard. She ordered Bernav to kill him, and in that moment, Bernav drew his sword, causing Cecil to realize that he would have to get serious as he drew his own blade and prepared for battle. Bernav slowly walked towards Cecil, a sudden smile crossing his face that signaled to Cecil that something was deeply wrong. From the shadows behind Cecil, an assassin burst forth, thrusting a sword intended to impale him through the back of his chair. Cecil reacted instantly, twirling to dodge the murder attempt before delivering a powerful kick to the assailant's gut. The force of the strike sent the man flying through the window, the glass shattering as he plummeted outside. The display left Bernav and Lady Emilia visibly shocked. Cecil remarked on the terrible hospitality, noting that while they made a show of being polite, they had actually prepared an ambush to kill him. Driven by the insult, Cecil dashed toward Bernav, causing the two to lock blades in a fierce duel. Cecil questioned if House Leopold lacked a sense of chivalry, leading Bernav to counter that Cecil was the one being rude by arriving unannounced and distressing her ladyship. Bernav asserted that such behavior did not deserve polite treatment. Bernav used his armpit to trap Cecil's sword against his body, simultaneously thrusting his own blade forward in an attempt to end the fight. Cecil managed to dodge the lethal thrust without losing his grip on his weapon. He twirled around Bernav's body, using the momentum to wrench his sword free from the knight's grasp, before kicking Bernav away. As Bernav skidded backward, he stared at Cecil, reevaluating the rumors that the boy was a boastful brat with no skill. He realized Cecil was far from a complete amateur. Lady Emilia grew impatient, questioning why Bernav was struggling with a mere brat and demanding Cecil's head if Bernav truly intended to be her sword. Bernav's resolve hardened, resulting in him pointing his blade towards Cecil and declaring his intent to kill him. Ordering Cecil to come forward, Cecil simply smiled, telling the knight to know his place before questioning if Bernav was trying to order him around. Bernav claimed he was being kind by offering a chance to surrender, but Cecil's defiance led the knight to take a combat stance and thrust forward. The duel intensified as Bernav unleashed a flurry of swift attacks. Cecil dodged the initial swing, but Bernav was relentless with his attacks. Lady Emilia watched from the side, wondering how a brat like Cecil could possibly match blades with a knight as skilled as Bernav, though she could see Bernav was steadily overpowering him. Bernav's blade sliced through Cecil's side, causing Cecil to use the arch of his own sword to push the knight's weapon back. Once again, Bernav hooked Cecil's sword and went for a clean strike. Cecil tried to repeat his previous maneuver of twirling around Bernav's body to regain his sword, but the knight anticipated the move. Bernav stated that the same trick would not work twice, instantly swinging Cecil toward the ground. Cecil narrowly dodged a follow-up thrust, tumbling backward to create distance. He realized Bernav was using mana to resist his attacks. Bernav admitted that Cecil was different than the report suggested, noting that one never truly knows a person until they fight. He disarmed Cecil, throwing the boy's sword away, and observed that Cecil's style seemed to come from raw battlefield experience rather than formal training. Bernav suggested that while such techniques might work against barbarians, they would fail against a true master. Cecil acknowledged to himself that Bernav was a difficult opponent, whose persistent thrusts were disrupting his sense of timing and distance. He knew that their difference in stature limited his own techniques, making Bernav an opponent he shouldn't be facing yet, but he also knew time was running out. Using his mana threads, Cecil reached out and snatched his sword back toward him. The hilt of the returning blade struck Bernav squarely in the back of the head, catching the knight completely by surprise. Before Bernaf could recover, Cecil dashed forward and delivered a knee strike straight to his face, causing the knight to fall backward in a state of confusion. Lady Amelia screamed Bernaf's name in terror as Cecil caught his sword in mid-air and swung downward with a lethal arc. Bernaf managed to shift his head back just enough to avoid a killing blow, using his own sword to deflect the strike and push Cecil away, his eyes locked on his opponent. Bernaf called out to Lady Amelia. He urged her to leave the room immediately, stating that he could no longer guarantee her safety if she stayed nearby. The knight's aura shifted as he declared that he was done holding back. Amelia immediately fled the room with her cat, her mind racing with fury as she wondered how Cecil dared to humiliate her so thoroughly. She questioned who could have possibly leaked information about her secret company, causing her to realize that someone must have informed him for him to know such specific details. She considered the rumors she had heard regarding his recent exploits, defeating orcs, saving his sister from assassins, and besting the successor of House Lodges, and initially assumed the spoiled brat had simply been lucky, or that the stories were exaggerated. However, the weight of the current situation led her to the sinking realization that she was in serious trouble. When she reached the outer area, she demanded to know what her guard knights were doing, only to find them all incapacitated. Standing firm before her was Belinda, who turned toward Amelia with a smile and a calm greeting. Amelia recognized her as the maid from House Perdium, but Belinda quickly silenced her, dashing forward to press a dagger against her throat. The sudden threat shocked Amelia into silence. Belinda then reached out and removed the spider resting on Amelia's face. Recalling how she had once eavesdropped on a conversation between Count Perdium and Count Leopold during the engagement ceremony. She remembered how Amelia's siblings had tried to torment her with spiders, only for Amelia to turn the tables by raising the creatures herself. Belinda questioned if Amelia was attempting to overcome her trauma or simply trying to stand out, before dropping the spider and stomping on it, noting that the look didn't suit her. She then firmly instructed Amelia to follow her orders. Meanwhile, the duel between Bernaf and Cecil continued in the other room. Cecil noted a shift in the air, sensing an enormous amount of mana radiating from his opponent. Bernaf was pissed, causing him to dash towards Cecil with a series of aggressive strikes. Cecil managed to block the initial attack, resulting in Bernaf screaming that Cecil was an insult to nobility before launching a flurry of thrusts intended to stab him. He recognized that Bernaf was no longer holding back, causing Cecil to retreat slightly while telling the knight to slow down. Cecil steadied his blade and waited for an opening. As he dodged a strike, he twirled his sword in an attempt to hit Bernaf directly in the head. Bernaf saw the move and swung his sword upward to parry. Bernaf managed to knock Cecil's sword aside and push him back, causing the two to lock eyes. Bernaf declared that Cecil's previous attack would be his last before thrusting his sword with lethal intent, as blood began to gush. However, Bernaf was surprised to see that Cecil had used his cloak to manipulate the angle. Cecil had intentionally turned his shoulder, anticipating the injury to create an opening for a counterattack. As Cecil began his assault, Bernaf retreated, realizing he could not let his guard down for a second. Bernaf twirled his sword to beat Cecil's blade down, and delivered a sharp kick to Cecil's body, claiming this was the difference between a professional and someone who wielded a sword for fun. The kick sent Cecil backward, but he steadied himself, finding the challenge genuinely fun. He analyzed the fight, noting that Bernaf maintained the upper hand with great speed, close-range jabs, and the ability to block physical counters. Cecil realized he had no chance of winning a conventional fight against a man whose style made it feel as though their swords never parted, especially with his current mana levels. However, he knew he had a secret advantage. Cecil gripped his sword and decided to end the fight using a mana technique Bernaf was unaware of. Cecil released his third core, resulting in a sudden, massive burst of mana. He dashed forward with such swiftness that Bernaf could barely register the movement. When Cecil's sword struck Bernaf's, he twirled the attack with enough force to send Bernaf's weapon flying out of his hand. Bernaf stood in shock, wondering how Cecil could possibly amplify his mana so drastically in the middle of a battle. Cecil did not give him time to recover, lunging forward for the final blow. A scream echoed through the room, calling for the fight to stop. Cecil halted his blade, just as it became slightly embedded in Bernaf's forehead. Behind him, a crying Amelia had arrived, having witnessed the defeat of her strongest knight. She told Cecil to take the 10,000 gold or whatever else he wanted, as long as he left. Cecil sighed, removing his sword as a small trickle of blood ran down Bernaf's face, and remarked that it was a pain she hadn't simply handed the money over when he asked nicely. As Cecil walked toward Amelia, Belinda teased him, asking if this wasn't a bit much for a lover's quarrel. Cecil dismissed it as a small disagreement, but then turned to Amelia with unfortunate news. He informed her that the price had risen to 20,000 gold, and she would have to pay up immediately. Cecil and Belinda had done more than enough to humiliate the Leopold household, leaving Lady Amelia frustrated. Bernaf approached her with an apology, explaining that Cecil was significantly stronger than he had anticipated. He admitted fault for failing to gather better intelligence, noting that Cecil had been able to suddenly release a burst of mana equivalent to that of an upper-level knight. These words only served to irritate Amelia further as she realized that the dynamic of House Perdium had fundamentally shifted. When Bernaf suggested reporting the incident to Duke Delphine, Amelia instantly slapped him. She grabbed his shirt and hissed for him to watch his mouth, questioning if he truly understood the terrifying reach of a duke. She explained that if news of the day's events leaked, they would be cut down immediately. Her alliance with Duke Delphine had been formed behind her father's back, because the Duke promised to fund her planned rebellion in exchange for her help in bringing House Perdium to ruin. She feared that if her siblings found out, they would kill her, and she worried that if Cecil knew about the Actium Company, he might discover her secret pact with the Duke as well. She declared that Cecil must die regardless of the cost, a command Bernaf accepted. Bernaf assessed Cecil's physical condition, noting that while the boy had sustained small injuries and a deep gush on his shoulder, the heavy use of mana would mean he needed time to recover. However, he reminded Amelia that they could not use House Leopold's official knights if they wanted to avoid leaving evidence. Amelia walked toward a map and revealed that she intended to use the specialists they had been training, the Wildcats. She described them as an elite order of war orphans and traffickers, without status or names. She ordered Bernaf to send a dozen of the most talented mana wielders among them to hunt Cecil down. At this particular location, Bernaf agreed, and he set off to prepare them. Amelia stared into the distance, vowing that Cecil would pay for her humiliation with his life. The scene shifted to Cecil's carriage as it rolled away from the castle. Cecil used scraps of cloth to bandage the shoulder wound Bernaf had inflicted, glancing forward at Fergus and Belinda. When Fergus asked if he was all right, Cecil assured him he was fine, though he was privately annoyed by the exertion. He reflected that the 20,000 gold he had extorted from Amelia was more than enough to rebuild their territory, effectively saving them years of labor. While he wished he could have killed Amelia then and there, he knew it would trigger a territorial war that House Perdium, already busy fighting northern barbarians, could not afford. He decided to use his knowledge of the Actium Company to keep Amelia in check and exploit her as much as possible. Belinda, looking confused, asked if everything had gone according to his plan. She recounted his instructions to take down the guard knights if she heard fighting, and to take Amelia hostage. Cecil confirmed it had gone well, though he noted he had originally given those orders to Old Man Fergus. Suddenly, a strange pain shot through Cecil's body, causing Fergus to look at him with concern. Cecil recognized the sensation as the aftershock of releasing his mana cores. He realized he needed to find a way to increase his mana flow, to prevent such a collapse from happening every time he used the technique. Belinda suddenly grabbed his hand, noting that his mana flow was completely tangled. She produced a needle and began performing a specialized form of acupuncture, digging it into his hand multiple times. The treatment caused Cecil to exhale a massive amount of air as the blockages cleared. He watched her in wonder, realizing that only someone highly well-versed in mana could perform such a feat. He recalled that his mother had recruited her and realized she was far from an ordinary maid. While he wondered why someone so powerful would settle in a small town, he decided that having strong allies was essential for what was coming next. Belinda told Cecil that she trusted him and would help him, but she demanded to know why he had risked so much just to get money from Amelia. When Cecil simply replied that he needed funds, and she was the only person he knew who had them, both Fergus and Belinda were shocked. Belinda screamed, pointing out that he had essentially broken off an engagement and risked a feud with Count Leopold just for a quick payout. Cecil assured her that Amelia wouldn't dare report him. When Belinda asked what the money was for, Cecil mentioned the Monster Forest. The name alone shocked her, as he explained his plan to reclaim the territory. Fergus protested, noting that every Count of Perdium since Cecil's great-grandfather had failed to reclaim that land. Cecil cut him off, asking if the person he had sent Fergus to find was ready. Fergus, looking uncomfortable, confirmed the man was where Cecil said he would be, but expressed doubt about the man's condition. Cecil replied that as long as the man was alive, it was enough. Belinda urged them to return to Perdium to treat Cecil's wounds, but Cecil pointed out that Amelia would never let them leave peacefully after what they had done. He knew she would send killers to protect her secrets. Belinda insisted she could fight and reminded him that Fergus was a knight, but Cecil explained that he needed a different kind of fighter, a frontliner. They arrived at a specific caravan and knocked. The door creaked open to reveal a towering, disheveled old man with hair springing all over his face and body. He looked like a wreck, demanding to know who they were. Belinda whispered to Cecil that the man looked more like a dying invalid than a warrior, but Cecil remained firm. The man tried to slam the door, telling the bored nobleman to stop wasting his time, but Cecil stopped him by calling out a name: Ghislaine, the former captain of the Ratatosk mercenary group. Ghislaine froze in shock, and Cecil extended a hand of respect, telling the man he had been dying to meet him. Cecil introduced Ghislaine to his companions, causing a wave of shock to wash over Fergus and Ricardo. They immediately recognized the name, as the Ratatosk mercenary band was notorious for producing experts in every conceivable weapon. Though the group had disbanded years ago, their legendary bravery remained a standard among knights, even if most of their exploits had occurred abroad. Realizing that the disheveled man before them was the captain of that elite force, the group watched tensely as Cecil stepped forward, stating simply that he had come specifically to see him. Without a word of greeting, Ghislaine hurled an axe directly at Cecil's head. Cecil ducked, the blade whistling past him, which instantly triggered the combat instincts of Fergus, Ricardo, and Belinda. They took defensive stances to shield their lord, but Ghislaine merely questioned what they wanted. Belinda urged Cecil to stand back, noting that the man appeared to be out of his right mind. Cecil, however, remained calm and spoke 2 words: eternal punishment. These words caused Ghislaine to stiffen, as Cecil explained that he knew the cure for the incurable disease currently ravaging Ghislaine's daughter. The mention of the illness piqued Ghislaine's interest with desperate intensity. His daughter, Rachel, was suffering from a high fever, coughing up blood while red blotches shaped like flower petals spread across her skin. The disease had earned its grim name because the agony was said to mirror the cruelest torture. Inside the cramped room, Rachel lay on a table, screaming in pain as Ghislaine tried to offer whatever comfort he could. Cecil observed the scene, recalling that in his past life, Ghislaine had committed suicide after his daughter's death. Looking at the dilapidated state of the house, it was clear Ghislaine had liquidated every asset he owned to find a cure, leaving behind nothing but his weapons. As Rachel cried out that it hurt and that she simply wished to die, Cecil decided there was no more time to waste. He began to shed his jacket, but Belinda grabbed his shoulder, pleading with him to leave. She argued that since even priests had declared this a punishment from God that couldn't be cured by strength, there was nothing they could do. Cecil ignored the doubt, asking if she trusted him. He handed her a list of medicinal herbs and ordered her to gather them immediately. His confidence stemmed from the fact that while eternal punishment was currently deemed incurable, a simple cure would be discovered in the future. He remembered the recipe clearly, though it required a fairy's blessing, the incredibly expensive flower he now held. Cecil placed the flower on the table, slicing and dicing it alongside the other herbs. He packed the mixture into a jar, poured liquor over it, and shook the concoction vigorously before adding the final ingredients. Once the ointment was ready, Cecil handed it to Ghislaine and told him to feed it to his daughter. Ghislaine obeyed in a silent prayer of hope. Almost instantaneously, Rachel's breathing stabilized, and the red marks on her skin began to diminish. Fergus watched in disbelief as the blotches vanished, but no one was more shaken than Ghislaine, who screamed his daughter's name, asking if the medicine had truly worked. Cecil explained that the potency was exactly as he expected. When Ghislaine asked how this was possible when divine power had failed, Cecil noted that a priest's power only strengthens the body's natural regeneration, whereas this ointment attacked the root of the illness. Ghislaine grabbed Cecil's hands, trembling as he asked if his daughter would truly be fine. Cecil assured him that in a month or 2, she would be completely recovered. Overwhelmed, Ghislaine dropped to the ground, offering his life in exchange. He claimed that despite having only a useless body left, he would be a dog or a slave if that was what Cecil required. Cecil declined the offer of a slave, stating instead that he needed the old Ghislaine, the legendary captain of the Ratatosk. Ghislaine looked into Cecil's eyes and recognized a terrifying level of ambition. He grabbed his long, matted hair and used an axe to sever it in a single, swift motion, causing the hair to fall limp to the floor. When he stood back up, his refined look made him appear to be a completely different person. He asked Cecil if they were alone or if others were coming to join them. When Cecil confirmed it was just their small group, Ghislaine grabbed a spear and asked if anyone held a grudge against him. Cecil smiled, noting that many did and more would in the future. In response, Ghislaine took a powerful stance and twirled his spear before launching it with incredible force. The weapon pierced through the wall and flew deep into the forest, striking a hidden observer. Ghislaine instantly pulled a rope attached to the spear, dragging the victim swiftly back through the air and into the room. He caught the man by the neck, asking who had sent him. The spy was too shocked to speak, wondering how he had been detected from such a distance. Ghislaine turned to Cecil to ask for his orders. Cecil, knowing exactly who had sent the assassin, began to draw his own sword, but Ghislaine stopped him. He stated that he would handle it for his new lord. Ghislaine tightened his grip, resulting in an instant sickening crunch as the man's neck gave way. The room fell silent as Ghislaine bowed to Cecil. Belinda watched with a growing sense of unease, wondering why Cecil had chosen someone so dangerous and comfortable with killing. Ghislaine knelt once more, pledging that from this day forward his life belonged to Lord Cecil Perdium. Cecil realized he had just secured the most vital component of his plan. He smiled and welcomed the legendary mercenary to the team. The news of the scout's death reached the wildcat traffickers' hideout instantly, causing a wave of confusion to ripple through the ranks. The men began to mock the fallen scout, calling him a fool for dying so easily, but their leader quickly commanded them to shut up and lower their voices. Viego, the leader of the wildcat traffickers, accepted their apologies before noting that, according to the information provided by Bernaf, Cecil should not have possessed the forces necessary to find, let alone kill, one of their scouts. He questioned whether the scout was simply incompetent, or if the intelligence they had received was faulty. One of the subordinates mentioned that it appeared Ghislaine had joined Cecil's side, which came as a genuine shock to Viego. He reached out and grabbed one of the men who had served as a scout, squeezing his neck as he demanded to know if it was the truth. The man struggled to confirm that he had seen it with his own eyes. Viego was visibly annoyed, realizing that his old leader was finally on the move again. The scene shifted to Ghislaine, who was riding ahead as the group traveled. Inside the carriage, Belinda complained about the cramped conditions, asking Cecil if the old man really had to bring so many weapons. She joked that he looked like a weapon seller and pointed out that they had been forced to buy an additional carriage just to accommodate his gear. Cecil explained that they needed an extra carriage to transport Rachel comfortably anyway, and he urged Belinda to be patient, noting that the weapons would eventually come in handy. He focused the group on the immediate goal of passing through the gorge. As they moved through the rocky terrain, Belinda asked Cecil if the spy from earlier had been sent by Lady Amelia. Cecil confirmed it was almost certain, causing Belinda to remark that things were about to get difficult. She identified the mask the spy had worn as the symbol of the Wildcat Traffickers, a powerful guild in Leopold. When Cecil expressed surprise at the name, Belinda explained that they specialized in smuggling, assassinations, drug trades, and human trafficking. She described them as nasty individuals steeped in darkness, many of whom were physically formidable because they were former members of a skilled mercenary guild. Cecil questioned how a maid at Perdium Castle knew so much about such a group, but Belinda brushed it off, claiming she had simply picked up bits of information before she started working at the castle. She warned that they were persistent and that the group needed to be careful. Cecil merely smiled, stating it would be fine since they had Ghislaine with them. As the carriage galloped through the gorge, the sand behind them suddenly rose as two men dashed forward to ambush them. Ghislaine spotted the underground movement instantly. He grabbed his weapons from his back to block the simultaneous attacks coming from both sides, parrying their blades before slicing their hands off to render them immobile. In one fluid motion, he swung his axe and split the second man's head in two, making quick work of the pair in less than 10 seconds. Looking up, Ghislaine spotted more men hanging from the trees. The horses began to scream frantically as tree trunks were dropped in front of them, successfully blocking their path. Cecil noted that the ambush was exactly what he had expected. Multiple men from the Wildcat Traffickers gathered around the carriage, and Viego stepped forward to confront Ghislaine. He called Ghislaine a coward and an arrogant old fool who had disbanded the Ratatosk mercenary band just because of his daughter. Ghislaine stepped down from the carriage and claimed he didn't know who Viego was talking about, which only enraged the younger man. Viego claimed he had ended up with a life he never wanted because of Ghislaine, and he expressed frustration that Ghislaine seemed to have grown so senile that he didn't even recognize a former member of his own band. Ghislaine remained silent, leading Viego to declare he would remind him by force. He ordered his men to kill Ghislaine. Cecil asked if Ghislaine needed help, but Ghislaine requested that his young master stay back, noting that the man's grudge seemed to be personal. Ghislaine pulled out his axe and stated he could handle them alone, instantly swinging the massive weapon to cut through the first wave of attackers. More traffickers rushed forward, calling him an old fool, but Ghislaine took a firm stance and began striking and stabbing everyone in his path. The traffickers stood no chance. He used his axe to slice bodies in half with ease. Watching from a distance, Viego realized that Ghislaine's strength from his mercenary days had not left him. He screamed for his men to split up and attack from both sides. In response, Ghislaine jumped onto his horse, surprising the traffickers with his agility. He pulled a long axe from the horse's pouch and began spinning it in a wide, lethal circle. As he approached the surrounding men, the momentum of the axe pushed their bodies away in every direction. One man tried to close in, but found the archway of the spinning blade impossible to penetrate. Viego screamed at his followers, calling them fools, and telling them to target the horse instead of Ghislaine. Ghislaine reacted by thrusting his weapon in a circular formation, slicing through the men before they could reach the animal. From inside the carriage, Belinda watched the bloody scene with a distraught expression. Suddenly, Viego dashed upward from behind to deliver a downward stab, but Ghislaine raised a shield to defend himself. Viego told Ghislaine that he shouldn't have the audacity to sabotage someone whose life he had already ruined, vowing to kill the old captain himself. He threw 3 daggers at Ghislaine's horse, causing the animal to fall unconscious and Ghislaine to spill onto the ground. Viego appeared directly in front of Ghislaine with his sword raised, but Ghislaine used his axe to parry the blow, using his shield to strike Viego in the back. A confused Viego moved backward. Ghislaine began to imbue his attacks with mana, declaring that he had put his past behind him and was now nothing more than an attendant to Lord Cecil. The statement only made Viego more furious, and he dashed forward with the full intention of ending Ghislaine's life. The duel between Viego and Ghislaine intensified as Viego launched a direct assault, forcing Ghislaine to rely on his shield to block a relentless barrage of strikes. Viego's frustration boiled over, leading him to scream that the mercenary band had dissolved the moment Ghislaine left, causing him to abandon his dreams and resort to the underworld just to survive. Ghislaine met these accusations with a heavy silence, pulling his shield back to create an opening for a counterattack with his axe. Viego managed to dodge the blade and pivoted into a high kick aimed at Ghislaine's face, which Ghislaine avoided, though the force of the strike shattered his shield into fragments. Viego mocked Ghislaine for becoming a puppet to a spoiled nobleman, lamenting that he had once been ready to dedicate his life to making the Ratatosk the best in the world. He punctuated his disdain by hurling 3 daggers in quick succession. Ghislaine deflected them with his axe, but Viego was already closing the distance with a raised dagger. Ghislaine dodged the initial stab, only for Viego to twirl mid-air and land a low, sweeping strike. Viego felt he held the upper hand, believing that while Ghislaine was still strong, he had softened during the years spent tending to his daughter's illness. Viego boasted that his own experience in the underworld made him the superior combatant. In a clever maneuver, Viego used his foot to kick the fallen daggers toward Ghislaine's back. Ghislaine used his armor to deflect the projectiles, just as Viego launched another forward charge. Ghislaine swung his axe, but Viego spun upwards, descending with his dagger held high for a killing blow. To Viego's horror, the attack was stopped mid-air by a sickening crack. Ghislaine had caught the blade with his mana-infused hand easy. Ghislaine asked if Viego's desire for revenge was truly that strong, causing Viego to spiral into confusion as to why his own power couldn't pierce Ghislaine's defenses. Before he could recover, Ghislaine's axe struck his face, sending him flying across the clearing until he crashed against a tree. Ghislaine approached the fallen man, questioning why he had waited until today to attack if he wanted revenge so badly. Viego revealed that he had visited Ghislaine's home before, but had found only a weak old man not even worth killing. He demanded to know what had happened to the leader he once looked up to. Ghislaine remained silent for a moment before tossing Viego's sword back to him, instructing him to stand up. He declared that since he was now being led by someone else, he would treat his old comrade with the respect due to a member of the Ratatosk. This sparked a new fire in Viego, who rose and claimed that Ghislaine was finally worth fighting. The battle reignited with a swift flow of movement, a blur of parries, kicks, and twirls. In the midst of the chaos, Ghislaine found an opening and stabbed Viego through the side of his arm and into his lungs. Viego coughed up blood but attempted one last desperate swing aimed at Ghislaine's head. Moving swiftly, Ghislaine delivered a final downward strike. As the blow descended, Ghislaine thought of Viego Villanos, the leader of the Ratatosk's 5th unit, vowing to remember him. Viego met the end with a smile, his lifeless body falling to the ground as Ghislaine retrieved his weapon. Cecil stepped forward to commend the good work, while Belinda noted that the loot gathered from the traffickers would fetch a high price. Ghislaine bowed, apologizing for the delay, but Cecil dismissed it. Cecil realized that Ghislaine was even more exceptional than the legends suggested. He remembered how, in his past life, the stories of Ghislaine's leadership had formed the foundation for his own eventual rise as the Mercenary King. He felt a sense of respect for Ghislaine's past and began to wonder what other former comrades were doing. He resolved to find and recruit them all in due time. Following Belinda's suggestion, Cecil ordered the group to collect everything of value, leading to some light banter as Belinda teased Ghislaine about his new role. 2 days later, the group finally arrived at the borders of the Perdium territory. Belinda sighed in relief at being home, while Ghislaine took in the sight of the land. Cecil asked for his first impression, and though Ghislaine tried to be polite, Cecil saw through the lie. He pointed out that the houses were old-fashioned, and the fields lay fallow because the workers had been conscripted into the military. Ghislaine admitted he hadn't realized the situation was so dire. Cecil declared his intent to resolve these issues, explaining that he needed everyone's help for the long fight ahead. He aimed to protect everything he had once taken for granted by eliminating Duke Delphine and his associates. He promised himself that he would make this territory thrive. As they reached the estate, Belinda's attention was caught by a towering figure waiting for them. Cecil looked up and realized his father was standing directly in front of him. The sight of his father shifted the focus to the inner chambers of Perdium Castle, where a heated argument was already in progress. The officers were debating a reduction in troop numbers, causing a sharp counter-argument that such a move would leave the borders defenseless. One suggested seeking additional funds from House Leipold, but another pointed out that the Leipolds had actually decreased their financial support while secretly stockpiling food and growing their own private forces. To Cecil, sitting beside his father, the bickering felt like mere background noise. He observed the men, Randolph, Albert, and Homern, realizing they hadn't changed at all. While only months had passed for the young Cecil, the soul of the Mercenary King within him felt the weight of decades. Breaking his silence, Cecil thanked his father, Count Xivalter Perdium, for his hard work on the battlefield. Xivalter was visibly surprised by the sudden show of respect. As a younger boy, Cecil had despised his father's rigid nature, but he could now see the immense fatigue and the crushing weight of lordship settling on the man's shoulders. Xivalter took a slow sip of his coffee, before asking where Cecil had been for the past week. When Cecil mentioned visiting the Leipold territory, his father immediately questioned if he had caused more trouble. Cecil assured him he hadn't, though Albert chimed in with disbelief, mentioning the rumors of Cecil winning money in a duel against Kane, and questioning if he had gone there to gamble it away. Cecil privately likened his actions more to an investment than gambling, but simply stated he had business with Amelia. Homern attempted to lecture Cecil on his duties as the successor of House Perdium, but Cecil cut him short, assuring the officer not to worry. The interruption clearly annoyed Homern. The Count eventually silenced the room, bringing up reports that Cecil had personally dealt with Jamal and Philip for attempting to sell Elena. Randolph was quick to dismiss the feat, suggesting the two traitors had likely fought each other, and Cecil had merely delivered the final blow. Recognizing that Randolph's pride as Knight Captain was at stake, Cecil decided to play along and agreed that it happened something like that. Despite the dismissal from his officers, Xivalter looked at his son and told him he had done well, noting that Elena's safety was what truly mattered. The rare praise surprised Cecil, who took the opportunity to ask for a favor. Homern and Randolph immediately assumed he was asking for his allowance back, and began listing his past misdeeds, causing Cecil to reflect on his own chaotic reputation. However, Cecil silenced them by declaring his intention to reclaim the monster forest. The room fell into a stunned silence at the sheer audacity of the proposal. Later, back in his room, Cecil informed Belinda and Ghislaine that his father had rejected the request, describing how the officers had practically cursed him out of the room. Belinda agreed with the rejection, arguing there was no need to stir up a nest of monsters. Ghislaine added that the Forest of Death was infamous even in distant regions. No one who entered ever returned, and its depths remained a total mystery. Cecil acknowledged the danger but stood up to leave anyway, causing Belinda to scream in confusion since he lacked permission. Cecil clarified that he wasn't seeking permission but was merely being polite, as the task was a necessity. He kept his true motives secret to prevent rumors, knowing that the forest contained an enormous vein of runestones, rare ores highly coveted by mages for everything from alchemy to magic scrolls. In his past life, Duke Delphine had claimed this wealth, but now the knowledge belonged solely to Cecil. Belinda reluctantly accepted his resolve, and Ghislaine pledged to follow his lead. Cecil then instructed Belinda to recruit 200 mercenaries from nearby territories, causing her to complain about the cost of their hard-earned money. Ghislaine warned that such a large, unruly bunch would likely stab them in the back, leading Cecil to suggest they personally recruit a useful core group. He set his sights on the Kelveros Mercenary Band, a group Ghislaine described as rabid dogs, who wouldn't hesitate to tear apart their own employers. Cecil remained undeterred, intent on putting a leash on them. Upon arriving at the outskirts of the Zimba territory where the Kelveros were stationed, a scout watched them through a telescope, mocking the noble kid and plotting to extort him. His mockery ended abruptly as Ghislaine reached out and grabbed the man's head. The telescope hit the ground as the scout screamed in agony. Ghislaine shook the man violently before hurling him deep into the center of the Kelveros camp, causing an immediate uproar. The mercenaries swarmed out, reaching for their weapons and calling the old man insane for assaulting them. A man who appeared to be the leader stepped forward, vowing that they wouldn't leave in one piece. Cecil, remaining perfectly calm on his horse, simply smiled at the rowdy crowd and told them to shut up, demanding to see their leader. The man before him burst into laughter, calling out to his subordinates that the brat had no idea where he was. He declared that since Cecil had started this, he would have to take responsibility, causing him to swing his weapon, a heavy mace attached to a long chain. Before the iron ball could reach Cecil, Ghislaine intervened, using his blade to wedge into a link of the chain with effortless precision. The mercenaries stood in shocked silence, annoyed that their opening move had been so easily neutralized. Cecil smiled, noting that he knew they wouldn't be open to a peaceful discussion, and instructed Ghislaine to handle them without killing anyone. Ghislaine took a defensive stance in front of Cecil, acknowledging the order before suddenly jerking the chain. The sudden force dragged the man holding it through the air, causing him to fly forward. Ghislaine pivoted and used the man's own mace to strike him squarely in the stomach, sending him crashing to the ground. The fallen mercenaries screamed that they wouldn't go easy on them just because they were nobles, prompting the rest of the band to dash toward Ghislaine. In response, Ghislaine yanked the chain again, using the man as a human flail to sweep the approaching attackers across the room. As the mercenaries scrambled back, fear became visible in their eyes. Cecil dismounted his horse and asked how much longer they had to wait, telling the small fries to step aside and bring out their captain. A man walked out, grumbling that he had been having a perfectly good nap. The group immediately stood at attention as he introduced himself as Kaor, the leader of the Kelveros mercenary band. Though he looked calm, his presence was commanding. Cecil told him plainly that he was there to hire the band. Kaor questioned why a nobleman who should be well-versed in etiquette would assault his subordinates before asking for a contract. Cecil replied that the violence was his way of greeting them, as he believed it was the best way to tame them. Kaor smiled at the word tame, suggesting they might start a war instead, but he agreed to hear Cecil out in his office. Once inside, Cecil revealed his plan to reclaim the monster forest. The news caused a murmur to ripple through the mercenaries, who wondered if he truly meant the infamous territory next to Perdium. Kaor asked why he would mess with such a dangerous place. When Cecil introduced himself as the eldest son of Count Perdium, the mercenaries erupted in laughter, mocking him as the spoiled brat they had all heard rumors about. Kaor told the spoiled little nobleman that the forest was no place for a weakling, and declared that they were done. He signaled his boys to ready their weapons to drive Cecil and Ghislaine out. As Ghislaine moved to protect his lord, Cecil asked Kaor if he was simply scared, suggesting the rumors of the Kelveros being strong were exaggerated. Kaor placed his leg on the table, stating they were mercenaries who didn't take work that didn't pay. Cecil smiled and noted that weaklings always make excuses, causing Kaor's temper to flare. Kaor exhaled, claiming he had lost interest in Cecil's weak provocations, and offered to let them go if they paid for the injuries they had caused. Cecil closed his eyes and refused, instead challenging Kaor to Moriana's approval. The challenge picked everyone's attention instantly. Cecil explained the traditional mercenary bet: 2 fighters with 2 hands tied together, restricted to using only daggers and forbidden from using mana. Stepping outside a small drawn circle would result in an automatic loss. The custom was notoriously violent, often resulting in death, with the loser becoming the victor's dog. Ghislaine wondered how a nobleman could know such a nasty custom, realizing that in the mercenary world, refusing such a challenge was equivalent to admitting cowardice. Kaor laughed as the energy in the room turned dark and eerie, accepting the challenge to show the noble his own customs. The scene shifted to the 2 men standing within the enclosed circle, their hands bound by a tight knot. The mercenaries began to chant for Kaor to kill the cocky bastard, while Ghislaine watched the situation unfold in silence. Kaor told Cecil there was no going back, boasting that he had survived this trial 5 times already. He grabbed Cecil and yanked him forward to show off his experience before snickering. In that same instant, Cecil grabbed and pulled Kaor back with a strength that defied his appearance, stating that he had done this over 100 times. These words caused the blood to drain from Kaor's face as the true gravity of the challenge set in. Cecil and Kaor glared at each other as they declared the start of Moriana's approval, instantly thrusting their daggers forward in a synchronized blur. Both men dodged the initial strike simultaneously, looking at each other for a fraction of a second, before launching into a second exchange that was equally inconclusive. They mimicked each other's movements with such speed that the duel became a blur of steel. Kaor suddenly jerked the bond between them, attempting to pull Cecil into a backstab, but Cecil strangely managed to block the blade from behind his back without looking. He bent his body to avoid a follow-up thrust, maintaining a fluid rhythm of evasion as the cycle of attacks repeated. Kaor launched a heavy kick, which Cecil intercepted with his own leg, causing a sharp jolt of pain to radiate through his shin. Kaor smiled, noting that Cecil was doing quite well for someone claiming to have done this 100 times. He mocked the idea, suggesting that since it was rare to survive such a custom even once, Cecil should try to be more convincing with his tall tales. They clashed again, the duel moving at a breakneck pace, while the surrounding mercenaries chanted for their leader to destroy the cocky noble. The crowd's noise died down abruptly as Ghislaine glared at them, his expression making it clear they should remain quiet. Ghislaine was privately uncomfortable. He realized Cecil was at a severe disadvantage. The circle wasn't even large enough for a man to lie down in, and the ban on mana meant Cecil had to face Kaor's superior stature and strength with restricted movement. Ghislaine decided that if his young master appeared to be in true danger, he would have to intervene. Suddenly, Kaor pivoted and yanked the bond, pulling Cecil upward. Cecil remained calm, leaping mid-flight to catch his balance and land back on the ground. However, the accumulated shock in his legs, from blocking Kaor's earlier kicks without mana, began to take its toll. Kaor laughed at the sight, asking if the kid was rattled and if his legs were starting to shake. He thrashed forward with another attack, thinking how pathetic it was for Cecil Perdium to resist his overwhelming power. Kaor acknowledged that Cecil had guts for a noble, but he felt he could see through every plan. He realized Cecil was prioritizing blocking the daggers, while sacrificing his legs to absorb the blunt force of the kicks. Since Moriana's approval dictates that every contact adds to the total pain, Kaor expected the damage to eventually break Cecil's composure. Kaor twirled his dagger into a strange, inverted grip and lunged with a flurry of strikes. Cecil continued his desperate dance of evasion, using his bare hand to deflect a blade aimed at his face. In that split second, Kaor trapped Cecil's hand in a vulnerable position and drove his knee upward. Cecil raised his leg once more to shield himself, causing the agony in his limb to intensify further. Kaor declared that this was the end, raising his dagger high for a lethal strike to the head. Ghislaine reached for his axe, ready to save Cecil, but Cecil suddenly smiled. He tumbled forward in an unorthodox roll, dodging the strike from an impossible angle. Using his body weight to anchor the movement, Cecil whirled around, pulling Kaor off balance and slicing the mercenary leader across his side. The sudden reversal shocked everyone. Kaor tried to retaliate with a wide swish of his dagger, but Cecil dodged again, carving a second wound across Kaor's chest that caused blood to gush out. The mercenaries began to scream in disbelief, wondering how their leader was suddenly being hit after dominating the fight. Kaor tried to slice with his blade, but Cecil kept finding the gaps in his defense, hitting him in the face with a heavy shoulder tackle before following up with a punch. Cecil twirled his dagger and drove it straight into Kaor's hand, right where the knot was tied. Kaor screamed, beginning to lash out uncalculatively as fear took hold of him. He wondered what kind of dirty tricks Cecil was using. Ghislaine realized that Cecil had found his flow. While Kaor's heavy punches were causing his muscles to stiffen and his flexibility to vanish, Cecil had kept his own body loose. He hadn't tried to match Kaor's raw strength, instead using the mercenary's own momentum against him. Seeing that Cecil had overcome the physical gap, Ghislaine put his axe back in its pouch. The crowd continued to jeer at Kaor, telling him the joke wasn't funny anymore as their leader began to stagger. Cecil grabbed him, applauding his tenacity, and noting that some men would have broken the rules by using mana the moment they started losing. Kaor, struggling to stay upright, insisted that he became leader through this custom and that a mercenary who breaks the rules cannot lead. Cecil smiled at the admirable sentiment, but Kaor wasn't finished. He admitted he was at a disadvantage in a head-on fight, but noted there were other ways to win. Kaor suddenly lunged, pulling Cecil with the intent to throw him out of the circle. As Cecil was lifted into the air, Kaor smiled, believing that landing outside the boundary would secure his victory. However, Cecil used his dagger to shift his center of gravity mid-air, twirling his body to use the push and pull of Kaor's own movement as propulsion. He pulled himself back into the circle and delivered a sharp kick to Kaor's leg. The pressure of Cecil's weight, combined with the sudden pull on their bound hands, forced Kaor's head straight to the ground. To the shock of the onlookers, the attack meant to eject Cecil had been redirected, resulting in Kaor's head landing outside the circle. Cecil smiled softly, declaring his victory. A stunned Kaor asked who he truly was and how he was so skilled. Cecil told him to fix his attitude, noting that he was about to become Kaor's master. He then yanked Kaor back into the center of the circle. When a confused Kaor asked why, since the match should be over, Cecil noted that he hadn't actually stepped outside the circle yet. He followed the remark with a heavy punch, stating that it was time for a lesson on obedience, causing a collective gasp as the mercenary leader hit the dirt. Disoriented, Kaor stammered about the rules and leaving the circle, but Cecil ignored the protest entirely. Instead, he followed up with another heavy punch to the face, asking Kaor if he intended to fight strictly by the rules on a real battlefield too. Kaor screamed in rage, questioning if Cecil actually considered himself a nobleman, which only prompted Cecil to tell the bastard not to talk back to his master before striking him again. Cecil proceeded to pummel Kaor's face repeatedly, mirrored by the same intensity he had shown Cain previously. The surrounding men began to murmur, wondering if they should intervene since the wager had clearly reached its conclusion. Kaor's bravado vanished, replaced by desperate pleas for Cecil to stop. Standing up, Cecil yanked Kaor back to his feet, coldly noting that he hadn't actually stepped outside the circle yet. Terror flooded Kaor's expression, causing him to scream at his men to kill Cecil. The mercenaries instantly drew their swords to comply, but Ghislaine was faster. He stepped forward and brandished his axe, asking if anyone actually wanted to fall in love with his blade. The sheer threat in his stance caused them to freeze, their bodies trembling with visible fear. Meanwhile, Kaor stood there with a face so swollen it looked as though he had undergone a botched plastic surgery. As he trembled, Cecil looked him over and suggested they keep going. Kaor was beyond words, letting out a hollow laugh as another punch surged toward his face. He bitterly reflected that all nobles were petty, arrogant narcissists, pathetic worms who begged for their lives the moment things got real. He couldn't comprehend how he, the mad dog who feared no one, was being dismantled by a noble rat. As the crowd began to scream that Kaor would actually die at this rate, Cecil decided he had done enough. He turned to the surrounding mercenaries and barked orders for water, bandages, and clean towels. The men were initially confused until Cecil pointed out that their leader would die if left in that state, causing them to snap into action and dash for supplies to treat Kaor. Ghislaine watched the scene with growing surprise, noting that these notoriously stubborn mercenaries were actually following Cecil's orders. He realized that in their world, the fist was mightier than the law, and Cecil had chosen the most intuitive way to prove he was the real leader. Once Kaor was stitched up, Cecil sat him down and presented a legal document, commanding him to sign. Kaor stared at the paper and then at Cecil, before quietly resigning himself to his fate and signing. He initially tried to hand the paper back with a trace of his old defiance, but Cecil's sharp questioning of his disobedience caused him to quickly correct his tone. Kaor addressed Cecil as his lord, leading Cecil to grab his hand with a terrifyingly friendly smile. Cecil declared that from that moment forward they were family, urging them to do their best together. The scene shifted as a larger group of mercenaries gathered, grumbling about the early hour and the lack of lunch. Rumors began to circulate that their new employer was the young lord of House Perdium. They laughed, assuming a brat would have no idea how to handle men like them, and figuring they could slack off without him noticing. A massive man, known as Muscle Man Gordon, walked into the space, clapping his hands to get their attention. He smiled, suggesting they needed a representative to squeeze their employer dry. Gordon told the soldiers he was impressed by their debate on profit, but noted they needed to join forces to get results. The men agreed, recalling a time they weren't paid because a previous representative asked for too much. Gordon proposed that he step up to pressure the employer, asking the men to pay him whatever they thought his efforts were worth. They readily agreed, believing his huge physique would be helpful for intimidation. Suddenly, someone spotted a figure approaching from a distance. Cecil was riding toward them on his horse, appearing to be alone. The mercenaries smirked, thinking the fool might actually turn tail and run once he saw Gordon. Gordon waved at his men, telling everyone to step up and look intimidating so they could teach the cute little nobleman a lesson. But his confidence evaporated when he saw the horde of riders following behind the boy. Ghislaine and Kaor were there, with the entire Kelveros mercenary band following Cecil like a tamed pack. The sight of the dog helms shocked the onlookers, who couldn't believe the notoriously difficult Kelveros were following a noble. Gordon began to tremble as the group entered the space. Cecil glared down at him, asking if he was the representative. Gordon stammered a confirmation, and after Cecil asked for his name, he introduced himself. Cecil noted that Muscle Man Gordon was a great name before introducing himself as the son of Count Perdium. The mercenaries were instantly intimidated by his presence. Cecil moved on and told Gordon to round up all the mercenaries, declaring that they were going to reclaim the monster forest. The pieces were finally moving. Some time had passed, and Cecil stood at the edge of his encampment while Belinda helped him fasten his armor. He looked out over the temporary expedition camp, observing the massive amount of manpower and supplies they had managed to gather. He asked Belinda for a final head count, leading her to report that they had 148 contract mercenaries, 41 men from the Kelveros mercenary band, and their own small group, bringing the total to 192 people. Cecil asked if she had spoken to Scovin yet, and she confirmed that the officer had surprisingly offered to cover for them. Since Scovin was originally in charge of the Monster Forest post, his cooperation ensured that no one would find out about the unauthorized expedition. Satisfied, Cecil called for everyone's attention. He announced that they were facing the Monster Forest and intended to reclaim it, warning them that despite the rumors, the area was filled with mysterious dangers, unknown monsters, and risks far beyond their expectations. The mention of the forest caused a wave of fear to ripple through the ranks, leading many to recoil and murmur about the possibility of dying inside. Belinda sharply rebuked them for cutting Cecil off, but Cecil raised his hand, telling those who were unwilling to join that they could leave now. However, he followed this with a promise that if they succeeded, he would triple their pay. The mention of such a massive payout instantly recaptured their attention. Belinda leaned in and whispered frantically, questioning where the money would come from since they had already spent most of their funds on preparations. Cecil told her that this was the best way to boost morale, adding that they would have more than enough wealth once they succeeded. Though Belinda looked uncomfortable, she accepted that they had no choice but to proceed. Nearby, Kaor remarked to Ghislaine that only a fool would promise triple pay, suggesting their new master was incredibly reckless. Ghislaine simply noted that Cecil knew exactly what he was doing before the order was given to march. Once inside the forest, the expedition forces began the grueling work of felling trees with their axes and gathering wood. Cecil joined the effort, kicking down a tree to clear the view and directing everyone to keep opening a path to let the light in. He ordered the men to load the carts and instructed those without specific tasks to dig around the stumps to pull them out by the roots. Cecil relied on the development records from House Delphine that he had acquired in his past life, knowing the forest was vast and held immense resources. For now, his priority was securing the fastest route to the runestone vein, as that wealth would be essential in stopping the schemes against House Perdium. Kaor watched Cecil work, surprised to see their employer getting his hands dirty. Some of the other mercenaries mocked the display, dismissing it as noble nonsense and betting that Cecil would tire out before long. Belinda snapped at them to get back to work, but she also questioned Cecil privately, asking why he was stooping to their level when he had paid so much to hire them. Cecil explained that the work would go faster with more hands, and that he didn't want to stay in the forest any longer than necessary. Belinda noted that he spoke as if he already knew every secret of the place. Kaor joked that he was jealous of the attention Cecil received from Belinda, lamenting that he was merely a loyal dog, walking into hell. Ghislaine, annoyed by the chatter, struck Kaor in the back with a wooden stick, causing a brief argument that drew the attention of Cecil and Belinda. Cecil observed that things were going smoothly so far. He remembered that in his previous timeline, House Delphine had reclaimed this forest after establishing a new dynasty, though he never knew why they chose this specific location. His knowledge of the resources and monsters allowed him to prepare, though the mercenaries were still confused as to why they had brought hundreds of lanterns. Some argued that torches would have been cheaper for nightlight, but Cecil remained silent, feeling nervous that nothing had happened yet. He urged the men not to let their guard down as they ventured deeper into the woods. As the canopy thickened and the light faded, some men began to wonder if it was already nighttime. They laughed about the supposed dangers, noting that they hadn't seen a single monster and concluding the rumors were exaggerated. They even joked that they didn't need Gordon to negotiate for them since the job was so easy. One man even kicked Gordon, demanding his money back, but Gordon didn't respond. He stood frozen, staring ahead in terror. He asked the others if they remembered cutting down trees on the way in, and when they confirmed they had, Gordon pointed out that there was no longer a path behind them. A massive, ominous tree had suddenly appeared where the trail should have been. Cecil immediately ordered everyone to take a fighting stance. Some mercenaries were confused, asking what they were supposed to be fighting, but Cecil ignored them and focused on Gordon. He told Gordon to move toward him slowly, one step at a time, warning him that he would die if he stayed there. Gordon turned to comply, but the wood in his hand accidentally struck the trunk of the tree in front of him. The ground began to shake, causing everyone to scream. But when the tremors stopped and nothing happened, one of the men laughed. He called Cecil a scaredy cat, claiming he had simply lost his way in the dense forest. Cecil warned the man to get away or die, but the mercenaries shouted back, accusing Cecil of using fear to control them. Suddenly, a thick vine wrapped around the man's belly. Before he could even scream, the vine yanked him upward into the towering canopy. A massive, gaping mouth opened in the center of the tree, swallowing the man whole in an instant. The mercenaries watched in horror as the trees revealed their eyes and mouths, proving they were very much alive. Cecil stood his ground at the front of the line, identifying the monsters as direst ents. The forest suddenly convulsed as the trees around the expedition came to life, causing a wave of pure terror to wash over the men. They scrambled to retreat from the monstrous sight, screaming that they would be eaten alive, but the vines were far faster than their panicked legs. The wooden appendages lashed out, snagging mercenaries and hoisting them into gaping maws that munched on them with a speed that was almost surreal. In the middle of the chaos, Gordon lunged for a nearby trunk to pull himself away from a questing vine, shrieking for help. A nearby mercenary swung his axe with all his might to sever the restraint, but rather than cutting the wood, the axe head shattered against the incredibly tough fiber. Before the man could even process why the vine was so durable, the monster tree yanked Gordon toward its mouth. Just as he was about to be swallowed, Cecil blurred into motion, dashing forward to slash through the vine with a single, clean stroke. Not stopping there, he spun with the momentum and drove his blade into the tree's eye, causing the creature to let out a deafening growl of agony. As Gordon hit the dirt, the mercenaries realized that Cecil had successfully damaged a weak point. Cecil exhaled, commanding everyone to snap out of their daze and huddle together. He warned them that dispersing would only make them easy targets, ordering them to raise their shields and focus entirely on defense until he issued the next command. The men complied instantly, creating a wall of steel to guard every side, fueled by a desperate refusal to die in the dirt. Cecil ran toward Kaor, demanding the oil lamps they had prepared. Kaor realized in that moment exactly why Cecil had insisted on the strange cargo. Kaor's second-in-command noted the monsters were fixated on their position, leading Cecil to scream the order to throw. The air was filled with flying glass as the mercenaries hurled the lamps, but the monsters used their vines to swat the projectiles out of the air before they could make contact. Kaor watched with growing dread, fearing their only plan had been neutralized. The tide shifted as Ghislaine's axe whistled through the air, cleaving the attacking vines to protect the huddle, while Belinda's thrown dagger found the eye of another monster. Cecil instructed them to protect the Kelveros mercenaries, while the rest prepared another volley of lanterns. He stepped forward calmly, stating he would act as the distraction, causing Belinda to scream a warning for him to be careful. Cecil steadied himself, parrying and dodging a relentless barrage of vines as he moved. He dashed toward the primary monster, just as it let out a roar that shook the ground. To the shock of the men, the creatures began uprooting themselves, revealing massive legs. The mercenaries watched in a trance, wondering if their employer was about to be crushed by the mobile behemoths, but Cecil simply lunged upward. He sliced into the monster's leg and leaped into the air, burying his sword deep into its eye before jumping back to safety. The trees began to converge on him, but Belinda seized the moment, screaming for everyone to throw the lanterns while the monsters were distracted. An endless supply of fire rained down on the direst Ents, and this time the flames took hold. As the forest began to burn, the mercenaries cheered, believing the fight was nearly over. Gordon even smiled, remarking that the trees didn't stand a chance against fire. However, Cecil remained focused, telling them to keep their guard up because the battle was far from finished. His warning confused the men until he explained that the monsters were about to reveal their true forms. Suddenly, a massive shroud of steam and smoke engulfed the area, turning the battlefield into a deep black void where only the glowing eyes of the creatures remained visible. The men wondered if the fire had gone out, but Cecil clarified that the steam was the result of the fire hitting the monster's hydrated flesh. As the mist settled, the charred outer bark fell away to reveal tall, disgusting creatures that roared with renewed fury. The mercenaries recoiled, horrified that the monsters were still alive. In that moment, Cecil raised his sword once more, commanding everyone to switch to melee combat. He didn't wait for a response, shouting for a charge as he dashed headlong toward the transformed beasts. As Cecil dashed toward the monsters, the creatures let out a deafening roar. The mercenaries became frantic, their eyes wide as they wondered if they were actually expected to fight such massive entities at close range. In that moment of hesitation, Kaor and his men surged forward with a sense of grim excitement. Kaor called out for the Kelvaros mercenaries to move, and Belinda followed suit, shouting for Cecil not to be reckless. The rest of the men watched in awe, marveling at how anyone could move so boldly in the face of such creatures. Ghislaine turned to the wavering mercenaries and demanded to know what they were waiting for, reminding them that this was a direct order from Cecil. He told them to trust and follow their leader. Spurred by his words, the men steadied themselves, shouting that they had nothing to lose and that their employer clearly knew what he was doing. They dashed into the fray, emboldened by Cecil's shout that the monsters' backs were burned, and they were nothing more than giant scarecrows at this point. With their morale soaring, the army descended upon the direst Ents, striking their vital points almost effortlessly. Cecil knew that in this forest, hesitation was synonymous to death. He moved to stop the monsters' momentum, pushing his army to act without a second of doubt. He swung his blade, tearing through a beast directly in front of him and causing it to crash to the ground. He knew he had to continue strengthening their willpower until they believed anything was possible. As the last of the fallen monsters hit the dirt, the mercenaries looked around in disbelief, realizing they had actually killed every creature in their path. Cecil ordered everyone to get in line behind him, explaining that they had only just entered the monster forest and had already faced threats like the direst Ents. He promised to always lead from the front lines, asking for their continued trust. The weight of his words resonated deeply, causing the men to cheer in unison for their leader. As the expedition pushed deeper, they encountered a multitude of other creatures. Following Cecil's specific instructions and strategies, they were able to dismantle every threat, though many of the men remained privately terrified. Whenever the sheer number of monsters seemed endless, the power of Kaor and Ghislaine at the front lines would break the stalemate. During one clash where a monster's leg was struck, Ghislaine used his shield to protect the men behind him from the falling carcass, while Cecil arrived from the rear to strike the beast's face, killing it instantly. Cecil jumped to the ground and checked for injuries. The men screamed that they had made it, urging each other to stay close to Cecil if they wanted to survive. Ghislaine noted that they were starting to look like an actual mercenary band, a sentiment Kaor attributed to the fact that experience is the best teacher. Cecil affirmed this but reminded them they still had a long way to go, ordering them to keep clearing the path. However, one man in the back remained paralyzed by fear, privately wondering if everyone had lost their minds or if the forest was doing something to their heads. Eventually, they reached a landmark stream. The men jumped at the opportunity to drink from the lake, causing Belinda to remark to Cecil that those fools had no idea what might be in the water. Cecil observed that the lake was an important landmark needed to reach the runestone mine, leading him to order the camp to be set up there for the night. As the camp settled, some men nervously discussed what might be waiting for them deeper in the woods, though others noted the past 2 nights had been quiet. Nearby, a man named Manus approached Gordon and suggested they sneak out of the camp. He argued that their lives were more important than money, but Gordon pointed out they had already cleared most of the path and their destination was close. Manus scoffed, telling Gordon not to be hoodwinked, and labeling Cecil an unhinged brat who was only chasing recognition. Another mercenary pointed out that they had been paid ahead of time, and it was their job to follow orders, especially since Cecil had saved their skins several times. Manus laughed, insisting that nobles were all the same, and would use them as human shields the moment things got dicey. Manus felt satisfied as he saw the men waver, knowing he couldn't escape the forest alone, and intended to use them as bait. However, his plan was interrupted when they looked over and saw Cecil personally using expensive ointments to treat the wounded. Cecil told a man to keep his wound away from the water so it wouldn't fester. Belinda whispered that the medicine was too expensive to waste on mercenaries, but Cecil replied that this was exactly what they had brought it for, and it would only go bad if saved. The men noted that the potions Cecil was using were worth more than their actual pay, concluding that an employer who invested that much in them wouldn't simply abandon them. Manus grumbled to himself, realizing Cecil had gotten in his way again and that he would have to wait for another chance to find bait for his escape. Cecil and Belinda walked past the group, telling them to quit chatting and rest while they could. Cecil then called for Kaor and Ghislaine to have a private word. As they walked, Kaor asked if they were just going to let the dissenters be, noting he would have pulled out Manus's tongue if he were in charge. Cecil told him to leave it, as the surrounding monsters would prevent anyone from actually leaving. He shifted the focus to a more important matter, asking for a count of the lanterns. Kaor reported they had about 24 left. Cecil realized they had fewer than he expected, which confirmed his suspicions. He noted that while monsters had charged them day and night when they first entered, the past 2 nights had been silent. Kaor asked what that meant, and Ghislaine realized they had entered the domain of a powerful nocturnal hunter. Cecil looked into the dark distance of the forest, warning them that they were approaching the most dangerous part of the expedition and needed to keep their guards up. That evening in the encampment, the exhaustion of the forest had pulled everyone into a heavy sleep. Gordon was drifting in a deep slumber until a strange light began to flicker against his eyelids, causing him to wake and find a single lamp floating eerily in the air before him. He jolted upright, his mind racing as he wondered how a lantern could possibly be hovering on its own, but then something shifted directly beside his face. He let out a terrified scream that pierced the silence, alerting the entire camp as he scrambled away, shouting for everyone to get back because a monster was upon them. Near Gordon, several faint, ghost-like figures drifted through the air. The other mercenaries rushed over, demanding to know what was happening, but when Gordon pointed toward the empty space where the creature had just been, they saw nothing. The men looked at him as if he were losing his mind, suggesting he was simply having a nightmare and needed to get a grip. They remarked that he had been attacked by so many monsters lately that it was no wonder he was starting to crack, leading them to turn away in dismissal. Gordon pleaded with them, insisting that something had truly been there. As they tried to walk off, Kaor's right-hand man stopped them, noting that it wasn't a nightmare after all. He revealed that he had been woken by a strange presence, just as a lantern vanished before his eyes. Other voices began to rise from different corners of the camp, confirming they had heard a creepy crackling sound in the dark. The realization that something was stalking them spread through the ranks, causing the men to wonder what was actually going on. Cecil then stepped into the light, accompanied by Ghislaine and Kaor, confirming that the men were right to be afraid. Cecil ordered everyone to gather up and led the leaders into a tent to strategize. Gordon followed, worried that they were surrounded by invisible monsters, but Cecil explained that invisibility was their primary trait. He identified them as followers, also known as the Hunters of Darkness, a species that controls the night within the forest. This trait makes them nearly invincible, as physical attacks pass through them without effect. He noted they had likely been following the group since they approached the lake. Hundreds of them flocked together to slowly eradicate all light sources, luring their prey into total darkness where the monsters hold the ultimate advantage. The news that hundreds were surrounding them caused Belinda to realize why their lanterns had been disappearing one by one. Kaor called them creepy bastards, realizing the monsters were toying with them before moving in for the kill. Becoming frantic, Kaor suggested they strike immediately before the tricks escalated, but Cecil refused. He insisted they wait for the monsters to attack first, as that was the only way to effectively counter them. Belinda was confused, pointing out that over half their lanterns were already gone. But Cecil explained that a reckless attack would only provoke the Falor's sadistic tendencies. If provoked, they would only retreat briefly before returning with even more ferocity, causing the expedition to lose its only chance to wipe them out all at once. Ghislaine questioned how they could possibly defeat hundreds of invisible, intangible monsters in a single blow. Cecil turned to Belinda and asked if the magic scrolls he requested were ready. She confirmed they had been handed out to every mercenary in the camp. Cecil then used his sword to draw a diagram on the ground, explaining that the Falors were closing in from 3 directions, while the lake behind the camp prevented them from being completely surrounded. He noted that while it looked like they were at a disadvantage, they were actually one step ahead. He outlined a plan to split the forces into 3 units: shield-bearers to block the coming assault, crossbowmen to keep the creatures at bay, and an assault unit led by Cecil himself. The shield and crossbow units were to hold a tight formation at the center of the camp to fend off the enemy, while the assault unit focused on quickly shaving off the enemy numbers from left to right. Once they regrouped and surrounded the remaining monsters, victory would be theirs. Kaor admitted the plan sounded plausible as long as the center held, but Belinda raised a final concern, asking how they would actually land a hit if the followers remained blended with the darkness. The gang looked to Cecil for an answer, but Cecil told her not to worry, stating simply that the magic scrolls would be the key. The scene transitioned as the followers finally launched their assault. Shouts erupted across the camp for everyone to stand their ground and maintain the formation. As the very last lantern vanished, the darkness became absolute. According to the records of House Delphine, the expedition teams of the past only discovered much later that Falors are incredibly averse to light and take physical form when exposed to high intensity. Cecil stepped forward and tore a first circle magic scroll, signaling the rest of the men to do the same. The magic from nearly 200 scrolls conjoined, warping upward into the sky before erupting into a blinding light that washed over the entire camp. The Falors shrieked in sudden confusion as the light stripped away their invisibility. The mercenaries cheered, seeing that the ill bastards had been surrounding them the entire time. Now that the monsters were physical and visible, the crossbow units readied their bolts and began firing to keep the swarm at bay. Cecil stood at the front, noting that their true forms were finally revealed. He swung his sword and ordered the assault units to charge, causing the men to dash forward with smiles on their faces as Phase 1 of the plan successfully went into play. The battle erupted with a frantic energy, with Kaor appearing particularly thrilled as the men dashed into the fray, their blades slicing through the Falors. Cecil swung his sword with a focused ferocity, his gaze reflecting an immense hatred for the beasts. Despite their ability to meld into the shadows, their physical forms were inherently weak, allowing the assault unit to eradicate them in quick succession. Cecil commanded his men to kill as many as possible, and they surged forward in total obedience to the instruction. Ghislaine acted as the anchor, absorbing the enemy's attacks and holding their attention, while Kaor utilized his superior speed to distract the monsters from every angle. Nearby, Belinda used her specialized skills to create openings for the others. She shouted for Cecil, who dashed in instantly, his sword swinging in wide, lethal arcs that cut through the Falors, blocking his path. The blinding light from the magic scrolls continued to wash over the battlefield, while the crossbow units rained arrows down upon the shifting shadows. The formation was beautiful, and, more importantly, it was working. However, the tide began to shift as the sheer numbers of the enemy took their toll. Men began to scream in frustration, realizing there seemed to be no end to the swarm as they ran out of bolts and arrows. But the assault team arrived just in time. They rode in from the rear, striking down every creature about to touch the defenders. Once the immediate threat was neutralized, Cecil praised the squad for their efforts. The men looked at him with visible admiration for the timely rescue. Cecil ordered the units to fan out and surround the remaining rebels from all sides. At this point, the Falors were significantly diminished in number and clearly at a disadvantage. Cecil gave the order to charge, and the mercenaries attacked the remaining monsters with renewed vigor. Sensing their defeat, the Falors suddenly began to retreat, attempting to vanish back into the deeper woods. Cecil watched them flee, realizing they were quick to recognize the losing battle, and were trying to escape before the encirclement was complete. He immediately tasked Belinda with finding the head Falor, noting it would be distinguished by a horn on its head, as that creature was the one signaling the retreat. As they dashed into the forest, Kaor questioned if they should continue the chase, and Belinda wondered if it wouldn't be better to simply let them run. Cecil countered that these monsters were relentless and would only fall back temporarily before hunting them down again with even more ferocity. He insisted they didn't have the time or energy to face this threat twice, and needed to end it now by killing the leader. Belinda felt a surge of resolve, noting how much Cecil had truly changed. She swung her rope and latched it onto a high branch, leaping upward into the canopy with practiced ease. From her elevated vantage point, she spotted the retreating swarm and identified the horned leader. She threw her rope, snagging the creature instantly and announcing the find to the group. Cecil dashed forward, his feet slamming against the ground as he flew past the other fellers obstructing his path. He drove his blade straight into the leader, slicing the creature into pieces as he declared the hunt over. With their leader dead, the remaining followers fell into a state of total confusion. Cecil ordered the mercenaries to kill every last one, leading to a final, aggressive surge. The men mocked the monsters, asking if they enjoyed hiding in the darkness before making them regret ever targeting the expedition. Kaor shouted for his men to ensure they got more kills than the old man. By the time the morning sun began to rise, Cecil delivered a final blow to the last creature on the ground before turning to his exhausted troops. He announced their victory, causing the men to raise their swords in a chorus of cheers. Belinda and Ghislaine approached him, checking for injuries and praising his combat prowess. Cecil acknowledged their own hard work before ordering Belinda to conduct a head count. He then told Kaor to round up the Kelveros mercenaries to help him and Ghislaine line the perimeter of the camp with the monster corpses. When Kaor asked if this was for some kind of effect, Cecil explained that the scent would deter other predators. Ghislaine mocked Kaor's lack of experience, calling him a brat and causing Kaor to yell at the woodman for picking a fight. Cecil reflected on their progress, noting it had been about 10 days since they entered the monster forest. With the Fowlers defeated, the most dangerous obstacles on this route were cleared, leaving only the mining of the runestones. Belinda eventually returned with the report, noting that while all 41 Kelveros mercenaries were accounted for, only 122 of the contracted mercenaries remained. Carr boasted that his leadership prevented any losses on his end, while Cecil focused on the 3 missing men. Belinda mentioned they hadn't found any bodies, suggesting they might still be alive. Gordon looked around and realized he couldn't see Manus anywhere. One of his men suggested Manus might have died in the battle, but others noted that, judging by his temperament, it was far more likely he had deserted. Indeed, Manus was currently fleeing through the woods with 2 other men. His companions were still shaken by the intensity of the earlier battle, noting they would have died if they had stayed. Manus urged them to keep running while the monsters were distracted, but the men behind him suddenly froze. Manus turned to demand why they had stopped, only to see them staring in horror at something behind him. A creature of impossible proportions towered over him, rendering Manus speechless as he realized he had definitely made a terrible decision. The scene shifted toward a massive serpent gliding through a terrain of jagged runestones, leaving a trail of bones in its wake. At the edge of the runestone field, the creature unhinged its jaws and spat out the bodies of Manus and the men who had deserted with him, adding them to its gruesome collection of food. This was the next trial Cecil would have to face. Back at the camp, the mercenaries continued their work, signaling that the carts were full and warning one another as heavy trees began to tip. Kaor observed the scene with a grin, noting that they no longer needed to order the men around because the once lazy mercenaries were now walking with incredible efficiency. Ghislaine couldn't help but add that they were certainly working harder than some people, causing Kaor to brush off the jab. Kaor asked Cecil if he planned to let such capable men go after the expedition, suggesting it would be a total waste. Cecil replied that he intended to hire them all as private soldiers, reflecting on the fact that while mercenaries usually lack the organization to beat true troops, these men had surpassed their limits. Having survived the terrors of the forest, they would serve as a formidable foundation for his expanding forces. Gazelle soon arrived to report to Kaor that they had finished scattering the Falor corpses along the road we cleared as instructed. Kaor turned to Cecil, admitting that the plan was working like a charm, as they hadn't encountered a single monster since leaving the camp. It seemed as though even the most lost creature was keeping its distance, leaving the woods in a state of total silence. While Cecil wished that peace were permanent, the arrival of Belinda changed the mood. She jumped into the scene to announce her return, leading Cecil to ask if she had found anything up ahead. Her confirmation caused Cecil to order everyone to clear the remaining path as fast as possible. The realization that their destination was finally within reach spurred the men forward, and when they arrived, they stood in collective awe. They had reached a massive vein of top-grade runestones. Kaor was ecstatic, hardly believing such value truly existed in the forest, while Ghislaine noted that Cecil clearly always knew what he was doing. Belinda dashed forward to hug Cecil, asking how he could have possibly known about the location. One of the mercenaries screamed that they were all real runestones. Admitting he never thought he would see one in person, the men began to cheer, realizing they would all be rich if they managed to mine the stones and escape. The celebration was cut short by a voice that declared they weren't going anywhere. Cecil's attention peaked as he looked toward Manus, who was speaking through a haze of pain and terror, claiming it was over for all of them. Manus collapsed to the ground, and as some mercenaries rushed forward to help the man they considered a comrade, Cecil used his sword to block their path. He commanded them to stand back, and swung his blade with a powerful gust to clear the thick fog in front of them. The clearing revealed a nightmare. The ground was carpeted in the bones of countless monsters and humans. Belinda called out to Cecil in shock as the group realized the scale of the carnage. Cecil noted that mining would have to wait, as a nest of this size clearly belonged to a high-level predator. He observed that several corpses were not yet fully decayed, meaning the site was currently active and not an abandoned relic. He turned to warn the group to get ready, but a massive serpent erupted from behind them, opening its fangs to strike. Cecil screamed for everyone to scatter, dashing forward to meet the beast head-on. Cecil leaped into the air, striking the creature's head before landing firmly on its back. He dashed along the scales and drove his sword deep into the serpent's skull, but the skin was unnaturally hard. Ghislaine complained that the beast was completely unharmed, causing Kaor to wonder just how tough those scales were. The serpent seized the moment to counterattack, forcing Cecil to jump. To his surprise, the creature sprayed a concentrated stream of venom. Cecil used his cloak to shield himself from the spray, but the acid-like poison began to melt the fabric away instantly. He spun through the air to strike again, but the snake coiled its body to block the blow, delivering a heavy strike that slammed Cecil into the ground. Belinda screamed in terror for Cecil as the snake began to coil around the terrain, attempting to trap and crush everyone in the area. Men screamed for others to watch out as they scrambled to avoid being pulverized by the largest snake they had ever seen. Ghislaine began hauling men to safety, Belinda rescued those in the line of fire, and Kaor struggled to maintain order among his panicked troops. Amidst the uproar and chaos, Cecil rose from the impact, staring up at the beast. He realized that this was the master of the runestone vein, the blood python. It was a creature from the deepest heart of the forest, deemed far too strong to defeat. Cecil hadn't expected to encounter such a high-tier monster here, and he knew the odds of winning were slim. Retreating was a valid option, but he realized that giving up now would render everything he had achieved meaningless. Cecil strengthened his resolve, telling the beast to get out of his way. He already had enough on his plate without a giant snake trying to ruin the vibe. In that same moment, Cecil released his third core once more, standing firm before the towering serpent. The beast let out a piercing scream and lunged, but Cecil executed a swift dodge, using the momentum to slice through the side of the snake's head. He followed this with a rapid twirl, striking the snake's eye with precision, and causing the creature to go blind on its left side. The blood python recoiled and surged upward, bringing its massive tail down in an attempt to slam Cecil into the dirt. Cecil managed to block the heavy impact with his blade, though the sheer force made it an incredibly difficult feat. The snake hissed and growled with fury, raining down multiple tail slams that Cecil struggled to parry. He realized that certain battles simply cannot be avoided regardless of the odds, especially when the weight of responsibility sits heavy on one's shoulders. As the men watched him go toe-to-toe with the serpent, Cecil jumped and sliced into the monster's mouth, determined to protect the people who had placed their trust in him. Upon landing, Cecil looked up at the blood python, noting that while he had dealt significant damage, the creature was still standing strong. The situation was becoming dire, as keeping his third core released for too long was an immense risk that threatened to deplete his mana before the python was dead. Sensing the danger, the mercenaries dashed forward. Belinda grabbed Cecil to check for injuries while Kaor and Ghislaine moved to intercept the beast. Belinda urged him to get to safety, promising they would hold the monster off, but Cecil commanded everyone to leave the area immediately. The order surprised the group, leading Ghislaine to question what would happen to Cecil if they fled. Cecil insisted he would hold the monster, leaving Ghislaine confused by the young master's persistent need to protect everyone despite the miracles he had already performed. The snake hissed and began spewing venom, but before it could reach Cecil, the mercenaries surged forward with their shields raised to block the toxic downpour. Cecil watched in confusion as Gordon and his men explained that they wanted to fight alongside an employer who had saved them so many times. Kaor added that the treasure would be theirs once the snake was dead, and Belinda refused to leave him behind. Ghislaine offered to distract the beast to create an opening, asking Cecil to finally put some trust in them as well. Cecil paused, acknowledging their resolve before outlining the python's lethality. He explained that the foe was larger than anything they had faced, capable of killing them instantly with its poison or its mana-deflecting red scales. However, he pointed out that the crushed right eye and the gaping wound were now critical weak points. Cecil raised his sword, calling for the monster forest reclaimers to fight together, resulting in a roar of agreement from the men. The group dashed toward the blood python in a heavy formation, working in unison to subjugate the beast. Every strike landed clean, causing the snake to hiss in agony until Ghislaine managed to strike its head down to the ground. Cecil followed up instantly, thrusting his sword into the python's second eye. He realized that, knowing the future didn't guarantee everything would go as expected, but inaction would have led to a massacre. Even as they pinned it, the python roared and shoved everyone away with a burst of strength. Cecil was already high in the air. As the python opened its mouth wide to swallow him, Cecil struck downward. The moment the jaws snapped shut with Cecil inside, his blade pierced through the python's soft interior and sliced outward, causing the snake's head to be cleaved through. Cecil emerged from the mouth drenched in venom but alive, standing over the defeated monster. The sight of him escaping the beast left the men stunned. As Cecil had proven, he was the true future of House Perdium. The scene then cut to the interior of Perdium Castle, where the sound of a fist striking a table echoed through the room. Albert screamed that Cecil's actions were a serious offense, unable to believe the young master had disregarded orders to enter the monster forest. Homer attempted to settle him down, but Albert argued that they both knew Cecil's headstrong character. Homer noted it was too late for such a fuss, as 2 weeks had passed since the departure. He expressed frustration that Scoven had provided false reports that prevented them from stopping the young master in time, and risked losing his knighthood for his loyalty to Cecil. As the counselors argued in the presence of Cecil's father, who appeared visibly enraged by the situation, Randolph suddenly walked in. He told his father he needed to come outside immediately. When the Count asked what was wrong, Randolph announced that Lord Cecil had returned. Much to the surprise of everyone, they rushed outside to find Cecil walking confidently into the courtyard. Cecil gathered in the Count's office with his 3 advisors, meeting their heavy, collective glares. The atmosphere in the room was stiflingly tense, causing Cecil to finally break the silence by informing his father that he had returned. The Count responded coldly, stating he did not recall granting permission to reclaim the monster forest. Cecil offered a simple apology, adding that the mission had been a necessity. Homer questioned the necessity of the act while Randolph echoed the sentiment, asking if it was truly required to defy the Count's direct orders. Randolph continued his complaint, arguing that entering the forest was a serious offense that risked luring lethal monsters into the territory. Cecil countered by pointing out that he had survived, and that no monsters had attacked their lands. His calm rebuttal only annoyed Randolph further. Albert cut in, asking if Cecil thought the situation was a laughing matter. He noted that while they might let the forest expedition slide since nothing bad had happened yet, there was no excuse for his other actions. Albert dropped a document onto the table, causing Cecil to pick it up and confirm his bad feeling when he saw it was from Count Leipold. Albert explained that Cecil's unannounced visit to the Leipold territory and his threats against Lady Amelia to steal 20,000 gold meant for House Perdium had disastrous consequences. He revealed that Count Leipold, enraged by the behavior, had cut off all support and broken off the engagement. Cecil flipped through the paper, noting that while Amelia and the Count were not on good terms, the document didn't look forged. He realized Amelia had likely manipulated the greedy Count to join forces with her against him, meaning his knowledge of her weaknesses was no longer a viable shield. Cecil understood that time was not on his side, especially since his father would likely dismiss any talk of secret agreements as a late excuse for reckless behavior. When Albert asked if he had anything to say, Homeran mentioned they now had to find a way to pay back the 20,000 gold. Randolph lamented that the sum could have supported the knights for a long while, but Cecil simply told them he had used it all. The room fell into a shocked silence, until Albert asked if he had really burned all that money on a forest full of monsters. Cecil apologized without making excuses for the Leipold situation, causing Randolph to grab him by the chest and call him a bastard for ruining the territory's future. Homeran declared him a criminal rather than a young master, calling for him to be tied up. Suddenly, Cecil announced that he would provide the funding from now on, including the missing 20,000 gold. His father asked what he meant, leading Cecil to call for Belinda. She walked in carrying a small chest and placed it on the table. Cecil explained that he wouldn't have entered the forest without a good reason, and when Belinda opened the chest, the advisors were stunned by the top-quality runestones inside. Cecil clarified that they had mined them directly from the monster forest. Albert admitted they were valuable, but argued it wasn't enough to fund the entire territory. Cecil led them outside to show them that there was more, revealing a massive hall of runestones and the carcass of the serpent. The sight of the men gathering materials and moving the carcasses confused Homeran, who wondered how they had secured so much in only 2 weeks. Randolph questioned his own eyesight until the Count asked Belinda if this was truly from a single expedition. She confirmed it, adding that Cecil had led them every step of the way to bring back trophies from Dirus Ents and the Blood Python. She noted the runestones were only a small portion of the discovered vein. Cecil explained that his goal was to contribute to the territory, stating that all proceeds would go to funding House Perdium. Albert estimated that the resources would indeed cover their expenses without external support, causing Homeran and Randolph to suddenly dash towards Cecil. They patted him on the shoulder, calling him amazing and suggesting he must be exhausted. As they began to gas him up, Cecil laid out his conditions. He first demanded the release of Scorvin and Ricardo, who were only following orders. Second, he insisted the monster forest remain forbidden to regular citizens to prevent casualties. Lastly, he stated he would manage the defensive forces and mercenaries himself to avoid the waste of time involved in asking for mobilization permission. Randolph screamed in protest, accusing Cecil of wanting a private army for unknown schemes. Albert tried to clarify that Cecil was seeking forgiveness for disobedience, not making demands to do as he pleased. Cecil countered that these were simply his conditions as the future sponsor of House Perdium, replacing Count Leipold. He argued that trivial administrative matters shouldn't disrupt the work that stabilized their finances. Albert began to shake, pleading for the Count to speak up because Cecil was trying to control the territory's future. Just then, the expedition members gathered behind Cecil to report they were nearly finished. Cecil praised their hard work. Ghislaine mentioned they were almost done loading the mined runestones, while Kaor confirmed they hadn't processed the Dirus Ent skins yet. When Kaor asked about the blood python, Cecil ordered it dismantled quickly to separate the poisonous blood, meat, and skin before it could rot. The Count observed the scene, noting to Randolph that while the mercenaries were impressive, he didn't understand how Cecil had convinced them to follow orders so perfectly. He turned to Cecil and remarked that it seemed he already possessed his own elite troop. He noted that while mercenaries are notoriously difficult to handle, these followed orders without complaint. Cecil bowed his head, crediting the success of the mission to their help. The Count decided to let the matter slide this time, but warned that future disobedience would have consequences. As he walked away, he remarked that there was a Northern Wolf inside Cecil after all. Cecil reflected on the title of the Northern Wolf, the name for the patriarch of House Perdium. He thought of his father as a lone wolf who spent his life fighting a losing battle at the borders despite poverty and the absence of his family. He remembered how his father eventually died without recognition. Kaor exhaled, happy to finally rest. But Cecil told Belinda to prepare for them to set out again as soon as possible. Belinda and Ghislaine were worried, noting he was still recovering from overexertion and the miracle of surviving the blood python's poison. Cecil simply patted Belinda on the shoulder and told her he was leaving it to her. He knew rumors of the runestones would bring enemies, and he needed to build their forces before anyone dared to attack. However, the weight of the exertion finally took its toll, causing Cecil to suddenly pass out and fall to the ground, as everyone ran toward him in fear, taking burnout to a whole new level. In a distant, high-ceilinged room bathed in the crimson light filtering through a wide window, a pigeon fluttered through the opening and landed on a man's palm. The man unfurled the message, reading that a portion of the monster forest had been reclaimed. The note commanded House Digald to initiate a territory war and eliminate House Perdium, promising that the dukedom would intervene once the dust settled. The mysterious figure noted that the Duke clearly wished to rid the Perdium territory of its lord, causing a stir among the individuals gathered at a round table. They murmured that this sudden escalation meant the Duke had finally decided on a new candidate to rule the land. The man asked how many of their plants remained within House Perdium, leading his followers to confirm that 2 vassals and 1 knight were still in place. He ordered the 2 vassals to be sent to the Digald territory immediately. The fact that the young lord of House Digald, previously thought to be missing, had turned up dead in Perdium territory would provide more than enough grounds to ignite a war. The man announced that Victor would lead the mission, causing the room to erupt in surprised shouts. It was a bold move to use the strongest weapon of House Desmond so early in the game. Some remarked that if Frank had done his job properly, House Perdium would have already collapsed from within. One follower questioned if it was too soon to reveal their secret weapon, noting that their previous caution made this sudden rush seem out of character for the Duke, who usually only acted from the shadows. The leader responded that the decision was the will of Duke Delphine, and that no one should harbor doubts regardless of the order. The man, revealed to be Count Harold Desmond, commanded them all to get ready for war. As Count Desmond questioned who else knew of the situation, the scene shifted to Lady Amelia's room. She was gripped by a rare fit of rage, screaming Cecil's name while clutching Bernaf. Her composure had shattered, leading her to vent that Cecil had managed to acquire a runestone vein using the very gold he took from her. She lamented that the wildcat traffickers had failed to kill him, and that her efforts to bow before her hated father to cut off House Perdium's funding had been made a mockery. Bernaf tried to console her, noting that her emotions were getting the best of her. Amelia eventually exhaled and turned away, acknowledging that they could not turn back now. Bernaf asked for his orders, ready to move. Amelia noted that while the runestones would allow House Perdium to recover financially, the crucial detail was that they hadn't been able to sell them yet. Having received news that the stones were acquired only 2 days ago, she realized Cecil hadn't had enough time to establish a distribution line. She identified their chance, pointing out that there was only one place in the north capable of such a purchase: the Crimson Mage Tower, ruled by the 7th Circle Archmage, Delmond. Amelia planted a flag on the map, explaining that mage towers were desperate for runestones to fuel their research. She ordered Bernaf to have the wildcats lie in ambush along the main routes to the Crimson Mage Tower. Their target was not Cecil himself, but the workers transporting the goods, using hit-and-run tactics to prevent the stones from ever reaching their destination. Bernaf questioned if they should also watch the route to the Red Flame Mage Tower in the Brevant territory, but Amelia dismissed the idea. She claimed the Red Flame Mage Tower had gone downhill since losing its top status, and that Cecil was far too obsessed with money to go anywhere other than the Crimson Mage Tower, which would pay significantly more. She vowed to take everything Cecil had left. Back in the Perdium territory, Cecil lay in bed, his body wrapped in bandages from the injuries sustained during the battle with the serpent. He recalled the moment the blood python swallowed him, remembering how the predator had prepared to digest him instantly with a flood of poison. Before the epiglottis could open to let him pass into the esophagus, the poison from the organ lining had begun to melt his exterior. Cecil's mana from his 3rd core had burned away the toxins on contact, but the resulting poisonous smoke had made breathing nearly impossible. Most prey would have died in those seconds, but Cecil had refused to lose consciousness, knowing that doing so would mean the end of the expedition and his future. He had decided to take a desperate gamble, moving the poison entering his body directly into his mana core. By utilizing a delicate application of mana usually reserved for superhumans, he used the vigorous motion within the core to neutralize the toxins, turning the poison into fuel for mana explosions. This mastery was the only reason he was currently waking up from a long sleep. He looked around his room, feeling surprisingly great, despite the trauma. He remembered his father's forgiveness before his thoughts were interrupted by Elena, who was sitting beside him. Elena instantly hugged him, telling him he had been unconscious for 2 whole days, and scolding him for leaving without a word, only to collapse upon his return. Before Cecil could respond, she shoved him back onto the bed and ran out to find Belinda. Cecil reflected on his condition, realizing that his recovery rate had improved drastically and his mana capacity had increased. As he released a pulse of mana, he sensed that his attribute had changed, likely due to the blood python's energy mixing with his own core while he was inside the beast. He realized that even in his past life, he hadn't known one could get stronger this way. He clenched his fists, deciding that while the risk was unintentional, it had been worth it. He resolved to test this new power, but knew he first needed to sell the runestones before word spread any further. He began to dress, intending to assemble the mercenaries, when a knock sounded at his door. Thinking it was Belinda, he told her she didn't need to knock, but he was surprised when his father entered, accompanied by Belinda and Elena. His father acknowledged that he was finally awake. He mentioned that Belinda had informed him of the poison and asked how Cecil was feeling. Cecil confirmed he was fine, leading Belinda to dash over and scold him for how worried they had been. The Count then looked at Cecil with a stern glare, stating that they needed to talk. He revealed that he had a favor to ask, causing Cecil to pause in confusion, as he had never received a favor from his father before. The training ground was quiet as Cecil followed his father inside, reflecting on the fact that this was the first time they had ever been truly alone. In his past life, he had spent his energy avoiding the Count to escape his constant chiding, but the dynamic had clearly shifted. His father apologized for calling upon him so soon after he had regained consciousness, though Cecil assured him that 2 days of sleep had left him feeling perfectly fine. When Cecil asked about the favor, the Count looked away, hesitating in a way that reminded Cecil of his mother's old warnings. She had once explained that the Count was a man who put the weight of his people above his own heart, making him struggle to express his true feelings. The silence broke when the Count commanded Cecil to take up his sword. Cecil obeyed, bracing himself as his father suddenly dashed forward to initiate a sparring match. Cecil blocked the opening strike, leading to a heated exchange of clashing steel as they parried and slid their blades against one another. The weight of his father's swordsmanship was immense, possessing a raw strength capable of quelling northern barbarians while maintaining a protective gentleness. Seeing an opening, Cecil moved with a slick, sudden speed that surprised his father, nearly landing a blow from behind before the Count managed to dodge. They paused, their swords inches apart, as the Count admitted that Cecil had improved significantly. The Count offered a critique, advising Cecil to loosen the pressure on his blade during a cross, noting that while Cecil had the power to kill monsters, his movements were currently too easy for a human opponent to read. Cecil acknowledged the truth of this, realizing his skills were born of pure combat instinct rather than traditional training. He found that receiving feedback from someone he finally deemed trustworthy wasn't a bad experience at all. After Cecil thanked him for the lesson, the Count revealed that he had actually intended to scold his son. He explained that results do not justify breaking the rules, as such a mindset only invites chaos. However, he admitted Cecil had changed, sensing that his son was now aiming for something far beyond immediate, troublesome rewards. He encouraged Cecil to continue on this path, fulfilling his responsibilities as the successor of House Perdium. When Cecil reminded him that he still hadn't mentioned the favor, the Count paused awkwardly before asking if he could borrow some money. Financial struggle is real. The scene shifted to the base camp at the edge of the monster forest, where the mercenaries straightened their posture as Cecil arrived. Kaor complimented Cecil's healthy appearance, while Ghislaine asked if he had fully recovered. After some light conversation, Cecil asked Ghislaine about his daughter Rachel. Ghislaine bowed in gratitude, mentioning he never thought he would see her walk again, and credited Cecil for the miracle. Cecil then gathered Belinda, Ghislaine, and Kaor to deliver a sobering update. The Perdium territory was in grave danger. He detailed the plot to assassinate Elena and how it was intended to trigger a territorial war. He explained the discovery of the young lord of House Digald's corpse and the various forces now targeting them. Cecil warned that they likely had a long-term spy in their midst and lacked the funds or time to prepare for an inevitable attack. Belinda sighed, realizing the runestones weren't a ticket to Easy Street just yet, while Kaor laughed at the thrill of a looming war. Ghislaine noted that House Perdium was currently a perfect target, rich in runestones but perceived as financially weak and poorly defended. Cecil agreed, stating they had a target painted on them. Belinda suggested informing the other vassals and the Count immediately, but Cecil refused. He pointed out that since Elena's own guard had betrayed her, any of the vassals could be a spy. He explained that while they had bought time by saving Elena, the discovery of the runestone vein meant their enemies would no longer wait, and so they had a difficult battle ahead of them. Kaor and Ghislaine immediately reaffirmed their loyalty, with Belinda adding that no one could protect Cecil better than her. Cecil identified Duke Delphine, Count Desmond, and Amelia as their primary adversaries, vowing not to let them have their way. He announced their next move, heading to the Red Flame Mage Tower. Kaor was eager to see the cash from the runestones, but Belinda questioned the choice, noting the Crimson Mage Tower was closer and paid better. Cecil explained that the Red Flame Mage Tower offered less conflict. Ghislaine understood the logic, noting that transporting such high-value goods invited unwanted attention and ambushes. While the Crimson Mage Tower was currently the northern powerhouse thanks to the 7th Circle Archmage, Delmond, the Red Flame Mage Tower had been in a steady decline since losing its top spot. Despite the loss of reputation and profit, Cecil was headed there specifically to find a certain lady. The scene cut to the interior of the Red Flame Mage Tower, where a woman sat on the floor, surrounded by a mountain of books and her staff. She sighed to herself, questioning how much longer she must wait for the light that Master Lenato had promised would soon enter her life. Not long after, Cecil and his entire group arrived at the massive structure. Gordon looked around in awe, remarking on the sheer size of the Red Flame Mage Tower, while another mercenary noted that he had only heard stories of such a place and never expected to visit. As they walked, the men pointed out mages in the distance, marveling at the thought that this was where magic scrolls were crafted. The local mages, however, looked back at the group with clear disdain. Without a word, they conjured a spell that caused them to vanish instantly, much to the surprise of the watching mercenaries. Cecil explained that they had simply used magic to hide themselves, noting that they didn't seem particularly happy to have visitors. Kaor told his men to stop acting like country bumpkins, while Belinda admitted that even if the tower wasn't the best in the region anymore, it was still an impressive sight. Gillian added that the territory was known for its wealth, though Cecil privately reflected on how no one expected the tower's glory days to come crashing down so suddenly. As they reached the main structure, Kaor noted that it looked even more distinguished and massive up close. Belinda complained that the place was so big it had taken them a while just to reach the front gate, but her observation was interrupted when she noticed pieces of empty armor lying scattered around the entrance. Suddenly, a voice from the top of the tower screamed for them to stay back. Using magic to animate the armor like puppets, the mages forced the suits to stand, grab their axes, and take a battle formation that blocked the gates. The mages above declared that the tower was not open to just anyone, demanding to know who they were and what they wanted. Belinda and Kaor were unimpressed by the cold reception, with Gillian stepping forward to formally introduce Lord Cecil Perdium of House Perdium. He explained they had brought goods for whoever was responsible for trade, but a mage screamed back that they weren't buying. Belinda grew angry, pointing out they hadn't even seen the merchandise, but the mages mocked the Perdium territory as a run-down northern hole that could only offer low-level monster parts or inferior potions. They told the group to leave at once, calling them riffraff. Cecil didn't waste time with words. He simply opened a chest for the mages to see. The sight of the high-grade runestones inside caused immediate shock, leading one mage to ask if all the carts were filled with them. Cecil coolly asked if they were still refusing to buy, leading to a sudden shift in tone. Inside the tower, the staff was now falling over themselves to apologize for the rude welcome. A man named Sylvain introduced himself as the head of business transactions and asked how he could assist them. Cecil stated they had brought a massive haul of runestones and requested a meeting with the head of the tower to ensure a responsible contract was signed. Sylvain agreed immediately, ordering his subordinates to take the group to the reception room while he sent word to the master. Belinda took satisfaction in the sudden change of heart, though a series of loud rumbles from a corner of the building caught Cecil's attention. Their escort dismissed the noise as common magic experiments, but Cecil remained suspicious. The scene shifted to a research laboratory where the lady from earlier was being harassed by a young boy named Alfoy. Alfoy, a third circle master and successor of the tower, looked down at her with contempt, demanding to know why someone who couldn't even perform magic was taking up space in his laboratory. He scolded her for ignoring his orders, while the men around him mocked her for being accepted as an apprentice at all, telling her she should be grateful the head of the tower allowed her to stay. Alfoy decided to test her, mocking her status as a mage and challenging her to defend herself against basic offensive magic. He prepared a first circle fire slug spell and hurled it at her. The lady called out for a defense spell, but for some strange reason her magic failed to manifest. Cecil suddenly appeared, using his blade to slice the fireball in half before it could strike her. Cecil glared at Alfoy, his annoyance visible, as he asked if this was what they considered a magic experiment. Meanwhile, in the office of the head of the tower, Hubert was screaming in frustration. He complained that they were almost entirely out of runestones, causing the surrounding mages to mutter about the Crimson Mage Tower widening the gap between them. Hubert blamed the elders for failing to secure a supply, but one elder pointed out that the real issue was that the head of the Crimson Mage Tower was a 7th Circle mage, while Hubert remained at the 6th. Hubert erupted at the mention of his rival, claiming he only needed more runestones to reach the 7th Circle himself. His subordinates worried that without stones, they wouldn't be able to practice magic at all. Hubert cursed his situation, wondering how his rival had surpassed him. Just then, Sylvain dashed into the room with urgent news. Though Hubert was annoyed by the interruption, Sylvain urged him to come downstairs and see the massive amount of runestones that had just arrived. The news stunned everyone in the room. Back at the confrontation, Alfoy was enraged, conjuring more fireballs to attack Cecil. Cecil moved with steady precision, parrying and blocking every strike with his sword. Alfoy eventually created a massive fireball and threw it with all his might. Cecil steadied himself, raising his blade to catch and slice the flame in two, leaving the onlookers shocked by the feat. Alfoy shouted in disbelief, wondering who Cecil could possibly be. But before he could act again, Belinda used her rope to tie him up in an instant. She demanded to know how he dared attack Lord Cecil, leaving Alfoy immobilized and confused. Suddenly, Hubert walked into the chaos, screaming at everyone to stop and demanding to know what this mess was about. Truly zero chill in this laboratory. Upon being acknowledged by the lady on the floor, Cecil commanded Belinda to release Alfoy. Alfoy screamed for his master and dashed toward Hubert, who embraced him and asked what had transpired. The boy claimed they were intruders, insisting he was merely protecting Vanessa from the research laboratory since she was incapable of using magic. Belinda mocked his tearful reaction, causing Alfoy to snap back that he was a man. Vanessa mentioned she only wanted to use the laboratory, leading Cecil to observe her closely. He realized she was indeed Vanessa, the future Red Nightmare, noting the stark difference in her demeanor as a child. Hubert suddenly conjured magic, threatening to blow the group to smithereens for harming his apprentice. Belinda asked for orders, sensing the rising danger, but Cecil remained calm. He apologized for the late introduction, identifying himself as Cecil Perdium, successor of House Perdium, and stated he was there to sell runestones. The mention of the stones caused Hubert and Alfoy to pause in confusion. Cecil informed them that the wares were waiting in the courtyard, leading the group outside to inspect the shipment. Hubert and his advisors were stunned by the sheer quantity, estimating at least 10 wagons worth of runestones. While Hubert privately rejoiced, thinking this was a heaven-sent opportunity to crush the Crimson Mage Tower, he maintained a cold exterior. He scoffed, claiming the quality looked poor. Kaor took offense, noting they had nearly died securing the haul. Vanessa observed that it was a tremendous amount, mentioning that a single wagon would usually last the tower weeks. Her insight annoyed Hubert, who told her to shut up and return inside, calling her a useless girl. As Vanessa shrieked in fear and retreated, Hubert muttered about the annoying pain left behind by someone named Lonato. Cecil watched this exchange with visible disgust. Hubert's advisors joined in the dismissal, suggesting the stones might even be fake, given they came from such a troubled territory. Belinda was incensed that Cecil's hard work was being called a fraud, but the advisors remained indifferent, claiming many people played such tricks. Cecil simply accepted their stance, stating that if they weren't buying, he would take his business elsewhere. He announced to his group that since the Red Flame Mage Tower didn't need runestones, they would leave immediately. As they turned to depart, a panicked Hubert screamed for them to hold on. Hubert and his advisors held a silent, mental conversation before one elder suggested they should help the visitors by purchasing the wares so they wouldn't return home empty-handed. Hubert smiled and offered to buy everything out of the goodness of his heart, provided the price was lower than the market rate. Cecil clarified the misunderstanding by ordering Kaor to back all the wagons out except for one. When the confused mercenaries realized the play, Kaor laughed and began moving the carriages away. Hubert screamed, asking what they were doing. Cecil apologized, claiming his men were mistaken about the quantity, and that they only needed enough cash from one wagon to fund their trip to their final destination, the Crimson Mage Tower. The mention of his rival tower caused Hubert to break. He quickly claimed he was only joking to break the ice, and invited Cecil upstairs for a proper chat. Inside the office, Hubert introduced the 4 elders, noting they were all 5th Circle mages. Cecil remarked on how impressive it was for the second-best tower in the north. Hubert took the bait, insistently claiming they were still the best, though Cecil simply smiled. Belinda and Gillian whispered about the young master's provocations, trusting he had a plan. Hubert finally asked for a price, warning that Cecil wouldn't get a better deal elsewhere. Cecil replied that he would sell them for double the market price. Totally choosing chaos today. The advisors were outraged by the ridiculous demand, telling Cecil he needed a new teacher in negotiation. Cecil stood by his price, leading the advisors to accuse him of looking down on them. Hubert warned Cecil to watch his tongue, but eventually offered to pay slightly above market price just to close the deal. Seeing the lack of interest in his actual terms, Cecil stood up to leave, stating that double the price was a bargain, and he wouldn't waste more time before heading to the Crimson Mage Tower. Hubert screamed for him to stop, visibly shaken and desperate. He agreed to the double market price, but Cecil threw another curveball, stating he would only sell one wagon at that rate. He explained that once word spread of the Red Flame Mage Tower paying double, the Crimson Mage Tower would easily pay triple. Hubert erupted at the mockery, but as Cecil walked toward the door again, the Tower Master folded completely, screaming that he would pay triple for everything. Cecil sat back down, satisfied, while Hubert dashed off to get the money. Hubert fumed privately, feeling played by a bumpkin, but knowing he had no choice due to the stone shortage. He vowed to burn Cecil's hair off if he tried this again. However, Cecil called out that he wasn't finished with his conditions. When a frustrated Hubert asked what else he wanted, Cecil pointed to Vanessa and stated he wanted Hubert to hand her over to him. The demand for Vanessa hung in the air, plunging the room into a heavy silence before Hubert finally broke it by questioning if Cecil truly wanted her. Cecil confirmed his intent, stating his desire to make Vanessa his resident mage, causing the conversation to drift into a memory of his past life. Years prior, while camping during a cold night, an older, bolder version of Cecil had sat with a one-armed mercenary companion. As they grilled meat, the man had asked if Cecil had heard the rumors of Vanessa, known as the Red Nightmare. He described her as a seventh circle mage who had allegedly lost her mind, burning a path through northern Luthania. The mercenary noted the strangeness of her power, as she had achieved the seventh circle by utilizing mana techniques, a method typically reserved for warriors rather than traditional magic circles. At the time, Cecil had been tempted by the prospect of such a unique powerhouse and resolved to recruit her, but in that timeline, he never got the chance. By the time he had found her, she was already on the brink of death, unable to control the volatile magic within her. Now standing before her younger self, Cecil recognized her dormant potential and vowed to nudge her in the right direction so she would flourish this time. Back in the present, Cecil's companions expressed their doubts. Ghislaine noted that Vanessa didn't look particularly strong, and Kaor agreed, while Belinda complained that Cecil should consult her before recruiting new people. The tower mages whispered among themselves, viewing the trade as a win, since Vanessa was seen as dead weight. They urged Hubert to take the deal, noting he had fulfilled his promise to a man named Lenato by providing her shelter for this long. Hubert eventually agreed, dismissing her as a valid but expendable mage. However, Cecil wasn't finished, further demanding that Hubert deploy a unit of Third Circle combat mages to the Perdium territory for 1 year, to assist in an impending territorial war. This second condition stunned Hubert, who erupted in a display of intimidating energy that shattered the nearby glassware. He accused Cecil of taking him for a fool, stating that mages affiliated with a tower were legally forbidden from participating in territory wars. He viewed the request for his tower's pillars as a direct insult, threatening to eviscerate Cecil for the suggestion. While Cecil's men took defensive stances against the overwhelming pressure, Cecil didn't flinch. He glared back at Hubert, warning him that he would regret declining. He revealed that House Perdium had discovered an enormous runestone vein, and that the hall seen today was only a fraction of their total wealth. As the news of this discovery spread, Cecil argued that enemies would soon swarm them. He clarified that he didn't want to wage war, but simply needed the tower's protection until Perdium could grow its own forces. In exchange, he offered an exclusive supply contract to the Red Flame Mage Tower, a deal that would inevitably allow them to surpass the Crimson Mage Tower. The prospect of becoming the best of the best finally broke Hubert's pride, leading him to snatch Cecil's hand and seal the deal with an annoyed handshake. Making big moves, the scene shifted to Hubert explaining the deployment to a distraught Alfoy. Despite Alfoy's protests, Hubert insisted he go as the overseer because he was the most talented mage in the tower. He encouraged the boy to view it as a learning experience for his future as Tower Master, instructing him to keep a close eye on the country bumpkins to ensure they didn't sell stones elsewhere. He warned Alfoy to flee if a real war broke out, promising that within a year, the tower would be powerful enough to reclaim its glory. Not long after, Alfoy and 7 other mages arrived at the Perdium territory. Alfoy immediately looked down on the backwater town, finding the castle old-fashioned and lacking extravagance. He introduced himself to Cecil with an arrogant air, emphasizing his status as the successor of the Mage Tower. Cecil cut him short, telling him to keep his guard up and do his best, which infuriated Alfoy. The boy privately vowed revenge once he became Tower Master, but his thoughts were interrupted when Cecil asked for Vanessa's location. Alfoy gestured to the back, where Vanessa was struggling to carry 4 heavy pieces of luggage. When she dropped them and greeted Cecil, Alfoy mocked her for being slow. Cecil's annoyance peaked as he told Vanessa to put the luggage down and come over. When Alfoy insisted that heavy lifting was her job since she couldn't use magic, Cecil reached out, grabbed one of the heavy boxes, and hurled it directly into Alfoy's face. The impact sent the mage crashing to the ground, causing his subordinates to scream in shock. Cecil declared that Vanessa was no longer affiliated with the tower and was now one of his people, warning that any further mistreatment would cost Alfoy his life. Enraged, Alfoy stood up and reminded Cecil of his status as a Third Circle Master, while the other mages threatened to burn the territory down in a heartbeat. Cecil simply flipped his finger, causing his guards and mercenaries to instantly surround and corner the mages. Cecil told Alfoy to shut up, reminding him that a contract was a contract. He explained that he had the right to use them however he saw fit for the next year, in exchange for the exclusive runestone deal. He pointed out that if the mages broke the contract, the Tower Master would never take their side. He degraded their status further by calling them mere magic reserves, leading Alfoy to scream about the insult. Cecil ignored him, walking off and ordering Gillian and Kaor to teach the mages a lesson. As the sounds of a physical beating filled the air, the mercenaries promised to help the mages adjust to the local lifestyle. Cecil walked up to a stunned Vanessa and told her that from now on, she was only to listen to his orders. Vanessa blushed deeply, shyly looking down and questioning how she could be a resident mage when she couldn't use magic. Cecil smiled, extending his hand and promising to help her find her power, teaching the Red Nightmare how to dream. Cecil and Vanessa entered the training space, the quiet of the room emphasizing the gravity of the moment as Cecil questioned how far she had progressed in her magic lessons. Vanessa admitted that she had reached the 5th circle, though only in theory. Cecil was genuinely impressed, but Vanessa stated that it was useless. Vanessa lamented her inability to sense magic since childhood, explaining that despite her best efforts and her late master's belief in her, she had begun to doubt herself, eventually leading to her being cast out after his passing. Cecil glared at her, realizing that her theoretical knowledge of 5th circle magic technically placed her on par with the elders of the Mage Tower. He understood that magic required more than memorization. It demanded enlightenment and a personal interpretation of theory. Vanessa held the knowledge in her mind, but her body remained a locked door, causing her years of painstaking effort to be in vain because she was on the wrong track. Cecil's mind flashed back to his past life, recalling his friend's story about the Red Nightmare, a 7th circle mage who had burned northern Luthania by learning to use mana despite being a mage. In the present, Cecil smiled and informed Vanessa that he would teach her mana techniques. The suggestion confused her, leading her to protest that as a mage, using warrior-based mana techniques was preposterous and potentially dangerous enough to strip her of her abilities forever. Cecil urged her to try, his eyes reflecting a sense of hope she hadn't seen since her master's death. Vanessa gripped her palm, deciding she would try anything to finally touch the magic she craved, leading her to sit on the ground as Cecil took his place behind her. As she loosened her clothes to grant him access to her back, Cecil reflected on her past life counterpart who had been consumed by regret, fury, and hatred. She had fallen into the abyss by learning mana techniques through sheer desperate instinct, becoming a catastrophe that burned the world. He resolved to hold on to her this time, placing his hand against her skin to begin loosening her mana paths. Vanessa felt the heat of his touch and the sudden, searing internal temperature of the process, causing her to gasp in pain. Cecil commanded her to keep her mouth shut to prevent the mana road from twisting, imbuing his own mana into her body and instructing her to memorize the sensation. Vanessa obeyed, feeling the mana spread to her very extremities before cycling back to her center, resulting in a flash of bright light that engulfed her vision and triggered a flood of memories. She saw her late master, Leonardo, arguing with Hubert. Leonardo had insisted on her potential, but Hubert had dismissed her, stating that no matter how clever she was, a girl who couldn't use magic wasn't a mage and wasn't worth funding. Vanessa remembered crying to Leonardo, apologizing for her lack of talent, only for him to pat her head and promise that he was merely going on a journey to find a way for her to use magic. He had told her that no place is steeped in darkness forever, and that light would eventually shine on her. In this moment, she realized Cecil was that light, releasing her full potential. In her mind, she reached out and grabbed the hand of her master, only to open her eyes back in the training field, realizing the light had finally reached her. Elsewhere, the atmosphere was far more violent. Inside a rowdy tavern, men screamed in terror as a single combatant took down 4 opponents simultaneously. One man thrashed forward with a weapon, but the monster of a fighter stopped him mid-motion, swinging him into the ground. When another attacker tried to strike from behind, the fighter sensed the movement, grabbing his current victim and flinging him into the newcomer, causing both to crash through the cabin wall. The victor clapped and laughed, mocking them for being finished before he had even warmed up. In the same pub, a lone man sat drinking beer in the midst of the chaos. But much later that evening, he stepped outside, calmly staring at the dark sky. A man in a black robe approached the fighter. When asked about his training, the fighter demanded to know what the stranger wanted. The robed messenger informed him that Count Desmond had ordered him to move out, addressing him as Sir Victor. Victor grabbed his helmet and donned it, revealing that he had already slaughtered every man inside the bar just to alleviate his boredom. He noted that he was dying for some real action, causing him to follow the messenger into the night. Count Perdium sat in his office, gripping a letter that claimed Cecil had killed Gilmore Digald, a message carrying a blatant vow of revenge. This provocation led the Count to immediately order Randolph to gather their troops, recognizing that war had been officially declared. The following day, Randolph paced in a fury, calling the accusation ridiculous since Cecil was innocent of the crime. During a tense meeting with Cecil present, the advisors argued that they needed to teach House Digald a lesson for plotting a war under such a false pretext, questioning what their longtime northern neighbors could possibly gain from turning their backs on generations of cooperation. Cecil broke through the murmuring, stating firmly that the conflict was actually about the runestones. He pointed out that information had likely been leaked by the 2 vassals sent as envoys to House Digald, identifying them as traitors. While the advisors questioned such a serious accusation without proof, the Count reflected on how common it was for territorial gains to spiral into a crisis, noting that Cecil seemed to have anticipated this exact outcome. Randolph urged for immediate action, insisting their forces were superior and experienced enough to make the enemy pay. The discussion was cut short when Scovin dashed into the room, screaming that the enemy had arrived. Outside the Perdium territory, a massive horde of men on horseback marched toward the walls, flags flying high. Cecil, his father, and their advisors ascended the battlements to look down upon the gathered army. They were stunned by the speed of the mobilization, confirming there were roughly 6,000 armed soldiers before them, with another 1,000 in a supply camp and several siege weapons already being deployed. Homern asked how a house as poor as Digald could afford such an army, leading Randolph to remind him why reducing their own military had been a mistake. Count Perdium commanded them to snap out of it, ordering the residents into the castle and the soldiers to their positions. Outside the walls, Thomas Digald sat on his horse, looking at the castle with excitement. He muttered that while his son Gilmore had been a useless wreck, his death provided the perfect excuse to attack. He called for Victor to accompany him as he rode forward to speak with the Wolf of the North. When Count Perdium demanded to know what his brother was doing, Thomas Digald feigned outrage, accusing Cecil of murdering his successor. Cecil watched from above, realizing that, while the plan had originally been for Gilmore to kill Elena, this secondary outcome served their enemies just as well. The presence of siege weapons proved they intended to destroy House Perdium completely. Count Perdium stated firmly that his son did not kill Gilmore and warned Thomas to turn back if he did not wish to die. This cold proclamation caused Thomas to shiver with actual fear, while even Victor acknowledged that the Count's overwhelming aura befitted a legendary general. Thomas laughed off the chill, promising that the Count would soon regret his foolish choice as he retreated. Once the enemy moved back, Randolph demanded command of the troops to wipe them out, but Homern countered that they were too heavily outnumbered to risk a head-on battle. Amidst the chaotic shouting of his advisors, the Count struggled to think straight, wondering who was truly supporting House Digald's massive army. Cecil interrupted the noise, stating they must prepare for a siege. He pointed out that they were outnumbered 3-1, and that the enemy would be ready to advance in 2 weeks. While the Count saw little hope in simply holding out, Cecil smirked and whispered a plan into his father's ear, causing the Count to glare at him in sudden realization. Over the next 2 weeks, Cecil focused on turning the tables. Geared up in full night attire, he sat with his inner circle as Belinda remarked on the reality of the war. Cecil explained they would plan an ambush on the enemy supply units before the main advance began, knowing that cutting off supply lines would cripple their ability to continue. When Belinda questioned how they would leave the castle without being noticed by the watchful army, Kaor revealed he had already stationed troops in the Monster Forest garrison. Ghislaine added that they had distributed ponchos made from dirus ant skin, providing dark camouflage perfect for nighttime operations. Cecil decided that instead of a whole army, they would mobilize a small number of elite soldiers in disguise. He tasked Belinda with the dangerous mission of locating the specific supply unit, trusting her ability to sneak into enemy territory. While the mission was life-threatening, Cecil knew he needed to clear the way for his final blow. In his mind, the key to that blow was Vanessa, his mage. A few days later, at the House Digald supply camp, a man named Parvo celebrated with wine. He laughed with a knight, bragging that siding with Count Desmond had provided the reinforcements necessary to relax away from the front lines. He toasted to the fall of House Perdium, claiming a portion of their land would soon be his. As the night grew dreary and vision blurred, a small elite unit led by Cecil approached the rear of the camp. Belinda noted the poor weather, but Cecil called it the perfect night for an ambush. Closing his helmet, he ordered his men to take no hostages and kill them all. In an instant, they charged their horses into the unsuspecting encampment. The unbothered camp was taken completely unawares as the mercenaries stormed the space. Once Cecil and his men breached the perimeter, they made quick work of everyone in their path, moving with a lethal efficiency that left the defenders scrambling. Panicked cries of an ambush rang out as the men wondered what the guards had been doing, though those questions were quickly silenced by the blades of the mercenary band. Cecil's voice cut through the chaos, commanding his men to follow the plan and leave no one alive, causing a chorus of terrified screams to echo through the encampment. In the center of the fray, soldiers screamed for Baron Parvo, reporting the devastating ambush. The Baron dashed into the light, demanding to know how the guards had failed so spectacularly. He attempted to project a sense of calm, noting they still had 1,000 soldiers to fight off the attackers, but the realization soon hit that over 2/3 of his force had already been defeated. Seeing the inevitable collapse, Parvo's bravado vanished, leading him to scream that they should run for it. His escape was cut short when Belinda's daggers hissed through the air, piercing the neck of the man standing directly in front of the Baron. Parvo fell backward in terror. Belinda stepped into view with a sharp smile, mockingly noting how fancy it was to meet a vassal of House Perdium in such a place. Just vibes and violence. The scene soon settled into the wreckage of a burnt-out encampment. The mercenaries had put everyone to the sword and razed the tents, leaving only Baron Parvo alive. He was tied up and shoved to the ground before Cecil. Belinda identified him as one of the envoys who had traveled to House Digald, revealing that he had not only sold information, but had actively sided with the enemy to lead their supply unit. Parvo began to beg for mercy, claiming he had served House Perdium for years, and suggesting that Count Digald would pay a generous ransom for his life. Cecil jumped down from his horse and told the man to raise his head. Parvo complied, thanking Cecil for the second chance, and promising to dedicate his life to House Perdium. He didn't even finish the sentence before Cecil's blade flashed, decapitating him in a single, fluid motion. Cecil remarked that he had no intention of negotiating with bastards, declaring that all who side against House Perdium will die. With the supply line effectively erased, the group rode back toward their territory. Belinda watched Cecil, sensing a strange, cold shift in his demeanor. Kaor asked for their next move, leading Cecil to state they were heading straight for the castle, as the main enemy attack had likely begun. He was correct. At the fortress, massive catapults were launching boulders at the walls, damaging the stone and drawing everyone's attention to the front. Cecil planned to use this distraction to strike the enemy's rear and sow confusion. As they rode, he issued final orders. Kaor and Belinda were to support the left wall, while he took the right. He tasked Ghislaine with the most difficult job, taking a small force to ambush the main army of thousands. Ghislaine smiled, accepting the command with ease, though Kaor grumbled about the old man getting all the fun. When Belinda asked who would defend the castle gates, Cecil told them to leave the gates alone, noting that this war would be the definitive turning point for their territory. At the castle, Count Perdium was in the thick of the defense, screaming for his men to prepare for the fight. As boulders struck the battlements, he ordered the bowmen to fire, but the enemy was already too close. Soldiers began swarming up the walls, forcing the Count to order a switch to melee combat. He led the charge against the invaders, shouting that they must not lose the wall under any circumstances. House Digald watched the slaughter from a distance, laughing at the perceived victory and feeling that the outcome was already decided. He ordered his catapults to begin a second round of attacks to finish the job quickly. Victor looked on, thinking this was the end for the Wolf of the North, and feeling slightly disappointed by the lack of a challenge. However, the wolf was far from beaten. Count Perdium held his ground, slicing through waves of attackers while Randolph stood by his side. When Randolph reported that the castle gates wouldn't hold much longer, the Count took a breath and told him to leave the gates be, focusing entirely on the walls. He asked Scoven for news on reinforcements, but the report was bleak. Every territory had refused to help. House Leopold and House Zivalter claimed internal struggles, and contact had been lost with House Loges. Randolph cursed the ungrateful bastards who refused to aid them. The tide began to turn when a messenger rushed to House Digald with bad news. Their supply unit had been attacked. The messenger explained that no one had returned for supplies, leading Thomas to stammer in disbelief. He couldn't fathom how anyone trapped behind the walls could have located and struck his camp. Victor, however, noticed smoke rising from the direction of the supplies. He realized House Perdium still had someone reckless and clever enough to employ such a strategy, leaving him genuinely intrigued. When a panicked Thomas asked what to do, Victor slapped him twice across the face, telling him they didn't need supplies if they won tonight. Victor observed the battlefield, noting that the left and right walls were still holding because of the elite knights and the Count. However, seeing the vulnerability of the central entrance, he realized the gates were their best bet. He screamed for all units to advance, intending to break down the castle gates tonight. It's about to be a very long night for everyone involved. At that high-tension moment, Victor sat firmly in his saddle, surveying the battlefield before calling out to Aiden. Aiden arrived instantly, raising his spear high in a silent salute beside his commander. Victor informed Aiden that he intended to break down the castle gates personally, leaving the current position under Aiden's watch before dashing toward the main entrance. At the castle walls, the situation had become increasingly dire as a sea of men clawed their way upward. Count Perdium fought with every ounce of his strength to halt their advance, but the pressure was relentless. Scorvin suddenly screamed a warning to the Count, pointing out that the enemy was now bringing forward massive siege towers. The Count cursed the development, wondering how the enemy could have known the exact height of their walls ahead of time to prepare such structures. Randolph complained that they were already being swamped, and that the arrival of the towers would make the walls completely indefensible. He frantically asked if the catapults were ready, receiving word that they were just about to be. The order to fire was given, aiming to intercept the towers, but as the cannonball whistled through the air, a spear was thrown with such precision that it struck the projectile mid-flight. The interception shocked the defenders, who wondered what kind of knight could pull off such a feat. Victor then rode into view, and Count Perdium recognized him as the formidable knight leading the charge. Victor drew his weapon and called out for Perdium to resign himself, claiming their downfall was inevitable. He commanded the battering ram to move forward, causing his men to charge the gates with swift, coordinated movements. Simultaneously, enemy soldiers began jumping onto the top of the walls, compromising the Perdium defenses and making it easier for the horde to enter. The battering ram began its rhythmic, heavy slamming against the gates. Count Perdium felt his strength waning, his breath coming in ragged gasps as the territory seemed on the brink of collapse. Inside the castle, a group of mages sat within a circle engraved on the ground, screaming to be let go. They complained to Old Man Fergus that they were mages and should not be caught up in a petty territory war. Fergus remained unmoved, stating he was following Cecil's orders, which only caused the mages to mock the situation further, noting that the battering ram made the battle a foregone conclusion. Vanessa, however, remained calm, telling Alfoy not to worry because Cecil would take care of everything. Her confidence only made Alfoy scream in frustration, calling Cecil a fool and lamenting that he was being worked like a donkey, only to die in a lost cause. Vanessa stood her ground, her mind drifting back to a few days earlier, when she had first felt the flow of mana. She had apologized to Cecil for her limitations, but he had smiled and told her that her ability to use magic at all was more than enough. He had led her outside, to where mages were being forced to bury runestones in the dirt. Alfoy had been furious then, too, demanding to know why mages were being used for manual labor when the stones could just be stored in the castle. Gordon had quickly silenced his chatter with a death threat. Cecil had explained to Vanessa that this was preparation for the simplest and most powerful tactic in war, crushing the enemy with an overwhelming show of force. He acknowledged that the gates would eventually be breached, but he looked at Vanessa and told her she was the key to their victory. Back in the present, Vanessa stood in the center of the magic circle, striking her staff against the ground and beginning to draw magic energy from the environment. Alfoy realized with a shock that the circle was designed to transfer all their collective magic power into her. As Cecil rode toward the castle, his thoughts were entirely on Vanessa and the plan they had set in motion. The castle gates were on the verge of imploding under the battering ram's assault. On the walls, Randolph screamed for the Count to look as he spotted Cecil riding in with a cavalry unit. Victor was alerted by his men that an unidentified unit had ambushed them from both rear flanks, and now Cecil was charging forward with full force. Cecil arrived at the enemy lines, dodging a volley of crossbow bolts by leaping his horse into the air. He gripped his sword and swung with a wide, powerful arc, slicing through the shoulders of multiple soldiers in a single motion. Their heads went flying as Cecil descended back to the ground. The sudden carnage caused the enemy to murmur in fear, calling him a monster for killing so many in one swipe. Cecil raised his bloodied sword toward the sky and screamed for the soldiers of Perdium to rise for a counterattack. The soldiers behind him let out a deafening roar, following him into the fray toward a newfound hope for victory. While Cecil struck from one flank, Kaor and Belinda coordinated their assault from another, effectively pincering the opposition. Simultaneously, Ghislaine led his forces directly into the center of House Digald's main army. The air filled with panicked screams as the enemy realized their core troops were under a full-scale ambush. Ghislaine signaled Gordon and Thorin, declaring that he would draw the enemy's attention with his own attack. The mercenaries dashed forward with taunting screams, noting how the main troops would be decimated before any reinforcements could return to save them. In the center of the chaos, Thomas Digald stood frozen in confusion, unable to comprehend how his superior numbers had been so easily outmaneuvered. One of his men urgently advised a retreat. Ghislaine wasted no time, diving through the fray toward Thomas Digald with the intent to take the commander hostage. Just as he closed the distance, a spear whistled through the air, forcing Ghislaine to use his axe in a desperate block. The attacker was Adon Praso, who sat composed on his horse as Thomas Digald scrambled away, falling to the ground in terror. Ghislaine recognized the raw strength in Adon's posture. Adon, impressed, noted that it took significant guts to launch a surprise attack on a main army with such a small force. When Adon asked for his name, Ghislaine simply glared, identifying himself only as a weapon belonging to Cecil Perdium. At the left castle walls, Belinda and Kaor displayed lethal teamwork. Belinda used her ropes to snag men off the siege ladders, jerking them down to the ground where Kaor waited with his daggers to finish them off. The bickering between them remained constant. Belinda snapped at Kaor to stop getting blood on her, leading Kaor to laugh and tell the old lady she should simply learn to dodge. Belinda's annoyance only fueled her efficiency. On the right wall, Cecil moved like a whirlwind, making quick work of any soldier in his path. The enemy cried out in despair, realizing they couldn't stop him and urging one another to flee. Cecil didn't give them the chance, screaming for all units to charge while the enemy was paralyzed by confusion. He set his sights on the looming siege tower, leading a charge that had his men roaring with newfound adrenaline. The commanders of Thomas Digald's army tried to rally their troops, shouting that they couldn't show their backs to the enemy, but the fear was already deep. As Cecil dashed forward, the enemy commander ordered his spearmen to stop him. The unit braced. Cecil commanded his steed to dodge. The horse responded perfectly, arching its neck and sidestepping the thrusts. In that opening, Cecil vaulted from the saddle, flying over the spearheads. He landed amidst the spearmen, spinning instantly to slice through the men beside him. Within 10 minutes, the entire spear unit had been dismantled. Cecil paused to survey the battlefield, realizing the wall defenses were still failing due to the remaining siege tower. He recognized that the castle would fall before the gates were even breached if he didn't act, as their cavalry was being slowly overwhelmed by sheer numbers. The enemy, seeing his pause, surged toward him to protect their tower. Cecil, realizing they couldn't lose their momentum, met them head-on. He swung his sword in a blur of aura-enhanced steel, slicing the first attacker's head open before turning to cleave another man clean in half. He dodged a blade thrust and countered with a lethal strike to the side. Moving so fast, he appeared as a blur of violence. High atop the siege tower, archers screamed for their comrades to fire, realizing Cecil was targeting the structure. Arrows rained down, but Cecil dodged through the volley with his eyes locked on their commander. He leaped upward, piercing his sword through the commander's chest and throwing the man's body directly at the tower. Using mana threads, Cecil snagged his sword, pulling himself up to the top level. The men inside had no time to react before Cecil slammed his hand down, channeling a burst of force that caused the entire massive structure to groan and collapse. The sight of the falling tower sent shockwaves through the battlefield. From his position, Victor watched the destruction, intrigued by the commander who could take down a siege tower single-handedly. Cecil walked out from the wreckage as the dust settled. Victor turned to his men, asking if the gates were breached yet. When told it would take another 10 minutes, Victor gave them 5, declaring he would handle the enemy commander himself. He threatened his own men with death if they failed him, leaving them chilled with fear. Just as Victor prepared to move, a voice called out, mocking his winged tin can armor. It was Kaor. Walking forward with a confident smirk, Kaor blocked Victor's path, stating that the knight wasn't going anywhere. When Victor asked who he was, Kaor identified himself as the captain of the Kelveros mercenary band, raising his dagger and inviting the knight to have some fun. The moment Kaor declared it was time to have some fun, he dashed forward toward Victor, forcing the knight's attention to snap toward him. Victor maneuvered his horse with practiced ease, using the beast's rear leg to strike Kaor's mount in the neck, an aggressive move that caused Kaor to become momentarily frantic. Before Kaor could stabilize, Victor swung his sword, cutting down Kaor's horse instantly. Kaor, sensing the fatal blow, jumped clear just in time to swing downward at Victor. Victor caught the strike on his blade, the sound of clashing metal ringing out as Kaor glared down at him, immediately launching into a relentless barrage of attacks. Kaor calculated his chances, discerning that he might actually die here as he realized Victor was effortlessly blocking every single one of his swings. Victor seemed entirely unimpressed, stating that he had seen more than enough mercenaries who harbored the delusion that they could actually fight, concluding that there was no easier opponent than a beast fighting purely on instinct. Victor unleashed a heavy, wide strike that forced Kaor to dodge, though the momentum pushed him backward as the blade caught his own, slicing through the metal and wounding him. Kaor hit the ground hard, recognizing that the attack was far from a minor graze. He gathered his thoughts, deducing that this man was every bit as strong as Cecil had warned. Cecil had previously briefed him on Victor, identifying him as the hidden ace of House Desmond and a primary threat to House Perdium. During that briefing, Kaor had asked if Victor was stronger than Cecil himself, only for Cecil to clarify that Victor was stronger than anyone he had ever encountered, excluding himself. Cecil had reasoned that Victor would use his overwhelming numbers to force their focus onto the walls and fences, while simultaneously planning to breach the weakened castle gates for an all-out assault. As Cecil had planned, if Victor managed to move away from the castle gate, their entire strategy would crumble. Realizing that Vanessa was Cecil's ultimate trump card, Kaor understood that his sole duty was to serve as the wall that kept Victor pinned in place. He twirled the curved blade in his hand, gripping it like a dagger with a sharp smile, admitting that Victor was indeed far too strong before readying himself for the next round. The scene shifted to the heated battle between Ghislaine and Adon Prasso, who were currently trading blows with axe and spear. Nearby, the men protecting House Digald were frantically pulling their lord back, urging him to reach safety while Gordon screamed at them to stay out of Ghislaine's way. Gordon and his men were busy tearing through House Digald's ranks, but Ghislaine felt the pace of the duel was becoming tedious. He discerned that he shouldn't be wasting his time, yet Adon's solid shield effectively neutralized every attack, refusing to budge. Ghislaine wondered how long it had been since he had faced such a resilient opponent. He swung his sword with a strange, calculated fluidity, causing the blade to pierce through Adon's defense. Adon remained unfazed, claiming the attack was hefty but ultimately useless against his shield. He yanked the shield back with sudden violence, causing Ghislaine to be thrown to the left by the sheer force. Ghislaine felt the momentum of his own weapon, pulling him off balance. An opening Adon immediately tried to exploit with a spear thrust. Ghislaine managed to dodge the point, but his horse was not as fortunate. Adon sliced the animal down, causing it to collapse. Adon loomed over him, stating that Ghislaine would fall in this moment, as he swung his massive shield. Both Ghislaine and Kaor now appeared to be at a severe disadvantage against their respective opponents. The situation worsened as the tower gates protecting Perdium got destroyed, and the gate to the Perdium territory was breached, the wall finally giving way. As Cecil watched the disaster unfold, Vanessa remained inside the castle, still chanting her spell. She desperately needed more time, but the gate was already open. Victor screamed for all units to charge and take the castle, ordering his men to bring Count Digald forward while he personally handled the commander. Kaor called out to him, refusing to let him pass, leading Victor to ask why he kept fighting. Adon echoed this sentiment to Ghislaine, pointing out the breached gate and declaring the battle lost. Adon claimed their bold ambush had changed nothing, mocking the choice to use mercenary riffraff as special forces. Both knights insisted that no matter how skilled a mercenary might be, they could never defeat a highly trained knight and should simply run for their lives. Kaor began to laugh, noting that on the battlefield, the only distinction was between winners and losers. Ghislaine and Kaor suddenly increased their pace, dashing forward as the second phase of the duel ignited. Adon swung his spear, dismissing Ghislaine's words as meaningless, but Ghislaine blocked the strike with his axe. He instantly used the crook of the axe head to hook the spear and yank it toward the ground, destabilizing Adon's position on his horse. Adon was shocked, realizing too late how the weapon had been used against him. Ghislaine swung the axe upward in an attempt to take Adon's head, but Adon managed to block with his shield at the last second. The strike claimed the horse's head instead, forcing Adon to the ground. Infuriated, Adon called him mercenary scum, but Ghislaine ignored the insult, rising for another strike. Adon raised his shield again, but Ghislaine pointed out that even the sturdiest defense has a weakness. He pulled a hidden blade from behind him, declaring that he had given his life to Lord Cecil as a weapon, and that victory was his duty. He launched a precision attack that bypassed the shield, striking Adon directly through the visor of his helmet and into his eyes. The scene shifted back to Kaor as he charged Victor. He knew with absolute certainty that Victor was the superior fighter, and that death was a very real possibility. However, he remembered Cecil's command to keep them outside the gate at all costs. Kaor calculated that as long as he could land even a single meaningful hit, he could change the entire tide of the war. Kaor remembered the moment he had asked Cecil how he managed to move with such impossible fluidity during their previous duel for Moriana's approval. He had been desperate to understand the secret behind those movements, only for Cecil to smile and explain that it was never about the physical motion itself. Cecil had reasoned that an unfamiliar opponent will instinctively categorize a fighter as a weak target, creating a fatal opening that must be exploited. As Kaor dashed toward Victor, the knight had already dismissed him as a simple, mindless beast, swinging his heavy blade with lethal intent. Kaor moved with sudden, sharp grace, dodging every incoming strike instantly before drawing a dagger and hurling it toward Victor's chest. Victor parried the projectile with a single, arrogant flick of his own blade. Victor lectured Kaor, stating that fools often made hasty do-or-die decisions without realizing it would be the very last decision they ever made. He swung his sword with a final command to die, but in that exact heartbeat, Kaor applied Cecil's lesson. He knew that by hiding his true intentions behind a mask of weakness, he could surmount even a superior foe. Lunging forward to grab Victor's arm while simultaneously leaping into the air to snatch his falling dagger from the sky, Victor had not expected such a complex maneuver from a supposed beast. Kaor descended like a predator, aiming a strike that Victor narrowly dodged, resulting in the dagger plunging deep into Victor's horse instead. The animal fell limp to the ground, causing both the knight and the mercenary to tumble, though Victor managed to roll away and regain his footing in the blink of an eye. Victor stared at the boy, deducing that Kaor had intentionally set up a counterattack to turn the tables, even while appearing to lose. He recognized that only those prepared to die could reach such heights of combat, admitting that Kaor was more than just a mindless animal. Noting that while warriors often transcend their limits when facing death, Kaor had unfortunately missed. Victor concluded that Kaor simply didn't stand a chance, asking if he had any last words before the end. Kaor remained silent for a moment before noting that he had, in fact, landed a hit. Victor was momentarily confused, but his confusion turned to alarm as 3 daggers suddenly whistled through the air from an unseen source. He dodged the blades instantly, and in that same moment, Belinda blurred into the space, swirling through the air with practiced lethality. She threw her rope, which entangled Kaor's clothing, allowing her to twirl and pull him toward her as she landed on her horse. The momentum dragged Kaor away to safety, much to Victor's astonishment. Victor watched them escape, pondering Kyor's claim about landing a hit. He realized that while he had lost his horse, he would have actually died if not for his own reflexes. Therefore, Kyor hadn't been foolish enough to trade his life for a single hit. He wondered if the mercenary had truly risked everything for a purpose he didn't yet understand, until he looked forward and saw someone chanting magic. The realization hit Victor like a physical blow. Kyor had simply been buying time. Cecil's initial plan had been for the mercenaries to hold the line until the gates were breached, allowing Vanessa to turn the tide with her magic. Vanessa had initially doubted her ability to succeed, but Cecil's encouragement had given her the confidence to unleash her full power. Vanessa's awakening began as she unleashed the Flame Strike spell. Fire ignited violently in front of her, causing every soldier charging toward her to catch fire in an instant. The inferno was so tremendous that it roared through the gates of the Perdium territory, busting through the ranks of men stationed behind the large walls. It all happened in a blur, resulting in a sea of flames that consumed the invaders. The Count and the other onlookers were amazed by the devastation, while Cecil remained calm, smiling as he saw his plan working exactly as expected. The enemy soldiers began to scream in agony, turning to retreat in a desperate attempt to escape the castle. However, Cecil appeared in their path, showing no mercy as he sliced through those trying to flee. He ordered his men to surround the gates and leave no one alive. His troops arrived in force, encircling the space and trapping the panicked invaders. In that moment, Victor's knee gave way as the weight of the defeat settled in. One of his men rushed to his side, frantically reporting that most of their soldiers had been burned to death and urging an immediate retreat. Victor was incensed, realizing they had spent so much time devising a perfect strategy only for it to be dismantled by a few wild beasts and an elder-level mage capable of reducing thousands to ashes in seconds. He concluded he had walked right into a trap. Victor stood up, ordering a temporary retreat toward the main camp to regroup away from the fire. He muttered that while it would take longer than planned to conquer the territory, they had no choice but to call for Adon. However, his words died in his throat as a towering figure walked toward him. It was Ghislaine, carrying Adon's helmet on his arm and staring straight into Victor's eyes. Ghislaine asked if he was the commander of the Digald army, prompting Victor to whisper his brother's name in shock. Ghislaine tossed the helmet down, informing Victor that his army and main camp had already been defeated and demanding his surrender. Cecil's men were already laying waste to the retreating forces, while the fire continued to consume the rest. Victor began to laugh, though the sound held no joy, consumed by the irony of his situation. He looked up at the towering mercenary, realizing that the life he had lived and the plans he had followed were now utterly meaningless. It was simply too late for him to be alive. With the enemy army broken and weakened, Count Perdium seized the momentum, screaming for his bowmen and crossbowmen to fire. A rain of arrows descended upon the battlefield, cutting down the remaining soldiers who were frantically trying to escape, while the Perdium cavalry surged forward to run through any men left standing on the ground. Cecil declared that this was their ultimate chance to turn the tables, commanding his forces to kill every last one of them as they charged to annihilate the remnants of Thomas Digald's army. In the midst of the cleanup, Belinda called out to Cecil to check if he was injured. He assured her he was fine before asking about her own status, causing her to glance toward Kyor. Though Kyor was still coughing from the intensity of his duel, he managed to raise a thumb to signal he was all right, leading Cecil to smile. Belinda noted that things could have ended poorly if the plan had been delayed by even a few seconds, admitting that she hadn't initially thought his strategy was possible. Cecil pointed out that it had all worked out in the end, though Belinda reminded him that they couldn't pull the same trick twice, as they had exhausted every single runestone they had harvested for that one massive attack. She suggested he praise Vanessa for her performance, but Cecil's attention quickly shifted as he realized Ghislaine was still out there fighting alone. He immediately dashed off on his horse to find his comrade. Nearby, Ghislaine was locked in a brutal struggle with Victor, the two going toe-to-toe in a relentless exchange. Ghislaine began to sweat as he realized how powerful Victor's attacks truly were. Every time Ghislaine attempted a strike with his axe, Victor would dodge with fluid grace and return with a blow that was even more devastating. Victor eventually landed a heavy strike against Ghislaine's back. Ghislaine was stunned by the knight's ridiculous combination of speed and strength, realizing the man wouldn't let up. Victor dashed forward, mocking the pathetic mercenaries for thinking they were strong just because he had let them run wild. Ghislaine attempted a side attack, but Victor hooked the axe with his sword, trapping the weapon so Ghislaine could no longer pull it back or maneuver. Seizing the opening, Victor disarmed him, sending the axe flying across the clearing to land in the dirt. With Ghislaine defenseless, Victor thrusted his blade forward, piercing Ghislaine's chest. Blood splattered across the ground as Ghislaine began to cough. Victor observed that Ghislaine had intentionally guided the sword away from his vital organs, acknowledging that it wasn't mere luck that had allowed the mercenary to defeat Aiden. Victor noted that Ghislaine was the only one who had ever fought him for this long, though he called it foolish to challenge him right after exhausting his energy on Aiden. Declaring that Aiden wouldn't be ashamed to have died to someone of Ghislaine's caliber, Victor raised his sword for the final kill. Just then, a sword whistled from behind Victor, causing the knight to sense the danger and leap away. The weapon struck the ground with a heavy thud as Cecil walked calmly into the space. Victor demanded to know who he was, but Cecil remained silent, his gaze fixed on the knight. Ghislaine lay exhausted on the floor as Cecil reached down, grabbed Ghislaine's axe, and slung it onto his back before advancing. Victor recognized the black armor and glared at the newcomer. Without a word, Cecil released his core energy and dashed forward, swinging the axe downward with a heavy infusion of mana-charged aura. Victor braced with his sword to dodge and deflect, but the sheer weight of the attack was nearly impossible to withstand. He struggled to push Cecil away, leading both warriors to take stances for a high-speed exchange. They swung and clashed their weapons repeatedly, the ringing of steel echoing through the area. Cecil twirled his weapon, using the handle of the axe to parry an impending strike before leaping into the air. He hooked his leg around Victor's neck while they were mid-air, bringing him down in a violent chokeslam that drove Victor's head toward the ground. Victor was distraught by the unpredictable movement, though he managed to leap backward and regain his footing. He realized that if he let his guard down for even a second, he would be dead. Victor demanded to know, since when House Perdium had possessed such a powerful warrior. Cecil replied that he knew everything, their forces, their strategy, and even the man supporting them. Victor screamed that it was impossible, dashing toward Cecil in a fit of rage, unable to believe that their secret undertaking had been discovered. They parried and sliced at one another until Cecil swung his weapon downward, forcing Victor to his knees. Victor, desperate to protect his status as House Desmond's hidden ace, pushed Cecil's weapon upward and tried to go in for a final decapitating strike, screaming that he wouldn't fall for dirty tricks. As the weapon came up, Cecil used the weight of his axe against the ground to propel himself into a jump. Victor was shocked as Cecil spun in midair. Victor moved back to dodge a kick, but Cecil pulled his axe upward to propel himself into a second kick that struck Victor square in the head. Cecil followed up immediately, swinging his axe down with such force that a loud explosion rocked the clearing. The impact caused Victor's helmet to fly off and land in the dirt. Victor knelt on the ground, blood running down his face, as he looked up to see Cecil walking slowly toward him. Cecil reached down and grabbed the sword he had thrown earlier, remarking that, as much as he liked axes, he actually preferred swords. A confused Victor asked once more who he was. Cecil removed his own helmet, tossing it to the ground, and introduced himself as Cecil Perdium, the son of Count Perdium. Upon hearing Cecil's name, Victor was struck with genuine surprise before he suddenly erupted into a loud, mocking laugh, questioning if he, the strongest knight of the North, had truly been defeated by such a boorish dunce. Cecil remained unmoved, stating that today was simply the day Victor would discover who truly held the title of the strongest in the North. Victor smiled at the bravado, noting that he wouldn't bother asking how the trap was devised, as war demanded any means necessary for victory. He took a firm combat stance, releasing a massive surge of mana, and glaring at Cecil to affirm that only the one left standing at the end would be considered the winner. Cecil accepted the challenge with a simple affirmation, drawing his own sword and matching Victor's mana output with an equal release of his own. While the wider war raged in other regions involving Count Perdium and Belinda, Ghislaine had already secured a horse to make his escape, and Vanessa had passed out from the total exhaustion of her mana reserves. This left Cecil and Victor to engage in the deciding battle that would determine the ultimate fate of the conflict. The two warriors dashed toward each other simultaneously, swinging their blades for the final time. The ensuing battle was frantic, with both men dodging attacks in a blurred sequence of high-speed movements. Victor unleashed a wide, powerful swing, forcing Cecil to leap backward, only for Victor to dash inward to maintain the pressure. Victor attempted a forward pierce, but Cecil dodged once more from that angle, Seizing the opening, Cecil swung back, but Victor used his own sword to deflect the strike, pushing Cecil's blade upward. Victor tried to dash deeply into Cecil's personal space once more, but to his surprise, Cecil propelled himself upward, literally climbing over Victor and striking him across the face with his other leg. The blow nearly stunned the knight, though he managed to regain his focus. Cecil didn't let up, jumping and twirling to bring his sword down toward Victor's face, but Victor was able to use his blade to parry the aerial assault. Struggling against Cecil's momentum, Victor shoved back against the sword while Cecil was still mid-air, pushing him away to create distance. Victor jumped back and landed steadily on the ground, huffing and puffing while Cecil landed with an eerie, calm grace. Very much a stress level 0 moment for Cecil. Standing among the encroaching flames, Victor dashed forward again, swinging his sword with renewed desperation. The clashes continued until Victor suddenly turned to his side, using his cape to obscure Cecil's vision. Recognizing this as a setup for a wide-reaching attack, Cecil jumped instantly, dodging the strike and twirling in the air to strike downward. Victor struck upward to meet him, resulting in a deafening clash of swords that echoed through the battlefield. Cecil landed and immediately dashed forward again, refusing to give the knight a moment to breathe. They crashed their weapons together, staring each other straight in the eye, as the intensity of the duel peaked. Victor was visibly flustered. The raw anger was visible on both their faces, as Victor found a way to pin Cecil's sword to the ground. Surprised by the move, Cecil saw Victor's sword swinging upward toward his face and reacted by bending over. Cecil then reached out, grabbing Victor by the neck and throwing him across the clearing. As Cecil dashed forward again, Victor tumbled backward, striking the ground but managing to roll into a defensive twirl. Victor came back with a slice aimed at Cecil's face, kicking up a cloud of dust that acted as a smokescreen. Cecil used his hand to shield his eyes, but Victor used the distraction to thrust his sword forward. Cecil recognized Victor's immense strength, noting that the knight was on par with him even with his third core circle released. He recalled his past life, remembering how Victor had been the only one to stand against him when he attacked House Desmond. In that previous timeline, it had taken dozens of exchanges and far too much time to secure a win. It was no wonder the Perdium territory had fallen in the past to such strategy and numbers. But Cecil remained determined that those who provoked them this time would die. As Victor dashed forward for what he intended to be a decisive attack, Cecil readied himself and swung his sword upward. Both men thrusted their blades forward in a final, overlapping movement. A piercing sound echoed through the space, followed by a spray of blood from Victor's back. Cecil, however, remained uninjured by the exchange. He had successfully guided Victor's sword through his hand to avoid any vital organs while simultaneously stabbing Victor through the chest. This decisive move effectively ended the battle. Victor called out to Count Desmond as Cecil tore the blade through his body, causing the knight to fall backward into the flames. As Victor lay dying on the ground, Cecil stood victoriously over him, glaring down with annoyance at the knight's defeat. Cecil turned to walk away, but Victor's voice stopped him, asking who he really was. Victor noted that the Cecil he knew was a rascal and absolute garbage, though he admitted it didn't matter now. With his final breath, Victor stated that he had actually had fun in their battle, before passing out and dying in the dirt. Cecil didn't offer a response, simply walking off and claiming his victory as the flames rose around the fallen knight. As the sun began to rise, the battlefield lay in a silent, grim testament to the struggle that had transpired. With the enemy ranks entirely perished, the soldiers of House Perdium gathered before the castle gates, their eyes fixed on Cecil as he approached with Ghislaine walking steadily by his shoulder. Seeing the hopeful gazes of those who had survived, Cecil felt a surge of genuine happiness at their hard-won victory, smiling as he asked if everyone had made it through the ordeal. Upon hearing his voice, the soldiers broke their silence, rushing toward him and calling out to their young master, effectively hyping Cecil up for the incredible turn of events. Cecil thanked them all for following his plans so faithfully, assuring them that they had all done remarkably well. Nearby, Kaor turned to Ghislaine, jokingly asking if the elder mercenary was actually whining about a minor cut. Ghislaine dismissed the concern, claiming it was nothing, but Belinda immediately stepped in to berate them both. She insisted that it was certainly not nothing, and telling him to stop acting tough. Cecil then asked Belinda about Vanessa's whereabouts, learning that the mage was completely exhausted and resting inside. Old Man Fergus had already moved her and the other mages into the castle to ensure they would be fine. Suddenly, Randolph lunged forward and pulled Cecil into a boisterous hug, laughing as he praised Cecil for a job well done, and noting that such a performance was exactly what he expected from the successor of House Perdium. Cecil thanked the captain for his own hard work, before turning his attention to his father. Count Perdium stood before him with a look of initial indifference, but he soon stepped forward to embrace his son in an emotional hug. The gesture took Cecil by surprise. His father whispered that when Cecil had first shared his plan, he had truly believed it would be impossible, yet Cecil had managed to achieve it. Cecil humbly replied that the victory was only possible because his father had successfully held the walls. The Count disagreed, crediting the entire success to Cecil before raising his hand and screaming to the gathered crowd that House Perdium was the victor. The air erupted in roars and chants of praise as the survivors celebrated their survival. Amidst the joy, Cecil remained focused on the future. Realizing that while he had returned for this moment, the battle was not yet truly over, he observed that several key characters remained on the board. When Randolph asked the Count about his next move, the Count mentioned he would check on the soldiers first and advised Cecil to gather his mercenaries and get some rest while they had the chance. Cecil immediately declined, arguing that they had no time to waste and must hurry to force Count Digald into an official surrender. Count Perdium told him not to worry, planning to set out the following morning, but Cecil insisted that tomorrow would be too late. He requested the authority to act as the Count's representative, so he could take his mercenaries to the Digald territory immediately. This request made Randolph visibly uncomfortable. The Count questioned if such haste was necessary, considering the soldiers were likely exhausted. Cecil flinched slightly before explaining that the war was not over until the threat was neutralized. He argued that since Count Digald had broken their alliance to attempt a takeover, they could not give him any room to think or recover, lest he charge back in with whatever forces remained. Hearing this, Count Perdium realized that while he expected his son to bask in the victory for a moment, Cecil was already 2 steps ahead. He agreed to the plan, deciding they would pressure Digald and end the matter for good. He called Cecil back for one final warning, reminding him that Count Digald was once an ally and a nobleman loyal to the crown, and therefore deserved a level of respect. Cecil smiled and promised he wouldn't be disrespectful before walking off to find Kaor and Belinda. He asked if they were ready to move, and Kaor shrugged, claiming he only had a few scratches to worry about. Cecil hopped onto his horse, commanding the group to ride at full speed until they reached the Digald territory. Inside the Digald castle, the atmosphere was one of pure panic. Count Digald paced his office, complaining loudly about how they could have lost to the weaklings of House Perdium, especially when House Desmond was supposed to be so strong. When one of his subjects tried to calm him, the Count snapped, telling the man to shut up and order the preparation of surrender negotiations. He planned to offer a large sum of money as compensation, believing that the Count of Perdium was a fool who clung to tradition and would undoubtedly negotiate if the price was right. His subject was confused, questioning how they would find the money after pouring everything into the war. The Count grabbed the man by the neck, calling him a dunce and suggesting they simply take the money from the people of the territory. He mocked the man for caring about pigs more than his master before throwing him to the ground. The official was deeply annoyed, realizing that such tyranny would likely lead the people to rebel. Just then, a messenger burst in with urgent news. The forces of House Perdium had already arrived at the gates. The Count allowed them into his office, and Cecil's soldiers lined up with a solemn intensity that made the Count visibly uncomfortable. He tried to reassure himself that they wouldn't get what they wanted, but his confidence shattered when he saw Cecil walk in instead of his father. Cecil asked if he had been preparing to negotiate a surrender. Stunned, the Count demanded to know why the father had sent his son in his place. Cecil explained that his father was far too busy managing their territory after the war, and had granted him the full authority to act as representative. He then signaled his men to bring the Count to him at once. A few hours earlier, as Cecil and his men made their way toward the Digald territory, Kaor noted that the cowardly Count was surprisingly quick to abandon his men and flee back to his own lands. Gordon offered an apology, taking the blame for the escape, but Kaor dismissed it, suggesting that the old man was the one who had truly let him go and that the rest had done their best. Cecil glanced at Kaor, silently considering whether he should let Kaor and Ghislaine spend some time together after the mission. Kaor then questioned if negotiating a surrender meant the Count would be allowed to live, asking why such mercy was being shown. Cecil explained that despite the man being scum for attempting to take over Perdium, he technically held the pretext of avenging his son. He noted that demanding excessive compensation would make House Perdium look bad, so the matter would be handled as a financial issue. Kaor found this approach unnecessarily complicated, wondering why they couldn't simply charge in and wipe everyone out. Belinda intervened, asking Kaor if he truly thought noble conflicts were as simple as a scuffle between mercenaries and urging him to use his head. Kaor countered that both mercenaries and nobles were only human, questioning why they had to let an invading army save face. Cecil reassured him, clarifying that while his father would handle things traditionally, he had a different plan. He smiled, declaring that he would take over the Digald territory himself, because he was different. Back in the present, Count Digald screamed in confusion, questioning why Cecil was standing before him instead of his father. But just as Cecil had instructed, the soldiers grabbed the Count, dragging him toward the young master. Digald complained loudly, demanding to be unhanded and calling them lowly scum for touching him with filthy hands. They shoved him to the ground at Cecil's feet. Belinda whispered a warning to Cecil, expressing her concern, and noting she wouldn't be able to defend him if he didn't properly handle the situation. Count Digald screamed that he had sworn fealty to the kingdom, and that Cecil would never get away with treating a loyal servant of the king with such disrespect. Cecil raised his sword before the Count, declaring that the man had fallen for the enemy's temptation, broken their alliance, and tried to steal Perdium land. He stated firmly that anyone who dared to provoke House Perdium would face death. Terrified, the Count asked if Cecil actually intended to kill him. Cecil pointed out that the Count had sacrificed countless lives for his own sake, and must now pay an adequate price in return. Water began to leak from every part of the Count's face, as he realized the lunatic before him might actually be serious. Count Digald screamed for him to wait, offering his territory as compensation. This revelation shocked everyone present except for Cecil, who had already anticipated this answer. Cecil reminded him that inheritance law required a blood relation or an appointed successor, noting that territories could not be traded so easily. The Count desperately promised to handle the details, suggesting he could declare Cecil a distant relative and have his people create a formal inheritance document. He screamed at his subordinate, Lowell, to bring a quill and paper immediately. Cecil glared at him, appearing unconvinced, causing the Count to offer money as well. He admitted he had none currently, but promised to collect taxes from his people at once if Cecil would only let him live. Cecil asked if his life was truly worth that much, before grabbing the Count by his armor and dragging him outside. Cecil stood before the local citizens, who murmured in confusion at the sight of their lord being handled so roughly. The Count attempted to maintain his dignity, asking Cecil what he planned to do in front of lowly commoners, but Cecil warned him to watch his tongue, as those people held his life in their hands. Cecil addressed the crowd, identifying himself as Cecil Perdium and explaining that Count Digald had started a war under the pretext of vengeance, only to be defeated. He revealed that the Count planned to tax them further to pay for war reparations, and asked if anyone was willing to pay voluntarily. The people erupted in anger, shouting that the Count had already stripped them of everything to fund the war, and that they wouldn't pay another coin. Cecil calmed them, offering a choice as the representative of House Perdium. He asked if they would save their lord by paying a significant sum, or kill him and become part of House Perdium instead. He noted that the latter choice would free them from the weight of the Count's defeat. Count Digald cursed Cecil for the humiliation, but before he could finish his sentence, a stone struck him in the head. A barrage of stones followed as his own people called him a bastard, accusing him of taking their keepsakes and the last of the food meant for their children. They shoved their farming tools at him in a fit of rage, screaming for him to die as they began to strike him with tools, stones, and their feet. It was a deservedly brutal end for a tyrant. Cecil turned and walked back to his people, signaling for Belinda and Kaor to head home since the war was over. Belinda told him she understood his actions and expressed total confidence in his decision-making. Back at the Perdium castle, Cecil delivered the news of the Count's death, causing confusion among the leadership. Count Perdium reminded Cecil that he had asked for the man to be shown respect, but Cecil explained it was the best course of action. He noted that Digald would have targeted House Perdium again if given the chance. Homer and Albert questioned how the Count could have attacked again after losing 7,000 men, prompting Cecil to explain that House Desmond had provided the troops while House Leopold worked behind the scenes to cut them off. The advisors murmured in shock, wondering why the neutral House Desmond and the Leopold territory would act against them. Cecil sat down, realizing privately that Amelia was the reason no allies had come to their aid, as she had likely killed their messengers to isolate them. He knew that taking over the Digald territory would provide a vital buffer and make it easier to monitor suspicious movements. Count Perdium pointed out that killing a lord did not grant them his land, but Cecil placed a document on the table. It was a signed declaration stating Cecil was a distant relative and the appointed successor. Cecil explained that the Count had given it to him himself to avoid inheritance disputes. The Count was amazed by the foresight, but asked if Cecil could manage a territory with his small group of people. Cecil smiled, stating he knew the perfect person for the task. The scene shifted to a busy bar in the territory of House Austin, in the Kingdom of Siron. In a corner, several hefty men were playing a game of dice. One of them, visibly annoyed, accused the man rolling the dice of cheating. The man, identified as Claude, smiled and told them to lighten up and pay their bets as he stacked the dice in front of him. The war's end brought a new dawn to the hall, where the victory ceremony commenced. Count Perdium stood before the gathered crowd. In the name of the king, he awarded Cecil the title of Baron Fenris, causing the room to erupt in thunderous cheers as everyone hailed the rise of Baron Cecil Fenris. The path to this title had been paved in the Count's office some time prior. Cecil had presented a map of the House Digald lands, explaining that the territory consisted of 5 baronies in addition to its main center. He laid out his strategic intent to establish his base of operations in the heart of these lands, specifically within the Fenris barony. The advisors had watched him in silence, realizing that Cecil wasn't actually asking for their opinions, but was instead informing them of a settled matter. Albert had leaned in to whisper to the Count, leading the elder Perdium to grant his approval, noting that they needed to appoint a ruler for those lands regardless. The victory, however, had come with a steep price tag. Count Perdium sighed, mentioning that their own territory had suffered severe financial hits due to the conflict. He suggested selling more dreamstones to recoup the losses, but Cecil informed him that there were none left to sell. This revelation distressed the Count. Cecil calmed him, promising that more would be mined and prepared for market soon. Later, amidst the lively celebrations, Belinda approached Cecil to insist he eat something. Ghislaine joined them, offering his congratulations to the newly minted Baron, while Kaor remarked on how the big boss had finally made it. Belinda reflected on how much she had once worried for the young master's future, though she admitted now that her cares hadn't been wasted. Kaor laughed, suggesting Cecil's recklessness was likely the reason for her constant stress, earning him a swift kick to the stomach from Belinda for the teasing remark. The atmosphere shifted as Elena ran into the space, dragging a girl named Rachel with her. Elena nudged Cecil, playfully claiming he was unrecognizable now that he was a baron. Cecil told her she could call him whatever she liked before turning his attention to Rachel. The girl looked pretty but appeared quite awkward, unsure of how to address him. When Cecil joked that Elena usually started punching when she didn't get her way, Elena became flustered and began playfully hitting him. Cecil turned to Ghislaine, noting that Rachel, Ghislaine's daughter, looked much better. Cecil suddenly clapped his hands to command the room's attention. He praised them for their bravery in the war and announced that starting today, the Fenris territory would be their new base. He declared his intent to hire them all as his private soldiers rather than mere mercenaries, causing a wave of murmurs to ripple through the group as they realized they were becoming an official army. Cecil promised to train them into proper knights, asserting that the courage they showed in battle proved they had what it took. Belinda pointed out that such a large force would require a fortune to maintain, resulting in Cecil's simple reply that they would simply have to make more money. Turning back to Ghislaine, Cecil checked on his recovery. Once Ghislaine confirmed he was fit, Cecil ordered him to take the men and travel to Fenris ahead of him. Ghislaine was surprised, asking if Cecil wouldn't be joining them, but Cecil explained he had a stop to make first. He placed a hand on Ghislaine's arm, telling him he was one of his most trusted men, and that he was counting on him to secure the territory while the war's aftermath left security thin. The praise was enticing to Ghislaine, who bowed and wished his lord a safe trip. Cecil called for Belinda and Kaor to prepare to leave for the Austin territory in the Kingdom of Siron. The news of international travel surprised them, especially when Kaor realized the destination was a place famous for gambling. Cecil corrected him, stating that fun wasn't the goal. Before leaving, Cecil checked in on Vanessa and Alfoy. He walked in to find a confusing scene where Vanessa was begging Alfoy to let her suck it just once. A panicked Alfoy screamed at her to stop, but Vanessa explained she wanted to absorb his magic like before so she could manifest the spells she could only visualize in her head. When Alfoy questioned why he had to be the source, Vanessa mentioned Cecil told her Alfoy's role was to be her magic reserve. Cecil stepped into the room, ending the bickering. He patted Vanessa on the head, praising her for her performance in her first real combat. When Alfoy complained about being treated like an afterthought, Cecil acknowledged his faithful service before dropping the news that Alfoy would be coming along on the trip. They eventually arrived at the Kraken gambling hall in the Austin territory, a place bustling with chaotic energy. Kaor was immediately in his element, soaking in the familiar atmosphere. Alfoy remained confused, wondering why they weren't at the Mage Tower. Cecil threw a bag of money to the two of them, telling them to go have some fun, and that he would call for them when needed. Alfoy met the sight of the coins with disgust, but Kaor laughed at the studious mage's ignorance of the real world, dragging him off to show him how to make big money. Belinda followed Cecil, teasing him that he had only come here for the entertainment, and promising not to nag him for a bit of gambling. Cecil stood his ground, explaining that he was actually there to recruit the man who would manage their new territory, a resourceful man currently living in the gambling house for personal reasons. Belinda was skeptical about hiring a gambler to run a barony, but Cecil assured her the man was highly capable. His name was Cloud, and at that very moment, he was in deep trouble. A crowd had gathered at a corner table, screaming that Cloud had been caught cheating. Men accused him of using weighted dice, and someone pinned his hand to the table while another prepared a blade to chop it off. The man across from Cloud smirked, claiming he had warned him not to play tricks. Cloud protested, claiming he was being framed, but the man ignored him, signaling for the executioner to strike. Cloud closed his eyes, bracing for the impact, when a new voice cut through the tension. Cecil jumped into the fray, using his blade to intercept the falling strike just inches from Cloud's hand. The man in charge demanded to know who he was. Cecil glared at him with an intensity that shifted the room's aura, identifying himself as Cecil of the Kingdom of Luthania, the Baron of Fenris. He's really out here doing side quests now. An immediate wave of discomfort washed over the man in front of him as he realized he was facing a high-ranking nobleman from a foreign kingdom. The tension escalated instantly when the thugs flanking Cecil attempted to lunge at him for interfering with their assault on Cloud, but their leader, Crank, screamed for them to stand down. The men froze as Crank shifted his tone, welcoming the noble guest to the Kraken gambling hall while urging him to avoid starting a commotion. He ordered everyone to put their weapons away, though Cecil and Belinda had already effectively subjugated the immediate threats before complying. Crank adopted a facade of politeness, asking what brought such an honorable nobleman to a humble gambling hall. Cecil wasted no time, stating that he had been looking for someone who happened to be right there. He looked at the trembling gambler and told Cloud to get up, informing him that he was there to take him back. Meanwhile, in another part of the hall, Kaor and Alfoy were deep in their own game. Against all odds, they rolled a perfect 3, resulting in a 1,000-point win for the young mage. The surrounding gamblers began to grumble. Kaor laughed heartily, grabbing Alfoy and praising his apparent gift for the game. As he looked at the mounting pile of winnings, Alfoy realized that he had made more in a few moments than he would earn from a full day of selling magic scrolls. The rush caused a blush to creep up his face as he felt his heart race, suddenly finding himself on the verge of a new addiction. But just then, a loud voice pulled Kaor's attention. Back at the main table, Belinda expressed her disbelief that a mere gambler was the person Cecil had traveled so far to find. Crank shook his head, claiming it would be impossible to let the man leave because he had defied the sanctuary of the hall by cheating and had to pay the price. Cloud spoke up with a smile, apologizing for the situation and explaining that the precious money Cecil had lent him was lost to a dirty trick. He pointed out that since the house managed all the dice and searched every guest for fraudulent tools at the door, it was far too convenient for them to suddenly accuse him of using a weighted die just as he was about to win big. Belinda questioned why Cloud was acting as if he knew Cecil so well, but Cecil silenced her. Crank tried to drive a wedge between them, telling Cecil that a swindler like Cloud couldn't be trusted and that his kind lied through their teeth. He reminded Cecil that the establishment belonged to Baron Austin, and warned that causing a scene could spark a diplomatic conflict between their two kingdoms. He suggested Cecil leave quietly and pretend the encounter never happened. Cecil refused to budge, noting that his money had practically been stolen. He sat down and proposed a compromise, a game of chance. If Cecil won, he would take Cloud and all of Cloud's previous winnings. If he lost, Crank could have his title and his fortune. The room went silent at the sheer audacity of the bet. Cloud whispered to Cecil, thanking him for the help, but asking who he actually was. Cecil pulled him close, simply stating that he was someone in need of his services. Crank erupted in laughter, admitting it had been a long time since he had met such a bold nobleman. He accepted the challenge, causing a crowd to gather as word spread that a wandering noble was challenging Crank. The rules were set. The lowest number would win, with ties resulting in a reroll. Crank mocked Cecil, suggesting that nobles usually struggled with complicated games. Cecil ignored the jab, telling him to hurry up and start. They flipped a coin to decide who would go first. Cecil chose heads and Crank chose tails. The coin landed on tails, granting Crank the first move. Crank grabbed the cup and dice, promising to show Cecil how it was done, as he began a flashy, exaggerated shake. Belinda was wholly unimpressed by the theatrical display over a single die. Crank performed a subtle maneuver before slamming the cup onto the table, revealing a 1. The crowd cheered, certain that Crank had already won, as a 1 was the lowest possible roll on a standard die. Crank feigned sympathy, suggesting the game might be over in a flash despite Cecil raising the stakes so high. Cecil told him to be quiet, noting he was much chattier than he looked before picking up his own dice. Crank sat back, convinced Cecil was merely bluffing to hide his nerves. He felt secure in his victory because he had used a trick cup that allowed him to swap the active die for a weighted one hidden between his fingers during his exaggerated movements. He believed no one had ever noticed his sleight of hand, and that the foolish noble was doomed to lose. Cecil, however, infused his hand with mana and slammed his cup down with such force that an echo of magical energy engulfed the hall. Cecil reminded him that the lowest number wins before lifting the cup to reveal a 0. The die had been shattered into fine powder. Crank screamed in confusion, claiming it didn't count and accusing Cecil of cheating. Cecil didn't wait for a formal ruling. He grabbed Crank's hand and twisted it, causing a hidden die to fall to the floor. The onlookers gasped, realizing Crank had been the one cheating the entire time. Cecil threw Crank's own words back at him, asking if the hall's policy on cheaters still applied. Caught and humiliated, Crank abandoned his polite facade and pulled a dagger from his belt, thrusting it at Cecil. Cecil dodged the blade effortlessly, remarking that the aggressive move suited a thug much better than the fake politeness. Crank and his men drew their weapons, declaring that they couldn't let Cecil leave alive. As the thugs dashed forward, the atmosphere in the gambling hall turned deadly. Talk about a sore loser. As the thugs lunged forward, Cecil moved with a fluid, calculated grace. He leaped upward, using their very momentum against them by stepping off their shoulders to propel himself toward Crank. Surprised by the aerial maneuver, Crank thrust his sword forward, yet Cecil weaved through the air and landed silently behind him. In a flash, Cecil drew his blade and pressed the cold steel against the side of Crank's neck as his men froze in their tracks. Their own lives were just as precarious, as Belinda and Kaor had already neutralized the remaining 3-man group with their swords at the ready. Kaor mocked the fallen thugs, noting they should have picked their opponents more carefully, while Belinda sought further instructions from Cecil. Cecil maintained his grip, stating that, as agreed, he would be taking clout in his winnings. When Crank tried to protest, Cecil reminded him that as the administrator of Baron Austin's primary revenue source, being caught swindling a foreign nobleman would destroy the gambling house's reputation. He warned Crank that any attempt to bring up the incident would result in dire consequences, causing the terrified manager to exhale in a submissive surrender. Cecil smiled and prepared to depart with his new recruit, only to realize that Cloud had already vanished. The ungrateful gambler had not only fled, but had managed to swipe all the prize money Cecil had won. Belinda was fuming, calling him a trash-tier ingrate who would have lost his hand if not for their intervention. She assumed he was already at the next hall trying to double the gold, but Cecil stopped her from starting a manhunt, noting that he already knew exactly where Cloud was headed. At that moment, Cloud was galloping away on horseback, clutching the heavy bag of gold. He exhaled in relief, wondering why a nobleman would help someone like him, but decided to simply be grateful for the windfall. He offered a silent apology to the mysterious noble, justified by his desperate need for the funds. His mind drifted back to a year prior, to a dilapidated cabin where a woman named Anna Achaeus sat robed and weary. Cloud had dropped coins before her then, trying to convince her that gambling was a formulaic way to secure a normal life. Anna had begged him to stop, sobbing that it wasn't his fault. Her father, his master, had been killed. Cloud, haunted by guilt, viewed himself as a naive fool who had inadvertently branded his master a traitor. His memories shifted to the grim moment Crank had presented a bound Anna to a mysterious man. This man, Baron Austin, had labeled her a traitor's daughter but offered Cloud a deal: bring 2,000 gold pieces within a year, and she would be set free. Driven by this singular goal, Cloud had spent the year scraping together every coin, and now he finally rode toward her place of confinement. Inside the Austin castle, Baron Austin was busy complaining about the cost of feeding the lowlives in his crowded prison. He viewed the prisoners as a drain on his resources and decided that if they could not be ransomed, there was no reason to keep them alive. He summoned a knight named Rosier, ordering the execution of every prisoner who failed to pay by the end of the week. When he recalled the traitor's daughter, he learned from Rosier that Cloud had been losing money at the gambling halls, proof that Crank was doing his job of keeping the man broke. The Baron decided that having a traitor's daughter as a maid was too much trouble and ordered her execution as well, telling Rosier to keep Cloud in the dark. He even planned to kill Cloud if he somehow showed up with the money, knowing no one would care if a gambler disappeared. What a piece of trash. The conversation was interrupted when a servant informed the Baron that someone named Cloud was downstairs making a fuss about a ransom. Cloud burst in and dropped the bag of 2,000 gold pieces on the table, begging for Anna's release. After verifying the gold was real, the Baron demanded to know where the money came from. When Cloud claimed he won it in a bet, the Baron feigned suspicion and ordered his guards to lock him up. Cloud was pinned to the ground, screaming in confusion that he had brought the required sum. The Baron sneered that he needed to check with Crank first and suggested Cloud stay in prison to avoid execution. As they dragged him away, the Baron mocked him for being such a fool. Cloud screamed the Baron's name in a fit of pure rage, but suddenly, the guards dragging him were struck from behind and collapsed. Cecil stood over the fallen guards, stepping into the room and patting a stunned Cloud on the shoulder. He looked at the Baron and introduced himself formally as Baron Cecil Fenris of the Kingdom of Luthania. Belinda and Kaor followed close behind, dragging a defeated Crank into the office as proof of the Baron's failed scheme. Kaor casually pulled up a chair for Cecil, who sat down and rested his leg on the Baron's desk. Before beginning the real conversation, Cecil noted that he would love a cup of tea. "Our boy isn't here to play." The moment Cecil requested a cup of tea, Baron Austin erupted in a fit of rage. Rosier instantly drew his sword, leveling it at Cecil while demanding he show proper respect to the Baron. The knight's aggression, however, was met with equal force, as Kaor pulled a dagger on him, warning the knight to back down because he simply could not handle the situation. The Baron, incensed by the threat of violence in his presence, ordered his men to remove the bastards at once. Cecil remained composed, stating that he was not threatening violence, but was simply asking for compensation. The room fell into a heavy silence as the Baron demanded an explanation. On Cecil's signal, Belinda shoved Crank forward into the light. Cecil gripped Crank's face, explaining that he had caught this manager swindling guests at the gambling hall. He noted that Crank's lies had cost both him and Cloud the entire fortune they had wagered, calling the situation patently unfair. Crank screamed that the guests were the ones who had played a trick, but Belinda silenced him with a sharp strike to the head, telling him to stop lying. The Baron looked at Crank with private disappointment, realizing the fool had been caught cheating against the wrong people. He asked Cecil what he actually wanted, leading Cecil to explain that trust is paramount in a gambling hall and that cheating is unacceptable. He insisted that Baron Austin provide fair compensation to make up for the incident. When the Baron tried to deflect, suggesting Cecil take the matter to a judge since it had nothing to do with him, Cecil pointed out the reality of the situation. He noted that the Kraken brought in over half the territory's profits, and that if news spread of a manager swindling continental nobles, the fallout would be catastrophic. Terrified by the threat to his reputation, the Baron called Cecil a little shit and accused him of demanding hush money. Cecil clarified his terms, demanding compensation equal to twice the gold on the table, as well as the freedom of Anna Achius. Cloud was stunned to hear Anna's name, wondering how Cecil knew of her, but he remained silent. Cecil offered to forget the day's events if the terms were met. The Baron, realizing he was cornered, turned his spite on Cloud, calling him an ungrateful bastard. He accused Cloud of plotting with a foreign nobleman to rob him, despite being given a chance to save a woman from execution. As guard knights flooded the room with weapons drawn, Kaor and Belinda shifted into combat stances. Cecil asked Belinda to lend him a dagger, prompting Baron Austin to scream that if he killed them all there, No one would ever know the truth. He ordered a total attack. Rosea swung his sword at Cecil, who reacted by kicking the heavy bag of coins into the knight's face. Simultaneously, Cecil slammed his hand down, driving a dagger through the Baron's hand and pinning it to the table. The Baron's scream filled the office as Kaor and Belinda engaged the other knights. Cecil commanded his subordinates not to kill anyone, causing Kaor some annoyance, though he complied by expertly neutralizing the guards in his path. Belinda moved with efficiency, striking a knight with a powerful kick that sent him crashing to the floor. As more knights entered, Cecil drew his blade, dodging their synchronized attacks and striking them down with precise movements. Rosea recovered from the coin bag strike and engaged Cecil, but the exchange ended quickly when Cecil used the back of his sword to strike the knight across the head, causing him to collapse. Throughout the uproar, Cloud stood frozen, wondering who this man actually was to go to such lengths for him. He remembered Cecil's earlier promise of needing his services and began to cry, knowing from experience that such kindness usually carried a hidden price. The battle ended with Cecil standing over the defeated guards. The dagger remained in the Baron's hand, causing him immense pain as he cursed Cecil for the humiliation. Cecil pulled the blade free, stating he would be taking the money and his honor. Cloud stepped forward, grabbing Cecil's shoulder and looking the Baron in the eye. He decided that taking this path was better than living with regrets, inviting Baron Austin to visit Fenris in the Kingdom of Luthania if he had any complaints, though he promised the Baron would be welcomed only as a guest. The scene shifted to the calm forest where Cloud's old cabin stood. As Cecil's carriages and horses moved toward the Fenris barony, Cecil asked Cloud if he was sure he did not want Anna to live with him. Cloud confirmed it was better for her to live back home than with the man who had led her father to his death, acknowledging that he had not truly saved her on his own. Cecil looked up at the fresh air, thinking to himself that this finally settled the debt he owed Cloud from a past consumed by revenge. Cecil asked Claude for his opinion on the approaching territory, and Claude remarked on how poorly the surrounding territory was managed, suggesting it would be easy to conquer and that Cecil should cut down whoever owned it. Cecil turned to him, admitting that this rundown territory ahead belonged to him. Claude was shocked, claiming that he only followed Cecil because he believed he had deep pockets. Cecil promptly grabbed Cloud by the neck, informing him that from this moment on, he was the overseer of the entire vast territory and would have to work on everything they saw. Realizing the mountain of work ahead, Cloud jokingly asked to go back to Anna, but Cecil told him it was far too late for that. Elsewhere, the name Perdium and the title of Fenris echoed in a different space. A man sat in the shadows, visibly annoyed as he muttered Cecil's name. He raised his hand, ordering a message be sent to Amelia to expedite their plans, as the rapid pace of Cecil's movements demanded an immediate response. The scene shifts to the Fenris territory. Belinda, Gillian, and Kaor stood at the forefront of the gathered subjects, with the newly formed private army standing in disciplined rows behind them. Cecil addressed the assembly, thanking them for their presence and formally beginning the proceedings, causing a unified response of loyalty from the crowd. The territory, having only recently been liberated from the suffocating tyranny of House Digald, was in a state of absolute ruin. Cecil appointed Cloud as the administrative officer over nearly every conceivable sector, immediately putting him to work to stabilize the land. As they traversed the grounds, Cecil laid out a rigorous plan, starting with a comprehensive population census, to identify every inhabitant and settle them into villages. He prioritized the starvation issue, ordering the purchase of 6 months' worth of food for the entire population to ensure immediate survival. Cloud accepted the orders, but the list only grew longer. Cecil declared his intent to cultivate the barren earth, instructing Cloud to have oxen plow the fields and to clear nearby forests to expand their arable land. When Cloud questioned the feasibility of farming such dead soil, Cecil revealed a specialized strategy, explaining they would grind the bones of blood pythons into nutrient-rich fertilizer. He further ordered the replacement of all antiquated equipment and the construction of specialized warehouses for runestones and advanced drainage systems. By this point, Cloud's title had expanded to a comical degree, effectively making him the governor, supervisor, administrator, secretary, treasurer, tax collector, and warehouse officer all rolled into one. The sheer weight of these responsibilities eventually caused Cloud to break down in tears within Cecil's office, sobbing that it was far too much for a single human being. Cecil remained unmoved, suggesting that Cloud simply hadn't tried yet and would learn as he went. Panic-stricken, Cloud turned and dashed toward the exit in a desperate attempt to resign from his duties, causing Cecil to calmly call for Wendy. Wendy, a new maid appointed by Belinda as Cloud's guardmaster, intercepted him with a practiced move that sent him hitting the floor. She politely introduced herself to Cecil, though her true role was to act as a jailer to ensure the administrator didn't escape. Cloud could only offer a strained smile, realizing his freedom was a myth. Cecil watched them leave, knowing that while Cloud found the work difficult now, in his past life, the man had handled such complexities in his sleep. Cecil reflected on the heavy burden of nobility, recognizing that years of exploitation had left the people distrustful and broken. To save the territory, he knew he had to resolve these fundamental issues quickly, yet there was a glaring obstacle. They were almost out of money. The scene shifts back to the office, where Cecil warned his inner circle that at their current rate of spending, he wouldn't even be able to pay them in 3 months. Gillian was visibly concerned, while Kaywar suggested they simply mine more runestones. Cecil rejected this, explaining that the current stock was reserved for research and year-round needs, and that relying on a finite mine was a losing strategy. Just as Cecil mentioned the need for sustainable funding, Cloud barged back into the room. Before Cloud could even speak, Cecil tried to assign him more tasks, but Cloud cut him off, claiming he had a perfect plan to save the finances. He proposed building a gambling house, resulting in Belinda promptly kicking him out of the office. She instructed Wendy to stop Cloud before he could spew such nonsense again. Cloud was dragged back inside, arguing that since the land was too barren to farm, they should turn the wasteland into a center for entertainment. Alfoy, standing in the back, voiced his enthusiastic support for the idea. Cecil remained firm, stating he would only consider it once they had a foundation of funds. He countered Cloud's pessimism about the food supply by explaining that a gambling house would only breed long-term instability. When Cloud and Alfoy continued to doubt the land's fertility, Cecil offered a high-stakes bet, claiming he would personally solve the food issue by making the barren land farmable. 3 months later, the results were nothing short of a miracle. Cloud and the citizens looked out over the fields, shocked to see flourishing crops where nothing had grown for years. Cecil explained that they had planted rye, which thrives in harsh conditions, but the real secret lay in the fertilizer and mana acceleration magic. He had tasked the mages with creating mana acceleration circles to force the seeds to grow at an unnatural frequency. Vanessa marveled at the innovation, while Cecil privately acknowledged that he hadn't invented the method, but had remembered its success from future mages. The victory was absolute, causing the people to declare their unwavering trust in their lord, as the threat of starvation vanished. Seeing the celebration, Cloud and Alfoy tried to sneak away, but Cecil's voice pulled them back. It was time to settle the bet. Cecil reminded them of the terms. Had they won, they would have received 5,000 gold and their freedom. Since they lost, they were now his unpaid slaves for the next 10 years. He pulled out the slave contracts, causing both men to break into a cold sweat. The scene shifts to Cecil's meeting with Hubert, the master of the Crimson Mage Tower. Cecil requested the construction of a branch tower within Fenris, leading Hubert to question the suddenness of the request. Cecil played hardball, reminding Hubert that they had only won the war against House Digald by blowing up valuable runestones. He hinted that if Fenris were attacked again, he would be forced to blow up more stones instead of sending them to the tower. The threat of losing such precious resources made Hubert extremely uncomfortable, leading him to agree to Cecil's terms. Soon, the Fenris branch of the Crimson Mage Tower was established. With mages now available for manual labor, construction on waterways and infrastructure was completed in record time. The mages, including Alfoy, grumbled and cursed Cecil for making them do manual labor, but the territory's recovery was undeniable. However, the peace was shattered when Cloud rushed into Cecil's office with dire news. A revolt had broken out in the Leopold territory, led by Amelia Leopold. Cecil realized this was happening much faster than in his past life, likely due to his own interference. He recognized Amelia and Count Desmond as mere puppets of Duke Delphine. Having failed to take Perdium through House Digald, the Duke was now making a direct move. Gillian and Belinda looked to Cecil for a plan. Knowing they couldn't allow themselves to be cornered, Cecil declared they would head for Cardinia, the capital of the Kingdom of Luthania. The scene shifts to a desolate, lightless space filled with books. A man with long hair and a helmet reached his hand into a sliver of light, only for his skin to begin burning upon contact. In the midst of the disheveled ruins, the man stared at his scorched hand and succumbed to a singular, dark thought. He wished for nothing more than to die. The capital city of Cardinia stood as a monument to beauty and modernized culture, its scale vast enough to dwarf any territory the group had seen before. As Cecil led his men through the streets, Thorin remarked that their previous travels were nothing compared to this, while Gordon noted with a hint of insecurity that their own castle seemed tiny by comparison. Kaor quickly reminded them to keep such comments away from the boss, though even the magicians were not immune to the city's charm. Inside the carriage, Vanessa pointed out to Alfoy that the local vendors were selling ingredients never seen at the Mage Tower, suggesting that the capital's builders had put far more effort into the city than the Crimson Mage Tower had ever seen. Cecil, however, did not share their admiration, stating plainly that he disliked the place and felt a strong urge to bash in the arrogant faces of its inhabitants. Cloud was visibly surprised by the sudden hostility, whispering to Wendy to ask what was wrong with their leader. Wendy simply advised him to nod along, as his lordship was always right, yet Cloud remained convinced that something was off, noting that Cecil acted as if he had a massive debt to settle from a past life. They finally moved deeper into Cardinia, an impregnable fortress said to be blessed by the goddess. The city held a dark significance for Cecil. In his previous life, he had burnt it to the ground and eventually met his end here at the hands of the man who decapitated him. He remembered attacking the capital in a blind rage for revenge against Duke Delphine, only to find the Duke absent. He realized now that he had made the mistake of turning everyone into an enemy, achieving nothing by trying to stand alone. His mind drifted back to a negotiation at Perdium Castle prior to their departure. Cecil had informed his father, the Count, that he needed to handle a vital matter in the capital. To secure his father's cooperation regarding the Fenris territory, Cecil offered to provide a year's worth of food for Perdium in exchange for the temporary dismissal of Overseer Horman and Knight Captain Randolph so they could be dispatched to guard Fenris. While the proposal initially seemed inconsequential to the knights, the Count questioned the wisdom of Cecil leaving his own lands during the revolt in the Leopold territory. Cecil had demonstrated his readiness by firing an arrow into the sky, expertly bringing down a passing raven. He explained that since Amelia had only just seized control, her regime was unstable, giving them a window to build their forces. When his father asked how he planned to oppose her, Cecil stated they needed to get the kingdom on their side. Back in the present, the group followed a guide in purple cloth to a manor on the outskirts. The man promised a large, cheap estate with a garden, but upon arrival, the group found a property so run down it barely met the description. Belinda was skeptical of the palace, noting its dilapidated state, while Cloud and Alfoy began to complain loudly. The guide seemed eager to usher them inside, but Gordon was shaking with fear, complaining about a strange coldness in the air. Vanessa wondered why a man of his size who had survived the monster forest was so terrified, suggesting he simply wear more clothes. The guide admitted there were rumors of ghosts and wandering souls, but guaranteed the manor was structurally sound. Cecil ignored the supernatural warnings and asked for the price. When the guide asked for 500 gold, claiming it usually went for 1,000, Cloud tried to stop the deal, sensing the guide's desperation to offload a cursed property. He then aggressively counteroffered 200 gold, using the ghost rumors as leverage. He pointed out that the property was a liability, costing more in property tax and maintenance than it was worth, leaving the guide with no choice but to accept the lower price. Unbeknownst to the group, someone was watching them from an upstairs window before vanishing into the shadows. Once the deal was finalized, Belinda took charge, ordering everyone to begin cleaning the manor until it sparkled. As the men worked, Cloud asked Cecil how he expected to gain the support of the capital's nobles, who likely viewed him as a mere country bumpkin. Cecil admitted they wouldn't meet him willingly, so he would simply have to make them desperate for his company. Cecil gathered the magicians in a makeshift workshop, leading Cloud to ask if they were practicing alchemy. Cecil described his plan as a different form of alchemy, the production of luxury cosmetics. He planned to send samples as gifts to the noble houses to establish connections. While Cloud doubted if perfume and cream were enough, Cecil explained that nobles viewed beauty as power and would do anything to look more alluring. Cecil recalled from his past life that contemporary cosmetics often contained toxic lead and mercury, which ravaged the skin. Duke Delphine had once made a fortune by releasing an improved version, a recipe Cecil had obtained after plundering one of the Duke's underlings. The product, named Deneve, was an idyllic cream that solved all the shortcomings of current makeup. Under Cecil's direction, the mages used magic to oxidize zinc into a fine powder. Meanwhile, they melted beeswax in a double boiler, mixing it with moonflower seed oil and shea fruit extract. After removing the mixture from the heat, they added the zinc powder and oil extracted from fairy blessings. As the concoction was dropped into a pot, a blue aroma filled the room, smelling so pleasant that even Vanessa was impressed. Cecil noted that once the mixture solidified into a cream, no noble would ever return to their old products. He intended to use the cream for his own ends, just as Delphine once had. The grind never stops. Cecil ordered the mages to wrap the samples as soon as they set. When Alfoy asked if they should test it first, Cecil dismissed the concern, confident in the formula. However, from the corner of a window, a hidden figure watched the entire process unfold. Later that evening, after the manor had fallen silent and the group had gone to bed, a figure appeared in the dark hallway. Moving frantically and looking left and right, she approached the bottles intended for the nobles. She grabbed one, opening it to feel the texture of the cream. Cecil, having expected her arrival, stepped into the room and identified her as the rumored ghost. As she turned toward him in surprise, Cecil simply vouched for the quality of the cream, marking the beginning of a new phase in his plan. In that moment, suddenly, a heavy bolt of lightning struck outside, its brilliant reflection washing over the room and illuminating the lady as she stood directly in front of our boy. In a blink of an eye, she surged forward, her blade cutting through the air toward Cecil, in a desperate attempt to strike him while his guard was lowered. Cecil instantly pulled his own blade, the cold steel meeting hers with a heavy, grounding ring that echoed through the chamber. As her sword slid along his, seeking an opening, she shifted into a graceful stance. Cecil swerved to the side, his movements deliberate and weighted, and the two began a swift exchange of clashing steel. The lady suddenly twirled, attempting to catch Cecil from behind with a lethal flourish. As she swung heavily downward, Cecil used his blade to dodge a strike that could have caught him in the back. He wondered if he remembered this particular sword style correctly from his past life. Before she could reset, our boy moved with superior efficiency, subjugating her until she looked truly vulnerable in his grasp. He glared at her, asking why a young lady was playing ghost in a palace like this, and how exactly she was related to the house. The scene shifted to much later, as the moon rose high over the estate. Belinda and Gillian dashed into the room, their footsteps heavy and urgent as they called out to Cecil, mentioning they had heard a loud noise. Cecil stood calmly under the soft light, assuring them that they should go back to bed. He noted that looking out into the open space, it seemed things would work out for them after all. The next day, the setting changed to a lavish dressing room. A lady sat before a mirror while a maid carefully applied various cosmetics to her skin. This was Countess Marielle Alsber. As she looked at her reflection, she felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction, realizing her face looked blotchy beneath the smeared cosmetics. In her youth, she had been the undisputed trendsetter of the capital, with every noble following her lead in fashion and beauty. However, she sensed her fame was fading into the past. She understood that she was now using cosmetics simply to disguise the passage of time, and she wondered if she would ever relive her heyday again. Suddenly, another maid walked in to remind the Countess of her salon appointment. As Marielle turned her gaze, she noticed the maid's skin was spotless, supple, and clean. Intrigued, the Countess grabbed the girl's face, feeling the moist texture of her skin. She demanded to know every single thing the maid had applied. The maid explained that Count Alsber had recently been gifted some cosmetics by a noble who had just moved to the capital. Since the Count had no use for them, he had passed them down to the staff. Without wasting a single moment, Countess Marielle arrived at the gates of Cecil's estate. Claude, Alfoy, and Gordon stood at the entrance, looking utterly baffled by the sheer size of her procession. It looked more like a queen's arrival than a standard visit. Claude recognized that she was definitely a high-ranking noble, and realized that the cosmetics had truly worked as intended. As the convoy parked, Countess Marielle stepped down from her carriage. Wendy tapped Claude on the back, urging him to greet their guest. Claude moved forward, welcoming her into the courtyard where our boy sat waiting. Cecil looked ever elegant as Claude introduced the Countess. Cecil remained quiet for a moment, appearing focused on feeding some ravens, a calm display of authority. Countess Marielle asked if he was indeed Baron Fenris, to which Cecil took her hand and kissed it with refined grace. He introduced himself as Baron Cecil Fenris, Lord of the Fenris territory, mentioning what an honor it was for her to travel so far. The Countess noted that she hadn't received any gifts herself, as they had only gone to her husband, suggesting her fame might not have reached his distant territory. Cecil responded smoothly, claiming he simply thought it would be rude to offer such a lacking product to the trendsetter of the capital. The Countess felt the weight of the praise and smiled, deciding that enough small talk had been made. They sat down to discuss the cosmetic cream. She mentioned she had tried it and found it wonderful, stating she no longer needed any of her old products. She then expressed her desire to monopolize Cecil's supply, suggesting he focus solely on development while she handled the rest. Cecil smiled, noting that a bulk purchase would be very welcome. The Countess pointed out that starting a business alone in the capital would be difficult, and noted that Cecil seemed to be in financial need, given the old mansion he had chosen. In the background, Belinda felt a surge of indignation, wondering how the woman dared to threaten the young master. Cloud knew they had only chosen this place because Cecil insisted it was a strategic point. Our boy didn't flinch. He mentioned that the price would be quite high and asked if she would be all right with that. The Countess laughed it off, reminding him that the Aylesbury family was among the wealthiest in the capital. Cecil then stated the price, 100 gold per item. The Countess was absolutely shocked, glaring at Cecil and asking if he was joking. Cecil remained calm, explaining that the price was justified since the product was selected by none other than Countess Marielle Aylesbury. The Countess was puzzled, realizing that Cecil was a sly fox. While furniture might cost that much, 100 gold for a bottle of cream was ridiculous. She realized he was essentially telling her to give up on monopolizing it. She felt toyed with, but her interest was piqued when Cecil offered her a different deal. He mentioned that, while he couldn't let her monopolize the cream, he could give her honor instead. He presented a box filled with 15 bottles of the Denive cream. Cecil explained that this was a handcrafted gift to commemorate their meeting. He noted that many nobles had yet to find out how effective Denive truly was, and claimed the product was capable of changing the entire market. He looked at her and said she would be the one to change it. The Countess pondered his words before smiling, realizing Cecil knew exactly what to say. She agreed to his terms, deciding that he would distribute the cosmetics while she led the trend. Cecil bowed his head in a graceful exit. As he escorted her to her carriage, she offered her help for the future. Cecil took the opportunity to ask for a favor, requesting that she let Marquis Branford know that Baron Cecil Fenris could solve his daughter's problem. The scene then cut to the office of Marquis Branford. The Marquis sat at his desk, his expression darkening as he muttered Cecil's name, clearly annoyed at the thought of Cecil's proposition. Seeing the end of their labors bear fruit much later, Claude was celebrating with unrestrained joy. Beside him, Carol and Alfoy were caught in the same frenzy, their shouts joining the chorus of disbelief. They marveled at Countess Marielle's fantastic reputation, realizing that their cosmetic cream was selling as quickly as they could produce it, despite the staggering price. Claude turned to Cecil, suggesting with a wide grin that they should simply leave the Fenris barony behind and establish their business right here in the capital. Upon hearing such nonsense, Wendy promptly used her strings to wrap around him, binding him until he shut up. Watching the display, Belinda felt a wave of irritation, wondering why Claude was so excited given that the money did not even belong to him. Amidst the chaos, Gillian approached Cecil with a respectful bow, mentioning that our boy truly was wise to have built such powerful connections in the kingdom so easily. Cecil, however, did not share in the rowdy celebration. He responded calmly, stating that they were not done yet. He knew that the ultimate goal he sought was still far from completion. Much later that evening, Cecil moved through his manor alone. He soon encountered a knight, fully clad in armor. The knight turned his attention towards Cecil, asking if he was indeed Baron Fenris, and informing him that Marquis Branford had summoned him. Shortly after, Cecil stood before the gates of Marquis Branford's grand estate. He arrived at the entrance to the office, where 2 guards stood with proud, rigid postures. As the heavy doors were slowly opened, the figure of Marquis Branford appeared within the frame. He was surrounded by an advisor and the knight who had delivered the summons. Cecil walked into the room with Belinda to his left and Claude to his right, as they looked upon the most powerful man in the kingdom. Marquis Branford did not initially pay Cecil any attention, remaining focused on his work until our boy bowed his head and introduced himself as Baron Cecil Fenris. The Marquis slowly looked up, his gaze heavy and piercing. He identified Cecil as the son of Ghislaine Perdium and the successor of House Perdium, calling him a cocky brat who had won a war against House Digald and murdered a count to seize his territory. He noted coldly that Cecil was nothing like his father. Cecil felt a surge of annoyance at the comparison, deducing that the Marquis was remarkably well informed about the happenings in the Outer Territories. The Marquis, serving as the Interior Minister, was a man of absolute authority and the leader of the Royalist faction that opposed House Delphine. Cecil understood that if Countess Marielle had not introduced him, a meeting with such a powerful figure would have been impossible. The Marquis's advisor brought a chair for Cecil, and as he sat, our boy noticed a bottle of the Deneuve cream already sitting on the table. The room was thick with a heavy silence before the Marquis finally spoke, asking if it was true that Cecil claimed to be able to solve the problem involving his daughter, Rosaline. Cecil responded firmly that he could cure her illness. The Marquis exhaled, closing his book as he focused entirely on Cecil's words. He questioned how Cecil could claim to cure an illness that had lasted for years without ever having witnessed the symptoms. Cecil explained that he had gathered information within the capital and mentioned that he had successfully cured a supposedly incurable illness in the past. The Marquis, however, was not easily swayed. He told Cecil to turn back, mentioning that many had made similar claims and failed, paying for their empty words with their lives. He stated that he did not wish for a young man with Cecil's potential to die in vain. Cecil sensed that beneath the man's cold exterior, the Marquis was being surprisingly considerate. He recognized that the Marquis was tired and had likely already tried every possible remedy for Rosaline. Cecil asked the man if he no longer intended to cure his daughter, to which the Marquis responded that it did not matter, as she would not die simply because her skin was red. Cecil challenged this, stating that he did not believe Rosaline would agree with such a passive stance. The air in the room grew tense as anger began to build within the Marquis. He mentioned that he had only summoned Cecil to meet him in person, questioning if he was truly that confident. Cecil placed a hand on his chest and declared that he was different. The room remained silent for a long moment before the Marquis relented, telling Cecil that if he wished to risk his life, he could go ahead. Behind Cecil, Claude and Belinda were visibly shaken, fearing for the stakes Cecil was inviting. The Marquis instructed his advisor to provide Cecil with everything he needed, promising a handsome reward if he succeeded. However, our boy was not looking for a simple payment. He sternly told the Marquis that a reward was not enough, requesting instead that the man grant him a wish. The Marquis looked uncomfortable, asking Cecil to reiterate his demand. Cecil remained undeterred, stating that the Marquis was the pillar holding the kingdom upright and that granting a small wish would be easy for him. The Marquis asked if he was truly demanding a price for helping his daughter. Cecil confirmed it, asserting that a man has no use for grand titles and authority if he cannot protect his own family. Claude was terrified, wondering if Cecil had lost his mind for speaking so boldly to Marquis Branford. The Marquis warned that the price for such a wish would be high, implying that Cecil was putting everything on the line, from his sister Elena to his father, his advisors, and everyone who followed him to the Fenris barony. Cecil calmed himself, and with a look of absolute resolve, he grabbed the Marquis's hand to shake on the deal. Taken aback by Cecil's bravado, the Marquis gave his orders. He instructed the royal treasurer to prepare to cut off all support for House Perdium and ordered the military to surround Cecil's manor, prohibiting all entry. He gave Cecil exactly 1 week to bring Rosaline back with flawless skin. As the Marquis walked past him, Cecil simply smiled and promised that he would fulfill his word. Once the Marquis left, Claude's fear boiled over as he lamented that they had only just solved their money problems before falling into this new disaster. Belinda was equally worried, knowing that House Branford could ruin them in an instant. She wondered why the young master was challenging such a formidable authority. Cecil, however, remained focused. He knew that because the Marquis had found the situation impossible, he had to be the one to succeed. The scene shifted to a staircase leading down to a basement. Rosaline stood in the shadows, looking hopeless. She thought of her father, and his belief that power was the only way to truly help others. She felt she had done everything he asked, yet she was now burdened with a hideous appearance. She looked at her hands with a pitiful gaze, her sadness so deep she could not find words. Suddenly, Cecil walked into the space. Hearing his voice, Rosaline's attention piqued as he called out to her. Our boy patted his chest and introduced himself as the Lord of the Fenris territory. With a calm and steady presence, he stretched out his hand, offering his help to the despondent girl. Upon entering the chamber, Lady Rosaline looked at Cecil with a cold, weary gaze, and asked why he had come to such a place. Cecil stood his ground, responding calmly that he had come to cure her. He inquired if the cosmetic cream he had previously sent had provided even a small measure of relief. In a fit of frustration, she suddenly threw the bottle of Denive cream back at him. Our boy swerved instantly as the glass shattered against the wall behind him. Rosaline shriveled into herself, her body trembling as she told him that he was not the first to claim he could save her. She insisted that all the medicine and treatments had been in vain, demanding that he simply leave her alone. Cecil looked at her with unwavering resolve and stated that he was different because he had staked his very life on her recovery. Rosaline screamed at him in response, mocking his words. She noted that everyone who came before said the same things just to satisfy their own egos. She asked him if he truly thought he was special or better than the rest, simply because his cosmetic cream had gained a bit of popularity. Cecil, however, sensed the deep pain she had endured. He understood her history. She was the daughter of the royalist leader and the prime minister's daughter, a rising star who had been a genius in both literature and martial arts. She had once been the foremost patron of industry in Cardinia, but a mysterious skin disease had stolen her life away. When remedies failed, Marquise Branford had attempted to secure her future through a political marriage, hoping the family name would protect her. Cecil reasoned that her condition was actually a spontaneous rash caused by improper mana techniques, a rare reaction where the balance of mana is disrupted. The problem lay entirely in her flow of energy. In that moment, Rosaline picked up her sword, her voice rising as she screamed for him to leave before she killed him. Cecil deduced that the more mana she expelled in her anger, the harder it would be to cure her. He apologized, mentioning that he would have to treat her by force, and instantly dashed toward her. Though she swung her blade to protect herself, Cecil was too fast. He grabbed her hand and pushed her straight to the floor, pinning her with a weighted, deliberate movement. He called out to Belinda and Wendy, who entered the room carrying heavy equipment. They moved quickly to wrap the lady in the bed and restrain her. Rosaline screamed, demanding to be let go, but Cecil paid her no mind as he focused on the task at hand. He and Cloud checked through a box of supplies as Cecil removed his jacket. He informed her that they had to remove her helmet first to check her condition before beginning the treatment. She screamed for them to stop, but they removed the helmet regardless, letting it fall to the ground with a heavy thud. Belinda and Cloud looked on with visible discomfort, but Cecil remained stoic. He asked her to bear with them for the next week, noting that she had the willpower to endure it. Rosaline, however, screamed that he must be eager to meet his death, doubting his ability to cure her. Cecil responded simply that he had no choice but to succeed, for he would die if he failed. He placed his hand on her face and warned her that if he did not treat her, she would likely die soon anyway. These words took her aback, and tears began to well in her eyes. Cecil knew she didn't need to worry. He was certain of success, because this treatment method was actually one she would develop herself in his past life. Our boy began to infuse mana into Lady Rosaline, and a huge wave of energy encircled the space, seeping deep into her core. She screamed in agony, the pain exuding from her body as she asked why she had to endure such suffering for an entire week. As her consciousness began to seep into an abyss, she wondered why she had to be the one to go through such pain. She gritted her teeth, reminiscing on Cecil's warning. She strengthened her resolve and screamed back at him, declaring that if she were to die anyway, she would see this through to the end and promised to kill him if he failed. Outside, a heavy lightning strike fell over the palace, marking the beginning of the ordeal. Back at Cecil's manor, the men were murmuring about the soldiers surrounding them. Malfoy screamed that their lord must have gotten into trouble again, and Gordon wondered if they should go look for him. However, Gillian and Carol walked in and told them all to remain calm. Carol suggested they wait and have drinks instead, expressing his hope that their boss would fulfill his part. Reminding them all that Cecil always has a plan, back at the palace, the Marquis and his guards descended the staircase to the basement. Upon arriving, the Marquis was gripped by fear as he saw blood on the ground. Cecil stood before his daughter's body, which was strangely covered with a cloth. The Marquis waited eagerly, his heart heavy with anticipation. In that moment, Cecil grabbed the cloth and flipped it over. A ripple of shock passed through the Marquis's eyes as he stared at a result he never thought possible. Rumors soon began to whisper through the capital that the Marquis's daughter had been cured and that a banquet would be held. Cecil, Belinda, and Cloud walked into the Marquis's office for the second time and bowed. The Marquis paid them full attention now, acknowledging that Cecil wasn't just talk after all. Cecil smiled, thanking the man for the opportunity. The Marquis declared that a promise was a promise, and told Cecil to ask for his favor. The room grew silent as everyone anticipated Cecil's request. Our boy took a deep breath and asked the Marquis to be his guardian. The advisor and the knight were shocked, but Belinda snapped her fingers, having expected this strategic move. Cloud realized that having the Marquis as a guardian was the best possible way to secure powerful connections. The Marquis glared at Cecil, noting that this was hardly a small wish, and deduced that Cecil had planned this from the very start. The Marquis mentioned he already had someone lined up for the north, but Cecil cut him off, correctly guessing he meant Count Breviant. The Marquis asked why he assumed it would be Breviant over the lords of Leipold or Desmond. Cecil reasoned that while Desmond claimed neutrality, he was hard to read, and House Leipold was currently in turmoil. He argued that most other northern houses were either under the influence of House Delphine or led by incompetent lords. Count Breviant was wealthy and owned the Red Flame Magic Tower, but Cecil challenged the Marquis, sensing the man wasn't happy with Breviant. The Marquis began to laugh suddenly, acknowledging that while Breviant was good-natured, he was lazy and indecisive, making him an easy target for House Delphine's influence. Cecil seized the moment, suggesting that if the Marquis was to grant a wish, he should go all in and appoint Cecil as the representative of the North. The Marquis pondered this, realizing why Cecil had risked his life. He stood up and declared before all witnesses that Baron Cecil Fenris was now his ward. He doubled down, stating that the Baron's enemies were now his enemies, but warned Cecil to be cautious, as the Marquis's honor was now on the line as well. Cecil struck his sword to the ground and swore his loyalty. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the room. Congratulations were offered as Lady Rosalind walked into the scene. She closed the fan, revealing an elegant face and bright red eyes. She looked absolutely beautiful, as she told Cecil that she would be his patron. The scene transitioned to an elegant ball. Rumors traveled like wildfire through the crowd, with guests whispering about the countryside noble who had supposedly cured Lady Rosalind's incurable illness using nothing more than a cosmetic cream. Many wondered if it was the same Denive cream that Countess Marielle had been promoting with such fervor, while others dismissed the idea as ridiculous, doubting that a simple cosmetic could achieve what the kingdom's finest physicians could not. They recognized that Marquis Branford would not host a banquet without a significant occasion, and the news that he had chosen a ward began to settle in as the true reason for the gathering. Some, tired of the senseless gossip, urged others not to be swayed by the rumors, even as their eyes remained fixed on the entrance. In that moment, Cecil walked into the grand space, looking exceptionally elegant. He was accompanied by Belinda, whose presence was equally refined. Belinda leaned in, gently grabbing Cecil's hand and reminding him to take his hand out of his pocket and smile for the crowd. Cecil turned to her, sensing she was a bit too invested in the spectacle. Belinda looked away shyly, mentioning that she never imagined she would ever visit a place of such grandeur. She understood the weight of the moment, noting that the most powerful man in the kingdom was hosting a banquet specifically for him. Cecil remained somewhat indifferent. Suddenly, a door creaked open, and the arrival of Marquis Branford was announced. Every gaze shifted to the entrance as the Marquis walked in, leading his daughter by the hand. A ripple of surprise swept through the room as Lady Rosalind's elegant footsteps echoed on the floor. She closed her fan with a sharp snap and smiled at the guests, asking how they had all been. Upon seeing her, the crowd erupted in shouts of disbelief. They recognized that she was truly cured, her face more beautiful than it had ever been. Belinda, watching from the side, mentioned that she hardly recognized the lady, recalling how she had been screaming in the cave only a week prior. Rosaline turned her gaze towards Cecil, who looked back with a touch of discomfort and characteristic indifference. Marquis Branford then addressed the congregation, thanking them for attending to celebrate Rosaline's recovery. He then dropped a bombshell, announcing that on this occasion he intended to introduce his new ward. The crowd was shocked, as many had no idea such an announcement was coming. The Marquis explained that the illness that had plagued Rosaline for years was finally defeated, thanks to a young man, Baron Cecil Fenris. All eyes turned to our boy, as the Marquis sternly declared that he would serve as Cecil's guardian, and commanded everyone to treat the Baron as they would treat the Marquis himself. Cecil realized that while Marquis Branford made his decisions carefully, he went all out once his mind was made up. He recalled the Marquis's advice from the office, knowing that attending this banquet as his ward was the key to securing the support of the Royalist faction. Despite the overwhelming nature of the event, Cecil knew this was a vital opportunity for making connections. Still, the whispers persisted, Some nobles questioned his age and the insignificance of his family, doubting he was worthy of such high standing. Belinda grew annoyed, sensing the disrespect. But before she could speak, Rosaline approached our boy. She thanked Cecil officially, bowing elegantly in front of him. The shock in the room intensified as the murmurs grew louder. Rosaline's presence was cutthroat and commanding as she smiled at Cecil, telling him not to pay attention to the noise. She recognized that popularity always comes with a fair share of gossip. Cecil smiled back, mentioning that he would rather not be popular at all, as the intense attention felt like it might burn him. Rosaline noted that it was a special day, with all of high society itching to discuss her return and his new status. She reached out her hand, inviting him to greet the guests together. Cecil glanced at Belinda, who waved him on with a supportive smile, and he accepted the offer. As they moved through the room, Rosaline explained the power structure of the royalist faction. She identified the three major branches. First, the wealthy House Aylesbury, led by the trend-setting Lady Marielle. Second, the Chief Justice Sir Valor Norton, who was related to House Brantford by marriage. And third, the Commander-in-Chief Marquis Maurice Macquarie. She explained that these houses controlled the administration, treasury, and military of Luthania. She noted that as the representative of the North, the order in which Cecil greeted them would dictate his reputation. Cecil understood that he had entered a different world and needed to choose his affiliations wisely. Our boy moved with calculation. He first introduced himself to Count Aylesbury, bowing respectfully. Marquis Maurice seemed instantly annoyed and jealous that he was not greeted first. Count Aylesbury, however, placed a hand on Cecil's shoulder and expressed his excitement to work with him, thanking him for restoring his wife's zest for life. Cecil then spoke with Countess Marielle, who called him "my dear," with easy informality. When Cecil suggested it might be too informal for a public setting, she smiled and noted that it was just them for the moment, thanking him for saving her face. Marquis Maurice made a loud, disgruntled sound, and his associates whispered that, as the son of a Margrave, Cecil should have known to greet the military commander first. They mocked the Marquis for choosing someone so uncouth. Cecil ignored the jab entirely, walking right past Marquis Maurice as if he weren't there, and approaching Sir Valor Norton. Sir Valor thanked him warmly for curing Rosaline, and mentioned that the Marquis had told him Cecil was looking for dwarf and elf slaves. He promised to handle any customs issues with the slave traders personally. Finally, Cecil went to Marquis Maurice and bowed. The Marquis was visibly annoyed, warning Cecil not to let the Brantford support make him cocky, and claiming he could easily get rid of such a brat. Our boy responded calmly, stating he had much to learn and looked forward to the man's teachings. As Cecil returned to Rosaline, she asked if he had picked that order on purpose. Cecil noted that he simply followed his instincts. Suddenly, the guests began to surround Cecil, clamoring for his attention and offering him gifts. They praised his bravery in protecting his territory, and the sheer amount of attention almost made Cecil sick. Nearby, Count Aylesbury and Sir Valor discussed the situation. Count Aylesbury noted that Cecil had earned the ire of Maurice, but his wife dismissed the commander as a simpleton. Sir Valor sensed that while Maurice was jealous, he couldn't help but recognize the Baron's talent. Marquis Brantford joined the conversation, noting that curing Rosaline was no small feat. Sir Valor told the Marquis that he had a great eye for talent after finding such a gifted young man. But the Marquis refused. He explained to the other nobles that he hadn't actually done anything for Cecil. The young man had made his way from the ground up entirely on his own. He praised Cecil's ability to win lopsided wars and his talent for anticipating the future. The Marquis expressed his hope that Cecil's sudden burst of light would not cast a dark shadow. In that moment, the sharp clank of a staff striking the ground cut through the music as a man walked into the space, looking ominous and strange. The room fell silent as everyone turned to the newcomer. Cecil looked at him with a gaze of cold recognition, gritting his teeth. He realized that his nemesis had finally crawled out of the darkness. This was his eternal enemy. Standing before Cecil was the Duke's closest confidant and advisor, Viscount Raoul Joseph, and behind him stood a knight of heavy and intimidating stature. The moment these two figures crossed the threshold, guests leaned into one another, murmuring that since this was a man of House Delphine, nothing good could possibly come of an encounter with him. Viscount Raoul Joseph walked toward the Marquis with a measured, heavy stride, noting that it had been a long while since they last met. Marquis Brantford looked upon him with a neutral gaze, expressing that he hadn't realized the Viscount was interested in such social events. Raoul responded smoothly, stating he had simply come to see the Marquis, and mentioning he heard a young lion, referring to Cecil, had been taken in. The Marquis noted that the Duke's interests were far-reaching, and asked who the armored figure standing behind the Viscount was. Raoul explained that the man was there for his protection, and suggested it was of no concern to the Marquis. However, the Marquis's personal guard, Tolio, stepped forward. He asserted that even for a guard, it was customary to reveal one's identity, and he firmly requested the knight show his face. The knight behind Raoul grew visibly on edge, sensing the rising hostility. Tolio reached for his own sword, demanding if the man had heard him. Marquis Branford moved to de-escalate the tension, calling out to Tolio to calm himself. He assured his guard it was all right before turning back to Raoul. He noted that the Viscount had come a long way and suggested he rest well before setting out again, warning him to take care not to bring shame to House Delphine. Raoul offered a shallow thanks for the kind words and prepared to depart. As he did, the Marquis realized with some concern that he had not been informed of Raoul's arrival in the capital. The man had managed to evade the eyes and ears of House Branford, suggesting the Duke's influence had already taken deep root. Viscount Raoul Joseph then turned his attention towards Cecil. As he approached, a brief, heavy silence fell between them. Our boy glared at the man, his eyes burning with a hidden fury. Suddenly, the Viscount asked Cecil if he happened to know him. Cecil forced his tension to dissipate, responding that he had been told much about the Viscount during his time in the capital. Raoul noted that he had also heard a great deal about Baron Cecil, mentioning how the young man had made quite a name for himself in the north. Cecil understood clearly that Raoul had heard of him, because the man was the architect behind every scheme to dismantle House Perdium. Raoul then suggested that since they had exchanged greetings, they should find a more private space to discuss a secret matter. The two relocated to a quiet chamber. Raoul moved straight to the point, explaining that House Delphine was interested in the cosmetic cream. He noted that the product's effectiveness in restoring Lady Rosaline's skin had reached their ears, and mentioned they were developing something similar themselves. Cecil sensed where the conversation was heading and preemptively apologized, stating that if this was about an exclusive contract or the recipe, he could not comply. Raoul chuckled, dismissing such ideas as dull. He instead lamented that a brilliant young man like Cecil was rotting away in the destitute north. He questioned whether Cecil's sudden rise to fame and victory in war was a matter of coincidence or true skill. Cecil remained calm, explaining that he had simply studied a few things. The air hung heavy with a rising tension as Raoul smiled strangely and invited Cecil to join House Delphine. He argued that talent and ability eventually expire, and warned that if Cecil stayed in the north, the barbarians and constant wars would end his life before he had time to shine. He claimed to have seen many promising young men waste away in such a manner, but promised that House Delphine had the power to protect him from such a fate. Cecil glared back, stating he had already dedicated himself to the royalist faction. Raoul dismissed this, suggesting Cecil had barely dipped his toes in the water. He offered Cecil a lush territory in the south, and mentioned that Count Perdium would be given land as well. He noted that Cecil's father had worked hard defending the kingdom from northern barbarians, and it was time for him to rest. Cecil recognized this angle immediately. It was a common ploy to coerce noblemen into joining their side to keep unpredictable variables under control. Cecil responded firmly, stating that the north was a far nicer place than the Viscount imagined. Raoul did not push further, suggesting Cecil think it over while he remained in the capital. However, our boy caught him short with a counter-proposition, asking why the Viscount didn't join Cecil's side instead. Raoul was visibly angered by the insolence, his face darkening with annoyance. As the Viscount's carriage rode away from the estate, the knight sitting with him asked for his impression of Cecil. Raoul admitted that the way the boy looked at him was so peculiar, he had felt an urge to gorge Cecil's eyes out. The knight, the legendary swordmaster Kaizen Balzac, revealed that he sensed Cecil actually intended to kill the Viscount. He explained that throughout the conversation, Cecil had been gauging Kaizen's strength, calculating how to get past him to strike Raoul's neck. In his mind, Cecil had played out multiple combat simulations. Our boy was running the numbers. Through a barrage of relentless mental simulations, Cecil had envisioned dashing forward to cut the Viscount's throat, but he realized each time that Kaizen would intercept him before the blow could land. Recognizing that the scenarios did not work in his favor, Cecil had remained peaceful. Kaizen recognized the intensity in Cecil's eyes, and noted that the rumors of the Baron's exploits were likely true. Raoul mused that their conquest of the north was merely delayed, not thwarted. He realized there were other options, and decided they should warn House Desmond. Kaizen Balzac, the man Cecil recognized as the kingdom's greatest swordmaster, he realized that Cecil was no mere knight commander. He had felt the energy of a man who should be considered the greatest swordmaster in the north. Back at the Fenris property, everyone went about their activities with a newfound urgency. Kaor moved among the workers, his voice booming as he instructed everyone to secure every last coin and not to dare forget a single item. The sheer volume of supplies being loaded was enough to make the workers murmur in disbelief, wondering how they had secured such a haul. Jillian moved through the ranks as well, ensuring that the heavy military supplies were prioritized for transport. Amidst the organized chaos, Rosaline watched the preparations with a sense of lingering uncertainty. Cecil approached her, his steps deliberate as he mentioned that they would be heading back to the territory soon, explaining that they had a great deal of work ahead. He reminded her that the distribution of the Denive cream in the capital was now her responsibility, just as they had discussed. He then coolly brought up the 300,000 gold she had promised. Rosaline glared at him, a flicker of irritation crossing her elegant features as she promised to give him the money. She remarked that he seemed unable to talk about anything other than coin. When Cecil expressed that she was his benefactor and he was simply her beneficiary, she noted how cold he was being. She expressed a desire to understand him better, asking why he worked so hard and what his ultimate goal truly was. Cecil looked away, stating that his goal was nothing special. He simply wanted to live a quiet life with enough food and a roof over his head. Rosaline was not fooled by his modesty, telling him he wasn't being honest. She reasoned that if a simple life were his true aim, he would have accepted Raoul Joseph's proposition and joined House Delphine instead of sticking with the royalist faction. Cecil paused, the weight of his true intentions hanging in the air for a brief moment. He admitted that as the successor of House Perdium and Lord of the Fenris territory, he had set a goal for himself. He told her that while he needed her help to achieve it, he did not intend to share his burdens with her. Rosaline became flustered, questioning why he would refuse to share the load when it would make his path easier. Suddenly, Cecil reached out and took her hand, causing her fan to slip from her fingers and clatter to the ground. In a movement of unexpected warmth, he kissed her hand, leaving her blushing and utterly bewildered by the sudden gesture. He pulled away and mentioned that he simply wished for her happiness before walking out of the space, leaving her standing there in a daze of surprise. As our boy walked off, he reflected on the success of the banquet. He knew he had maintained Marquis Branford's good name. By rejecting Raoul's offer, the material support originally intended for the Brivant territory had been redirected to Fenris and Perdium. Under the Branford name, they had secured tax exemptions, tax breaks, and the relocation of 50,000 residents. With the addition of the skilled dwarven and elven workers, their territory could no longer be underestimated. However, the fact that the Delphine faction had approached him in person left Cecil feeling uneasy. He realized that Duke Delphine was likely plotting another scheme, and that any hesitation would invite a strike. He resolved then that they would not see him coming. He resolved to bring Duke Delphine to his grave and erase every trace of him from the world. The scene cut to the Fenris territory, where the fields were now rich with crops. A group of dwarves, their hands and legs bound in heavy chains, were escorted into the frame by knights. One of the dwarves, looking toward the manor, called out to their leader, Galvaric, pointing out Cecil's arrival. The moment the carriages arrived, the people of the territory erupted in cheers, screaming for everyone to come out and greet their lord. Belinda was surprised by the sheer scale of the welcome, but Kaor noted that they deserved a hero's welcome. Galvaric watched the display with a cynical eye. His men observed the way the people looked at Cecil, with genuine enamel, noting that the lord had built houses and ensured no one starved. Despite the warmth of the scene, Galvaric scoffed to his companions, warning them not to fall for the nonsense. He had concluded that all nobles were trash who cared only for themselves. One of his men asked if they were still going ahead with their plan, and Galvaric confirmed they were. Cecil glanced toward the dwarves, taking note of the hushed conversation, but he was interrupted by Belinda tapping his shoulder. She encouraged him to wave to his people. Claude screamed with joy, declaring it was great to be home, and that they could finally relax now that they were swimming in money. His celebration was cut short by the boss. Cecil told Claude to have Lowell bring the reports he had requested, and to meet him in his office immediately. Claude looked uncomfortable, asking if they were truly going back to work the moment they arrived. Cecil reminded him that slaves to the grind get no breaks and that they had had enough downtime in the capital. Later, in his office, Cecil gathered his inner circle. He asked Lowell if everything was well with Overseer Homern. Lowell confirmed it was, and Cecil noted he would visit the Overseer soon. Lowell then began his report, flipping through his records. He explained that the territory had been managed exactly as ordered. Alfoy added that the roads and waterways were completed, even with the others away. Vanessa, annoyed by Alfoy's informal tone, struck him with her staff and told him to address the Lord properly. They continued the report, noting that the workshop and greenery were nearly finished. They expected that once the dwarven workers were put to work, the crop yields would be so high they would never need to buy grain again. Belinda was shocked by the yields, and Claude proudly noted that they were on par with the Leipold territory, achieving the highest per-unit yield in the kingdom. Belinda remarked that at this rate, Cecil would expand the territory in no time, especially with the royalist faction behind him. Gillian added that the territory was being revived just as planned. However, Cecil remained deep in thought, realizing that they had only achieved the bare minimum. He stated that it was not enough. He ordered Claude to continue buying food until told to stop, and to secure land for more housing in advance. Then, the atmosphere in the room turned heavy. Cecil declared that they were going to prepare for war. The room fell into a shocked silence before everyone began to scream in confusion. Claude asked who would dare attack a lord under the Marquis's protection. Cecil named the threats, House Desmond or House Leipold. He had Lowell hand over a scroll containing data his people had gathered. The report showed large-scale conscription and training in the Desmond territory, along with the recruitment of freelance knights and massive purchases of weapons and iron ore from the country of Cavaldi. Gillian noted that food, troops, and weapons were the essentials of war, and while iron ore was vital even in peace, the quantities being purchased were far beyond normal requirements. Keor realized that a war was indeed on the horizon. While Alfoy looked distraught at the thought of returning to the battlefield, Claude expressed concern that if House Desmond monopolized the Cavaldi iron ore, the Fenris territory would be in trouble, as iron was essential for their own improvements. Cecil confirmed that Count Cavaldi was likely on Duke Delphine's side. He explained that if they waited, their enemies would finish their preparations and attack. Looking at his stunned advisors, Cecil laid out the plan. He told them that they were not going to wait to be hit. Instead, they were going to attack the Cavaldi territory first. The declaration left everyone in the office completely speechless, stunned by the sheer audacity of the move. In the cold, high halls of the Cavaldi castle, Count Cavaldi sat across from Count Harold Desmond, casually chomping on a berry before spitting the seed onto the floor with a wet thud. He looked at Harold and asked, with a note of mockery, what exactly he had called this newcomer, the strongest swordsman in the north? Harold did not share the man's amusement. He explained that a report from House Delphine regarding the Fenris territory had arrived, stating that they must assume Cecil is the strongest swordsman in the north when they eventually move against him. Harold's voice was low, as he warned that Cecil's actions were entirely unpredictable, and that Cavaldi had better prepare for war. Count Cavaldi found the suggestion annoying, leaning back in his chair and asking Harold why he was even telling him this, since Harold was the one who would actually have to fight the boy. Harold peered at him, his gaze sharp, and mentioned that the Duke himself had commanded it. The mention of the Duke only made Cavaldi more derisive. He suggested that Harold must have lost his touch, along with his last battle. He gestured to the stone around them, boasting that no one could possibly get past their walls. He pointed out that they possessed double walls sturdier than any in the north, surrounded by a deep moat and armed with weapons crafted from the finest technology available. He refused to improve the security of an iron fortress that had stood for generations without being breached. Cavaldi told Harold he should worry about his own future, instead of dragging others into a war they didn't need to be concerned about, and then mocked him for the loss of Victor, their cherished knight, which only angered Count Harold Desmond the more. The scene shifted back to the warmth of the Fenris barony. Cecil walked past his men, as Keor, Gillian, and Belinda bowed deeply. Cecil walked into the frame with a steady, weighted pace. Standing before him was the entirety of his assembled force, including the massive frame of Gordon. They looked at Cecil with a mixture of anticipation and discipline. Cecil told them that he liked the looks on their faces. He recognized that it wasn't easy to trust and follow someone while setting aside one's own financial interests, Yet they had followed him this far. Our boy pulled out his sword and struck it firmly into the ground. He declared that he would make all 200 of them his knights. The official Fenris Knights order. The men let out a thunderous roar that shook the very canopies of the estate. Watching from a nearby tent, Cloud turned to Wendy and mentioned that he honestly didn't understand how any of this was possible. Wendy remained quiet, her silence prompting Cloud to reflect on the conversation that had taken place just days prior. He remembered the shocked silence that had gripped the room when Cecil first announced they would attack the Cavaldi territory. Cloud had screamed at him, baffled by the logic. He argued that Count Desmond and Count Cavaldi were only pretending to be neutral while acting as the Duke's pawns. Cecil had countered that this was exactly why House Cavaldi was their enemy. He reasoned that winning this war would secure all of their iron ore, slowing the enemy's momentum while accelerating their own growth. Ghislaine had weighed in, noting that Cavaldi's soldiers were equipped with the finest armor and weapons in the north. He sensed they were at a disadvantage in both numbers and quality. But our boy had a trick up his sleeve. Cecil explained that he would turn all 200 mercenaries into mana-wielding knights. He noted that a well-trained knight was worth 100 soldiers, thus their force would be equal to 2,000 men. When Belinda asked how that was possible given that mana took years to learn, Cecil called for Vanessa. She entered the room with 3 barrels overflowing with scrolls. Cecil identified them as mana acceleration circles. Cloud realized this was where all their runestones had gone. Cecil explained that while the method was non-standard, it would allow them to learn in just a month by using modified Perdium mana techniques. Belinda grew concerned, wondering if the Count would object to the use of his family's techniques, but Cecil argued it was better than letting the men die. Ghislaine remained skeptical. He recalled his time as a mercenary visiting Cavaldi Castle, noting its high ground, sturdy double walls, and anti-siege weaponry. He insisted the fortress had never fallen. Cloud tried to use this to discourage the attack, suggesting they just focus on defense. Cecil simply asked Cloud if he wanted to bet on the outcome. Cloud, looking uncomfortable, told him to stop making bets with the fate of the territory. Cecil told him not to worry. He had a plan. On the training grounds, the process was far from pleasant. The mercenaries were murmuring, knowing that learning mana usually took years. Gordon asked how they were supposed to achieve this, and Cecil reiterated that he would get them there in a month by making it easy for them. The easy method left the mercenaries looking pitiful, sprawled across the dirt in agony. Cecil placed his hand on Gordon's back, infusing mana directly into his system. He screamed at Gordon to endure it, explaining that he was compressing years of training into a single month, which placed a massive burden on the body. He instructed Gordon to gather the mana particles in the air and form a circle in his lower abdomen. Gordon began to weave the threads of energy, but the sheer strain caused him to let out a heavy scream that echoed across the entire estate. Later, Cecil walked with Belinda and Lowell, looking weary. He told Belinda to take the boys to their quarters, noting they would need care. He then instructed Lowell to begin crafting the knight's armor and asked about the status of the slaves. Lowell mentioned the elves had not arrived, but the dwarves were already waiting in their quarters. That night, under a sky devoid of moonlight, the earth near the border began to shake. A hand broke through the soil as the dwarves emerged from a secret tunnel they had dug to escape. Galvaric led the way, telling his men to get up and hurry. His men were hesitant, asking if they would truly be free. Galvaric assured them there were conclaves of non-human slaves in other kingdoms, and urged them toward the border. Suddenly, the dwarves halted. Galvaric, not seeing the figure behind him, barked at them to keep moving, calling them cowards for having regrets. He told them they could spend their lives as trash for nobles, if they wished. One dwarf pointed behind him. Galvaric turned to find Cecil standing there confidently, glaring at them. Cecil told them that escaping wouldn't solve anything. The dwarves were in shock, wondering how he had found them so quickly. Galvaric asked if he had come alone, and Cecil confirmed he had. Sensing an opportunity, the dwarves huddled together, their glares turning vicious. They realized that if they took Cecil down, they would be truly free. Cecil simply smiled, mentioning that they were welcome to try. The brief but decisive skirmish had ended, and the ground was littered with the beaten-down forms of the dwarves who had attempted to flee. They were thoroughly subdued. Galvaric lay on the earth, his body trembling with a mixture of exhaustion and shock as he huffed and puffed, staring up at the young lord. Cecil looked down at him with a calm, steady gaze, noting that dwarves truly were as tough as the stories claimed. He pointed out that if word reached the slave traders that Galverick had attempted to run, they would be hunted across every corner of the world. He suggested that it would be far easier to simply work here than to spend the rest of their lives on the run. Galverick, however, was not easily swayed. He scoffed, telling Cecil not to make him laugh. He claimed he would rather die trying to reach freedom than spend his days crafting boring toys for nobles. He dared Cecil to believe they would ever be obedient, calling the idea of servitude a fool's dream. Our boy didn't flinch. Instead, he made a declaration that caused a ripple of stunned murmurs to move through the group. He intended to grant them their freedom. Galverick found the notion ludicrous. He reasoned that the laws of the kingdom labeled them as slaves, and questioned how a mere countryside noble could have the power to overturn such a fundamental decree. Cecil simply noted that laws are made by people, and can be changed if necessary. One of the other dwarves whispered to Galverick that since Cecil was supported by the royalist faction, such a thing might actually be possible. Galverick hesitated, his stubbornness wavering for a brief second. Cecil sensed the opening and clarified that he had no interest in common handcrafts or luxury goods. He wanted to build something far more interesting. When Galverick looked up, baffled, and asked what he meant, Cecil looked toward the horizon and stated that he wanted to fly. A month passed, and within the iron fortress of Cavaldi Castle, Count Cavaldi sat with his advisors, reading a letter from Cecil that had just arrived. The letter was blunt, accusing the Count of disrupting the fair trade of iron ore by favoring specific noble houses. It warned that if the markets were not open to Fenris and its neighbors, the Count would surely regret it. The advisors were incensed, calling Cecil an arrogant scoundrel with terrible manners. Count Cavaldi, however, found the threat amusing. He suggested that such words only held weight if backed by power. He deduced that Fenris must be desperate for iron ore to send such a ridiculous letter. His men noted that Fenris had been buying massive amounts of food at premium prices, even from Cavaldi's own stocks. They realized that with the sudden influx of residents from the royalist faction, the territory appeared to be short on provisions. The Count's men were baffled as to why Cecil would spend so much money voluntarily when food prices were expected to fall with the upcoming harvest. They concluded that the young man was acting without any rational thought, letting his whims lead him. Count Cavaldi agreed. He laughed, noting that the Fenris territory was growing too quickly for its own good, and that it was a shame he wouldn't be able to witness their downfall in person. At the Branford estate, Marquis walked into his office, and he spotted a letter on his desk that caused his attention to perk. It was from Cecil. The message was urgent. It requested that the royalist nobles buy up enough food to last a decade, warning that a great famine was coming that would shake the foundation of the kingdom. The Marquis stood firm, planting his feet as the weight of the warning hit home. He immediately began making preparations. The next morning, his daughter Rosaline entered the office, noting that her father hadn't gone to bed at all. The Marquis looked at her and commanded that word be sent to their vassals and all royalist nobles to hold a meeting at once. Soon after, the prophecy was fulfilled. An unprecedented famine swept across the kingdom. The weather turned incredibly arid, rivers slowed to a trickle, and crops withered in the fields. People began to starve in droves as the price of food soared. It was a catastrophe for the history books. In his office, Cecil watched the reports, realizing his expectations were coming to pass. He told his people that, since the hunger stones of each region had appeared, it was time to act. In the Desmond territory, Count Harold was beset by complaints. His people were screaming about the skyrocketing food prices and the lack of warning signs. Lady Amelia was present as well, hearing the rumors that the royalist nobles had somehow secured enough food for themselves, and that the Fenris territory had even managed a regular harvest, despite the drought. Inside the Cavaldi territory, the situation was reaching a breaking point. Count Cavaldi struck his table in a rage, demanding to know why House Desmond hadn't attacked Fenris yet to take their food and land. His men explained that House Desmond was scrambling to remedy their own situation and had missed the chance to strike. Cavaldi called the Count an oaf, worrying about the provisions they had been promised. One of his advisors suggested there was only one way to obtain food quickly. They could trade their iron ore to Cecil, just as he had originally asked. The suggestion was met with immediate rejection by others, who feared the Duke's reaction to selling iron to a royalist. They argued they should wait for the aid they were promised. Cavaldi, however, looked at the reality of his situation. His military was barely keeping the starving people from revolting. He understood that once the food for the soldiers ran out, even a castle whose walls had never been breached would collapse from within. Bitterly, he bit his lip in annoyance and commanded his men to give Fenris their iron in exchange for food. He reasoned that Cecil was destined to fall to the Duke anyway, and that his castle would remain safe regardless. He ordered a delegation to be sent at once. But his knights stopped him. They reported that a delegation wouldn't be necessary because Cecil had already arrived with his army and was standing outside the castle walls at that very moment. Outside the iron fortress, the Fenris Knights' Order sat on their horses, the sun glinting off their fresh gear. Gordon shifted uncomfortably, complaining that the new armor was restraining and pinching him everywhere. The soldier beside him told him to shut up, noting that the dwarves had to use twice as many blood python skins to fit his massive body. Gordon boasted that, with mana now flowing through his veins, his muscles couldn't be damaged, even without armor. Cecil suddenly struck Gordon by the side. Cecil noted the armor was as sturdy as expected of dwarven work. He sat high in his saddle, looking at the formidable double walls of the castle. He told his men it was time to move out. With a collective stride, the knights moved forward. In an instant, his men surged forward, taking their positions before the fortress. Inside the walls, the Count's men were gripped by a sudden, cold disorientation. They scrambled to the ramparts, realizing they were surrounded by the Fenris army at the worst possible moment. The drought had even dried the castle's moat, stripping away their primary defense. They whispered among themselves, baffled by how a mere baron could command such a disciplined and numerous force of knights, wondering if the royalist faction had sent hidden reinforcements. Count Cavaldi, however, was not so easily shaken. He laughed. He assured his men that no one could reach the shadows of his walls. Standing on the balcony, he looked down and asked what the meaning of this was, demanding to know why Cecil dared to bring an army without warning. Cecil replied that he had already communicated his intentions. He reminded the Count of his letter, which stated that a refusal to open the iron ore markets would be met with regret. One of Cavaldi's advisors shouted back that a letter was no justification for war. The Count himself screamed at Cecil, telling him that if he intended to fight, he should prepare a proper reason and a formal declaration of war first, claiming he would not associate with someone who lacked noble etiquette. Cecil remained remarkably calm. He noted that the Count was asking for a formal declaration. He turned to Ghislaine, who instantly readied his bow and passed it to him. As Cecil notched an arrow, Cavaldi's soldiers panicked, rushing forward with heavy shields to create a wall of steel around their lord. Ghislaine observed that the walls were tall, perhaps doubting the shot, but our boy simply took his stance. Even his horse shifted its weight, anchoring itself to the earth with a personality that seemed as bold as its master's. Cecil drew the string taut and released. The arrow hissed through the air, a blur of lethal intent. It didn't just hit the target, it smashed through the center of the heavy shield, killing the man holding it instantly. The projectile didn't stop there. It grazed Count Cavaldi's head, neatly slicing through his ear and pinning itself into the stone behind him. Cecil offered the Count a thin, cold smile, and remarked that he hoped this served as a formal enough declaration. In the capital city of Cardonia, the atmosphere was equally tense. Inside the Branford estate, the Marquis was meeting with his allies. The news had arrived. Baron Cecil had started a war. Count Elsber noted that they owed their survival through the Great Famine to Cecil's advice. But Sir Valor Norton expressed disbelief that the boy would choose such a chaotic time for a military campaign. The Marquis asked for the justification. Rosaline stepped forward, explaining that Count Cavaldi's refusal to open his iron ore market had exposed a near monopoly with House Desmond. While Count Aylesbury thought the reasoning might suffice, others were not so convinced. Marquis Maurice Macquarie interjected loudly, suggesting they dismiss Cecil from the royalist faction immediately before he made things worse. He argued that starting a war during a natural disaster was reckless. When it was suggested that Maurice simply disliked Cecil personally, the Marquis grew defensive. Rosaline closed her fan with a sharp, echoing snap to command the room's attention. She warned that they must not let emotions dictate their strategy, and pointed out that since the war had already begun, pointless arguments were a waste of time. The debate was interrupted when the heavy doors opened. Count Forwood, one of Duke Delphine's men, walked in with a practiced bow. He asked if Cecil's attack on a neutral noble during a catastrophe was the official will of the royalist faction. The room grew silent. Rosaline realized the Duke's people were remarkably well informed and were moving to turn the neutral faction against her father. She understood that her father's next words would decide the fate of their entire faction. If Cecil lost or was dismissed, their influence in the north would crumble. But if he won and seized the largest iron mine in the kingdom, the rewards would be immense. Marquis Brantford steadied himself and declared that Cecil's reason for the war was just. When Count Forwood asked for clarification, the Marquis stated that this was a personal dispute between Baron Cecil and Count Cavaldi, not an official act of the faction, and thus the Duke had no right to intervene. Forwood argued that the Marquis was abandoning his duty to maintain order, but the Marquis merely exhaled and questioned why the Duke was acting as though Count Cavaldi were his own vassal. Back in the Cavaldi territory, the air was filled with the Count's agonized screams. Cecil remarked to Gillian that his advice had been excellent, noting with a touch of irony that the Count wouldn't be able to wear earrings anymore. Inside the fortress, knights surrounded the bleeding Count, trying to stop the wound. Cavaldi pushed them away, screaming for them to get into position and show the majesty of their impenetrable castle. Huge siege engines were wheeled into place, their spears and arrows loaded and aimed from the heights. Gillian looked up, noticing the enemy was quick to respond. Cecil observed that their speed came from generations of defending these very walls. Count Cavaldi screamed for his men to fire, and a flurry of massive arrows rained down like a dark cloud. Cecil didn't panic. As the projectiles descended, our boy unsheathed his blade. With precise, weighted movements, he wove through the falling shafts, his sword a blur that deflected anything that came too close. Gillian, Kaor, and the rest of the knights raised their shields, the mana flowing through them making their defense unshakable. When the flurry ended, not a single man on Cecil's side had been harmed. Count Cavaldi stared down in disgust and disbelief. Cecil sheathed his sword, noting that if this was the extent of their majesty, it was hardly impressive. He ordered his men to retreat to their base for the time being. Cecil told his men to prepare for the next phase of the operation, leaving the iron fortress behind for the moment. Inside the Fenris camp, Cloud sat comfortably, a smug smile playing on his lips as he remarked to Alfoy and Wendy that their lord had picked the absolute perfect time to start a war. He reasoned that while they were sitting on a mountain of stockpiled grain, the enemy likely had nothing. He figured that all they had to do was sit tight and wait for hunger to do the heavy lifting. Alfoy, however, looked less than pleased. He asked why they had been dragged all the way to the front lines, if the plan was just to sit around. Cloud laughed it off, telling the laborers, correcting himself to mages with a smirk, that they must be exhausted from setting up the garrison. He suggested they just rest easy and kill time in the back. Sensing Alfoy's boredom, Cloud even offered to play a game, which immediately piqued Alfoy's interest. The mage glared at him, already asking what the wager would be. The casual mood was shattered when Cecil walked into the camp. His voice was sharp as he commanded Cloud to get outside, and told Alfoy to gather the mages. Alfoy's annoyance flared at the sudden order, but Cecil didn't give them room to breathe. He told them they were going to be digging a tunnel. Alfoy was baffled, and Cloud was equally surprised. Cloud argued that they could win just by waiting, and asked if Cecil truly intended to fight. Our boy remained firm. He explained that they couldn't afford to sit around. They had to end the war before House Delphine could send aid to Count Cavaldi. Later, Cecil stood at the edge of the camp, his gaze fixed on the looming stone walls of the Cavaldi fortress. He noted that the war would be over sooner than anyone expected. Inside the fortress, Count Cavaldi was in a towering rage. He screamed about the arrogant bastard Baron Fenris, who had dared to flee after puncturing his ear. His advisors tried to soothe him, claiming that the Fenris army was clearly helpless against their overwhelming power. They reasoned that the enemy had switched to stalling tactics because they knew the castle was short on food. Cavaldi assumed they were simply waiting for a surrender, but he felt secure knowing the Duke was on his side. He was sure the Duke wouldn't let the largest iron mine in the north fall and would surely send reinforcements. All they had to do was hold out. However, a knight interrupted with a report that the enemy was digging a tunnel. The Count found the news ridiculous, wondering why they would do such a thing so openly. One of his advisors was weary, and he concluded that they were trying to strike from underground because they couldn't face the castle head-on. Based on the castle's foundation, he deduced the only exit point for a tunnel would be the south gate. The Count ordered a knight named Jaemon to station soldiers there, planning to ambush the Fenris troops the moment they emerged. He even planned to open the gates and have his cavalry rush out to exterminate them while they were confounded. When asked about the walls, Cavaldi dismissed the threat. He noted the enemy had no siege weapons, and were mostly infantry or cavalry. He smiled to himself, certain that while Cecil might have caught him off guard once, he would be the last one standing. As evening fell, the dwarves moved through the shadows near the cliffs, pushing heavy equipment up the steep slopes. They grumbled among themselves, complaining about their bastard master, making them work in the dark without even torches to light the way. One of them asked Galvaric if the machines they had built were truly ready for actual combat. Galvaric's mind went back to the night Cecil had explained his vision. Cecil had claimed he designed the machines himself, and that they would definitely work. When Cecil had mentioned he wanted to fly, Galvaric had been bewildered. He asked if Cecil had somehow found blueprints for legendary ancient airships. Cecil had simply asked what he meant by that, and offered a demonstration. He had placed a large cloth over a fire. As the air heated, the cloth expanded and began to float upward. The dwarves had watched in confusion, asking what they were supposed to see. Cecil pointed out how the fabric puffed up, explaining that the hot air from the fire was trying to rise. While some of the dwarves saw it as nothing more than a little wind, Galvaric saw the truth. He realized that if it were just wind, the cloth would flutter sideways rather than puffing up vertically. Cecil smiled, sensing that Galvaric understood. He asked the dwarf to imagine what would happen if they made a much larger pocket of air. Galvaric couldn't wait for the explanation. The smith in him took over, and he grabbed a stick to sketch in the dirt. He deduced that if they attached a large basket underneath and found a way to consistently create hot air, they could carry people. His curiosity was heavy as he asked why hot air rose in the first place. Cecil admitted he didn't know the science. He had just noticed it when drying laundry over a fire. Galvaric laughed at the simplicity of the idea and told Cecil to lead him to the workshop so they could start experimenting immediately. Back in the present, Cecil stood atop the cliff. As the dwarves finally arrived with the construction, our boy noted the timing was perfect. Galvaric glared up at him, puffing out his chest and stating that the task had been a piece of cake for them. Belinda approached Cecil and handed him his helmet, reporting that the mages and knights were ready. Nearby, Gordon was playfully choking Alfoy, who was screaming about the pointlessness of digging a tunnel if they were just going to. Gordon cut him off, telling him to watch his mouth before he spilled the secret. Cecil ignored the banter and walked past his men toward Vanessa and Kaor. He looked out at the impenetrable fortress and told his men they were going to fall right into enemy lines. The plan was to infiltrate, seize the interior, and open the outer gates for Ghislaine's cavalry. He acknowledged that the Cavaldi soldiers had the best armor in the north, and that even with mana, the fight wouldn't be easy. However, he reminded them that the enemies they would face in the future would be far stronger. He told them that if they couldn't win here, they had no future. The weight of his words settled on the men. Cecil then smiled, reminding them that they had conquered the monster forest and won wars where the odds were stacked against them. He screamed at them, asking if they were prepared. They roared back in the affirmative. He asked if they were afraid, and their shouts suggested otherwise. Cecil donned his helmet, noting that they had all improved faster than anyone could have imagined. High above, the hot air balloons began to drift, their burners kept alive by Vanessa and the other mages. Our boy told his men not to be afraid. Inside the fortress, the sentries were relaxing. They noted that the digging at the tunnel had finally stopped, and assumed the enemy had gone to sleep. Knights arriving for the shift change complained about the constant guard duty, wondering if an attack would ever come. They were excited to finally get some sleep. Suddenly, one of the lookouts noticed something. He looked up, his eyes widening in confusion as he saw lights descending from the sky. He wondered if they were monsters, strange, round things floating toward them. Before he could process the sight, a hand descended from the darkness. Cecil grabbed the man by the face, and in the same breath he swung his sword, the blade a silver arc that slashed through the man standing beside him. Cecil jumped upward as the first man hit the stone, then brought his sword down in a heavy strike that decapitated the guard instantly. From the ropes of the balloons, Kaor, Belinda, and the other knights began their descent. Cecil stood at the center of the carnage, his blade dripping. He told his men he would take the lead and commanded them to kill them all. It was the beginning of a bloodbath the Cavaldi soldiers never saw coming. Back inside the walls of the Cavaldi fortress, 3 knights hurried through the stone corridors toward Count Cavaldi's office, led by the knight captain of the Cavaldi order, Leslie. Upon reaching the door, he burst into the room with a surge of energy that jolted the Count from his sleep. Cavaldi, disoriented and clutching his blankets, demanded to know what was happening. Leslie delivered the news with a heavy gravity, explaining that it was an emergency. Invaders had somehow infiltrated the castle. The scene outside was a chaotic contrast to the fortress's usual discipline. The defenders were baffled, looking upward in a state of total brain fog as Cecil, Belinda, and Kaor descended from the ropes and immediately began to make quick work of the men stationed on the walls. Kaor shouted for his men to keep moving, mockingly suggesting that they fetch him the other ear of Lord Buttchin, the Count. In the manner, Cavaldi paced like a trapped animal, questioning how the enemy had bypassed the walls and why his tunnel trap had failed to spring. Leslie explained that the soldiers reported seeing the enemy flying in unidentified objects. When Cavaldi struggled to comprehend the idea of men in the sky, Leslie cut him off. He realized that how they arrived no longer mattered. Their forces were far too powerful and were seizing the castle with terrifying speed. Leslie urged the Count to escape through the underground passage leading to the outer castle. He promised to defend the gate and hold the line, hoping to call in the main force from the south gate to surround the intruders. The weight of the situation finally began to sink in for Cavaldi. He huffed and puffed, struck by the irony that they had set a trap only to fall for an even more obvious trick. He wondered aloud if his lineage would end with him, as the castle had never once fallen until now. Leslie grabbed him, insisting he leave with his vassals and call for aid. Before they parted, Leslie added a dark instruction. If the situation did not settle, the Count was to unleash him. Outside on the ramparts, the Cavaldi soldiers were in a panic. They screamed about the ambush, but their words were cut short by Cecil's arrival. Our boy swung his sword with a precision that turned the defense into a slaughter. When one soldier tried to show a final spark of bravado by dashing forward, Cecil dodged the clumsy strike and countered with a heavy horizontal swing that cut the man clean in half. The remaining defenders were paralyzed with fear. Their leader screamed at two crossbowmen to snap out of their disorientation and fire, noting that the enemy's numbers were small. However, as the men aimed their weapons, a shadow fell over them. One of the hot air balloons descended rapidly, the basket striking them in the heads with a dull thud, knocking them unconscious instantly. Alfoy emerged from the basket, looking annoyed. He grumbled at Gordon, who was also inside, calling him a fool and complaining that he was far too heavy for the balloon's descent. The remaining crossbowmen tried to pivot toward the newcomers, but before they could squeeze their triggers, Cecil was already moving. He flung his sword, stabbing through them and pinning their ambitions to the ground. Kaor checked in, asking Gordon how he hadn't improved his skills despite finally becoming a knight. Gordon just laughed it off, but the levity was interrupted by a loud, echoing boom from the other side of the wall. Someone was screaming to guard the gates, realizing the castle's heart was under threat. Cecil sensed the change in the air. He noted that the enemy was reacting quicker than he had expected, and deduced that there must be a sharp tactical mind directing their movements. He knew they had to move before the main forces at the south gate could regroup. He gathered his people and gave his orders. Kaor was to clear the soldiers on the wall and destroy the siege weapons, while Belinda was to hunt down Count Cavaldi. Cecil took the most dangerous path for himself, declaring he would clear the way to the gates. He asked if they were ready, and in response, the knights raised their mana-imbued blades in a silent, glowing vow. With his sword pulled from his back, Cecil gave the final word. The Fenris Knight Order was to engage. At the ground floor of the fortress, the tension peaked at the second inner gates. A small contingent of Cavaldi defenders stood firm, their eyes wide as they saw the Fenris Knights approaching. Leslie stood at the center, pointing his sword forward and commanding his men to raise their weapons and stop the advancement at all costs. He hoped to stall them until the southern forces arrived. Cecil and Gordon dashed forward, ignoring the shouts. They fell upon the defenders like a tidal wave. Leslie watched in horror as his men were massacred with ease. He realized with a sudden clarity that every single one of Cecil's soldiers was wielding a mana-imbued weapon. Even for knights, the way they pushed back heavy infantry lines was unprecedented. Understanding that the man leading the charge was the key, Leslie prepared himself. His men cried out that they couldn't hold the gate, prompting Leslie to make a desperate choice. He ordered them to destroy the gate mechanisms and open the path, promising to buy them time himself. Leslie infused his body with mana, his aura flaring as Cecil closed the distance. The two clanged together, their swords parrying with a shower of sparks. Leslie was a disciplined combatant, using a small shield in his left hand and a sword in his right to create a nearly impenetrable attack and defense formation. Every time Cecil sought an opening, the shield was there to meet him. Leslie would defend with one hand and immediately thrust his sword with the other. Our boy was fast enough to weave through the counterattacks, but the rhythmic clanging of steel on steel showed that this wouldn't be a quick victory. They stood for a moment, glaring at one another across the threshold of the gate. Leslie introduced himself as the Knight Captain of the Cavaldi Order, and vowed that he would not let Cecil pass any further. A low, heavy rumble shook the chamber. Deep in the lower chambers of the fortress, far from the sounds of battle, Count Cavaldi stood before a heavily reinforced cell. Inside, a man named Lucas sat in the shadows, his limbs bound by thick, cold chains. The Count's voice was desperate as he told the prisoner he must buy them time. Lucas looked up, a strange and ominous smile spreading across his face. He glared at the Count and replied that if that were the case, the Count had better unchain him immediately. The battle continued outside, as Kaor swung his blade with a heavy, relentless rhythm. He roared for his men to advance, commanding them to leave no siege weapon or soldier unscathed. Beside him, Belinda moved with her characteristic grace, as she sliced through the defenders without a moment's hesitation. The top of the wall had become a chaotic tapestry of clanging steel and desperate shouts. At the center of this storm stood Cecil and the Knight Captain, Leslie. The captain stood his ground, his body enveloped in a visible shimmering aura that spoke of his status as the head of the Cavaldi Knight Order. He vowed that Cecil would not take another step into his territory. Unfazed, our boy took a weighted stance, and, with a sudden burst of speed, dashed forward. The movement caught Leslie off guard, but the veteran was quick to raise his blade. Cecil's sword struck Leslie's with a jarring force. Leslie attempted to pull his blade back into a downward slash, but Cecil was already a step ahead. Cecil followed through with a vertical strike, aimed straight for the captain's head. Leslie thought fast, raising his shield to deflect the blow, though the sheer weight of the impact sent a visible strain through his arm. What followed was an intensive sequence of strikes and parries. Leslie managed to deflect the majority of Cecil's barrage, and our boy remained untouched by Leslie's counters. The stalemate broke when Cecil executed a wide, sweeping arc that caught Leslie's iron mask. Seizing the opening, Cecil twirled and brought his blade down once more. Leslie scrambled backward, barely catching his footing as he fell to the ground. His men cried out in distress, but their focus was broken by their own opponents. Leslie felt the growing numbness in his arm, realizing the force of Cecil's strikes was more than he could bear for much longer. He smiled grimly, deducing that he didn't need to win a head-on clash. He figured that if he kept Cecil here long enough, the main forces from the South Gate would arrive and surround the invaders, waiting for impatience to drive the young lord into a reckless mistake. Cecil, sensing the captain's shift in strategy, asked if that was the extent of his skill. He lunged upward with a piercing thrust. As Leslie moved to dodge, Cecil transitioned into a downward slash, but the real blow came from his elbow, which connected squarely with Leslie's face. The captain recoiled, trying to regain his balance with a desperate stab. Our boy tumbled and twirled through the air. While still in motion, he swung his blade in a trajectory Leslie never expected. With a sharp cry of shock, the captain lost his limb and collapsed to the ground. Cecil looked down at him, noting that his efforts were not bad, but ultimately too late. Blood gushed from a wound in Leslie's stomach as he felt his strength fading. As he fell, Leslie fathomed the truth of Count Desmond's earlier warnings. He realized the Count had been right to label this man as the greatest swordsman in the north. Seeing their captain fallen, the Cavaldi knights wavered, while Cecil's men cheered for the fall of the gatekeeper. Cecil wasted no time, ordering his troops to move toward the gates. However, Leslie, coughing through the pain, managed to speak. He noted that things would not go Cecil's way, as the gates would never open. From within the gatehouse, Gordon screamed that the defenders had destroyed the mechanisms. The gates were jammed shut. Leslie smiled through the blood, pointing toward the horizon where the main Cavaldi forces were fast approaching. He suggested that as long as the gate remained closed, the numbers would eventually overwhelm the Fenris Knights. Cecil's men were undeterred, some claiming they could take on the entire army now that they were knights, but Cecil sensed the reality of the situation. He gathered that his men were exhausted and their mana was depleted. They couldn't survive a prolonged siege against such numbers. Cecil walked towards the massive iron-bound gate and placed his hand upon the cold surface. He looked at his blade, knowing he could only sustain this next move for a split second. He commanded his men to stand back. As he drew his mana, he reasoned that in modern times, the title of Master had become a hollow label. He began to compress mana into his blade, going far beyond the requirements of a standard knight. He released his core, drawing mana from every direction and compressing it to its absolute limit. A blinding, brilliant light began to emanate from his sword, so radiant that even Leslie, watching from the ground, was struck with awe. The captain recognized the phenomenon from ancient tales of the Empire, the aura blade, the true mark of a master. Cecil sliced downward. At that exact moment, the Cavaldi reinforcements arrived, screaming for the invaders to surrender and pay for their insolence. But before they could reach Cecil, the shattered gates fell, and Ghislaine led the charge of the cavalry through the opening. Cecil's horse, which had refused to stay behind, neighed triumphantly as it galloped through, its hooves striking one of the arriving commanders in the face. The counterattack was instantaneous. The men who were supposed to suppress the Fenris forces were laid to waste in the initial surge. Cecil climbed into his saddle as Ghislaine arrived. He asked why the horse was there, and Ghislaine explained that the beast simply wouldn't be left out of the fight. The retreating Cavaldi soldiers screamed in terror as they saw their impenetrable gate cut in half. Our boy stood tall in his stirrups, commanding his troops to charge the second gate and leave no one alive. Deep within the castle, Belinda lay on the ground, huffing and puffing as she glared at the man standing before her. She was visibly exhausted, her strength failing. The man before her, Lucas, stood with an elegant, quiet power. He looked down at her, his curiosity piqued. He asked her how she was connected to the Shadow Knight Order, his voice calm as he waited for a response from the girl on the floor. He seemed quite sure that she was more than she appeared. Outside the crumbling inner defenses of the Cavaldi territory, the Cavaldi Knights were doing their absolute best to break away from the engagement, sensing that to stay was to embrace certain death. Kaor, however, was in no mood to let them slip away. Cecil's voice cut through the noise. He commanded his men to kill them all, stating firmly that they had no need for hostages. Yet, as the words left his lips, a sudden wave of fatigue washed over him. He sensed that he had pushed himself too far. Using the aura blade at his current level had been a massive gamble that had drained his reserves. He realized that he wouldn't be able to sustain a high-intensity fight much longer, and knew he had to pace himself if he wanted to survive the day. Kaor approached Cecil, a rough smile on his face, as he asked if the boss was already exhausted. Ghislaine also drew near, his expression heavy with concern, as he reported that they had successfully dismantled the enemy's main forces. Cecil offered them a tired nod of approval for their hard work, but his focus quickly shifted to the missing member of their group. He asked about Belinda's whereabouts. Alfoy informed him that there had been no word from her since she entered the castle. While Kaor made a light-hearted remark about her being a slowpoke, Cecil felt a growing discomfort. He turned to Ghislaine and suggested that there had to be an emergency escape route hidden somewhere within the stone walls. He reasoned that Count Cavaldi couldn't have fled far, and ordered Ghislaine to take the cavalry and search the outer walls for any hidden exits. Ghislaine moved to obey immediately. Cecil, however, made his own decision. He declared that he would go and find Belinda himself. Mounting his horse, he rode into the heart of the Cavaldi castle. Inside the castle's deeper chambers, Belinda was in a precarious position. Lucas stood over her. He repeated his question, asking how she was connected to the Shadow Knight Order. Belinda, huffing and puffing from the exertion of their previous exchange, glared at him. She asked how he could possibly know that name. Lucas offered no verbal answer, but his reflexes spoke for him. A dagger hissed through the air toward his face, and he flicked his spear upward with a bored precision to block the strike. Seizing the moment, Belinda jumped into the air. She attempted a heavy aerial strike with her legs, but Lucas shifted his spear to catch her momentum on his shield. Belinda screamed for an answer, desperate to know how a man in this remote fortress knew of her order. Lucas merely smirched, watching as she landed with a gracious ease. The battle resumed with a renewed intensity. Lucas thrust his spear in a blur of silver, but Belinda was swift, weaving through the attacks like a shadow. She sensed the spear tip whistling toward her head and somersaulted backward, trying to create enough distance to breathe. Lucas did not let up. He took a low stance and dashed toward her, the spear held low and steady. Belinda watched the incoming point with a heavy sense of unease, but as it thrashed forward, she twirled into the air. She aimed a sharp kick directly at Lucas's face, but the spearman was too experienced. He pulled his weapon back into a block, catching her shin against the shaft. Lucas guided her leg away, disrupting her assault position. In one smooth motion, he brought the tip of his spear to the soft skin of her neck. He had her. He told her that his knowledge was nothing special. She simply looked a lot like a former lover of his. The statement left Belinda bewildered. But Lucas simply clarified that while he didn't care who won this war, he couldn't abandon his current role either. He told her not to think badly of him, and began to pull the spear back for a final, lethal slash. Before the steel could bite, a shadow dashed into the fray. Our boy entered the chat with a thunderous impact. Cecil's sword clanged against Lucas's spear, the force of the strike surprising the spearman. Belinda cried out in visible excitement at the sight of her young master. Cecil told her to leave, stating that he would take care of the bastard himself. Lucas looked Cecil over, his gaze stern but curious. He smiled, noting that the young master had finally arrived. They began to clash, the sound of their weapons filling the silence of the chamber with a heavy, metallic rhythm. Lucas realized that with Cecil in front of him, he wouldn't be able to pursue the woman. He asked if Cecil was the noble who had started this war, twirling his spear before thrusting it forward in a lethal line. Cecil dodged the point, the spear scraping noisily against the flat of his blade as he tried to close the distance. Lucas twirled again, attempting to leap back and reset, but Cecil was faster. Our boy spun and delivered a heavy kick that caught Lucas squarely in the face while he was still mid-air. The shock of the blow sent Lucas tumbling to the ground. He braced himself with the shaft of his spear, looking up in disbelief. Cecil let out a short laugh. "Long time no see." Cecil told him it was good to see him, which left Lucas utterly confused. He asked how Cecil could possibly know him. Cecil kept his thoughts to himself, but he looked at the man and recognized his old subordinate and comrade. He had been wondering where Lucas had ended up, and to find him holed up in a place like this was an irony Cecil couldn't help but savor. Lucas wiped his face, stating that he didn't like Cecil's attitude. He noted that Cecil didn't fight like any noble he had ever met. His techniques were too unconventional, too raw. He pointed his spear at Cecil and demanded to know who he truly was. Cecil stared him down and admitted that he used to be a mercenary. Lucas smiled at the revelation, finding the idea of a noble fighting as a mercenary highly interesting. Sensing an opportunity, Cecil made an offer. He proposed a gamble. If Lucas beat him, the Fenris army would leave the castle and pay the count for all damages. But if Cecil won, Lucas would have to work for him instead. Lucas was visibly annoyed by the suggestion. He noted that Cecil had practically won the war already, and questioned why anyone would make such a reckless gamble. He claimed he had no real allegiance to the castle anyway. Cecil's gaze was steady. He told Lucas that if he had no ties, he should simply come and walk with him. Lucas argued that he was a very expensive man to hire. Our boy didn't flinch. He stated that the reason he was putting the entire castle on the line was because, in his eyes, Lucas was more valuable than the fortress itself. The words left Lucas bewildered for a moment. He smiled, the weight of the compliment sinking in. He asked for Cecil's name. Cecil took off his helmet and threw it to the ground. Lucas noticed Cecil's pale face and asked if he was sure he could handle a fight in his current state. Cecil told him to think of it as an advantage he was graciously giving him. Lucas laughed and agreed. He dashed forward, and the duel for the fate of a legendary subordinate began. The heavy silence of a snowy mountain range swallowed the sound of footsteps as a figure emerged from a weathered tent. Lucas, his face partially obscured by the biting cold, walked across the frozen terrain until he reached the man waiting for him in the white haze. That man was Cecil, though this was a scene from a lifetime before his regression. Lucas reminded Cecil that he had only agreed to walk with him until that very day. He noted that 10 years had passed since their Mariana's approval match, and their contract had officially expired. Cecil looked at his old comrade, as he asked if it had truly been that long already. Cecil smiled then, sensing the truth behind the departure. He guessed it was because of the woman Lucas had been searching for. Lucas did not deny it. He simply explained that he could not dedicate his life to fighting alongside Cecil forever. Cecil accepted this with a grounded grace, telling Lucas to go and find his precious woman. He reasoned that, just as he had his revenge to seek, Lucas had his own goals to fulfill. As they prepared to part ways, Lucas promised that if Cecil were ever in true danger, he would come to his aid. They departed as friends, a smile lingering between them in the cold. The memory shattered as the narrative returned to the present, where the two were currently locked in a fierce, high-stakes brawl. The warmth of the past was replaced by the clanging of steel as the fate of their new bet hung in the balance. Cecil thrusted his sword, but Lucas shifted his weight, dodging the point by a hair's breadth. Lucas followed up with a sweeping slash of his spear, which Cecil avoided with a practiced tumble. Our boy swung wide, but the spearman used the momentum of his own weapon to vault himself upward, leaping over the blade. They glared at each other, the tension thick as Lucas descended with a heavy strike. Cecil parried the blow, the vibration of the impact rattling his teeth. Lucas used the momentum of the parry to twirl through the air and land firmly back on the stone. Lucas noted that Cecil was impressive, admitting that even though Cecil looked like he was about to collapse, he was still standing firm. Cecil stayed focused, stating that he simply couldn't afford to lose the bet he had initiated. Lucas laughed at the determination, his stance widening as he prepared his next move. He admitted that working for Cecil would definitely make his life complicated, and so losing wasn't an option. As Lucas began to embed mana into his spear, Cecil sensed the sheer volume of power flowing into the weapon. He realized that Lucas had always been this strong, even before their first meeting in the previous timeline. Lucas had served under him for 10 years after losing a Mariana's approval match, becoming the Mercenary King's most trusted problem solver. Yet even Lucas had been unable to find the woman he sought until the day Cecil fell into Aiden's trap. True to his word, Lucas had come to his aid then, only to be killed in the combat that followed. Cecil exhaled, a sharp, dramatic realization grounding his movements. He vowed that he wouldn't let that same fate befall Lucas this time. In a move that left Lucas baffled, our boy threw his sword to the ground. Seeing the opening, Lucas lunged forward, thrusting his spear toward the unarmed noble. Cecil bent his body low, the spear whistling harmlessly over his head. Before Lucas could pull the weapon back for a follow-up slash, he wrapped his legs around Lucas's neck, using his entire body weight to wrench the spearman forward. The shift in momentum was absolute. Lucas tumbled through the air and hit the ground with a heavy, bone-jarring impact. As he coughed, struggling to find his breath, he felt the cold edge of a dagger pressed against his throat. Cecil looked down at him and declared his victory. Lucas realized he had lost, smiling bitterly as he noted that things had indeed just gotten a lot more complicated for him. Outside the inner sanctum, the aftermath of the battle was grim. The knights of the Cavaldi estate had been systematically laid to waste by the Fenris forces. The impenetrable defense had been completely dismantled. Cecil's men had captured Count Armstrong Dugan Cavaldi as he attempted to flee. The Count was bundled onto the ground. He was sweating and crying, his voice trembling as he mourned his knight captain, Leslie. He was in visible pain, bewildered by how a fortress that had never been breached could fall so easily. Cecil looked down at the man and addressed him by his full name. He stated firmly that there is no fortress in this world that is truly impregnable. Cavaldi glared at Cecil, sensing something far deeper than simple greed in the young lord's eyes. He screamed, demanding to know Cecil's actual motive for the invasion. Cecil admitted he had many motives, the most prominent being to kill the Count. Cavaldi was struck by a wave of fear, asking if Cecil and his father truly thought they could get away with it. He argued that the royalist faction wouldn't be able to protect them from the fallout, and boasted that he had a powerful supporter backing him. Cecil didn't hesitate. He asked if the Count was referring to House Delphine. The mention of the name struck Cavaldi like a physical blow. Cecil explained that he was well aware of the Duke's plans, how House Delphine was recruiting neutral nobles to take over the north, using iron ore to reinforce the troops of Count Desmond and Count Leipold. He even revealed his knowledge of the Crimson Mage Tower being in the Duke's pocket to strike the royalists when they least expected it. Cecil concluded that Count Desmond's ultimate goal was to start a civil war in the Kingdom of Luthania. Cavaldi was paralyzed by the revelation, wondering how a young lord could possibly know such deep-seated secrets. Desperate, the Count offered a final deal. He promised to hand over his half of the iron mine for 20 years, and even offered to recommend Cecil to Duke Delphine so he and his father could live in peace under the Duke's protection. These words only served to fuel Cecil's anger. He noted that the Count thought his life was worth a bargain. Cavaldi asked if it wouldn't be more beneficial to keep him alive, but Cecil's response was a flash of steel. With a single, heavy swing, our boy sliced through the Count. he declared that he had no intention of joining forces with men like him. Before Cavaldi could even process the words, his form began to divide, and his body fell to the snowy earth as blood splattered across the white ground. Cecil watched him fall, stating that because they would all eventually die at his hands, a partnership was out of the question. The scene shifted abruptly to the chambers of Count Harold Desmond. Crimson moonlight bathed his throne as a bird perched silently on his shoulder. The Count was in a towering rage, striking his desk with enough force to make the room tremble. He screamed about how Cecil had taken advantage of every brief gap in their plans. He complained that despite following the Duke's methods of thorough planning, the results were always the same: failure. He looked back on the losses involving Frank, Cainlogas, and the failed war against the Perdium household. Now, Cecil had secured the support of the Royalist faction and Marquis Branford. Count Desmond's eyes flashed with a dark resolve. He decided that he no longer needed to wait for orders or file reports. He declared that his top priority from that moment on was the total destruction of both the Fenris and Perdium territories. The news of the fall of the Cavaldi fortress rippled through the capital of Cardinia. Inside the lavish chambers of the city, Marquis Maurice Macquarie was in a state of sheer disbelief. He couldn't fathom how a brat like Baron Fenris had already won. The Cavaldi fortress was legendary for being impenetrable, and yet it had fallen. He admitted, with a heavy sense of irony, that one really cannot judge a book by its cover. Rosaline, standing among the gathered nobles, added to the weight of the news. She noted that Count Cavaldi hadn't even been given the chance to surrender. The Fenris forces had completely taken over the castle. She reminded the room that Cecil had been instrumental in the Battle of Perdium as well, making his talent irrefutable. Maurice Macquarie scoffed, insisting it was simply luck and the Great Famine that had allowed such an easy victory. Sir Valor countered him sharply, pointing out that the method didn't matter. The only thing of importance was the victory itself. As the argument spiraled, Marquis Branford sat in a profound, calculated silence. He finally broke the tension by asking his knight, Tolio, if there had been any movement from Count Desmond's end. Tolio confirmed that there was nothing yet. Count Elsber noted that the Royalist faction had gained plenty with this victory, especially since it was now public knowledge that Count Cavaldi was receiving support from the Duke. This effectively neutralized the Duke's ability to intervene for the time being. Rosaline realized that if Count Desmond had stepped in during the battle, it would have confirmed his status as a member of the Duke's faction rather than a neutral noble. Marquis Branford stood to conclude the meeting, warning them all that while they had gained a significant foothold in the north, the Duke would not sit idly by. He urged them to remain vigilant. As he walked out, Rosaline noticed a small, rare smile break across her father's cheek. She recognized the pride behind it, and followed him with a blush of her own. In the north, near the conquered fortress, 3 figures on horseback rode swiftly through the snowy terrain. At the lead was the head knight Captain Max, who carried a priest behind him. One of the men remarked on how quiet the region seemed for a place supposedly at war, suggesting the Fenris troops might have already been defeated. Sat behind him was a young priestess who looked increasingly uncomfortable. She fretted over their mission, wondering how they would face Countess Aylesbury and Lady Rosaline if they failed to rescue Baron Fenris. The man in front of her dismissed her worries, grumbling that it was the Baron's own fault for starting a war so recklessly, stating that regardless of the circumstances, they were paid to do a job and would see it through. As they crested a hill, they arrived at the Cavaldi territory and were met with a scene they didn't expect. Instead of a graveyard, the area was a bustling hive of activity. Gordon was at the center of it, screaming at a long line of people to stay in order. He assured the former people of Cavaldi that there was more than enough food and that their new lord would ensure they didn't go hungry. Nearby, Lowell was busy at a desk, instructing miners to sign new contracts. The workers were joyous, sensing that their days of exploitation were finally over. Even the dwarves were busy, taunting Alfoy as they carried massive logs, asking the mage if his weak body could handle even a single piece of wood. Alfoy snapped back, insisting he was a mage, not a laborer. Captain Max was baffled, wondering if the war was truly over already. Just then, Claude came jumping through the crowd, excitedly telling his men about the treasures found within the castle: art pieces, valuables, and high-end gear. The priestess, Peyote, gasped, realizing that if this all belonged to Count Cavaldi, it meant Cecil had won. Ghislaine appeared suddenly, his gaze sharp and imposing as he noted their unfamiliar faces. He demanded they identify themselves. Inside the main office of the fortress, Cecil stood by the window, looking out over his new territory with a calm, graceful air. The door opened as Ghislaine escorted Max and Piotr inside. Ghislaine announced that guests had arrived from the capital. Our boy didn't turn immediately, letting the silence settle. Max, a seasoned mercenary, used the moment to gauge Cecil's strength. He sensed the pungent smell of blood lingering in the room and noted Cecil's restrained, effective posture. He deduced immediately that this was a man of true power. Cecil eventually turned and asked who they were. Max and Piotr bowed deeply. Max introduced himself as the rescue party sent by the Countess and Lady Roseline. He explained they were tasked to save Cecil if he were in danger. Cecil offered a faint, ironic smile and noted that they were late. Max admitted they had hurried, but never expected the war to end with such speed. He called Cecil the rising star of the royalist faction and prepared to leave to report the success. However, Cecil stopped him. He shrugged, noting that since the war had just ended, they were short-handed. He told the rescue party to stay and help out with the labor first. Max was taken aback, arguing it wasn't their mission, but Cecil simply tapped him on the shoulder. Cecil suggested that he wasn't sure what he would tell their clients in the capital about their late arrival, but if they stayed to help, everyone could save face. A little manual labor builds character. Cecil then turned his attention to the priestess. She identified herself as Piotr, a servant of Juana, the goddess of beauty and abundance. Cecil recognized the value of her presence immediately. Divine power was extremely rare in the north. Ghislaine had once been forced to stay in the Leipold territory just to care for his daughter because of the lack of priests. Cecil smiled. Realizing what an unexpected boon she was, he bowed to Piotr, thanking her for coming. When she tried to decline the formality, Cecil signaled to Belinda and Wendy. Before Piotr could protest, the two women grabbed her and began to escort her toward the injured. She complained that she hadn't come for such work, but Belinda countered that there were plenty of souls in need of her power. As they left, Ghislaine remarked on what a fortunate turn of events it was. Cecil agreed, noting that having influence in the religious sector would ease many burdens. He then asked Ghislaine to bring him to the office. The scene shifted to an open training space where a crowd had gathered in astonishment. Kayor, the fierce leader of the Kelveros, was on his knees, having just been struck by a powerful uppercut. Standing over him was Lucas, the man Cecil had requested. Lucas made fun of Kayor, asking if he was truly the Lord's right-hand man if he fell so easily. This ignited Kayor's temper. He growled that he was just getting started and charged back into the fray. But can Kayor handle the strength of a former mercenary legend? The moment Kayor dashed toward Lucas, the spearman remained deceptively still, his weight shifting as he prepared a counterpunch that would have caught the mercenary leader flush in the face. Before the two could collide, Ghislaine appeared in the center of the conflict, his hands moving like iron vices to seize both men's arms and halt their momentum mid-clash. The spectators watched in stunned silence as the retired captain brought the squabble to a standstill. Kayor immediately began to complain, his pride wounded, but Ghislaine silenced them both, stating firmly that they had seen enough. Lucas retracted his hand with a smirk, mocking Kayor by noting that Ghislaine seemed far more like a proper right-hand man. The remark ignited Kayor's temper once more. He struggled against Ghislaine's grip, shouting for the old man to let him go because the fight wasn't over. In response, Ghislaine executed a fluid, weighted movement, twisting Kayor's arm backward before delivering a sharp palm strike to his back. The force sent Kayor stumbling until he hit the dirt, looking weak and pitiful. Ghislaine reminded him that his subordinates were watching and urged him to think of his reputation. He then turned to Lucas, escorting him away with the news that their lord wished to see him. Lucas couldn't help but laugh as they walked, remarking to Ghislaine that Cecil was truly something else for making his first task the beating of some sense into his own right-hand man. Later that evening, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the training grounds. Kayor was alone, training with a feverish intensity against several wooden dummies. He slashed through the wood with wide, heavy strokes, his movements driven by the deep embarrassment of his earlier defeat. He sensed a presence creeping behind him and spun around with a wide, desperate slash. The blade stopped inches from Cecil's face, met by our boy's own sword, which he had drawn with casual precision to protect himself. Cecil offered a knowing smile, mentioning that he had heard the new guy had taught Kayor a lesson. Kayor, annoyed, turned to walk away. He told Cecil that if he had only come to make fun of him, he shouldn't waste his time. Cecil's expression softened with the inherent warmth he felt for his loyal commander. He called out to Kaor and tossed a small book through the air. Kaor caught it, blinking in confusion. Cecil explained that he had written down a mana technique specifically suited to Kaor's unique fighting style. Kaor rummaged through the pages, his eyes widening as he fathomed the insight within the text. He asked why Cecil was giving this to him instead of the spearmen. Cecil joked that he could take it back if Kaor didn't want it, prompting the mercenary to quickly retract his words and offer his thanks. Our boy walked away, but not before providing a final piece of analytical advice. He explained that the reason Kaor lost was simple. His fundamentals weren't as solid as Lucas's. He noted that experience and intuition alone have their limits. Kaor watched him go, and despite his lingering annoyance, he bowed deeply to Cecil's retreating back, silently appreciating the guidance. In the month following the war's end, Cecil took full control of the Cavaldi territory, moving with a deliberate pace to stabilize the region. He secured a budget by confiscating the assets of the fallen count and his vassals, and he pacified the starving populace by distributing food. In the largest iron mine in the north, he guaranteed proper compensation for the workers who had been exploited for years. This change in policy acted as a massive motivator. The miners began to produce better iron ore faster than ever before. With these resources, the territory began to develop advanced weaponry and armor, ensuring they would no longer have to agonize over a lack of supplies. Cecil stood before his people, expressing his gratitude and noting that the progress was thanks to everyone fulfilling their roles so admirably. He declared that no one would look down on Fenris again. Claude exclaimed happily that, with Perdium and Cavaldi combined, they now owned a third of the north. He boasted that even House Desmond couldn't touch them now, though Wendy quickly struck him in the head for his reckless tongue. Cecil smiled at the ruckus but remained grounded. He warned that it was too early to celebrate, as the biggest threat had not yet been handled. Vanessa approached him then, mentioning that the mages were complaining about being overworked. She reported that she had even caught Alfoy trying to run away several times. Cecil joked that they were essentially contractual slaves, which Vanessa found hard to argue with. Cecil reassured her, pointing out that they now had a priestess to ease the burden. The scene shifted to Peyote, who was chanting a prayer in the name of Joanna. Ironically, she was currently healing Alfoy, who was screaming for her to stop. He begged to be allowed to stay tired, so he wouldn't have to work anymore. Peyote wondered if she was being tested by her goddess, having to use divine power just so these men could be put back to work. She muttered to herself, wondering when Cecil would finally let her go. Cecil walked into the frame, startling her. He noted that her divine power seemed to have increased, though she claimed not to notice. Cecil knew that divine power couldn't be trained like mana. It was an innate quality. He recognized that she was no regular priestess. He finally told her that she was free to return to her order, as the Fenris territory had benefited greatly from her aid, and he wished to repay the favor. The narrative shifted to the capital of Cardinia, where rumors about the war were spreading like wildfire. People were laughing at the exaggerated reports that Cecil had flown into the castle, or cut down the gates with a single aura blade. Most dismissed the news as lies, unable to believe a young baron could achieve such feats. Amidst these murmurs, Cecil arrived at the Marquis's office, flanked by Belinda and Peyote. He met Roseline, who greeted him with a warm smile, glad to see him well. Cecil thanked her for sending such capable individuals, specifically praising the priestess's help. Roseline dismissed Peyote from her assignment, and the priestess exhaled in relief, glad her exhausting first mission was over. However, before Peyote could celebrate, Cecil spoke to Roseline, mentioning there was something he wanted to ask regarding the priestess. Peyote felt a sudden jolt of fear, wondering if her freedom was a lie. Before the conversation could continue, a knight announced that Marquise Branford was waiting. Cecil walked past Roseline, asking if she would spare him some time afterward. She smiled and agreed. Inside the inner office sat the heavyweights of the royalist faction: Marquis Branford, Count Aylesbury, Sir Valor, and Marquis Maurice. They all glared at our boy with mixed emotions. Marquis Branford noted that Cecil was late. Cecil bowed slightly, apologizing and explaining that it had taken time to stabilize his new territory. Maurice grumbled under his breath about Cecil's arrogance, but Sir Valor hushed him. The Marquis spoke with a stern authority, reminding Cecil that his reputation and that of the royalist faction were on the line. He warned Cecil that he was mistaken if he believed his reckless actions would always be tolerated. He demanded a detailed account of the war and a justification for Cecil's intentions. The room fell silent. Cecil exhaled, his gaze remaining steady. He told the Marquis that he never engages in a battle he isn't sure he can win. He explained that he had simply seized a rising opportunity, and that he wasn't there to dwell on the past, but to discuss the future. Our boy took a seat directly in front of the Marquis, his posture echoing his growth as a leader. He looked the Marquis in the eye and made a bold request. "Make me the commander of the Northern Army." No one was ready for such a bold declaration. The moment Cecil requested to be appointed as the commander of the Northern Army, the air in the office grew heavy with a stunned silence. The three men present were visually shaken by the audacity of the demand, and Marquis Maurice did not hesitate to voice his immediate opposition. However, Marquis Brantford remained remarkably still, his eyes fixed on Cecil with an intense, searching gaze. Cecil met the gaze with a calm smile. The Marquis leaned forward as he noted that things had changed since Cecil joined their cause. Cecil agreed, adding that he had also sensed shifts within the Royalist faction and intended to ensure those changes were steered in the right direction. Marquis Brantford cautioned him, explaining that while the title of Northern Commander is merely an empty honor in times of peace, it grants enormous authority the moment war breaks out. He pointed out that Cecil is already difficult to predict, and now he was asking for the power of an entire army. Cecil glared back with a confident smile. He reasoned that Luthania's forces are divided into 4 armies, and a commander is chosen for each ahead of time to handle unforeseen crises. He acknowledged that in peace, it is a title that is not a title, a mere formality, but in war, the commander has the legal authority to assemble every lord in the region. Patting his hand against his chest, Cecil noted that the post was currently unfilled, and suggested that if someone must be appointed, it should be him. The Marquis smiled for a fleeting second before settling back into his chair. He asked why Cecil thought the post remained empty, explaining that if he had wanted to appoint someone just for the sake of it, he would have done so already. The position was simply too important. Cecil then spoke with an analytical edge, noting that the Duke already holds influence over the southern and western commanders. He explained that, while the east and north remain uneasy Royalist strongholds, Count Desmond, a man they cannot trust, is actively aiming for the northern command. Cecil reminded the Marquis that it is much harder to correct a broken balance once it is shifted. Now that the Royalist faction has the upper hand, they must solidify their power. He claimed that securing the north would be enough to quell even a civil war initiated by the Duke. The 3 men in the office appeared visibly uncomfortable as the weight of the word civil war hung over them. Marquis Brantford glared at Cecil, calling him a brat and accusing him of toying with the leadership. Yet, the logic was sound. Brantford finally announced that he would submit a motion to the royal court regarding the change in Cecil's title. The Marquis explained the legal hurdles, noting that a commander must be at least a count. He added that they could not have Cecil's father, Count Ghislaine Perdium, watching his successor receive a higher authority while holding the same title, so the motion would include elevating the rank of House Perdium as well. However, there was a condition. Marquis Brantford revealed that they had received a request for aid from the Shadow Mountains in the Taurian Kingdom. He ordered Cecil to go there. Cecil paused as he fathomed the name of the Taurian Kingdom, the Land of Knights. He remembered that most of its territory is dominated by the Shadow Mountains, which teem with powerful monsters throughout the year. Because of this, the population is battle-oriented, and their knights are among the most powerful on the continent. Cecil felt a sense of familiarity, having hunted and trained in those mountains once before. He reasoned that since the kingdom usually allows outsiders to hunt freely, a formal call for aid meant something truly powerful had emerged. The Marquis noted that the Taurians seemed to be struggling with an upcoming wave of monsters, and suggested that someone like Cecil, who could fly up into the sky to infiltrate a castle, would be a perfect fit. Cecil understood the terms but requested a counter-arrangement. In exchange for his departure, he asked that some royal forces be stationed near the Fenris territory. He argued that while the Duke was temporarily driven back, there was no telling what might happen in his absence. As Cecil walked out of the office, he reflected on his past life. In that timeline, Duke Delphine had recruited the lords appointed as commanders to usurp the throne. Harold Desmond had been the northern commander then, and the region had descended into chaos. Cecil resolved that this time he would strike first and seize the north in the exact same way the Duke once had. The scene shifted to a somber setting where a sword was embedded in the ground, a broken helmet resting atop its pommel. A hand grazed the metal softly. Hutton, the knight who had been Victor's mentor, stood over the memorial. Victor was dead, a fact that had been finalized on the battlefield. Count Harold Desmond walked into the frame and asked Hutton how he was holding up. Hutton turned, his face etched with a quiet, dramatic grief. He lamented that he had such high hopes for Victor's future, and remarked on the unfairness of the world. He then asked the Count to confirm that the one who took the boy's head was Cecil Perdium. The Count corrected him, stating it was Cecil Fenris, now Baron Fenris. Hubert sighed, noting that lamenting was meaningless, as there is always someone stronger. He thanked the Count for his concern, but observed that House Delphine had underestimated both Perdium and Fenris, and they had paid the price with Victor's life. Count Desmond responded with a dark focus. He noted that the Viscount Joseph had ordered that Cecil be regarded as the greatest swordsman in the north, only after everything was lost. Now the Royalists were supporting Cecil, and even mobilizing the royal army to watch Desmond's movements. Harold declared that his facade as a neutral noble was over. Hubert asked if he doubted the Duke's power, but Harold responded that he would no longer be swayed by anyone. He intended to fight based solely on his own will. He vowed to wage war and destroy both the Perdium and Fenris territories, and after that, he would challenge the Duke himself. These words struck Hubert with their weight. He warned that the Royalist faction would not stand by, and that the Count would be initiating a civil war without the Duke's aid. Desmond looked at Hutton and told him that he need not hide his true feelings. He asked if Victor's death was something Hutton could just accept. Hutton's demeanor shifted into a raw, burning anger. He asked how the Count could even suggest such a thing, vowing never to forgive the bastard knight who had reduced Victor, a boy who never knew defeat, to a broken helmet. His hands shook with rage as he confessed that Victor was his only apprentice, and that he should have made him stronger. Hutton knelt before Count Harold Desmond and begged for the chance to bring him the head of that beast, Cecil Fenris. The Count looked down at him with a stern, cold gaze and promised it would happen soon. Behind Count Harold, an entire army stood in the shadows. He looked at Hutton and gave his final command. When the time comes, Hubert is to take the two-winged knight's order and decimate everything. The Count declared that this would be the moment Cecil dies. Will the Fenris territory hold against the coming tide? Rosaline spoke with Cecil as the preparations for his departure reached their final stages. She noted that he was heading to the Turan Kingdom, a rough and unforgiving place, especially considering the war in the north had only recently concluded. Cecil understood the weight of the assignment, sensing that Marquis Branford didn't yet completely trust his performance in the war, and wanted him to prove his strength through this mission. He offered Rosaline a reassuring smile, telling her not to worry, as he had killed plenty of monsters in his time. Rosaline blushed, averting her eyes before shifting the topic to the favor Cecil had requested. She informed him that the negotiations with the Wana Order had been fulfilled, meaning they could retain Priestess Peyote for a while without issue. Cecil recognized the difficulty of such a task, knowing how strict the internal discipline of the order was, even for a sponsor. Rosaline, covering her mouth with a blush, admitted it wasn't actually that difficult. She explained that while Leader Perisco is a priest, he remains remarkably weak when it comes to money, though she noted inwardly that this was a secret between them. Cecil bowed his head, expressing his deep gratitude for her help. He reached out, taking her hand and kissing it gently as he wished for her happiness. The narrative shifted to the Turan Kingdom. Through the vast, swirling snow, 4 riders moved with heavy speed. Cecil led the group, flanked by Kaor, Lucas, and Belinda. The silence of the tundra was shattered when Belinda called out a warning. Incoming. Strange, predatory monsters with massive claws lunged from the drifts, their movements blurred by hunger. Our boy wasted no time. The air filled with the sound of steel meeting flesh as his companions joined the fray, slicing and stabbing through the creatures with a practiced, fluid motion. The first raid was dealt with almost too easily. Kaor, caught up in the heat of the slaughter, screamed for more blood. He was so immersed in the violence that Belinda had to hook him by the mouth with her chain, dragging him back toward his horse. Kaor complained loudly about the placement of the hook, but Belinda responded with an indifferent stare, asking if he'd prefer she hook it somewhere else next time. Lucas noted that the wilderness was crawling with powerful beings, questioning whether Kaor was brave or simply too dumb to be afraid. Cecil silenced the bickering, telling them to get ready as they were almost at their destination. A few days prior, back in the Fenris territory, Cecil had gathered his men to announce his departure. Cloud and Alfoy had struggled to hide their true emotions. While they looked distraught on the outside, they were secretly joyous at the prospect of a vacation without Cecil's rigorous oversight. Cecil turned to Ghislaine, entrusting him with the management of the territory and strictly ordering him not to let the others slack off. He acknowledged the royal units stationed nearby, but remained wary of Count Desmond. He instructed Ghislaine that if Desmond's forces attacked, they were to retreat rather than engage in a direct fight. Ghislaine, though taken aback by the defensive order, accepted it with a bow. Cecil then signaled for Belinda and Lucas to prepare for the journey. When Kaor stepped forward to join, Lucas mocked him, claiming he wouldn't survive the Shadow Mountains with mediocre skills. Lucas insisted that Cecil was doing Kaor a favor by leaving him behind to protect the home front. Lucas's body suddenly stiffened as he sensed a threat. Before Kaor could land a frustrated punch on Lucas's face, Cecil jumped into the fray, catching Kaor's fist mid-air. Kaor growled that their competition wasn't over, and that things wouldn't end like they did last time. Cecil smiled at the mercenary spirit and looked to Ghislaine. Ghislaine confirmed he could handle the territory on his own, so Cecil relented and told Kaor he could come along. Back in the present, the group arrived at the Shadow Mountain fortress, known as Iron Cliff. The gates groaned open, revealing a fortress with a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Men huddled around campfires and trapped beasts snarled in iron cages. Belinda sensed the tension, noting they were trying to set a somber mood, while Lucas found the place exactly as he remembered it. Kaor was bewildered by the way the locals glared at them, but Cecil warned him not to pick any fights. Kaor asked if they were going to unpack and hunt immediately, but Cecil explained they first had to register at the guild. Belinda questioned the need for such a procedure, given they were there at the royal family's request, but Cecil told her not to rely on special treatment. The rules of the mountains were absolute. They approached a guild reception desk, where Cecil introduced himself as Baron Fenris of Luthania, explaining he had come in response to the request for aid. The man behind the desk looked at him with bored indifference. He stated flatly that nobility meant nothing there. Slaves and lords were treated as equals. He warned Cecil not to earn resentment by playing at being a noble. He explained that the Knights of Torian only maintained the fortress's basic functions, and any problems between hunters were to be resolved by the hunters themselves. The man handed over 4 badges, permitting them to hunt anywhere in the Shadow Mountains, as long as they kept the badges on them at all times. As they turned to leave, Belinda fumed at the man's attitude, but they were interrupted by a man approaching them with an unwelcome greeting. The stranger welcomed them as foreign nobles, and asked if they had finished their registration. Kaor told him to get lost, but the man smiled and identified himself as Donkad, the king of Iron Cliff. He removed his hood to reveal his face, explaining he led an association designed to safeguard the rights and interests of hunters. Kaor laughed at the idea of a self-proclaimed king, but Donkad continued, unfazed. He pointed out that since the knights of the kingdom did nothing, the hunters had to work together to maintain order. He offered to help them get settled for a small fee. It was a clear attempt at extortion. Lucas and Belinda realized immediately that he was trying to rip them off. Cecil called Kaor over, telling him he was going to teach him how to act in a lawless city. Donkad, thinking Cecil was about to comply, smiled and began to speak about cooperation. Before he could finish, our boy's fist connected heavily with Donkad's mouth. The punch was weighted with mana, propelling the king through the air until he slammed against the far wall with a bone-jarring thud. Cecil spoke loudly so the entire room could hear, stating that the fist always comes before the talk. He looked at Kaor, who was grinning at the lesson, and reminded him that in a place like this, the strongest define what justice is. The moment the punch landed, sending Donkad reeling, his 2 subordinates didn't hesitate to retaliate. Carrying their weapons high, they dashed forward with the intent to strike our boy down. Cecil remained calm. He flicked his wrists, launching a pair of daggers toward the attackers. Before the blades could even find their mark, Belinda and Kaor moved with explosive speed, striking both men square in the face. From the corner of the room, the guild attendant who had helped them earlier finally spoke up. He asked if they intended to pay for the damage they were causing. Belinda seemed surprised by the sudden intervention, noting that she hadn't expected him to get involved at all. Kaor noted that he finally understood what Cecil meant. It was better to stop overthinking and simply lead with one's skill. Lucas looked at Cecil, sensing a deep familiarity in the way his lord navigated the fortress. He asked if Cecil had been to the Shadow Mountains before. Cecil gave a vague confirmation. He reasoned that because one of the 7 strongest on the continent used to reside here, he naturally possessed a deep understanding of the territory. By now, Donkad began to rise slowly, his face disfigured from the impact of the first blow. He hissed at Cecil, claiming the young noble had no idea who he was messing with and that the king of the city would not let this stand. He didn't get to finish. Kayor stepped in and delivered another heavy punch to his face, silencing the man once more. Kayor looked to his captain, asking for their next move. Cecil decided there was no need to waste more energy on such low-level thugs. He knew that in a place like this, once the hierarchy is established, the common hunters will naturally flock to the strongest side. Though he left a parting message, telling him to inform his true king that if there was a problem, he should come and find Cecil himself. While our boy was establishing dominance in the mountains, a merciless massacre was unfolding elsewhere. At the northern edge of Luthania, the encampment of the Sandwind tribe was bathed in fire and blood. Screams echoed through the air as people tried to flee. The leader of the slaughter, a man who looked positively joyful amidst the carnage, urged his warriors to indulge, declaring that the harvest had begun. Later, the tribe's warriors gathered in their camp, laughing about a victim who had begged for his life after losing an arm. They mocked the man's lack of skill, noting that if you kill your prey cleanly, you don't have to witness such pathetic displays. One of the larger warriors approached their chief, Kustu, holding a letter. Kustu, the Soundwind chief, took the paper but quickly became enraged. He smashed his cup into the warrior's face, demanding to know if the man was mocking his illiteracy. He ordered the warrior to bring the village chief immediately to read the contents. The village chief arrived and nervously read the message aloud. The letter proclaimed that the north was currently empty and officially permitted the warriors to climb into the Perdium territory. The news sent the tribe into a frenzy of jubilation. They were thrilled at the chance to finally plunder the rich lands they had long desired for settlement. Kustu let out a booming laugh. He sensed an underhanded scheme from the bastards of Luthania, who had sent the personal letter. But he ultimately didn't care about the politics. As long as there was a fight to be had, he was satisfied. He ordered his men to muster the other chiefs and their warriors. The time had come to claim the land of Perdium. Back in the frigid vastness of the Shadow Mountains, Kayor was struggling. He stood amidst the ice, screaming about the sheer number of monsters they were expected to face. Cecil reminded him that he had asked to get stronger, and as such, he should at least be able to kill 100,000. Kayor complained, wondering how killing dumb monsters was supposed to help when there were stronger humans out there to fight. Belinda suddenly pointed toward a creature in the distance. It was hunched over, eating something on the ground. As the group approached, the creature's head twirled a full 360 degrees in an eerie, disjointed motion. It was an owlbear, the apex predator of the Shadow Mountains. Kayor, dismissive of the disgusting monster, told Cecil to wait while he handled it. He boasted he could take 1,000 of them. Seeing Kayor's reckless approach, Cecil acted quickly, punching Kayor off his horse just as the owlbear lunged. The beast struck the horse instead, driving it into the ground with terrifying force. Cecil warned a baffled Kayor to keep his eyes on the predators, noting that they make no sound when they move. Kayor quickly recovered and dashed toward the beast, swinging his blade. The owlbear took flight with a heavy flap of its wings, dodging the attack and snagging the downed horse with its talons. It threw the carcass back at Kayor, who barely managed to roll out of the way. Before Kayor could find his footing, the owlbear snatched his arm in its beak, lifting him into the air and flinging him side to side before slamming him into the permafrost. The monster moved with a speed that left Kayor disoriented. Its claws slashed across Kayor's face, but he managed to raise his sword just in time to prevent a fatal wound. Kayor screamed at Cecil, asking if he was just going to stand there and watch. Cecil reminded him of his own boast about handling it himself. Lucas joined in, mocking Kayor for having a hard time against birdheads. Belinda felt a touch of concern, asking Cecil if Kayor would actually die. Cecil was sure he wouldn't. He understood that owlbears were smart, and if you charge at them without much thought, you will fall right into their trap, which made them the undisputed masters of these mountains. He reflected on Kayor's past fight with Victor, realizing that Kayor possessed the ability to be stronger, but only utilized it when his life was truly on the line. Cecil watched intently, hoping Kayor would adopt the mindset of a hunter rather than prey. He wanted his subordinate to stop charging blindly, and instead wait for the certain moment of the kill. Kayor suddenly gritted his teeth, his instincts finally sharpening. He managed to hook his sword into the creature's claw and sliced through it in a single, weighted motion. Before the owlbear could react to the loss of its limb, Kaor swung again, opening the beast's neck. The first predator fell, and as a second owlbear lunged to take its place, Kaor dropped into a focused fighting stance. He dodged the initial strike and, twirling through the air, he sheared through the owl's feathers with a savage grin. He told the bastards not to mess with him. Cecil smiled, clearly excited by the improvement he saw in his man. However, the group's success was not going unnoticed. In the fortress, rumors began to circulate about the 4 men who were wiping out monsters without a single casualty. Other hunters began to worry that there wouldn't be any monster materials left for them. The whispers eventually reached the ears of a powerful figure, the man to whom Donkad was merely a subordinate. He was annoyed that Cecil was not only beating his men but eyeing his table by taking all the kills. He hung his massive weapon on his back, his face set in a grim expression. He told his hunters to get ready. It was time for a different kind of hunt. The party had already laid waste to multiple monsters in the forest, leaving the snow stained with dark ichor. Our boy stood amidst the carnage as Kaor, grinning with exertion, noted that he had lost count of how many they had taken down. Kaor turned to the 2 men they had essentially conscripted, ordering them to hurry up and cart the bodies off before the next wave arrived, warning them not to leave behind a single scrap of valuable material. The men smiled nervously, assuring him they wouldn't, but Lucas sensed the tension. He warned Kaor to stop putting so much pressure on them, lest they find a reason to stab him in the back. Kaor remained indifferent, claiming that if the fools thought their supposed king, Donkad, would save them, they were welcome to try something. He noted that, since no one had bothered them for days, Donkad was likely too scared to show his face. Though the workers glared at Kaor with eyes full of venom, Cecil remained calm, his gaze lingering on the horizon. Kaor continued to ramble about their massive haul, wondering what they would do with the mountains of corpses in storage. Cecil responded that they would send the materials to Cardinia. He reasoned that since these materials were unavailable in Luthania, the dwarves would be pleased to receive them. He mentioned that he had already sent a message to Cloud to organize a transport team. His words were cut short when Belinda rushed into the fray, her expression grim. She offered Cecil a scroll, informing him that bad news had arrived from the Perdium territory. Cecil unfurled the message, recognizing his father's handwriting. As he read that Perdium was under attack, his eyes narrowed. The scene shifted to the walls of Perdium, where the air was thick with the scent of smoke and the whistle of arrows. Volley after volley rained down on the barbarians charging the gates. Zvalter Perdium, Cecil's father, led the defense, his voice booming as he commanded his men not to let filthy feet tread upon their land. Below, the barbarian chief Kustu screamed for his warriors to climb the walls. The barbarians seemed possessed by a manic excitement, believing their goal was finally within reach. Kustu laughed, urging them to take down the wolves that stood in their way. Randolph stood atop the ramparts, desperately trying to keep the invaders at bay. He was bewildered by their numbers, wondering if they truly intended to take over the entire territory. Skorvan noted that while the barbarians attacked regularly, their forces had never been this overwhelming. Randolph suggested sending word to Cecil for aid, but Zvalter shut the idea down instantly. He declared that this was a problem for the Wolf of the North and the Lord of Perdium to solve, not the Lord of Fenris. He insisted they needed no reinforcements. Back in the Shadow Mountains, Cecil stared at the letter. He analyzed the situation, noting that according to the message, 6 barbarian tribes had formed an alliance, an event that had never happened, not even in his past life. He gathered that something felt wrong. While his father claimed half the army had already been sent to Perdium, Cecil knew Zvalter wouldn't have sent a message at all, unless the situation was dire. Yet something just felt really off about the entire situation. Lucas asked what the plan was, while Kaor mentioned he was just getting warmed up, and he was a little bit annoyed by this shortcoming. Cecil decided they would turn back for the day to confirm the message's validity. Suddenly, he sensed a shift in the air. He commanded his men to jump, and they leaped into the air just as a flurry of arrows whistled through the space they had occupied a second before. 5 men surged from the tree line, swinging heavy hammers. Cecil used his sword to parry the strikes, sliding their heavy weapons away with a weighted, fluid motion before spinning to slash through his attackers. Belinda, Kaor, and Lucas moved in sync, laying waste to the rest of the ambushers in an instant. Suddenly, a massive weapon struck the ground with such force that it triggered a localized avalanche. The heavy snow began to tumble down, threatening to bury the party. Belinda looked on with worry, but Cecil struck his sword into the earth and commanded everyone to gather behind him. He stood firm as the snow surged toward him, parting around his steady frame like water around a stone. As the dust settled, the ambushers came into view. Cecil noted that it was a proper ambush. Kaor pointed his sword at the leader, demanding to know who they were. The man glared at them, lamenting that they had missed their opportunity to die peacefully. He introduced himself as Donkad, the king of Iron Cliff. Donkad assumed Cecil understood why he was there. Cecil replied that he did, recalling that he had told Donkad's lackeys to bring their master to face him. Lucas mocked the king, noting he had come like a dog responding to a whistle. Kaor added that Donkad was a fool for breaking the rules against killing other hunters, just because a few people called him king. Donkad smiled, claiming that while rules are important, it wouldn't be unusual for people to go missing at the hands of monsters in the snow. He held up a handful of badges, trophies taken from the hunters he had already murdered. He then asked which of them was the leader. Kaor looked to Cecil, calling him boss. But Cecil placed a hand on Kaor's shoulder. He told Donkad that Kaor was the man who would become the new king of Iron Cliff. Donkad laughed, skeptical of the claim, but Cecil explained he had somewhere else to be. Kaor smirked, swinging his sword and telling his boss to get going, promising to take down the fool in a heartbeat. Cecil, Belinda, and Lucas began to walk off. Lucas glanced back, telling Kaor not to die. Donkad's men screamed in outrage, dashing towards Cecil to stop him, but Kaor's blade flashed through the air. In a blink of an eye, he decapitated the attackers. He laughed, telling the rest of the group to stay focused on him. Donkad, his eyes narrowing, told his boys to do as the redhead wished. A group of men dashed at Kaor. The first swung a machete, but Kaor parried the strike and sliced through the man's chest. Another lunged from the left, only for Kaor to dodge and open his abdomen. A third approached from behind with a heavy swing, but Kaor bent low, dodging the steel before delivering a massive rising kick to the man's chin. Before Kaor could reset his stance, Donkad came in with a crushing strike from his massive weapon. Kaor jumped, the earth shattering where he had stood a moment before. Donkad swung again, but even mid-air, Kaor found the leverage to evade. Donkad laughed, admitting the redhead was good and offering him a job, promising they would make a great team. Kaor stood in the howling wind, looking at Donkad with pure condescension. He asked why a wolf would ever work for a pig. He declared that, starting today, he would be the king of this place. The snowy forest, once settled in a steady calm, was suddenly shattered by a wide explosion that sent a shockwave through the timber. Amidst the swirling frost, Kaor and Donkad were locked in a relentless struggle, weaving through the trees as they traded heavy blows. Neither showed any intention of backing down. Kaor found the battle increasingly irritating, realizing that Donkad was skillfully using the massive pillar like a shield. It was a crazy weapon, providing both immense reach and a solid defense. When Donkad swung the pillar in a wide arc, Kaor was forced to twirl and dodge. He attempted to descend with a counterslice, but Donkad pivotally swerved. Suddenly, Donkad leaped into the air, gripping the pillar tight. Using the sheer momentum of the heavy object, he swung himself, catching Kaor square in the stomach. The force of the blow sent Kaor reeling, barely managing to keep his feet, feeling a growing sense of annoyance. He recognized that for a man of his size, Donkad was remarkably agile. Even while swinging that giant pillar, the man left no openings. Kaor reasoned that a single clean hit from that weapon would mean certain death, yet he couldn't find a way to land an attack of his own. Donkad gave him no time to recover, dashing forward to continue his barrage. He swung the pillar toward Kaor's head, but Kaor bent low, causing the weapon to smash into a nearby tree instead. As the trunk shattered, Kaor noticed a shift in Donkad's gaze and understood that the man had targeted the tree on purpose. The massive timber began to fall toward Kaor, trapping him, while Donkad simultaneously swung from the left to cut off his escape. Donkad smiled, boasting that he had taken down countless men and monsters who made the mistake of thinking they were strong. With nowhere to move, the tree pinned Kaor just as the heavy pillar connected. The combined impact was devastating. Kaor let out a pained scream as a massive explosion of snow and debris enveloped the area. When the dust finally settled, Donkad, believing the fight was over, sat upon his pillar and took a moment to strike some rocks together to light a smoke. He sat there, satisfied with a job well done, looking over at what appeared to be Kaor's lifeless body pinned beneath the fallen tree. Donkad remarked that it had been a long time since anyone had challenged him, admitting he might have gone a bit too far. He noted that having a reputation like his was a burden, as most were too afraid to even try. He claimed he had lost interest once he sensed Kaor's fear, and felt a brief moment of pity for the blonde who had trusted the redhead to protect them. A king shouldn't celebrate before the body is cold. To Donkad's utter shock, Kaor hauled himself out, looking battered and broken, yet his voice was steady as he called Donkad a bastard. He demanded to know who told the king he was afraid. Donkad turned, bewildered, and offered Kaor one last chance to walk for him. He asked if Kaor would rather be a satiated pig or a starving wolf, claiming pride wouldn't put food on the table. Kaor exhaled a ragged breath, his hand shaking as he gripped his sword. He pointed the blade at Donkad, stating sternly that while one of them had to die today, it wouldn't be him. Donkad sighed, calling him a fool as he began to imbue the pillar with mana, ready for a final, relentless barrage. He warned Kaor that dead men have no room for regret. Kaor felt the weight of his broken body, and realized he was on the verge of death. He recognized that he often forgot the lessons he was taught when they mattered most. He admitted to himself that, just as the pig had said, he actually had been too scared to attack. Looking at his shaking hand, he finally understood what true fear looked like. His mind flashed back to a memory of Cecil. He remembered screaming at our boy, denying his fear, but Cecil had seen right through him. Cecil had told him he was afraid of Lucas, and that a man who is scared from the start can never win. During that training session, Cecil had suddenly thrusted his sword at Kaor. Though Kaor dodged the initial strike, Cecil followed up with a barrage so swift and lethal that Kaor was pinned against a wall, a sword held tight against his throat. Cecil had explained that when a person believes they are at a disadvantage, they become too focused on dodging. It was a natural survival instinct, but it was a trap. Cecil had shown him that by being bold rather than fearful, he would have found an opening to go on the offensive. Those words echoed in Kaor's mind now. Fear was the hurdle he had to overcome to get stronger. Back in the present, Donkad dashed forward, the mana-imbued pillar aimed directly at Kaor's face. This time, Kaor kept his eyes wide open. He realized that while fear was a threat, it was also his greatest teacher. Blood splattered across the snow. Kaor weaved around the pillar and, in a fluid transition, sliced Donkan right through his stomach. Donkad gasped, shocked by the sudden wound. He swung the pillar heavily to clear the space, but Kaor weaved again. Donkad twirled for a second strike, but Kaor leaped over the pillar, landing on the other end of it. Using the pillar as a platform, Kaor lunged forward and slashed his sword heavily into Donkad's shoulder. Donkad was visibly shaken, realizing this was no coincidence. He sensed that the redhead was getting stronger in the middle of their fight. He roared in frustration, wondering how the King of Iron Cliff could be losing to a brat. Donkad swung the pillar again, and when Kaor dodged, he once again targeted a tree to trap his opponent. As the timber began to fall from the right, Donkad swung from the left, certain this would claim Kaor's life. But this time, Kaor found the maneuver simple. He jumped upwards, dodging both the tree and the pillar, twirling in midair. He told Donkad that he simply wasn't afraid of him anymore. Before Donkad could process the change, Kaor's blade moved in a silent, weighted arc. Donkad's head was severed before his chain of thought could even conclude. The self-proclaimed king was dead, and Kaor stood alone in the snowy forest, having claimed the position for himself. Meanwhile, Cecil, Belinda, and Lucas were moving heavily through the terrain on horseback. Unbeknownst to them, they were being watched. From a distance, a spy used a telescope to track their progress, confirming that Baron Fenris and his comrades were on the move. He noted that one of them was missing, but concluded it didn't matter. The observers noted that Fenris was acting exactly according to the plan. Cecil pushed his horse forward, his mind focused on the letter. He hoped that the grim situation he expected to find at his father's territory was not the reality awaiting him. The scene returned to the northern fortress of Perdium, where the heavy sounds of war had already begun to saturate the air. Barbarians were swarming up the fortifications as they breached the upper walls. Count Zivalter Perdium stood at the center of the defense, his voice booming over the clash of steel as he urged his men to strike with everything they had, and that they should not fear them. The knights fought with a desperate, weighted energy, screaming for the barbarians to get out and questioning why these bastards never seemed to rest. At a distance, Kustu, the Soundwind chief, watched the struggle with a cruel laugh. He sensed that the wolves of the north were clearly exhausted. He reasoned that 2 or 3 more attacks would be enough to topple them, just as the men from the kingdom had suggested. He gave the order for the Loudgust tribe to move out and rest, allowing backup troops to take over the rotation. Underneath him, his warriors complained, wanting to stay in the fun of the slaughter, but Kustu's orders were absolute. Inside the castle, the defenders watched the enemy's movements with growing disorientation. Randolph informed Zivalter that the 6 tribes were taking turns attacking without a break, leveraging their overwhelming numbers. Skorvan noted that the barbarians were employing a calculated strategy, giving the defenders no room to breathe. He feared they would all die from sheer exhaustion. Randolph gathered that such a surprising alliance and level of coordination suggested that someone else was controlling the tribes from the shadows. Zivalter remained calm as he listened to the analysis before deciding on a dramatic course of action. He told Randolph that once the barbarians charged again, they would open the gates. He intended to ride out as the Wolf of the North and take the enemy chief's head himself. The men looked at him as if he were losing his mind. But suddenly, Zivalter's eyes widened as he looked toward the horizon. A pragmatic line of riders appeared from the distance. Our boy had arrived. Belinda noted with disgust that the barbarians were present in droves, while Lucas complained that the rumors of the alliance were clearly true. Cecil remained focused. He instructed Lucas and Belinda to lead their units, spread out to either side, and form an encircling formation to finish the enemy off. As the units separated to execute the maneuver, the barbarians at the rear became bewildered, wondering if these new arrivals were also from Perdium, unknowing to them that they were about to meet their end. Cecil rode in with a gracious yet terrifying momentum. As the barbarian screamed for his life, our boy raised his axe. With a low, sweeping glare, he swung the weapon from a low angle, slicing through the barbarian ranks in one swift, glorious swoop. Heads rolled and bodies were severed as Cecil moved with a relentless precision. He cut through them like they were nothing more than pork meat, weaving through their formation with ease as he dashed toward the Perdium gate. The barbarian front line began to crumble in a panic. They screamed that they were being destroyed, shocked that anyone from Perdium could possess such overwhelming strength. As the massacre continued, Cecil eventually arrived directly in front of Kustu. Kustu glared at his dying men, screaming at them and asking if the proud Loudgust warriors were truly afraid of one man. Just then, a messenger brought more bad news. Belinda and Lucas were mowing down warriors on both flanks. Seeing the opening, Zivalter threw open the fortress gates. He screamed for his men to ride out, signaling the Wolf of the North's counterattack. Kustu was annoyed, wondering why the wolf had finally chosen to leave his den. He struck his 2 axes together and ordered his warriors to overwhelm them with their numbers. However, the barbarians suddenly froze. Their minds drifted to an ancient, mythical story as they watched Cecil. Drenched in blood and riding with a terrifying intensity, our boy looked like the crimson demon of their legends. Fear finally took root in Kustu's face. He tried to laugh it off to give himself courage, mocking the idea of a demon, but he understood the threat. He introduced himself as the greatest warrior of the North and dashed forward on his horse to slay the demon himself. Cecil simply muttered that the display was disgusting. Before Kustu could even swing, Cecil's horse launched a powerful kick, striking Kustu's horse square in the eye. As the beast collapsed, Kustu leaped off to launch an attack, but Cecil and his horse moved backward with calculated grace. Cecil told the chief that he had ravaged the North for far too long with his barbaric games. Kustu launched again and he hooked his axe. He swung widely, but Cecil dodged the attack, causing Kustu to desperately hold on to Cecil's axe before he fell limp to the ground. Kustu tumbled, desperately trying to find his footing, and screamed for the demon to fight him properly. Cecil's horse came through in the clutch again, striking Kustu square in the face with its hoof. Stunned and reeling, Kustu was knocked out instantly. As the chief drifted into unconsciousness, he realized a new legend would be told about the wolf who destroyed their warriors. In that moment, Zivalter arrived from behind and pierced his sword through Kustu's chest, ending the barbarian's story once and for all. Zivalter removed his sword as Kustu fell limp. He declared to his men that the leader was dead and ordered them to annihilate the remaining barbarians so they would never look down on Perdium again. As the chaos began to settle into a heavy calm, Cecil dismounted and walked toward his father. Zivalter smiled, noting it had been a while since they had seen each other. Cecil removed his helmet and placed a hand on his chest, apologizing for his late arrival. Randolph rushed over and hugged Cecil, calling him amazing and noting they could finally breathe again. Zivalter asked how Cecil knew to bring soldiers. Cecil explained they had received a distress message bearing the seal of Perdium, claiming the fortress was under attack and that Fenris's troops had already been requested. He showed his father the letter, asking if he had sent it. Zivalter looked at Randolph, who quickly insisted he hadn't sent anything, following the order not to call for help. Cecil took a deep breath, his expression turning grim. He told his father to listen closely, as he had realized they had all fallen into a trap. The air hung heavy with the weight of the revelation. The victory was real, but the war was far from over. On the strategic map extending from the Perdium territory down to the Fenris barony, a critical point of interest rested between Stonehaven and the Snowy Mountains. The scene shifted to the interior of the Royal Army 2nd Corps garrison, where the men were seated playing cards. One man screamed as his week's pay vanished into another's pockets. Amidst the gambling, a few soldiers turned to their commander, Captain Doran, asking when they might finally pack up and leave for Cardinia. Doran sat at a table, his expression steady as he informed them that they would remain until ordered otherwise. One of the men gathered that their presence was meant to discourage Count Desmond from attacking the Fenris territory. Another soldier chimed in, reasoning that Desmond wouldn't dare march while the royal army was protecting the place. Doran agreed, noting that while Desmond was the most powerful lord in the north, he would never be so foolish as to make an enemy of the entire kingdom. However, at the edge of a nearby cliff, the steady rhythm of marching hooves began to vibrate through the earth. A soldier rushed into the camp, his voice frantic as he screamed that Count Desmond's army was marching straight for them. Doran ran outside, seeing the flags and horses of Desmond's massive force charging into the fray. He ordered the spearmen to move forward and hold them off with a close formation. In a twinkle of an eye, the impact occurred. Count Desmond's cavalry made waste of the front lines, clearing the space with a weight and momentum that the unprepared garrison couldn't withstand. The men inside screamed that they could no longer maintain their formation. It was a bewildering sight to see the elite royal army at such a disadvantage. Doran realized they were lost and ordered a retreat to Fenris Castle, demanding a messenger be sent to Cardinia immediately. Suddenly, a loud explosion rocked the rear of the garrison. As the dust cleared, the mercenary Hutton came into view, leading a cavalry unit that had already cut off their escape. Doran fathomed that they had been lured into looking forward while their rear was being severed. A horse stamped its feet as Harold Desmond glared at the trapped men. He addressed the captain with a cold smile, greeting him as Viscount Doran. Doran could only glare back in anger, demanding to know what Harold had done. The scene cut back to the Fenris territory, where Claude stood stunned by the news. Lowell explained that Count Desmond had annihilated the Royal Army 2nd Corps and was advancing straight toward them. Alfoy was visibly terrified, and the young priestess Pioti stood beside him, her face pale as she grappled with the terrifying concept of war. Lowell asked Claude for orders. Claude recalled that Cecil had instructed them to destroy vital facilities and move supplies to Fenris Castle if Desmond ever invaded. Gillian noted that the time for those orders had arrived. Alfoy screamed for everyone to pack up and run, claiming the territory was a lost cause. He couldn't understand why anyone would hesitate when the North's most powerful lord was coming to kill them. Vanessa, however, cut through the panic. She stood firm and declared that she would stop them with magic. Alfoy called the idea ludicrous, but Vanessa responded that if they abandoned everything they had worked so hard to build, the enemy would simply take it. She insisted that while survival was important, this territory was imbued with the dreams of Cecil and the lives of the people who had built it. She vowed to protect it no matter what, her captivating resolve causing Pioti to stare in awe. Claude interjected with the analytical reality of their situation. He explained that Desmond's army was 30,000 men strong, supported by 8 siege towers and 12 catapults. Furthermore, the Count was accompanied by a powerful 6th Circle Mage. Alfoy gasped in horror. Gillian added that since many of their forces were still in Perdium, they wouldn't be able to hold out for 3 days, let alone a week. Gillian then stepped forward, as he declared that Cecil's orders were absolute. He told the others to take the supplies and evacuate, but he announced that he would stay behind. Vanessa blushed, looking flustered as she gazed at Ghislaine's quiet courage. Claude mentioned they might be able to slow the enemy at Stonehaven Fortress, which Desmond had to pass to reach the Cavaldi region. Ghislaine insisted that our boy would return, and until then, he would buy them time. The dwarves nearby agreed, promising to forge the best gear possible, since it seemed they wouldn't be getting any rest for a while. Surprising everyone, Gordon walked up and said he wanted to stay as well. He wondered what Kaior would say if he found out they had turned tail and ran. Toran stood beside him, adding that he would rather die fighting than be called a coward for the rest of his life. The surrounding knights began to roar, refusing to leave after all they had done for the land. Alfoy looked around, bewildered by their refusal to flee. He realized he no longer had a choice but to stay as well. Vanessa beamed, moved by the collective spirit of the territory. Back at the northern fortress of Perdium, the war had settled into a temporary quiet. Inside the castle, Cecil read a letter from Ghislaine. In the message, Ghislaine promised to defend the territory with all his might, recognizing its importance for their future battles. Cecil reasoned that Desmond had planned this perfectly, disrupting their intelligence and tying him down in the north, while the Fenris territory was attacked by 30,000 men. He recognized that while he had considered the possibility of Desmond acting independently, the scale of this treachery was greater than he had anticipated. Randolph and Count Zivalter urged Cecil to hurry back to Fenris, but suddenly Scorvan burst into the room screaming that barbarian reinforcements were charging the walls. From the ramparts, they saw a fresh swarm of invaders. Randolph was baffled by how many were left. Cecil realized that Zivalter couldn't stop this new wave with the Perdium forces alone. If he left now, Perdium would fall. If he stayed, Fenris might be lost. It was all part of Desmond's scheme. He recognized that Harold Desmond had staked everything on this war. Suddenly, Zivalter tapped Cecil on the shoulder. He told his son that it was the duty of the Wolf of the North to protect Perdium, not Cecil's. He reminded Cecil that he was now the lord of his own territory, and that his own people were waiting for him. Cecil looked at his father, calmly accepting the weight of those words. As Randolph began organizing the troops to fire on the barbarians, Cecil grabbed his spear from his back. He told his father that while those in Fenris were indeed people he must protect, they were also the ones he trusted above all. A leader's greatest strength is the faith he places in his people. Our boy took a steady stance, deciding to stay just long enough to resolve the situation in Perdium as quickly as possible. He called out to Belinda and Lucas, declaring that before the day ended, Count Desmond would be the one to die in this war. The scene then turned to the Stonehaven fortress. Inside the walls, men moved with weighted urgency. Boulders were hauled to the battlements, and the air was filled with the frantic demands of soldiers seeking more arrows for the coming storm. Ghislaine led the defense as he moved through the fort, urging everyone to work quickly and gather their strength. As the men assembled, Galvaric called out to Ghislaine, inquiring if the soldiers had been fully equipped with the specialized armor. Ghislaine confirmed that the pieces were excellent. Galvaric took a moment to express his pride, noting that since dwarves had crafted the gear, no common arrow would ever find its mark. He explained that the armor was light enough to prevent the soldiers from tiring, and with the help of the mages, magic circles had been woven into the steel. This allowed the wearer to neutralize magic temporarily by infusing the metal with their own mana. Ghislaine looked at the dwarves, recognizing them as valuable craftsmen, and asked if they were truly certain about remaining for such a lopsided fight. Galvaric reasoned that they wouldn't die easily. He fathomed that while many nobles in the kingdom viewed dwarves only as slaves, it was far better to risk their lives fighting for a lord who had promised them freedom in 10 years. He handed a mask he had crafted to Ghislaine, who smiled as he took the gift. Ghislaine addressed the gathered defense, asking if everyone was ready. A thunderous roar of affirmation filled the air as the men struck their staffs against the stone. The head count was humble: 1 priestess, 10 mages, 100 knights, and 1,000 soldiers. Standing as their leader, Ghislaine looked out from the Fenris estate as the scene widened to reveal the staggering reality of their situation. Marching toward them were 30,000 men under the banner of Count Harold Desmond. Gordon watched the horizon, noting that the enemy nearly tripled their own numbers 10 times over. Toran laughed despite the tension, admitting the sight was indeed terrifying. Alfoy, feeling the weight of the odds, began looking for a way to flee. He tried to convince himself that Cecil wouldn't want them to die here, but Vanessa firmly dragged him back, reminding him that it was far too late to run. Ghislaine spoke to the knights and soldiers, grounding them in their true purpose. He explained that they were not there to defeat the massive army, but to buy enough time for our boy to arrive. He reminded them that if the fortress were breached, the enemy would seize their homes, their families, and the new lives they had built in the Fenris territory. This land had given them a chance to dream, and he viewed this battle as his own chance as well. Ghislaine equipped the mask Galvaric had given him, declaring that it was time to fight for their lord's dreams. Renewed hope and a hardened resolve settled over the men as they glared toward the horizon. Across the vast landscape, Count Desmond watched the fortress. Hilton informed him that all 12 trebuchets were loaded and ready. Desmond called for Willow, a powerful six-circle mage of House Desmond. He questioned Willow on whether any rhinestone traps had been detected, like the ones used during the Digald siege. Willow confirmed that there was no trace of rhinestone energy in the area, concluding that the surprise of the attack had left the defenders no time to prepare such measures. Desmond raised his sword and commanded his men to fire. Instantly, the massive structures on the ground launched multiple boulders against the tower. Ghislaine and his men braced for the impact as the stones struck the walls from different angles. Desmond's infantry began their charge toward the fortifications. Galvaric warned Ghislaine of the advancing troops. Ghislaine ordered the artillerymen to take their positions, and thousands of arrows were unleashed upon Desmond's approaching army. The invaders raised their shields, refusing to slow down. Hilton noted to the Count that the walls were unexpectedly sturdy, taking very little damage despite the full deployment of the trebuchets. Count Desmond reasoned that the Royalists must have provided the territory with dwarf slaves who had reinforced the stone. He ordered his 1st and 4th archer formations to open fire, hoping to wipe the defenders from the top of the wall. A rain of arrows descended, but as the projectiles struck the soldiers, they simply bounced off the dwarven armor. The defenders were ecstatic, shouting that the dwarven craftsmanship was amazing. They fired back with a fierce counterattack, daring Desmond's men to shoot as much as they wanted, confident that the arrows would never hurt them. Irritated by the resistance, Count Desmond called upon Willow to rain fire down upon the fort. Willow struck his staff against the ground, joined by 3 mages who began to chant in unison. Willow smiled ominously as the clouds above the fortress began to twirl and churn. Galvaric urged Ghislaine to look up, sensing a strange and dangerous magic forming in the sky. Willow warned the Fenris men to watch their heads, promising a rain that would burn everything in its path. The soldiers began to panic, knowing their armor could stop steel, but not large-scale magic. Galvaric feared the worst, but Ghislaine commanded the soldiers to stay where they were. He remained calm, knowing they had magic of their own. Suddenly, a bright light shone from the tower. Vanessa stood calmly, infusing immense mana into her staff to call forth a magic wind curtain. A powerful gust of wind surged upward, forming a massive, encircling shield around the entire fort. The fire rain pouring from the dark clouds was met by the barrier, and the dark sky was cleared in an instant. Willow was distraught, bewildered that they possessed magic capable of withstanding his own. He realized this must be the mage who had annihilated the Digald forces. Vanessa exhaled, weary but happy that her magic had held. Beside her, Alfoy grumbled about being used as a mana battery, but Vanessa told him to stay alert for the next attack. Hilton asked Count Desmond for his next command. The Count was silent for a moment, pondering the situation. The trebuchets were thwarted by reinforced walls, the arrows by special armor, and now even the magic had been countered. He recognized that even with Cecil's forces divided, and our boy absent, they were not at all inferior. Desmond realized he had waged this war against the Duke's orders and in disregard of the Royalists. He felt he had been acting out of character and should have been calmer. However, a smile spread across his face. He told Hilton that this was a great fortune. He reasoned that if they hadn't moved now, they might never have been able to take down Cecil. He declared that there was no more room for hesitation. He ordered all forces to advance, intending to erase the fortress from the map entirely. The moment of the final push had arrived. Count Desmond raised his sword high as he ordered his men to attack and take the fortress. In response, a fierce barrage of arrows began to fly from both angles. On the ramparts, the defenders worked with weighted urgency, firing as fast as they could to slow the enemy's advance, but their focus was soon pulled toward a new threat. The catapults had been loaded with projectiles wreathed in fire. The men on the wall called out to the dwarves, questioning if their specialized armor could withstand such a searing assault. Galvaric realized the danger immediately and screamed for the men to move. As the flaming projectiles whistled through the air, Ghislaine leaped forward to intercept the strikes before they could cause harm. Nearby, Gordon struck a catapult projectile with brute force, and Vanessa used her magic to halt the descent of others. The foot soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they had survived a certain death. However, the siege towers had finally arrived. The massive wooden structures loomed before the gates, threatening to overwhelm the defenders with sheer numbers. Ghislaine sensed the rising panic and commanded his men to trust one another and hold their positions. He ordered the Knights of Fenris to ready themselves for close combat. As they took their stances, Ghislaine noted that their first strike had to be devastating, as this moment would decide the final outcome of the war. The moment the siege towers latched onto the walls, the enemy began to rush out. Ghislaine instantly tore through their ranks in one swing of his axe. Before the enemy could react to the loss, he pivoted into another stance, unleashing a barrage of attacks that cleared the platform. The force was so immense that men at the back of the queue were sent flying out of the tower. It was a somewhat comedic sight as they tumbled through the air, falling far below. The soldiers still inside the siege towers looked up in a fit of disorientation. They glared at Ghislaine with profound fear, their legs refusing to move. Ghislaine's presence alone seemed to shrivel their resolve. Yet, as one tower stalled, others began to mount the walls. The air was filled with screams to kill the invaders and prevent them from taking a single step onto the ramparts. Desmond watched the struggle from below. Hilton noted that the knights on the wall were unexpectedly strong and reasoned that relying on ordinary soldiers alone would take too long. He recommended deploying the white-maned lions. Desmond agreed and called out to the twin-winged knights as well. He ordered them to dismount, join the infantry, and board the siege towers to push the Fenris knights back. He instructed one squad to join the force attacking the gate while the others assaulted the walls. Turning to Willow, Desmond told the mage to conserve his mana for large-scale magic. Willow accepted the order, though he felt a lingering sadness that his efforts had yielded nothing so far. Desmond, increasingly annoyed by the delay, ordered Hilton to go forth and kill the defenders instantly. Hilton jumped onto his horse, admitting he had been waiting for that order since the battle began. The scene shifted to the capital city of Cardinia. Inside a tense chamber, Count Forwood, acting as the spokesman for the Delphine family, stood before Marquis Bradford and his men. Bradford glared at Forwood, demanding a justification for recent events. He noted that Count Desmond had annihilated the Second Legion and attacked Cecil, who had just joined the Royalist faction. Bradford asked if this unilateral act of aggression was truly the will of the Delphine family. Forwood attempted to deflect, claiming he understood the Marquis's feelings but questioned what Desmond's actions had to do with his family. Rosalind's voice cut through the air, informing him that denial was pointless. She explained that a post-war investigation into the Digald siege and the Cavaldi War proved that Count Desmond and the Duke's family had been working together for 60 years. She asked if he truly thought the Royalists moved the Second Legion without a good reason. Marquis Maurice warned Forwood to watch his words, noting the price for crossing the royal army was high. Forwood felt a wave of disorientation. He had not expected such open hostilities. He realized that Count Raoul was dumping a massive mess onto his shoulders. He screamed for the Royalists to calm themselves, insisting the root cause lay with Desmond and not the Duke's family. He pledged that the Delphine family would not participate in the attack. Bradford was not moved, accusing the Duke's faction of taking no responsibility for their own members. When Forwood reminded them that they hadn't interfered in Count Cavaldi's affairs previously, Bradford grew even more annoyed. He fathomed that Forwood was deliberately complicating the situation, hoping the Royalists would weaken themselves while the Delphines safely swallowed the Fenris territory. Forwood insisted they only wished to avoid war, but Bradford had heard enough. He ordered Tolleo to arrest Forwood and every noble of the Duke's faction in the capital. He declared that if Cecil were defeated, they would all be beheaded and their heads sent to Duke Delphine. Forwood was baffled, screaming that as a spokesman, his safety should be guaranteed. Bradford ignored the pleas and turned to Maurice, asking which of the Duke's faction lands were the weakest. Maurice identified Baron Harrington's lands in the north and Baron Collins' domain as fast targets. Bradford ordered that they claim those territories the moment Cecil's barony falls. He then commanded the nearest royal army units to move north to reinforce Cecil's troops, stating that Desmond would be dealt with separately. Back in the Fenris territory, the war raged on. The men following Count Desmond were beginning to lay waste to the defenders on the wall, finally breaching the perimeter. A scream went up that the twin-winged knights had broken through. Gordon attempted to intercept the breach. He swung his heavy mace, shouting that he would smash the enemy's head into the ground. He pummeled a knight's shield relentlessly, but as he swung for a third time, the knight raised a sword to cut Gordon's neck. Suddenly, Ghislaine's axe swung in to intercept the blade, much to Gordon's surprise. Ghislaine told Gordon that he had nearly lost his head just then. The knight tried to strike Ghislaine from behind. He dodged the attack and swung his axe with heavy momentum, slicing the man in half instantly. Hilton's voice broke the following silence. He noted that he had heard of Cecil's subordinates, but Ghislaine was an absolute beast. Hilton introduced himself as the commander of the twin-winged knights and demanded to know the name of the white-maned warrior before him. Ghislaine took a deep breath. He stated that his name was not worth revealing, as he was nothing more than Cecil's weapon. A weapon doesn't need a name, it only needs a target. Ghislaine rested his axe on his shoulder and told Hilton to come at him, calling the commander Desmond's dog. Hilton laughed, noting that Ghislaine truly was a beast, and dashed forward with his sword to begin their duel. The twin-winged knights roared commands to their men, urging them to wipe out the Fenris defenders. Under their instructions, the battering ram units surged forward, striking the main gate with heavy, rhythmic blows intended to shatter the fortress's final layer of protection. Amidst the chaos, the focus shifted to the wall where Ghislaine and Hilton were locked in a steady, high-stakes duel. Their weapons clashed with a weight that vibrated through the air. Hilton glared at Ghislaine, swinging his sword with lethal precision and attempting to strike from behind. Ghislaine, moving with practiced fluidity, used his heavy axe to dodge the blow before instantly pivoting for a counterstrike. Hilton narrowly avoided the blade and realized through the fierce exchange that Ghislaine was a formidable opponent. Ghislaine slammed his staff into the stone, using the momentum to launch a kick at Hilton, which the commander barely dodged. In a flurry of movement, Ghislaine followed with an upward swipe with his axe, and Hutton barely dodged the attack. Hutton began to express excitement for the match, as he had never expected such skill from Ghislaine. The battle was a dance of lethal intent, until Hilton finally spotted a slight opening. With a swift movement, he slashed Ghislaine across the stomach. Ghislaine was visibly surprised by the hit, as blood splattered onto the stones. Hilton noted that while Ghislaine was not half bad, he left too many openings. He dashed forward to press his advantage, but the duel was suddenly interrupted by a command from the rear. Count Desmond screamed for the battering ram to be removed. He turned to the mage, Willow, and ordered him to pierce the castle gate with magic. Willow struck his staff to the ground and began a deep chant. Toran and Galvaric looked on with profound fear, recognizing that the sorcerer was preparing something far more dangerous than before. Willow began to laugh, boasting that this attack would be much harder to block. He unleashed a spell called Sunflare, a massive fireball that streaked toward the Fenris gate. The impact was devastating, and as the gate buckled, the Desmond infantry began running into the estate, intent on taking the fortress by force. Back on the high wall, the battle between Ghislaine and Hilton resumed. Hilton observed that Ghislaine had unsheathed the blade from his back, and he found himself dodging and weaving through a new flurry of attacks. When Ghislaine attempted a thrust to stab him, Hilton used one hand to deflect the blade, and the other to stop the momentum of Ghislaine's axe. Hilton was genuinely impressed, admitting it was a waste of time for someone so gifted to fight without proper tutelage. He mentioned that talented fighters like Victor always died too fast, and suggested that the fortress would fall before their duel even concluded. Ghislaine offered no verbal response, his mind retreating to an earlier conversation with Claude. Claude stressed the need to follow his plan as the General Admin's commander, but his speech was abruptly interfered with by Alfoy, who was shocked by his esteemed title. Claude shrugged him off, expressing that he's of high importance in the Fenris barony, unlike the magic slave Alfoy. Back to the plan. He had explained that no matter their internal strength, they could not stop such an overwhelming difference in numbers. The operation was designed to begin the moment the walls were breached. The plan was for regular soldiers and mages to retreat through the rear gates as quickly as possible. Claude had reasoned that once the enemy climbed the walls, the defenders would be overrun by sheer numbers, making a head-on fight a path to pointless death. The knights were meant to draw the enemy's attention until Ghislaine gave a specific signal. Ghislaine looked at Hilton and began to laugh. He noted that Victor had been a mere fool who died early after daring to charge at our boy without fear. He claimed Hilton wouldn't be any different. Hilton was gripped by an extreme anger at the insult. Before he could strike, Ghislaine grabbed him by the neck, pulled him close, and delivered a brutal headbutt. The force of the blow sent Hilton dashing backward to regain his stance. While the commander was still recovering and holding his head, Ghislaine grabbed a massive crossbow from the ground. Hilton presumed Ghislaine was going to target him, but Ghislaine suddenly turned to the left and fired the bolt at a nearby bell. The bell rang out with a loud, resonating chime, signaling the agreed-upon retreat to everyone in the fort. Ghislaine grabbed his weapons and dashed away from the top of the wall. Hilton was stunned, screaming that running from an enemy made him unworthy of being called a knight. However, as Hilton looked around, he realized with a sense of disorientation that the other defenders had also vanished. A twin-winged knight called out to Hilton, reporting that the enemy had fled during the fight and asking for permission to chase them. Hilton sensed that something was not right. He knew the defenders seemed willing to sacrifice their lives just moments ago, and giving up the gate so easily felt like a trap. Before he could voice his suspicion, his men began screaming and chasing the remnants of the Fenris forces toward the rear gate. They were incensed that they had been made to walk so far and vowed not to spare a single soul. Ghislaine ran with incredible speed, leading the enemy deeper into the barony. Suddenly, Ghislaine seemed to disappear. As the pursuing soldiers slowed in confusion, Vanessa descended from above, landing in front of them. She stood with her staff held in an ominous grip, already casting with her mana as she glared at the men. She raised her staff high before striking it against the earth, causing an expansive magic circle to erupt beneath her feet with a low, humming vibration. A surge of lightning immediately tore through the Fenris territory, snaking across the ground to ensnare the pursuing soldiers. The enemy was unaware that mana crystals had been preemptively embedded into the soil. Vanessa tapped into these hidden energy sources to amplify her power. She screamed the incantation for a flame strike, and the area was consumed by a massive explosion. The blast leveled a significant portion of Count Desmond's forces, leaving the earth charred and the air thick with heat. Count Desmond sat atop his horse, his body stiff as he glared at the destruction in a state of total shock. Beside him, Willow screamed that such a mana output was impossible, realizing too late that the defenders had utilized runestones to fuel the devastation. Knights caught within the inferno shrieked as they attempted to stumble out of the burning Fenris territory. Hilton's voice rose above the chaos, commanding all soldiers to retreat from the castle walls, while ordering the twin-winged knights to rescue the injured and tally the survivors. As the outskirts of the Fenris barony were swallowed by fire, Ghislaine and his group observed the carnage from a safe distance. A priestess approached Ghislaine, urging him to remain still while she addressed the bleeding wound in his abdomen. Ghislaine attempted to be stubborn, claiming he was fine, but she proceeded with her healing magic nonetheless. Alfoy stood by, bewildered by the sheer cost of the defense. He remarked that everyone in the group possessed a terrifying lack of financial awareness to use such expensive runestones in such a manner. Gordon laughed, reasoning that their captain was rich enough to afford it, while Galveric noted that the enemy would have seized everything anyway if they had lost. Ghislaine credited the success to Claude's excellent plan, before turning to ensure everyone was safe. Upon receiving a synchronized affirmation from his men, Ghislaine sensed that the enemy would soon track them down. He ordered the group to depart for the second assembly point immediately. The scene shifted to the Perdium territory, where the second wave of barbarians had been laid waste. In the center of the carnage stood their leader, blood-soaked and injured. Cecil sat atop his horse, closing the distance with a deliberate, heavy momentum. As Cecil swung his sword, the barbarian leader used his weapon to deflect the strike, the metal clanging ferociously as they fought to end the unnecessary war. Cecil transitioned smoothly, thrusting his axe upward. In that same moment, his horse came in clutch, striking the neck of the barbarian's mount with its forelegs. The barbarian's horse collapsed, forcing the leader to jump clear. He glared at Cecil, calling him a bloody demon and claiming that our boy was more addicted to fighting than even the most hardened warriors. The barbarian, identified as Waruka, urged Cecil to lower his weapons. He pointed to the surrounding bodies, disgusting lumps of flesh that had once been men, and reasoned that they were only working under Kustu's orders. Now that Kustu was dead, Waruka fathomed there was no reason to continue the slaughter. Cecil remained indifferent. He recognized Waruka as a barbarian general who, in his past life, had been rewarded with Perdium land for aiding the ducal faction. He knew Waruka was unusually smart for his kind. Waruka smiled, proposing a truce and promising never to attack the northern fortress again. Cecil's response was a sharp command for silence. He deduced that Waruka was merely stalling for time. Cecil leaped from his horse, swinging his axe downward in a heavy arc that sliced into Waruka's shoulder. He informed the falling man that there is no such thing as a moderate war in this world. Waruka called him a demon one last time, before his body fell limp to the ground. Ghislaine continued to lead his men away from the Fenris territory, but Gordon soon shouted a warning that the opponents were closing in. Hilton and the Twin-Winged Knights were in hot pursuit. Hilton informed Count Desmond that the rats were finally in sight, and Desmond ordered a full charge, convinced they had to strike now to bring Fenris down. The priestess and Alfoy were shocked that the enemy had recovered so quickly after taking such heavy damage. Ghislaine realized there was still a distance to cover before the assembly point. He signaled for his horse to twirl, stopping his momentum as he ordered the others to proceed to the assembly point, while he held the position alone to buy time. The men behind him stopped as well, looking back at the incoming multitude. They calculated that even if half of the 30,000 had been wiped out, 15,000 soldiers still overwhelmingly outnumbered them. Gordon admitted the Flat Helmet Knights were strong and possessed superior technique. Toron joked about telling on Captain Kaor. Despite the levity, Gordon resolved to take down at least one more enemy, sure that our boy would eventually avenge them. Ghislaine affirmed that Cecil was not someone who let such acts go unpunished. He drew his weapons and screamed for the Fenris Knight order to prepare for battle. The horses collided with a brutal force, marking the beginning of a heated land battle. As the lines clashed, Count Desmond ordered his first line of mages forward. Willow and 2 others began to chant for a fireball attack. Torin sensed the incoming magic, but Gordon remained defiant, trusting in their dwarven-made equipment. Suddenly, Vanessa and her mages appeared from the rear, raising their staffs to create a massive shield that blocked the fire. Vanessa landed graciously, stating she couldn't simply watch the knights sacrifice themselves. She rejoined the battle with a determined air. Hilton, facing Ghislaine, finally recognized his opponent. He identified Ghislaine as the former captain of the Ratatosk Mercenaries, a group he used to trade with because of their resourcefulness. Hilton wondered why a mercenary would risk his life for a mere knight persona, and advised Ghislaine that Cecil's dreams were futile. Ghislaine exhaled, his expression calm. He explained that, as a mercenary, he had already died, but our boy had given him a new life. He raised his weapon and took a firm stance, declaring that Cecil's dream was now his own, and he would fight for it until the end. With a deliberate, grounding force, Ghislaine swung his axe downward toward Hilton. The commander pivoted, using his sword to dodge the strike, but the sheer weight of the impact caused his horse to stumble backward. The 2 warriors accelerated into a ferocious speed, the air filled with the sharp, rhythmic clanging of steel. Hilton saw an opening and lunged for Ghislaine's chest, but Ghislaine caught the blade with the head of his axe. In a display of superior strength, Ghislaine twisted his weapon, wrenching the sword from Hilton's grasp, and instantly, Ghislaine swung again, the axe blade slicing across Hilton's chest. Blood sprayed the air as the horse, also caught by the strike, collapsed under the weight. Hilton tumbled, somersaulting across the dirt before catching his footing. Hilton grasped his sword, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He recognized that the pressure radiating from Ghislaine was dangerous, and entirely different from their earlier exchange. He reasoned that he was being outmatched in raw strength, and found himself baffled as to where Ghislaine's power was coming from despite his injuries. Hilton asked why a mere mercenary would risk his life for a beast of a lord. Ghislaine glared at him. He stated that no one had the right to call Lord Fenris a beast, and that he would never tolerate an insult against his lord's dreams. He raised his axe and identified his resolve as his true cavalry. Hilton was gripped by a sudden realization. He had never seen a mercenary display such loyalty. He had always fathomed mercenaries to be shallow creatures driven by coin, devoid of honor. He wondered if Cecil was truly a beast tamer who had transformed a wild lion into a knight. Ghislaine struck again. Hilton managed to glide the heavy axe along the length of his blade to redirect the force. However, sensing a fleeting opening, Hilton lunged and struck Ghislaine's horse. As the animal faltered, Hilton challenged Ghislaine to a duel of knights. Seeing the duel stall, Count Desmond screamed for his men to strike the flanks and form a total encirclement. Galvaric and the mages grew flustered as the numerical disadvantage became a crushing weight. Alfoy sensed that if they were surrounded, they were finished. Vanessa took charge, commanding the soldiers to form a circular formation. She struck her staff into the ground, a magic circle flaring beneath her. Instantly, a massive wall of ice erupted around the defenders, shielding them from the charging knights. Count Desmond watched the ice rise with growing irritation, calling Vanessa a nuisance. He ordered Willow to use his magic and commanded the second squad of twin-winged knights to break through the front to take down the mages. Gordon and Torin dashed forward to meet the charge, their bodies acting as a shield for the casters. However, the force of the knights was immense, pushing the two warriors back, but Vanessa and her mages were already chanting. They unleashed multiple rods of lightning, striking the knights and sending them falling from their mounts in a chaotic tangle. Suddenly, Vanessa collapsed to the ground, coughing heavily. Alfoy hurried to her side, warning that casting such high mana spells in rapid succession would kill her. Galvaric asked if she was all right. Vanessa insisted she was fine, but her eyes widened as she looked forward. Willow was standing there, laughing as he conjured a massive sunflare. The same magic that had shattered the fortress gate. The defenders were gripped by a fit of fear. They knew that if a direct hit landed, even the ice wall would not hold. Gillian tried to shout a command, but Hilton struck him again, forcing him to dodge. Hilton reminded him to focus, noting they were in the middle of a duel. Willow watched the Fenris mages, remarking that no matter how exceptional a person was, they were all destined to turn to ashes. He screamed that it was over. Gillian, fueled by a sharp annoyance, swung his axe with enough force to shove Hilton backward. In a smooth, calculated motion, Gillian reached for the sword at his back and hurled it directly at Willow. The blade struck Willow in the shoulder mid-chant. The fireball burst prematurely, creating a massive explosion that swallowed the mage where he stood. Gordon and Torin shouted in excitement, and Vanessa felt a wave of relief at Gillian's intervention. Gillian screamed for his men to maintain their secular defense formation. Hilton, however, was not finished. He called the struggle pointless and, taking advantage of Gillian's focus on the mages, pierced his sword straight into Gillian's belly from behind. Vanessa watched in horror. Hilton told Gillian that this was the price for losing focus in a duel against a white lion. He wrenched the sword out as Gillian spun, swinging his axe in a desperate attempt to behead him. The two continued to clash, but the weight of Gillian's wounds was too much. Hilton dodged an upward swing and sliced downward, cutting into Gillian's belly and following up with a devastating strike to the shoulder. Gillian fell backward, spewing blood, his body anchored by the heavy pain. The priestess, Gordon, and Vanessa screamed in fear for their fallen knight. Count Desmond saw his opening and ordered his men to advance inward. Gillian lay on the ground, his breath coming in shallow, heavy hitches. He watched sadly as the twin-winged knights began to massacre his men. Vanessa tried to move toward him, but Alfoy and Galvaric held her back to save her. Gillian felt his consciousness beginning to drift. He remembered the moment he first bowed to Cecil and swore his sword to him. He saw Cecil's face in his mind, the way our boy had trusted him, given him a family, a purpose, and a pivotal role in building a new empire. Memories of their adventures and the heavy pride of their shared victories flooded his mind. Finally, he thought of his daughter, Rachel. He smiled inwardly and apologized to his lord. Just as the darkness began to take him, a voice cut through the fog, calling his name. Gillian wondered if it was Cecil's voice. Through the haze of the battlefield, a silhouette appeared, walking through the carnage. The person commanded Gillian to hold himself together in front of his men and get up. It was Kaor. The leader of the Kelveros had finally arrived, signifying that Cecil and the reinforcements had reached the field to turn the tide. The war for the kingdom's survival had previously reached the Shadow Mountains of the Turian kingdom. A massive wave of monsters assaulted the gates, met by the desperate screams of defenders who rained arrows down upon the climbing horde. The situation grew increasingly strange as the monsters used the corpses of their fallen as ladders. Among them, a massive yeti acted as a living catapult, smacking house-sized boulders with a club and launching them into the fortress like cannon fire. The impact sent men flying, their defenses shattered. The defenders lamented the absence of Donkad, wondering how they could be pushed back so easily, even with the Turian knights joining the fray. Just as another boulder whistled through the air, a figure dashed into the carnage carrying Donkad's signature weapon. With a grunt of effort, he struck the incoming rock, sending it flying back to smash the yeti squarely in the face. This was Kaor. Having taken over the leadership of the Iron Cliff, the red-headed warrior looked at the massive weapon in his hand and mused on how that pig, Donkad, had ever managed to carry such a heavy thing. Kaor used the rope attached to his weapon to anchor himself, dragging his body downward into the thick of the monsters on the ground. Drawing his sword, he began to clear the field with a deliberate, steady flow. He had meditated deeply on the fundamentals of the book Cecil had given him, understanding that once fear is overcome, the next stage is operation. He focused on the movement of his shoulders, his center of gravity, and the precise positioning of his feet. Now, on the current battlefield, Kaor faced Hilton. He watched the commander's body for the subtle signals it sent, knowing that if he could discern his opponent's next move, victory was certain. Hilton recoiled in shock, blood trickling from the shallow cut. He realized with a start that Kaor had read his moves perfectly. Kaor pressed the advantage, swinging again and forcing Hilton to leap backward in a desperate attempt to dodge. Hilton landed in a firm stance, gasping for air. He knew that if he had lowered his head a second later, the battle would already be over. He was baffled, wondering who this ruffian was and how someone with such an ordinary physique possessed such lethal skills. Hilton asked for the warrior's name. Suspecting he was a mercenary, paid a fortune by the kingdom, Kaor exhaled a small smile, noting that Hilton couldn't seem to get anything right. He identified himself as Kaor, the captain of the Fenris Knight Order. Hilton was surprised, glancing at the fallen Ghislaine and remarking that he thought the White Lion was the captain. From the ground, Ghislaine grunted that such talk was nonsense. Hilton told the geezer to shut up, telling him that since he was the one currently on the floor, Kaor was the captain now. He challenged Ghislaine to get back up and fight if he had a problem with it. He dashed forward, and their swords clashed with swift, rhythmic intensity. Kaor's movements were heavy and unrestrained, leading Hilton to remark that Baron Fenris truly raised nothing but beasts. Hilton boasted that he had seized victory 5 times in kingdom duels, where the fate of domains was at stake, questioning if Kaor thought a lowly wretch could match him. Kaor countered that a knight's duel was no different from the bets mercenaries made. He claimed that our boy had done it more than 100 times. Hilton was bewildered, unable to fathom how such a feat was possible. Using the distraction, Kaor delivered a sharp uppercut kick to Hilton's chin, snapping the commander's head back. Kaor brought his sword down for a finishing slice, but Hutton swiftly stretched his sword up to protect himself. Swearing, Hilton slid his blade against Kaor's attack, and used the hilt to strike Kaor's leg, knocking him to the ground. As Hilton raised his sword to eliminate the man in Count Desmond's way, Ghislaine's axe suddenly intervened, catching the blade and saving Kaor. Hilton was forced to jump back as Kaor swiped at his stomach, narrowly missing. Now, it was 2 against 1. Ghislaine stood beside Kaor, noting that the younger man had become stronger. Kaor called Ghislaine Grams, asking if he could still move. Ghislaine explained that the priestess, Payot, had helped him enough to move for a little while longer. Hilton screamed at Ghislaine, accusing him of the lower nature of a mercenary for interfering in a duel. Ghislaine warned Kaor not to let his guard down, identifying Hilton as Victor's teacher, the man who had nearly killed Kaor once before. Kaor realized that explained the man's strength. Seeing Ghislaine's pale face, Kaor sensed the next exchange would be their final one. The 2 Fenris warriors charged. Hilton braced himself, dodging a heavy downward strike from Ghislaine, only to grab Kaor's hand to immobilize him, and pulled Kaor toward the dirt. In a sudden change of tactics, Ghislaine threw his axe aside and used his entire body to tackle Hilton, sending them both tumbling. Before Hilton could recover his orientation, Kaor was upon him, delivering a heavy punch to the face. Ghislaine followed up with a second punch, and Kaor landed a brutal kick to Hilton's belly. Ghislaine grabbed the commander before he could fall and delivered a crushing headbutt that sent Hilton reeling backward. Hilton gasped for air, calling them cowardly wretches for abandoning the etiquette of knights. Kaor countered that, on the battlefield, nothing mattered except the results. Together, the 2 men grabbed Ghislaine's spear and drove it straight into Hilton's face. Blood splattered the earth as the commander's life ended instantly. Count Desmond saw the fall of his champion. His attention turned to Hilton's corpse, and he let out a loud, tormented scream. He realized with a sudden, heavy dread that nothing in this war was going his way. The scene transitioned to the Leipold territory. Inside the manor, Countess Amelia Leipold sat in a position of authority, her loyal knight Bernoff standing like a statue by her side. 2 advisors stood before her, detailing the intelligence gathered from the front lines. They explained that while Baron Fenris had divided his forces to guard the northern fortress of Perdium, Count Desmond had seized the moment to launch a total war. Leading an army of 30,000, Desmond had already crushed the Royal Army's Second Corps and was currently launching a direct assault on the Fenris territory. The timing was far too calculated to be a coincidence. He had moved despite the hesitations of the dorsal faction. Burnoff noted with a heavy tone that at this rate, Fenris would be destroyed, and Perdium would likely suffer devastating damage. Amelia paused, a slow smile spreading across her face. She realized the weight of the moment and suggested that they should strike Desmond's territory immediately. As her advisors glared at her in surprise, she reasoned that with his main force currently committed to the war, Desmond's home was essentially an empty house. Burnoff cautioned that such a move meant preparing for an all-out war against the most powerful Grand Lord of the North. Amelia countered that it would be foolish to stay idle. She grasped that if Desmond expanded his power, he would become a threat to the dorsal faction itself. Conversely, if Cecil won, he would become the strongest power in the North, something the dorsal house could not ignore. Regardless of the outcome, she understood that Desmond had already fallen out of favor with the higher powers. By taking his place now, she reasoned the dorsal house would support her even more. Burnoff smiled to himself, recognizing that his lady's strategy was designed to keep both Desmond and Fenris in check, bringing nothing but advantages. Amelia commanded Burnoff to prepare for departure, and soon the halls echoed with his orders for the men to deploy and display the might of the new Leipold house. Standing by a massive window, Amelia watched her army line up. She knew Cecil wouldn't go down easily, but he had drawn too much attention. She whispered to the empty room that this time, she would be the one to land the blow. Suddenly, a familiar voice drifted from the shadows behind her. Belinda appeared, noting that it had been a long time. Amelia was visibly shocked. Before the Countess could react, Belinda grabbed her hand and pressed a weapon against her neck with practiced ease. Belinda mentioned that the young master had suspected Amelia wouldn't miss an opportunity like this. Annoyed and filled with a sudden disorientation, Amelia recognized the voice of Cecil's maid. Belinda told her to be quiet and clarified that she was there on behalf of Baron Fenris. She suggested that the Countess shouldn't move so recklessly and would need to adjust her plans slightly. Back on the blood-soaked battlefield, a heavy silence followed the death of Hilton. Count Desmond's men stood in shock, and the Count himself screamed in retaliation. He rode his horse forward with a desperate momentum, the twin-winged knights trailing close behind as they dashed toward the exhausted Gillian and Kaor. Kaor looked at the approaching commander and told Gillian to get ready, but Gillian suddenly fell limp, his body finally giving out as he fainted. Kaor watched the incoming charge and realized he was in a difficult spot. He grabbed Gillian's weapon and braced himself. As the Count approached, Kaor declared himself the captain of the Cerberus Mercenaries, the Knight of Iron Cliff, and the captain of the Fenris Knight Order. As Kaor dashed forward, a whistling sound cut through the air. An arrow, launched by Cecil from the distance, streaked toward the Count's horse. Desmond managed to strike the arrow down with his weapon, but the interruption caused Kaor to stop in his tracks. Kaor looked toward the source of the shot and smiled. Our boy had entered the fray. The Dark King, Cecil's charismatic and powerful horse, rode him onto the battlefield with a steady, commanding pace. The Fenris defenders broke into cheers at the sight of their lord. Alfoy screamed about the long wait, and Vanessa's face lit up with relief. Count Desmond was not pleased. He questioned how Cecil could have dealt with the barbarians so quickly, but then reasoned that Cecil must have come alone, leaving his army behind in his haste. He told Cecil that his hastiness would be his doom. However, Cecil was not alone. Behind him, Count Zivalter and Randolph appeared, leading a massive reinforcement. Zivalter confirmed that they were not too late. Zivalter resolved to leave Desmond to Cecil while they handled the surrounding soldiers. They raised their swords and dashed into the fray. The twin-winged knights were struck by fear as enemy soldiers appeared from all directions. Desmond realized the Royalist faction had finally made its move, rendering the dorsal faction useless. He ordered 3 of his knights to strike Cecil down. As they lunged with their spears, the Dark King leaped upwards with incredible agility. In a display of weightless grace, the horse seemed to skate across the heads of the 3 knights in mid-air before landing. Cecil immediately went for Count Desmond. Swinging his axe, he forced the Count to block with his sword. Cecil instructed the Dark Horse to find Gillian and ride off with him. Cecil used the momentum of the clash to hook his hand around Desmond's neck, dragging him bodily from his saddle and slamming him into the dirt. Desmond coughed up blood from the heavy impact. Meanwhile, the Dark King skidded to a halt near Kaor and the priestess. They quickly placed the unconscious Ghislaine on the horse's back, and the horse rode off to safety, leaving Cecil and Desmond alone in the center of the clearing. Cecil glared at the man who had caused so much suffering. Desmond scrambled to his feet, calling Cecil a nasty bastard. The Count understood that Cecil had ruined every plan he had spent years preparing, from the rescue of Cecil's sister to the death of Victor and Hilton. He screamed that Cecil refused to move according to his will until the very end, yet had now come before him of his own accord. Pointing his sword at our boy, the Count asked if he was prepared. Cecil's gaze was cold and focused. He carried his axe with a steady grip and informed the Count that he had been waiting for this day for a very, very long time. Count Zawalter ordered his men to charge, their voices rising in a unified, thunderous scream as they threw everything they had into the assault. Along the front lines, the formation began to buckle under the overwhelming pressure, with soldiers desperately calling out for their next orders and searching for the missing Count Visconti. Amidst the chaos, Gordon was a whirlwind of movement. He swung his heavy mace with ecstatic fury, striking men from their saddles and shouting for the bastards to get off their horses. The twin-winged knights, sensing their structure slipping, screamed for their comrades to hold the formation at all costs and cut down every enemy in their path. They lunged toward Gordon and the mages, but Gordon and Torin felt a sudden discomfort. They realized the boisterous warrior had drawn far too much attention to their position. Alfoy grumbled that Gordon was completely devoid of manners and feared he wouldn't be able to handle the heat he had invited. Suddenly, a flurry of arrows whistled through the air, raining down upon the charging horses. From the flank, Claude and his units arrived at the rally points. Claude shouted that they had been waiting and ordered all units to attack immediately. The sudden rain of projectiles caused horses to stumble and fall, breaking the momentum of the twin-winged knights. In the midst of this disarray, Kaor was seen riding the Dark King with the priestess and Ghislaine, skillfully navigating through the space to secure the wounded. Meanwhile, Zawalter pressed forward, and Claude continued to strike down the enemy. Everything had turned against the favor of Desmond's army. In the center of the storm, Count Harold Desmond stood against Cecil. This was the defining battle. Our boy dashed forward, his movement steady and full of weight. Desmond managed to block a heavy strike with his sword and twirled for a punch, but Cecil jumped with a light, practiced grace. He struck the Count squarely in the face with his feet in mid-air. Cecil came in instantly with a wide swing of his axe, which the Count barely parried. As the Count lay on the ground for a fleeting moment, he screamed in frustration. He reasoned that he had lived a life without a single flaw, where every plan reached perfection, but Cecil had ruined that record. He had always believed his path was the right one, never leaving anything to chance. He was baffled as to why everything was falling apart now. Cecil lunged, striking him in the belly. Desmond flew backward, coughing out blood. Cecil twirled his axe, bringing it down for a finishing blow. But Desmond slid his sword into a block. The impact caused a massive explosion of force that rattled the surrounding air. Desmond glared at Cecil, asking who he thought he was to make him suffer this way. He shouted that every plan had shattered the moment Cecil interfered, and those who stood by him had been cut down. He had endured humiliation after humiliation. Gritting his teeth because of Cecil, Desmond pushed Cecil's axe away with a surge of strength. Cecil recoiled, and the Count thrusted forward, but Cecil dodged the steel. They traded blows, the Count somersaulting and screaming insults, swinging downward with desperate intent. Cecil parried with his weapon, the force of the strike causing another explosion in the dirt. Cecil leaped away, sensing a strange, volatile power emanating from the Count. He realized that Desmond was pouring every last drop of his energy into his mana core, burning through his very life force. Desmond claimed he could not lose, refusing to watch everything he built be destroyed. He saw only one way to turn the tide, ending Cecil's life. He dashed forward with an angry thrust. Cecil paused, seemingly still, as the Count's blade struck the helmet from his face. However, Cecil had used his weapon to guide the sword away from any vital area at the last millisecond. Cecil looked at Harold Desmond and mentioned that he still remembered the emptiness of killing him once before. He stated that even after cutting the Count's corpse thousands of times in the past, the people he loved never came back. But now, he smiled, saying everything was different. He promised to kill him now, to truly avenge them all. Cecil then released his third core, his body brimming with a crimson glow. He swung downward, catching the Count by surprise. Cecil thrusted his weapon, the air pressure bursting the Count's ear. Drawing a blade from his back, Cecil struck again. Desmond parried and pushed the sword away, but Cecil was relentless. He pushed back with his axe, and in the next heartbeat, he pierced Desmond's stomach with his other sword. Desmond coughed up blood. Before he could react, Cecil withdrew the steel and took a fresh stance. Cecil moved again, cutting deep into the Count's chest. He glared at Desmond, and, without a shred of hesitation, severed the Count's right arm. Bloodied and broken, Desmond fell toward the ground. He wheezed that he should have targeted Cecil from the very beginning instead of his sibling. Cecil did not let him finish, stabbing him once more in the stomach as a huge amount of blood soaked the earth. The scene shifted briefly to the quiet, cold office of Viscount Raoul Joseph. He spoke to two unsettled advisors, asking if Desmond's sudden attack was truly that frightening. The advisors noted that the attack was an insult to the Duke's family, and that the royal family's wrath was now falling upon the nobles in the capital. Raoul remained composed, explaining that Desmond was a man devoted to perfection, who was simply trying to erase a stain from his record. He questioned if the advisors were fit to serve House Delphine if they panicked over such things. They expressed concern that if Desmond won the north, he might stop obeying the Duke. Raoul smiled, stating that once war broke out, Desmond would be forced to obey. His knight, Ghislaine Perdium, asked what would happen if Desmond lost. Raoul found the idea impossible, given the army of 30,000. Ghislaine stood his ground, stating that Cecil was no easy opponent. He admitted that what he feared most was the power Desmond might unleash at the very end, if he truly loses to Cecil. Back on the battlefield, Desmond lay struck down, but his face suddenly changed. A strange yellowish light began to emit from his eyes. He had unleashed the very power Ghislaine feared most. The ominous energy surged, and the blood gushing from Count Desmond's wounds began to burn with an unnatural heat as he reached down, gripping the blades Cecil had embedded in his flesh. With nothing but sheer, terrifying grip strength, the Count shattered the mana-infused steel while it was still lodged in his body. Cecil was visibly struck by the display, his mind racing as he leaped backward to create a safe distance. He looked at the broken hilt in his hand. Cecil demanded to know what kind of power the man was wielding. Desmond, his eyes glowing with a strange light, admitted that he hadn't wanted to use the power granted to him by the Dorsal family, but he reasoned that using it was far better than dying at Cecil's hands. With a deliberate movement, the Count discarded his remaining weapons and shed his armor, releasing a wave of strange energy that felt like a point of no return as the Count dashed forward with blinding speed. Cecil swung his sword to meet the first strike, but the momentum was overwhelming. He dodged and parried a relentless flurry of blows, throwing out his blade and watching every step the Count took as they clashed ferociously. Desmond laughed, claiming that Cecil's efforts were futile. Cecil was relentless, unleashing a barrage of strikes, yet the Count stood firm. Desmond moved with minimal, efficient motions, easily weaving through the onslaught. He told Cecil that he could see every movement and every intent. Suddenly, Desmond lunged, his hand cutting through the armor on Cecil's chest. Cecil attempted to leap away, but the Count thrusted forward to finish him. Mid-air, our boy twirled with incredible agility, swinging his feet to deliver a kick. The Count retaliated by swinging his leg upward, but Cecil used his weapon to block the aerial strike, using the recoil to somersault backward and land firmly on the ground. Cecil sensed the gravity of the situation, realizing that the Count's blocking speed was now surpassing his own offensive momentum. Desmond stood over him, stating that in the face of such power, nothing Cecil did would matter. Cecil, struggling with a sense of disbelief, thrusted his weapon forward, but the Count effortlessly guided the point away. They became locked in a relentless dance of steel, swinging and weaving in a heavy, desperate rhythm. It was as if they were reading each other's minds. The battle reached a fever pitch until Cecil noticed his weapon had become hooked against Desmond's blade. In that split second, the Count struck Cecil in the stomach and delivered a powerful kick that sent our boy flying across the battlefield. Disarmed and defenseless, Cecil struck the ground hard, coughing up blood. Desmond rose his sword high, declaring that it was over for Cecil Perdium. Nearby, Count Zavalter, Randolph, and Kyor watched the scene with growing dread. But Lucas moved with sudden precision. He pulled a sword from his back and hurled it towards Cecil. Our boy reached out his hand in anticipation, the blade spinning through the air toward him. In the quiet of Viscount Raoul's office, Ghislaine Perdium confessed that his biggest fear was Desmond unleashing his hidden power. Raoul was baffled, asking if he meant the power obtained through his dealings with the dorsal faction. Kaizen explained that even though it was an incomplete mana technique, its effects allowed a person to instantly surpass their natural limits. Raoul understood that if Desmond used it, Cecil would struggle immensely. However, Kaizen was puzzled by one detail: why Cecil's own mana possessed properties so similar to that forbidden power. Back on the field, Cecil caught the sword Lucas had thrown and used it to deflect Desmond's impending strike. The Count was shocked that Cecil had blocked a full-force blow fueled by his ominous energy. Cecil noted the incredible destructive power of the Count's technique. He admitted that even with 3 mana cores open, the force was difficult to handle with his hands alone. Cecil remembered his past life, where he had killed Desmond with a single strike and had met many enemies far stronger than the Count. He reasoned that if his current level wasn't enough, he simply needed to take it a step further. Suddenly, Cecil's chest began to glow with a brilliant, golden-yellow aura. He swung his sword, the pressure forcing Desmond to jump back. Around the Count, Cecil began to gather the mana particles that were being emitted. He sensed that because the properties were the same as his own, he could weave them with his mana threads. He realized it was enough to birth a new core. Using his body as a larger vessel to contain the energy, he cushioned the recoil that would have previously destroyed him. A ripple of power erupted from Cecil as the 4th core formed. A golden halo descended upon him, making him look like a god of war. As a massive gust of wind swept across the space, Desmond was gripped by a fit of terror, unable to believe the light he was seeing. Cecil took a firm stance and told the Count to watch closely to see if he could truly stop his attacks. Our boy dashed forward. The sound of his movement was a massive echo that shattered the silence of the battlefield. Before the Count could even blink, Cecil had already appeared right in front of him. A single, perfect slice had passed directly through the center of Desmond's body. In Viscount Raoul's office, Kaizen continued, stating that it terrified him to think what might happen if someone like Cecil awakened that power to its true stage. Cecil stood victorious, glaring at the remains of the man who had once been his greatest shadow, the 4th core glowing steadily with the warmth of his triumph. The scene transitioned to the massive capital city of Cardinia. Inside Marquis Branford's office, Marquis Maurice Macquarie was shouting in disbelief, questioning if he had heard correctly that Baron Cecil Fenris was now being hailed as the first swordsman of the North. His knight confirmed the report, noting that the Fenris Knight Order had surpassed the Twin-Winged Knights in both strength and loyalty. Furthermore, it was understood that Cecil's personal mage was on par with Willow, a 6th circle mage, and that our boy's individual combat ability had already reached the level of a swordmaster. The knight concluded that Cecil possessed the strength to be truly worthy of the title. Roseline, listening with a focused intensity, asked if Cecil was safe. She was assured that he was currently cleaning up the battlefield and preparing to advance to conquer Count Desmond's territory. Marquis Maurice mused that no one could have predicted Cecil was already planning to take over all of Desmond's lands. Sir Valor Norton, looking quite proud, remarked that Cecil was truly living up to his reputation, while Count Elsber added that calling the Fenris territory the strongest in the north was no longer an exaggeration. Marquis Maurice turned to Marquis Branford, questioning if Cecil's growth was perhaps occurring too quickly. He suggested that they should hold him back, noting that Cecil had always been stubborn and prone to acting on his own. Maurice reasoned that if they allowed him to become the strongest lord in the north, he would become impossible to control. He argued that the Royalist faction needed Cecil to serve as a shield for the North, not to dominate it as he was doing now. Tolio supported this, suggesting that the commander-in-chief's words made sense, and asking if the Marquis would consider revising their plans to better benefit the territorial faction. Marquis Branford exhaled a heavy sigh and stated that such a move was impossible. He knew that Baron Cecil Fenris would become a core force in their inevitable confrontation with the Duke's family. He insisted that trivial matters of control could be handled later, reminding them that their true enemy was the Duke's family. He gave a firm order that no one was to lay a hand on Cecil. Valore Norton tapped Marquis Maurice on the shoulder, telling him not to worry too much. He reminded the room that Cecil had not won the war alone, but had been supported by the kingdom's army and the Perdium forces. Count Elsber agreed, stating that without the royal army, victory would have been impossible. Marquis Maurice seemed to find some comfort in this, concluding that the victory was also thanks to his own troops. With the matter settled, the meeting was concluded. Marquis Branford dismissed the group, but immediately called for Count Forwood to be brought in. The Redentor's Count Forwood was escorted into the office, appearing disheveled and clearly lacking nutrients. He asked if his release meant that Cecil had won the war. Marquis Branford told him he could return home, and that other nobles from the Duke's faction were also being prepared for release. He warned the Count to be more careful to avoid such an embarrassing incident in the future. Count Forwood looked at the Marquis and told him he had made a grave mistake. He stated that with Count Desmond dead and the kingdom's treasury destroyed, a civil war was now inevitable. Marquis Branford claimed not to understand, asserting that everyone knew the Duke's family had been seeking to seize the kingdom and that the Royalists had won. However, Count Forwood countered that it was not the Royalists who had been holding back the Civil War, but the Duke's family itself. Marquis Branford demanded to know how he dared speak with such double meanings. The Count pointed out that the Crown Prince had been ill for a long time and had become the Marquis's puppet. He asked if there was anything in the kingdom that did not follow Branford's command. Enraged, the Marquis called him insolent, and the knights behind him immediately placed their swords against the Count's neck. Count Forwood simply remarked that it seemed the Marquis had forgotten what kind of person Duke Delphine truly was. He warned that while they had wanted to avoid a civil war, the kingdom would now be drowned in both blood and flames. As the knights escorted the Count out, Marquis Branford was left alone, deep in thought. He whispered the name Delphine and found himself pulling a memory from many years ago. He remembered being in a courtyard with a younger Delphine. At that time, Delphine had remarked that in the human world, politics and power seemed to hold great meaning, but that everything would eventually disappear as time passed. The younger Branford had argued that those things mattered precisely because their decisions determined the fate of many. Duke Delphine had paused, wondering what any of it meant for those who did not possess immortal life. He had crushed a formation of ants under his foot, stating that he wanted to see further and go even further into the future. Back in the present, Marquis Branford stood in his office, realizing it had been a long time since they had last met. The scene shifted for the first time to Duke Delphine's territory. His mansion, known as the Eclipse Castle, was a vision of elegance. Inside, Viscount Raoul Joseph walked through the grand halls with Kaizen Balzac by his side. Raoul asked if the Duke was angry. Kaizen sensed that he was, noting that although the Duke had entrusted everything to Raoul, he now intended to handle matters personally. Raoul was visibly uncomfortable, prompting Kaizen to tell him to get a hold of himself. They arrived at the grand hall and stood before the massive entrance doors. Upon entering, they found the throne of Duke Delphine, which was strangely facing away from them. Both Raoul and Kaizen knelt on the ground to pay their respects. The Duke's voice drifted from the throne, asking if Desmond was dead. Raoul confirmed that he had been completely defeated by Baron Cecil Fenris. The Duke repeated Cecil's name, noting that he had been hearing it often lately. He asked if the man was truly far from being ordinary. Raoul apologized, admitting he had underestimated Cecil's abilities. Duke Delphine then turned his attention to Kaizen, asking just how strong Cecil was since Kaizen had seen him with his own eyes. Kaizen responded that he believed there was no one left in the north who could match Cecil. He warned that if Cecil was given more time, no one in the world would dare face him easily again. The Duke told Raoul that he understood the value of patience, which was why he had waited, but he admitted he was beginning to feel a slight thirst for blood. A heavy weight descended on the room. Raoul pleaded with the Duke, saying that acting hastily would only bring disaster. Duke Delphine pointed out that Raoul had already lost Desmond and the entire Northern Territory. Raoul frantically promised to send someone to help and resolve everything before the Duke's thirst grew uncontrollable. The Duke observed that Raoul was still stubbornly clinging to trivial matters, but agreed to wait a little longer. However, he warned that Raoul no longer had much time. Raoul stood to leave, signaling Kaizen to follow. Kaizen hesitated, but Duke Delphine released an ominous aura, stating he wished to be alone. Kaizen understood and quickly followed Raoul out. As the Duke sat alone on his throne, a man entered the space. He asked if they should proceed with a certain matter, but Delphine decided they would observe the situation a little longer. He then called out the name of the man who had killed Cecil in his previous life, Ion. Ion bowed, stating that he would follow the Duke's will. The stillness of the post-war air brought a different kind of intensity to Cecil. He lay upon his bed, his breathing slow and measured, yet his body was drenched in heavy sweat, as if he were still caught in the rhythm of a desperate struggle. As his inner eye opened, our boy found himself adrift in a strange, haunting dream. He was floating like a spiral ghost above the grand capital city of Cardinia, watching a scene of pure chaos. Multiple dark portals hung open in the sky, and swarms of monsters flew across the expanse, laying waste to the city in a massive, unfolding war. Cecil recognized these sights with a sense of grim familiarity. These were memories from his past life, a nightmare where the sky turned a bruised blood red and rifts opened across the continent to unleash creatures that turned the world upside down. It was the era when the 7 strongest beings of the continent, including himself, had finally began to move in earnest. Placing a hand to his hair, he wondered why these visions were returning to him now. Suddenly, a jolt of recognition struck him. Amidst the carnage, he spotted a knight standing before a massive, towering skeleton monster. Our boy watched as the knight swung his sword with a heavy, deliberate grace, battling the great beast. The knight moved with a calculated rhythm, eventually driving his blade into the core encircled within the monster's belly, destroying the creature in a single, brilliant instant. Cecil was baffled. This figure was not in his memories, yet the man felt strangely familiar. As he watched the knight move, he recognized the technique. It was the Perdium sword style, but performed as the ultimate sword art, a level that surpassed everything in their family's traditional teachings. When a beast lunged from the knight's blind spot, Cecil unconsciously shouted a warning. The knight's body was instantly enveloped in a shroud of blue mana. Before the beast's claws could even graze him, the knight sensed the sensation, dodging the strike and slicing the creature mid-air without looking back. Cecil was shocked, realizing the knight was sensing danger by spreading mana curtains across his entire body. He reached out his hand, desperate to see more of this monstrous skill, but the vision began to dissolve. Cecil's hand reached into the air of the waking world, only to find he had caught the hand of Belinda. She had been standing over him, checking on his condition. She noted with a touch of astonishment that he was drenched in sweat, asking if he had suffered through a nightmare. Cecil apologized, dismissing the experience as just a dream. When she asked if he was in pain or needed medicine, he assured her he was fine. Within a minute, Cecil had dressed and was being escorted out by Belinda. She informed him that a messenger from Marquise Branford had arrived with news of his promotion. She mentioned that he would no longer be a mere baron, but would assume the position of commander of the Norton army. Cecil took in the news, noting that from now on he was Count Fenris. He asked after Ghislaine's condition, and Belinda shared that there was no need to worry. He was full of energy thanks to the intensive care provided by Priestess Piote. Relieved, our boy smiled and told Belinda to gather everyone. It was time to prepare their next move. Elsewhere within the Fenris territory, a different kind of conflict was unfolding. Alfoy, the head of the local magic tower branch, was shouting at Priestess Piote outside his door. He was bewildered that she was asking him for a donation, demanding how she dared try to squeeze money out of the heir to the Crimson Flame Tower. Piote, startled, explained that she wasn't trying to extort him. She simply wanted to help those in need. Alfoy glared, claiming he was the poorest man in the territory, living like an unpaid slave at the edge of the world. He asked how much she had, and when she sheepishly produced a few gold coins, he was momentarily stunned. As she turned to leave, apologizing for her misunderstanding, Alfoy's mischievous nature took over. He called her back, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder and explaining that giving a priestess money directly would look like bribery. Instead, he offered her a fair opportunity to earn the money through a game. The scene shifted inside Alfoy's room, where he had set up a game of chance. He explained the rules of odd or even, heads or tails, while Piote glared in confusion. She mentioned that gambling was a grave sin, but Alfoy reasoned that this wasn't gambling. It was a justification for him to give her money. To demonstrate, he flipped a coin and intentionally claimed he lost, handing her a coin. Piote, sensing the logic behind his words, eventually agreed to the game. However, the tide quickly turned. Round after round, Piote chose, and round after round, Alfoy won. Her face grew red and flustered as her small pile of gold began to dwindle into nothingness. She screamed in annoyance, unable to fathom how she hadn't gotten a single one right. Alfoy smiled inwardly, feeling quite proud of how he had hooked her. One of the mages standing behind Piote finally whispered that she should stop, revealing that Alfoy was cheating with magic. Piote's eyes went wide as she screamed at him, calling him a cheater and demanding her money back. Alfoy screamed back, claiming the money was his and asking if she was going to quit helping those in need. Sobbing, Peyote dropped her very last coin onto the table. As Alfoy spun it into the air, he laughed to himself, confident that his magic made him a god of odds. While the coin ascended, Peyote began to pray solemnly. She wept, calling out to Goddess Wana to forgive her carelessness and help her win. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light erupted from the heavens, slamming directly into the magic tower. The descent was so powerful, it shattered the table in front of them. Alfoy and his mages screamed in terror as the light enveloped Peyote, making her levitate as if she had become a divine being. Alfoy recognized it as a revelation, but he was baffled that a goddess would descend for something as trivial as a coin toss. Peyote, her presence now cold and authoritative, glared at Alfoy and commanded him to open his hand, declaring the result to be even. Peyote's choice of even lingered in the air like a divine decree. Alfoy, desperate, reached deep for his swap magic. He tried to force the coin to flip, but his mana was met with a stone wall. The divine energy repelled his every effort. Realizing his tricks were being nullified, Alfoy's mischievous grin turned into a mask of stubborn defiance. He shouted that even if she were a goddess, he wouldn't let it be ridiculous. Infusing a massive surge of mana into his spell, he clapped his hands while Peyote unleashed a wave of divinity. The room exploded in a clash of blue mana and white light. When the smoke cleared, Gordon dashed in, asking about the light. He found Alfoy and Peyote slumped on the floor, nearly unconscious. Suddenly, Alfoy's hand began to tremble. He slowly lifted his palm, his eyes widening as he saw the result. The coin showed odds. A look of ecstatic triumph crossed his face as he muttered that he had won. He declared that not even a goddess could defeat him, making it known to everyone in the magic tower that he, Alfoy, was the one who had defeated a deity. Later, the setting shifted to Cecil's office. Our boy listened as Alfoy boasted that while Peyote had been chosen as a saint, he had surpassed that power. Cecil found it difficult to believe. He mentioned that Peyote was actually a man. The revelation hit the room like a physical blow. Alfoy was paralyzed with shock, and Kaor grabbed him from behind, growling that the bastard dared to lie to their leader. Alfoy screamed back in desperation, insisting he was serious about the goddess. Cecil leaned back. He recognized that a saint could build immense divine power. He remembered that in his past life, a saint of the goddess of war had ranked among the 7 strongest. Such power would be a crucial asset. He clapped his hands for silence. Cecil explained that their greatest threat, Desmond, had fallen, and Fenris had grown into a major territory with 20,000 troops. He looked at his companions with calm confidence, telling them they wouldn't have made it this far without them. Cecil moved to the next order of business. Claude screamed in rebellion at the mention of more work, pointing to the mountain of paperwork involving reinforcement, construction, maintenance, and administration. He complained that he was going to die at this rate. Cecil simply told him that was his problem, and turned the focus to the map. He explained that by joining the Royalist faction, they were now the main power in the north. Ghislaine confirmed the weight of the situation, stating that they were now going up against Duke Delphine. Alfoy looked terrified, wondering how he had been dragged into such a war, but Kaor teased him, asking why the man who defeated a goddess was afraid of humans. Cecil placed his palm on the map, explaining that the war would spread across the entire kingdom. He pointed to a specific fortress in the west. Ghislaine clarified that the location was the western territory of Marquis Roderick. Claude argued that it was impossible. The west was backed by a massive market and military power comparable to a small kingdom. Cecil admitted they wouldn't attack immediately, but must prepare with that goal in mind. When Kaor asked if they were ready, our boy shook his head. He had realized in the last battle that their options were limited by small numbers. Belinda asked how they would prepare, and Cecil calmly stated that he would bring every mercenary group in the kingdom under his command by establishing the Fenris Mercenary Company. Lucas and Gillian noted that the West had the highest number of mercenaries, including the massive Drake Company. Cecil confirmed his intent to take control of them all. Claude wondered if Cecil planned to chip away at the enemy's power. Cecil smiled and gave his orders. He told Kaor to recruit every mercenary group in the north, using force if necessary, while he handled the West personally. Gillian warned that the strongest blade of the West might make a move, a man Cecil recognized as Tennant. In the western territory of Marquis Roderick, a quiet scene unfolded near a small cabin. A young boy was training under the watchful eye of his master, Tennant. The boy's body shook with the weight of the sword, but Tennant told him to relax his grip. He explained that the goal was not just to cut, but to link movements together slowly, while focusing on breathing. With a final focused breath, the boy swung and successfully cut the dummy. He screamed for his master in joy, and the other children began to clap. As the training wound down, a young man named Martin Roderick arrived, seeking a private word. Tennant asked for a moment to finish with the children, much to the prince's annoyance. Later that evening, by a campfire, Prince Martin sat in frustration until Tennant joined him. Martin complained that waiting was a waste of time. The prince reminded him that as the strongest blade of the West, no one would cross him, and begged him to return to the Marquis's estate. Tennant was blunt. He was not going back. Martin argued that no one in the West had talent like his, but Tennant suggested leaving the dispute to the Drake Company and Dominic. He stated that it wasn't right for a mere subordinate to be involved in a succession dispute. Martin screamed in a fit of rage, calling the succession talk nonsense and pleading for help. Tennant exhaled and asked how far the prince thought he had come. Martin replied that Tennant had reached the peak. Tennant smiled sadly and explained that once there had been someone greater than him. Facing that man had made his entire body tremble like a child's. It was the feeling of clashing blades at the brink of death, a feeling beyond words. He looked up at the stars, wishing he could stand at that brink and feel that euphoria once more. The scene shifted to the interior of Sir Martin Roderick's castle, where the young lord sat stewing in a state of visible annoyance. He muttered a series of heavy complaints regarding Sir Tennant, criticizing the man for clinging to a sense of pointless pride. Having trained under Tennant himself, Martin knew the master was far from ordinary, but he saw it as a waste that such abilities were being squandered, while Tennant simply waited for someone to toss him onto the front lines. Across from him sat a man of heavy build, whose face remained obscured by his knightly gear. Martin turned his gaze toward him and asked if he understood the situation, addressing him as Dominic. When Dominic asked why he had been summoned personally, Martin leaned back, noting that power had seemingly blinded his own brother. He explained that his brother had started a new merchant guild in an area he knew nothing about, clearly intending to challenge Martin's authority. Martin asserted firmly that the territory was his domain. When Dominic inquired about his specific orders, Martin clarified that it was nothing complicated. He simply wanted to remind his brother that they were not easy to deal with. Martin placed a dagger onto the table, a blade belonging to another noble house, and instructed Dominic to destroy his brother's Cumbel merchant guild, making sure to leave that specific dagger behind as a false trail. He gave Dominic a deadline of 1 week before the bidding competition, warning him not to mess it up. Before Dominic could depart, Martin added a chilling reminder that Dominic's children were still within his reach. Dominic exited the massive mansion into a night of heavy, pouring rain. Standing in the downpour and clutching the dagger, his vulnerability was evident in his stance. In a different space, inside a small, rowdy inn, the members of the Drake Mercenary group were gathered, their voices raised in frustration. They complained bitterly about Martin, calling him a madman for ordering the destruction of his own brother's guild. They realized with a sense of dread that their group was essentially being used as fuel for Martin's succession war. One mercenary, driven to his limit, suggested they go and break Martin's neck immediately. The mercenaries turned to Dominic, noting that just standing by was driving them insane. Dominic silenced them, reminding everyone that as long as their children's location remained unknown, they had to keep their mouths shut. A lady among the group expressed her unbearable frustration, pointing out that despite being the largest mercenary group in the kingdom, they were treated like dogs obeying a brat like Martin. She elaborated that the Cumbel Merchant Guild was backed by Archduke Roderick, meaning a raid was essentially a suicide mission. Even so, she acknowledged they would follow the captain's orders, though she feared they would all die in the shadows of the young lord. Amidst the silence that followed, some lamented that they should have headed north sooner. They had heard that the famous Count Fenris treated mercenaries exceptionally well, unlike their current situation. They mentioned how even the Cerebus mercenary group and the legendary White Mane of the Ratatosk had joined the Fenris banner. Dominic looked up and mused that he wished to meet this Count Fenris at least once before he died, though he suspected they would likely meet on a battlefield. Just then, a guard called out that someone was outside. They wondered who would show up at such an hour, only to be told it was an envoy of Count Fenris. A man stepped into the light, and his presence immediately commanded the room. He introduced himself as Ghislaine, the former commander of the Ratatosk, and current vice commander under Cecil. The sight of the legendary white mane shocked Dominic. Ghislaine addressed him as Drake Commander Dominic and stated that someone required his presence, requesting that he come with him. In the middle of the forest, a small cabin stood against the heavy rain. Inside, a modest fire crackled, casting a warm glow over Cecil as he sat waiting. Ghislaine opened the door and escorted Dominic inside. Dominic stood dazed, glaring at the young man who sat before the fire. Ghislaine announced that he had brought the man as requested. Our boy looked up slowly at the mercenary captain and apologized for summoning him in such a manner, inviting him to sit. Dominic was struck by how young Cecil appeared, questioning if he truly was Count Fenris. Cecil confirmed his identity, and Dominic reasoned that if the legendary white mane served him, it had to be the truth. Dominic sat on the ground and asked what Cecil wanted from him. Cecil stated plainly that he wanted the Drake mercenary group under his command. Dominic found the request absurd, wondering why the great lord of the north would want a western group when he already had the kingdom's strongest. Cecil explained that he needed the network Dominic had built, as he intended to bring every mercenary group in the kingdom under his command. He invited Dominic to come to Fenris. Dominic glared in shock, his gaze falling as a sense of unreality washed over him. Remembering Martin Roderick's face, he smiled sadly and declined the offer, claiming the West had its own circumstances. Cecil cut him short, asking if it was because his family was being held hostage. Dominic's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Cecil to know such a detail. Cecil scratched his head and promised to resolve that issue, vowing to free him from the House of Roderick. The scene cut to the Roderick mansion, where Belinda stood atop the walls alongside Cecil and Lucas. Lucas remarked on the extravagance of the place, while Belinda complained, wondering why every new mission turned into this kind of mess. Lucas noted that it wasn't exactly fitting for a northern commander to be wandering around like this. Cecil asked Belinda to hand over a specific item. When she asked why he needed it now, he simply jumped over the wall. He ordered the three of them to secure Dominic's family first. Belinda was baffled, realizing they weren't infiltrating together. Cecil smiled as he dropped down, stating he would enter through the front gate. Inside the mansion, Martin Roderick was taken completely by surprise. He sat across from Cecil, noting he had been suspicious when the Count showed up alone without attendants. He asked if Cecil was there to buy the Drake mercenary group. Martin returned the Perdium house crest to Cecil, mocking the idea of sneaking in at night for a single group. Cecil corrected him, stating he hadn't come for a group, but for a blade worth wielding. Martin snapped that the blade already belonged to him. But then, Cecil asked if he had intended to buy the man. Cecil dropped a massive sack onto the table. It was filled with runestones, wealth enough to buy 2 small castles. Martin was shocked but tried to keep his composure, asking if Cecil expected him to sell the group for such a trivial sum. Cecil calmly replied that if it wasn't enough, he could add more, claiming he had more wealth at home than he could store. Martin asked if Cecil understood he was in the middle of a succession war, and mocked him for expecting a sale at such a critical moment. He asked if he looked like a fool. Cecil remained calm, telling Martin he wasn't a fool, just narrow-minded. He pointed out that while Martin was fixated on one mercenary group, even the Archduke's heir saw him as easy prey. Infuriated by the brat's audacity, Martin pulled his sword and screamed, asking if Cecil was trying to get himself killed. It seemed our boy's words had struck a nerve that Martin never expected to be touched. Our boy simply smiled. He remained calm and unwavering as the blade began its descent. Cecil reacted with fluid precision, kicking the table from beneath him. The heavy wood rose upwards, acting as a sudden protector that blocked Martin's vision. The young master of House Roderick struck the table instantly, frustrated by what he called a cheap trick. But by the time the wood splintered, Cecil had already vanished from his original position. He reappeared beside Martin, who turned to glare at him. But the ruckus had already alerted the estate. The knights from outside dashed into the room as they called out for their young master. They came to a sudden, jarring halt as they realized Cecil held his sword pressed firmly against Martin's throat. Martin was in a completely vulnerable position, and the knights were paralyzed, sensing that if Cecil took even a single step, their master could die instantly. Cecil looked at the gathered men and remarked that Martin was no mere noble squire. He was a ruler of the West, and he questioned if such behavior was truly appropriate for his station. Martin could only respond with venom, asking Cecil what he wanted, and if he truly believed he would walk out alive after such an insult. In response, our boy retracted his sword and began to walk away. He suggested they settle it one-on-one. Pointing his sword back at Martin, he formally challenged the young master to a territorial duel in his capacity as Count Cecil Fenris. Martin was already sweating heavily, and while his men stood behind him wondering if the duel was to happen immediately, Martin tried to dismiss the offer as ridiculous. He threatened to simply slaughter Cecil and his knights then and there, but Cecil reminded him that legitimacy and justification were what mattered most to nobles. They were not bandits after all. Martin screamed at the insult, but Cecil leaned into the tension. He offered an easy deal. If Martin could land even a single scratch on him, Martin would win, and Cecil would cancel everything, including the matter of the runestones. However, if Cecil won, he would take the Drake mercenary group and all the hostages. Martin found the deal crazy, and his men urged him to just capture Cecil, but the young master saw an opportunity. He mentioned the rumors of Cecil losing his mind during the Perdium days, and decided that a single scratch was a small price for victory. Eagerness flickered in Martin's eyes as he looked forward to the quarrel, believing Cecil had just sealed his own fate. The scene moved outside the castle, where the rhythmic patter of rain fell onto the cold ground. The two combatants stood side by side, prepared to begin. A knight from Martin Roderick's order stood between them, declaring in the name of the order that the duel would be fair and honorable, with neither side bearing a grudge regardless of the outcome. Cecil smiled and swore his oath, and Martin followed suit, though he immediately whispered to his men that if anything happened to him, they were to kill Cecil no matter what. Our boy smiled, sensing the treachery, and noted that this lack of composure was exactly why Martin remained at a low level, falling for even the cheapest taunts. Martin's patience snapped. He screamed for Cecil to shut his mouth and dashed forward with his sword. Martin came again with a side attack, but Cecil moved like a shadow, avoiding the blade for a second time. When Cecil swung low, Martin jumped upwards to evade the blow, attempting a strike from above, but Cecil met the attack with a loud, ringing clang of steel. Before Martin could even land softly, he dashed forward again, but Cecil continued to weave through the attacks. The battle grew heated, the clashing of swords echoing through the rain as they moved closer to a large door behind Cecil. Seeing an opening, Martin jumped upwards as Cecil swung wildly, mounting himself on the doorframe. He smiled, certain that the end had come, and leaped forward to slice Cecil from above. Standing his ground, Cecil utilized his mana just as he had seen in his dreams, using the energy to detect the hidden trajectory of the attack. He sensed the movement from behind and used his sword to deflect the strike, leaving the young master baffled. He couldn't grasp how Cecil had blocked an attack from a blind spot. Our boy smiled, admitting the move wasn't bad. In that moment of disorientation, Martin lost his balance and began to fall. Cecil took the opportunity to land a heavy kick straight to Martin's gut, sending him crashing through the door behind him. Martin tumbled into the room beyond, catching himself just before sustaining a serious injury, though a trickle of blood began to seep from his mouth. Cecil simply waved his hand, inviting him to come back for more. Martin rose slowly, his annoyance burning. He told Cecil to enjoy the moment while he could, claiming there was a secret Cecil didn't know. He had learned his swordsmanship from Tennant, the finest blade of the West. He dashed forward again, restarting the duel with renewed fury. Cecil watched him, looking a bit disappointed as he dodged the first attack of this second effort. Martin was using a secret technique passed down by his master, and the swords began to slice through the air with a heavy, rhythmic pace. Martin believed he had found the end, thrusting his sword forward in an attempt to stab Cecil. A loud clang resonated through the space, and for a moment it appeared Cecil had been struck. However, as the view cleared, Cecil revealed he had used his hand armor to guide the blade away from his face. He realized Martin was indeed a disciple of Tennant, but he noted that simply being a disciple didn't mean one inherited the soul of the blade. Cecil delivered another kick to Martin's gut, sending him flying backward. As Martin scrambled to his feet, our boy decided to take things more seriously. He went on the offensive, striking with a flurry of attacks that Martin struggled to dodge. Cecil didn't waste any more time. His second attack caught Martin straight in the neck, a vital strike that left the young master unable to breathe properly. Martin was shocked, realizing Cecil was using the very same technique he had just attempted. Before he could process the realization, Cecil thrust his sword into Martin's stomach in a swift, vital movement. Martin coughed, lifted into the air by the momentum of the strike. He recognized the swordsmanship as Master Tennant's, baffled that Cecil could replicate and even improve upon it after a single glance. He wondered if this man actually knew his master. Even in his vulnerable state, Martin grabbed Cecil's sword and gasped that, while Cecil might be good enough to make Master Tenant move, he would still lose. The Knights of House Roderick began to scream for their master as Cecil dropped the heavily bleeding Martin to the ground. They cried out to kill the bastard, but before they could move, Cecil's own team dashed into the fray. Belinda, Gillian, and Lucas arrived in a swift, poised motion, standing before the door to block the path. In less than 5 minutes, they had already secured the entire estate. The scene then shifted to Eclipse Castle in Duke Delphine's territory. Viscount Raoul Joseph was informed that a guest had arrived. He allowed the man in, and a figure wearing very interesting shoes stepped into the room. Raoul Joseph smiled, welcoming the master of the Crimson Flame Tower, Delmond, the 7th Circle Mage. The mage stood there in his elegance, his gaze fixed on the Viscount. Delmond offered a thin smile, noting that if he had been summoned so urgently, it must mean there was no time left to waste. Raoul's expression did not soften. He confirmed that the Duke was indeed furious. Raoul leaned forward, asking the mage if he remembered the night his grace had wiped out every last one of his own kin. It had been a chaotic and bloody skirmish, leaving the halls littered with the bodies of the Duke's own family. Raoul recalled how the Duke had dropped his sword, laughing frantically toward the sky as he gained his first sliver of true freedom. The Viscount confessed he could never forget the chilling smile the Duke wore that day. Delmond gathered himself, his voice steady as he confirmed he remembered the event well. Raoul then pulled out a scroll and extended it to Delmond, which Delmond caught with magic by pulling the scroll towards himself. When asked what the document contained, Raoul explained it was detailed information on the key figures within Fenris. He reasoned that while they expected useful reinforcements eventually, they could not afford to sit and wait. Anything standing in the way of the Duke's new world had to be erased. Delmond unrolled the scroll, his eyes scanning the names of Cecil's inner circle. He noted Gillian, the former Ratatosk mercenary captain known as the White Lion, Kaor, the leader of the Cerebus mercenaries often called the Mad Dog, and the Piercing Spear, Lucas. He saw the name of the mysterious assassin, Belinda, and the Saintess of Beauty and Prosperity, Joanna Peyote. Finally, his eyes landed on Vanessa, the personal mage of Fenris and a 6th Circle magic user. The mage was baffled, deducing that it was nearly impossible for a 6th Circle mage to appear so quickly in a newly established magic tower. Raoul clarified that reports showed she had fought on even terms with the mage Willow during the war against Count Desmond. He advised caution, even if her power was slightly overestimated. Raoul then mentioned the one figure who truly bothered him, Alfoy. Delmond was bewildered by the claim that Alfoy had defeated a god, but Raoul insisted that the reports were serious. He gathered that Alfoy was powerful enough to overpower divine energy, and, as the successor of the Crimson Magic Tower, he was clearly Cecil's hidden trump card. Delmond's interest was piqued. He smiled, concluding that this was a challenge he could not ignore. He told Raoul not to worry, declaring that he would simply destroy the Crimson Magic Tower to pull the foundation of Fenris's power out from under them. As he walked out with a confident stride, Raoul glared after him, warning him not to let his guard down. He reminded the mage that before the Duke, they were all nothing more than ants. The scene shifted to a different atmosphere, where mercenaries had formed a protective barricade around a camp. Inside, the heavy air of the West was replaced with the warmth of a reunion. Dominic, the captain of the Drake mercenary group, stood by as his children and the children of his men were returned to them. The Drake mercenaries, who had been held as puppets through the threat to their families, began to hug their children, realized that Cecil's offer of freedom had been genuine. Our boy stood by as the families celebrated. Dominic, still trying to process the sudden shift, asked Cecil what had happened to the young Lord Martin Roderick. Cecil replied calmly that the man was dead, having fallen in a fair knight's duel. The mercenaries were struck by a sudden disorientation. They fathomed that the death of Marquis Roderick's son was a disaster beyond imagination. Panic began to spread through the camp as they shouted that the Roderick army would soon arrive to wipe them all out. Gillian and Belinda sensed the rising tension among the flustered mercenaries, but Cecil remained unmoved. He pulled down the cape covering his face, revealing himself fully as he addressed the gathered crowd. He announced that he was the commander of the Northern Army, Count Cecil Fenris. He told them he had broken every chain binding them, and that they were no longer puppets without a purpose. The men were stunned, recognizing him as the commander who had sought out Dominic previously. Despite their freedom, They gathered that survival in the West was unlikely with the Roderick army on the hunt. Our boy spoke with a firm, steady voice, telling them all not to worry because he would take responsibility and protect every single one of them. The mercenaries were taken aback, struggling to understand why a noble of his stature would risk himself for people like them. Dominic walked forward, his massive frame towering over our boy, and asked what they should do from that moment on. Cecil remained firm, meeting the captain's gaze and telling him to simply follow. He drew his sword and raised it high, declaring that he would never hide or run, but would always lead from the front. He challenged Dominic to stand with him on that front line. Sensing the undeniable weight and power behind the command, Dominic knelt before Cecil. He swore that he and the Drake mercenary group would always stand alongside the Count. Cecil honored the captain with a touch of his sword on the man's shoulder. He realized that by winning over Dominic, he had secured one of the major powers of the West. He looked toward the horizon, certain of his next move. Later, inside the camp, our boy laid out a map to coordinate their strategy. He ordered Lucas to take men and establish a base at the Fenris front, where Claude and Kaor should have already completed their tasks. He instructed Dominic and Ghislaine to bring the remaining mercenary groups of the West under control, using force if they refused to submit. Dominic gathered that the plan was aggressive, and Lucas asked if Cecil was coming with them. Our boy explained there was a matter only he could handle. He told Belinda to accompany him to the south. Lucas was confused, noting that the south was the territory of the Delphine dorsal family. Belinda questioned the timing, fearing that Marquis Roderick would move while they were away, but Cecil reasoned that because Martin had died in a formal duel, the justification was on his side. He gathered they would have a week before any real movement began. Cecil and Belinda soon arrived at the massive castle walls in the south. As they passed through the gates, the heavy iron doors slammed shut behind them as they entered an eerie, silent atmosphere. Belinda sensed something was wrong, noting the strange quiet. Cecil gathered that everyone was being cautious due to some misfortune that had befallen the local lord. He viewed the silence as an opportunity. When Belinda prodded him to stop being mysterious, Cecil revealed that he needed a new power. He was seeking a way to counter Eloise, the Seventh Circle master of illusion magic and a major force for the Delphine family. Cecil explained that illusion magic could manipulate minds across an entire battlefield, causing soldiers to kill their own allies. Belinda was frightened by the possibility, but Cecil was sure the power to stop such a threat lay within this territory. As they moved deeper toward the inner walls, the guards on top of the battlements screamed for them to halt. They identified the area as Lord Mowbray's castle and demanded to know their business. Belinda used a fake alias, identifying herself as Baron Dougley of the East. She claimed they had come to resolve the problem regarding Lord Mowbray's heir, Edwin Mowbray. When the guards questioned what she meant, Cecil looked up and declared that he was an exorcist. The scene shifted inside the castle's magic tower. A man in a red robe walked down the staircase, his expression firm and stern. He approached a knight and asked for an update on Edwin. The knight noted there was still no change or sign of improvement. Lord Mowbray exhaled and demanded to see his son. As the door opened, the room beyond was draped in thick, suffocating darkness. Edwin appeared in the center of the gloom, glaring at his father with a terrifying intensity. But the lord did not falter as he met his son's gaze. Count Mowbray stood his ground in the dark cell as his son, Edwin Mowbray, suddenly whooshed in front of him, glaring with eyes full of malicious intent. The young man's frame seemed to be floating, suspended by a strange and unsettling energy that emanated from his body in waves. Edwin looked entirely deranged and unkempt, his mind clearly fractured. He mocked his father, asking if the cold-blooded count felt any pity, seeing his son reduced to such a state, before demanding that his shackles be removed at once. Behind the count, a guard grew anxious and urged his lord to keep a safe distance, but Count Mowbray simply waved him off, appearing completely unbothered by the physical threat. He looked at his son with deep disdain, remarking on how weak-minded Edwin must have been to allow himself to be devoured by an evil spirit in such a pathetic manner. The entity within Edwin snarled back, claiming that it was all the father's fault because Edwin had never been treated like a human. It was a jarring sight to see the spirit speaking through the boy, its voice heavy with borrowed resentment. Count Mowbray, unmoved by the accusations, offered a cold bargain. He proposed to find the spirit another vessel to inhabit if it would only agree to leave his son's body. The spirit let out a jagged laugh, declaring that it could no longer leave because the owner of the body wished for it to stay. This realization shocked the Count, who began to wonder if there truly was no way to dispel the entity. He had already tried divine power, magic, and even a captured black mage from another territory, but nothing had been able to touch even a hair on the spirit. Despondent, Count Mowbray walked out of the prison. As he reached the courtyard, a guard approached to report that a noble from the east had arrived and wished for an audience. The Count was in no mood for guests and ordered the guard to send the man back, but the guard hesitated. He mentioned that the visitor claimed to be an exorcist. This perked the Count's curiosity instantly, and he turned back to confirm what he had heard. The scene shifted to the Count's inner chambers, where our boy was already sitting comfortably. Belinda stood behind him as he introduced himself as Baron Dougley from the east. Cecil mentioned that he had heard the young Lord Edwin was suffering from a mental affliction and expressed his desire to try and cure him. Count Mowbray remained silent for a moment, his eyes narrowed as he analyzed his guest. He eventually responded with skepticism, stating that calling oneself an exorcist to cure a mental affliction sounded like utter nonsense. Our boy simply smiled at the challenge. He noted that when someone suffers from such an ailment, people often say they are possessed by an evil spirit. The Count scratched his head in confusion, wondering how this stranger knew so much. He had ordered everyone to keep their mouths shut, yet this baron seemed to know everything. He demanded to know where Cecil had heard of the situation. Cecil calmly pushed the question aside, stating that the source of his information was not important. What mattered was his ability to exorcise the spirit. The Count asked if Cecil intended to use divine power or magic, but Cecil admitted that he used neither. Instead, he claimed to be very familiar with the specific symptoms, describing how the whites of the eyes turn black and emit a dark aura. Fathomed by the accuracy of the description, Count Mowbray stood up and screamed, asking if Cecil truly knew what the entity was. Cecil responded with a calculated calm, explaining that it was an entity with which he shared ill-fated ties. He explained he had been tracking it and could not reveal more, but he asked for permission to treat the boy. Count Mowbray began to calm himself, glaring at our boy before asking what he wanted in return. Cecil promised to reveal his price only after the treatment was successful, assuring the Count it would not be burdensome. When asked how long it would take, Cecil estimated a few days, warning that the ritual would be exhausting and dangerous. He claimed he needed nothing from the Count, except for the exorcism tools he had already prepared. After a moment of pensive silence, the Count agreed to let him try. Belinda looked on in shock at the sudden permission, but the Count's voice turned cold as he added a final warning. If Cecil failed, he would not be allowed to live in peace. Cecil smiled, having fully expected such a threat. He accepted the risk and stood up, requesting that no one else be allowed to enter the tower. He insisted that only he and his attendant would perform the exorcism, and urged the Count to maintain this security, as any interruption could put Edwin's life in grave danger. Cecil and Belinda soon made their way to the tower where Edwin was kept. They walked down the stone staircase and opened the heavy prison door. Inside, Edwin was standing in the center of the cell, already emitting a thick, demonic energy. The spirit within him glared at Cecil, mocking the arrival of a new one attempting an exorcism. Our boy bore the taunts no mind as he stepped into the cell, simply stating that he had come to cure him. The spirit laughed through Edwin's throat, cackling about how useless a priest would be. It tried to intimidate our boy, claiming to be a great being immune to divine power and mocking any ritual he might perform. Suddenly, without a word of prayer or a drop of holy water, Cecil struck the spirit straight in the face, the force of the movement thrashing the possessed body across the room until it struck the back wall with a heavy thud. The spirit began to pant in a state of disorientation, baffled that its body could feel such intense pain from a mere human's attack. Belinda watched from the entrance, noting that the boy was tougher than she had expected. Cecil watched the entity struggle to regain its composure, realizing that the spirit was actively protecting the host's body to sustain itself. Belinda observed the dark aura emanating from the boy and noted that he likely wouldn't die from a simple beating. She and Cecil watched the entity, seemingly looking forward to delivering more brutal attacks despite the heavy punch our boy had already landed. Cecil then told Belinda to bring out the tools. As our boy began to rummage through the container, the spirit beside him screamed in a deranged manner, calling him a bastard and demanding to know his game. The entity reminded Cecil that the body belonged to the Count's son, and questioned if he truly believed he could treat the boy this way and leave alive. Cecil walked toward the spirit with a calculated calm, telling the creature that it was useless to speak as if someone else's body belonged to it. He identified the entity as a mere evil spirit and reaffirmed his role as an exorcist, stating that this would be his cross to bear. The spirit responded that Cecil was crazy, but before it could finish its thought, the mace swung from the left and struck the entity directly in the face. He followed up with a strike from the right and unleashed a relentless barrage of punches throughout the body. He struck the head and used the mace repeatedly, overwhelming the spirit with a series of heavy movements it never saw coming. All the entity could do was fill the cell with loud, agonizing screams. After some time, the spirit began to feel numb as its head was tossed left and right by the force of the blows. It coughed loudly, its voice trembling as it asked when this hell would finally end, and lamented how much the treatment hurt. The spirit gasped that such a brutal beating couldn't possibly be a real exorcism, but Cecil ignored the pleas, holding on to the chains of Edwin Mowbray as he continued to strike. Suddenly, the actual voice of Edwin Mowbray emerged from the possessed boy, screaming in genuine pain. Belinda was shocked, recognizing the boy's true voice and glaring toward him. The spirit became visibly uncomfortable, realizing that the owner of the body was on the verge of waking up. As Edwin screamed out for his father to save him, our boy smiled and noted that the heir was finally awake. Belinda remarked that physical therapy was indeed the best cure for weaklings like him. Cecil asked Belinda to keep an eye on the boy for a moment as the spirit was finally forced out. The entity manifested as a cloud of smoke in the corner of the room, cursing Cecil for ruining everything after it had finally found a vessel that did not resist. Our boy glared at the smoke and smiled, telling it to simply go back into the heir's body. The spirit screamed that once it was forced out, it could never return to the same body again. The entity was baffled that someone who was neither a mage nor a priest had been able to force it out. It gathered that if it did not find a new body soon, it would fade away, a fate it refused to accept. The spirit then looked at Cecil and realized something new. It noted that his body was completely different from the frail kid it had just inhabited, identifying Cecil as a sturdy and ideal vessel. Our boy stood his ground while Belinda felt a wave of discomfort, wondering if the spirit intended to go after the young lord next. The spirit declared it would put Cecil's body to better use and began to change its form. It announced that it would borrow the appearance of the strongest being in its memories to force Cecil into submission, screaming for him to hand over his body. A massive amount of demonic energy whooshed through the space as the spirit morphed into a new shape. Cecil became visibly uncomfortable as he recognized the figure appearing before him. The spirit identified the form as the finest swordsman of the kingdom, Kaizen Balzac. The stage was set as the dark spirit descended gently. The dark spirit had transformed into Kaizen Balzac, the strongest force within its archive. It informed Ghislaine that it would use all the power it had absorbed so far to make him submit. Pulling out his weapon, he took a firm stance for the battle to commence. In that moment, it dashed forward, shouting for Ghislaine to hand over his body. However, Ghislaine pulled his own weapon, and they began to clash heavily. The dark spirit followed up with a thrusting strike. However, Ghislaine dodged the strike easily. He swung his sword against the dark spirit, but the dark spirit managed to dodge as well. They followed up with a fast flurry of attacks where neither side relented. Ghislaine held his ground, swinging his sword downwards once more against the dark spirit. The dark spirit began to laugh, looking at Ghislaine and expressing how incredible he was, mentioning that it was impressive he could withstand attacks mimicking the finest sword of the kingdom to such an extent. However, Ghislaine bore him no mind. He noticed that for an illusion materialized solely from mana to wield this much power, it possessed a vast amount of mana. He smiled, and the thought of a trained master like himself being able to use that power made him want to acquire the dark spirit even more. The intense clash only made both sides crave each other even more. They continued their attacks against each other, and the clash lasted for a long while, with neither side relenting. Suddenly, Ghislaine dodged one of the dark spirit's attacks and decisively struck him straight in the hips. This impacted the dark spirit heavily. However, the dark spirit noticed Ghislaine coming in with another attack and dodged to the side before Ghislaine landed his sword. The dark spirit then followed up with a wide attack, though to no avail. They paused for a moment. Ghislaine stood directly in front of Belinda, exhaling after the heavy exchange. Looking extremely annoyed, the dark spirit turned to Ghislaine and called him a bastard. This only made Ghislaine smile as he asked the dark spirit if it had already shown him everything it had. The The dark spirit replied that it seemed things would not end unless it changed its approach. Abruptly, the dark spirit threw one of its swords toward Ghislaine. Ghislaine dodged the attack as the blade struck the wall. Just then, Ghislaine noticed that the dark spirit was using mana threads. Instantly, the dark spirit dragged the mana thread, using that momentum to thrust himself forward, swinging his sword in a wide arc the moment he got closer. Though Ghislaine parried the strike in the last second, the dark spirit used the mana thread to entangle Ghislaine by his stomach and pulled him to the ground. However, Ghislaine caught himself before hitting the floor and was able to parry the surprise attack that followed. It was a tough battle, and Ghislaine felt tired from the long fight. He recognized that the dark spirit could freely manipulate mana threads. Maintaining mana in a precise thread required intense concentration, and using it in a life-or-death battle was usually impractical. Ghislaine normally would not use such a technique unless it was necessary, but an amplified mana creature did not need to worry about that limit. Ghislaine mentioned to the dark spirit that this was getting a bit troublesome. Without skipping a beat, he swung his sword downwards against the dark spirit. The dark spirit dodged the attack and jumped upward, pulling Ghislaine toward the ground with the momentum of the mana thread. The dark spirit screamed out that the body would be its own as it thrust its sword downward at Ghislaine. However, out of the blue, Belinda came flying in with her weapon, using it to entangle the dark spirit's hand. Upon doing that, she struck the dark spirit straight in the head with a kick to stop its attack on Ghislaine. And while the entity was distracted, Ghislaine took a firm stance and told the dark spirit that he did not want to use too much power against it, adding that it was time to quiet things down. He swung his sword down at the dark spirit while it was vulnerable in the air. It was a decisive blow. Instantly, the form the dark spirit had taken began to collapse. The dark spirit was annoyed that its form was falling apart. It thought to itself that it could not even see Ghislaine swing his sword, wondering if he had not even been fighting seriously until now. The dark spirit was confused as it looked at Ghislaine, then finally returned to its regular form. Ghislaine asked the dark spirit what it planned to do now that taking his body by force had failed. The dark spirit began to laugh, stating that the mana it absorbed from those nobodies was nowhere near enough, expressing its frustration that such a rare chance to possess a strong body was fading away. Ghislaine smiled and offered to let the dark spirit enter his body and reside within him. The dark spirit was shocked by this proposal. Even Belinda was confused, asking Ghislaine why he was offering his body after fighting so hard to keep it from being taken. However, Ghislaine explained that having his body taken by force was different from providing a space for the dark spirit to reside. He told the dark spirit that he would give it a place inside his body, and even supply it with mana if needed. The dark spirit laughed and asked Ghislaine what he would gain by willingly offering his body without rejection. Ghislaine responded that he wanted the dark spirit's power, specifically its ability to amplify mana. Both Belinda and the dark spirit were shocked by his words. The dark spirit laughed loudly, calling Ghislaine foolish and asking if he truly thought he could control it once inside. The dark spirit shouted that it would transfer into his body. Instantly, Ghislaine began to absorb the essence of the dark spirit. It was naturally overwhelming as the absorption began. The dark spirit laughed loudly as its form took shape in Ghislaine's eyes. In that moment, Belinda called out to Ghislaine because of how intense the scene looked, feeling worried. However, Ghislaine told her that it was fine and asked if she trusted him. Hearing those words, she was able to calm herself. Meanwhile, the dark spirit told Ghislaine that once he accepted it, there was no turning back, warning him not to regret the choice of someone blinded by power. The dark spirit engulfed Ghislaine, clamping down with its teeth, forcing his unconscious body to fall to the ground. However, Belinda was able to catch him before he struck the ground, calling out his name loudly as her voice echoed through the tower. At that point, Ghislaine's consciousness plunged into a different space, where he had to fight the dark spirit for possession of his body. The dark spirit laughed loudly, questioning what kind of energy this was, realizing this was the first time it had entered the body of someone so strong. It knew he was on a completely different level from the others. The dark spirit declared that in exchange for the body, it would grant Ghislaine real power and evolve the body further, noting that the emotions Ghislaine felt in his memories were the source of its power. The dark spirit demanded to see Ghislaine's memories, and upon his request, he was warped across Ghislaine's mind in a flash. When the light cleared, the dark spirit was shocked by the gruesome space that materialized in front of it. It was unable to utter a word. Looking forward, the dark spirit screamed, asking what this site was and who he really was. Ghislaine slowly turned his head, revealing his mature adult face to the dark spirit. The moment the entity encountered Ghislaine's inner world, Ghislaine walked toward the entity as it began to question who was there and why someone else was in its inner world. Examining his face, the creature discerned that while he looked older, he definitely belonged to the owner of this body. Ghislaine told the dark spirit that if it wished to see his memories, it could observe all it wanted if it could handle it. In that moment, Ghislaine opened his past, and the being was plunged into a well of darkness. The dark spirit began to cry and scream loudly at the painful memories of Ghislaine, witnessing his abandonment, the loss of his father, the downfall of his kingdom, and how he had lost everything. Ghislaine expressed that on that day, he made up his mind that he would take his revenge and grow stronger to tower over all his enemies, recalling how his inner thoughts held the promise that if he were to be reborn, he would never forgive them. The dark spirit screamed at the wave of memories, wondering how a human could possess such intense emotions and stating it could not handle something like this. Ghislaine smiled and asked how it felt to peek into someone else's memories. The creature yelled that it was all a lie, asking how a human could not only rise from the dead but return to the past. Ghislaine responded that whether it made sense or not, what mattered was that he was alive. The dark spirit questioned how a human could live while bearing the weight of such a world, discombobulated by what it had seen, and begged to be let out. Suddenly, the entity was whooshed into a different space that appeared pure and refreshing. Looking around, the dark spirit asked where it was. Ghislaine appeared once more, explaining that this space represented the things he must protect at all costs. He displayed all the people around him with whom he had built a firm connection, stating that he would be with them and never lose them again. The creature remained calm, and remarked that this sense of responsibility pushing him through adversity was the reason he could carry the weight of his world. At that moment, Ghislaine's consciousness returned to his body. He opened his eyes and felt the energy coursing through him. His body began to levitate in the air, much to Belinda's surprise, as Ghislaine clearly took control of the dark spirit's energy. Slowly, the entire ordeal calmed down, and Ghislaine opened his eyes, fully in control. He moved his arm to check his new accumulated mana, smiling as he found it very good, and when Belinda called out to him, Ghislaine apologized for making her worry and suggested they head back. She smiled and affirmed his words. Ghislaine thought about the dark spirit, and the entity materialized beside him. Ghislaine communicated through telepathy, noting that with its power to invade consciousness, he should be able to break Eloise's illusion magic. He remembered that Kaizen Balzac was the one who acquired the dark spirit's essence in his past life, enabling him to amplify his mana at will. But now that he had obtained that power, Ghislaine knew he would be able to clash swords with Kaizen Balzac in this lifetime. The scene shifted to the Flame Magic Tower at the Fenris branch. Mages were refining runestones, complaining among themselves that they were going to die at this rate. Cursing their treatment, they mentioned wanting to rest, but Alfoy screamed loudly for them to stop slacking off and struck them with magic missiles. Alfoy warned that if they did not meet their quota for the day, Director Vanessa would drain their mana, which put fear into them. Vanessa walked into the space and asked Alfoy what was going on. Alfoy explained that he was managing the rookie mages who would not stop complaining. He questioned who else would keep them in check if he did not do it himself. Vanessa replied that it worked out well because they needed to step out for a bit anyway. Alfoy asked what she meant, and Vanessa explained that the Crimson Magic Tower requested a Magic Tower exchange with the Flame Magic Tower. Alfoy cursed the Crimson Mages. The Magic Tower exchange was a prestigious event where mages gathered to share knowledge, debate, and test their skills, with the duel between disciples being the most anticipated part, sometimes growing heated enough to cause core damage or casualties. Alfoy asked why their rivals suddenly called for an exchange, and Vanessa explained that Master Hubert sent an invitation, noting it was customary for the Tower Master and Elders to sit out during the exchange duels. Alfoy asked if his master called for him, smiling as he claimed he refused to go because his master had not sent him a single letter while he suffered in the middle of nowhere, declaring he would bury his bones in Fenris. Vanessa replied that his name was not on the invitation list anyway, so it was fine if he did not go, which crushed Alfoy's pride. The scene then cuts to the Flame Magic Tower, where Hubert dwells. Hubert's subordinates asked if it was fine not to call Alfoy back, noting he was still the tower's successor. Hubert screamed loudly, asking if that bastard was still only at the third circle and questioning what he had even been learning while deployed out there. One of the elders began to question if their mages could actually win against the mages trained by Delmond, a 7th Circle mage. Hubert responded that Vanessa alone was enough for the exchange. Just then, Alfoy appeared in front of Hubert to greet him. Hubert changed his tone and warmly asked how Alfoy had been, hoping he was well. When Vanessa stepped forward and offered her greetings, Hubert ignored Alfoy and rushed toward Vanessa, asking if her journey was comfortable and if she had reached the 6th Circle. Hubert then turned to his elders and told them to take a page out of Vanessa's book, noting they were still stuck at the 5th Circle. The elders cursed back, asking if Hubert was really going to let a former maid catch up to him when he was also still a 6th Circle master, who claimed he would reach the 7th Circle in no time with runestones. Hubert told them to quiet down while thinking to himself what that Fenris brat had done, as Vanessa previously could not feel a speck of mana but was now entirely different. Hubert spoke out loud, stating that no matter how great the Crimson Mages were, he possessed all the runestones and had no reason to dance to Delmond's tune. He smiled, thinking that with the runestones, it was only a matter of time before the Flame Magic Tower became the greatest in the kingdom. Outside of the Flame Magic Tower, Delmond stood there with about 50 mages behind him, facing Hubert and his mages, who looked flustered by Delmond's intimidating energy. One of the elders expressed discomfort at the sheer number of disciples accompanying Delmond, while Hubert wondered if they were planning to start a war. Delmond greeted Hubert and released a strange amount of mana that enveloped the entire space. Mages screamed for everyone to deploy their mana fields. Hubert demanded to know the meaning of this, and just then, Delmond looked down condescendingly at Hubert, abruptly stopped the mana wave, and slowly walked past him. Remarking it was just a greeting, and noting that Hubert was still in the exact same spot as when they last met. Annoyed, Hubert called him a bastard and said he had set things up so they could duel right away. Delmond accepted the offer. Delmond looked forward, recognizing Vanessa, the 6th Circle mage, as well as Alfoy, the man who had defeated a god in front of him, and the stage was set. The moment Delmond was able to identify Alfoy and Vanessa, he smirked, recognizing that 2 key figures of Fenris were present, which was perfect for his scheme. He thought to himself that it saved him the trouble of seeking them out to kill them. Just then, the boat arrived at the center inside of the tower for the exchange, and the mediator expressed that the Magic Tower exchange would then begin. With the report on the disciples' achievement, there would be a total of 5 magic duels. Each magic tower sent forth the disciples who would participate in the duel. Delmond called out to Modi, one of his pupils, who responded to him. Modi looked forward calmly after Delmond whispered some words to him, which made Modi smile. Modi mentioned that he understood as he walked down toward the center to take his stance. Hubert began to speak to his members as one of them said to him that the opponent appeared to be of the 4th Circle, coming out strong right from the start. The member asked Hubert who he would send out, suggesting they send a matching disciple. Hubert replied that he would call out Robelu. When reminded that Robelu was only of the 2nd Circle, Hubert explained that he did not want to reveal their fighting strength over something like this. He reasoned that even with a circle gap, they would not try to kill a disciple in such a public setting. He smiled, noting that even if they lost the early matches, sending out Vanessa at the end would ensure a win so they could still save face. They sent out Robelu. Hubert told Robelu that this was a good opportunity to fight someone with a higher circle, adding that it was fine to lose as long as he considered it building experience. Robelu responded that he understood. The scene was set as they were about to start. Instantly, Robelu began to chant as he circulated himself with mana and threw 2 twin fireballs toward Modi. However, Modi was able to instantly shut down the spells right in that moment. He expressed how ridiculous it was as he used the skill Air Cutter to slice Robelu across the chest, and blood splattered through the space. Hubert was extremely annoyed and shocked that they would go through such lengths during an ordinary duel. However, Delmond was pleased by this action from Modi, as it seemed their plan was to eliminate the entirety of Hubert's tower. People came down to attend to Robelu, who was on death's door, screaming that he was bleeding severely and would die without immediate treatment. Suddenly, Hubert screamed loudly at Delmond, cursing at him and asking if he planned to have his disciples murdered. Delmond told Hubert to calm down, stating that the most surprised person was probably his own disciple, who likely did not expect the boy to be defeated by a spell with so little power. Delmond laughed, which only annoyed Hubert more. Delmond added that Hubert should not be too angry, noting it was common sense that there might be casualties during a duel, and urged them to proceed with the next match before the mood cooled down. 2 other mages were introduced to the center of the stage. Just as the first match went, the Crimson Magic Tower won the second match with a decisive blow. And for the third match, the moment the next disciple from Hubert's tower walked to the center, he suddenly screamed loudly that he surrendered, causing everyone to murmur. This only made Delphine's members laugh. The elders surrounding Hubert offered him advice, pointing out that, while the level of the Crimson disciples was high, something was not right. They noted it felt as if the purpose of this exchange was to kill their disciples, and asked if there was any countermeasure. Hubert was filled with rage and could not think properly. In that moment, he called for the next person, asking if there was no one to step up for the following duel. His mages, looking flustered, asked if he expected them to go out and fight against people who had no qualms about killing. Delphine laughed, noting that while this was an event to see the disciples' achievements, if no one was willing to step forward, Hubert should come out himself. Delphine and his members began to laugh loudly, which made Hubert feel embarrassed. Hubert thought to himself that he had been foolish, realizing the gap was large, and thinking the flame magic tower was finished. Abruptly, Alfoy called everyone in Hubert's camp pathetic bastards as he jumped down from his corner, stating that he would come forward, looking confident. Everyone was shocked that Alfoy jumped down without anyone's permission. Hubert watched as Delphine noted that since the successor of the flame magic tower stepped up, it would only be polite for them to send out a fitting opponent as well. At that moment, someone looking elegant walked into the space, introducing himself as Brody, Master Delphine's first disciple and the successor of the Crimson Magic Tower. Brody greeted Alfoy. The elders of Hubert's tower recognized Brody as the Crimson successor and a fourth circle mage. However, Alfoy calmly introduced himself in response. Before the match could commence, Hubert called out to Alfoy and told him to wait, pointing out that Brody was a fourth circle mage and asking how Alfoy was supposed to win as a third circle mage. Alfoy responded that it did not matter since they had not even tried yet, adding that he had even beaten a god before, so this should not be an issue. Hubert was annoyed, thinking that Alfoy had lost his mind, since circle rank was everything for a mage and there was no way he could win. Vanessa called out to Hubert, telling the Tower Master not to worry. She noted that while Alfoy was a mage full of complaints who did not listen and was arrogant, he was not weak, urging Hubert to trust him. Brody exhaled and asked Alfoy if he was not embarrassed to be a tower successor who was only of the third circle, adding that Alfoy knew he was going to die there. Alfoy questioned the word die as he began to flip coins in his hand, mentioning that he had almost died countless times because of Ghislaine. Suddenly, Alfoy tossed a coin into the air, stating he was not going to die that day from a mere fourth circle mage. He thrust the coin forward in an instant, and it flew straight into Brody's nose. Much to Brody's surprise, he fell limp toward the ground. Hubert and Delphine were shocked as Brody held his bloody nose, shouting at Alfoy for using a sneak attack. And in retaliation, Brody launched multiple magic missiles, calling Alfoy lacking in the dignity of a mage. Instantly, Alfoy used the skill Haste to dodge the attack, and the spell simply struck his cape. Alfoy dashed through the space, fighting almost like a knight against Brody, who fought as a simple magician unable to handle close combat. Brody screamed, asking why Alfoy was so fast and telling him not to come any closer. Alfoy used the skill Psychokinesis to pull up a table from the floor, flipping it into the air to block the impending attack from Brody, causing Brody to completely lose sight of Alfoy and wondering where he learned such cheap tricks. Before Brody could move a muscle, Alfoy suddenly appeared in his blind spot, using the skill Fire Punch. Instantly, Alfoy struck Brody in the face, sending him flying into the air. All the mages in the space were shocked. However, Vanessa was impressed, while Hubert was bewildered, wondering how Alfoy could overcome the circle gap so easily. Even Delphine thought to himself that Alfoy's rapid mana operation required almost no time to chant, questioning how a mage with that kind of skill was only of the third circle. Alfoy, who was enraged, began to pummel Brody in the face with multiple fire fists, punching him relentlessly. Alfoy laughed loudly, asking if it hurt and bringing up Brody's earlier words. Brody pleaded with him, saying the match was already decided and that he should stop. However, Alfoy ended the match by placing his hand against Brody's mouth and using Fire Blast, exploding his insides with the final attack. Brody could barely move, his face utterly battered. Alfoy asked if he was going to argue about cowardice on the battlefield, expressing to everyone present that results were all that mattered on the battlefield as he looked down at the trash mage. The moment Alfoy won, everyone screamed loudly because he was victorious. The elders from Hubert's camp began to converse in shock, noting that his mana manipulation had gotten much better, and that it was almost as if he were performing multiple incantations at once. They began to wonder what kind of training Count Fenris had put him through. Just then, Hubert began to laugh loudly, asking Delmond how he liked seeing the Flame Magic Tower's successor beat his own successor. Alfoy walked past Hubert, who called out to him, claiming that was expected from their successor, and explaining that he had only been very busy lately instead of ignoring him. However, Alfoy told Hubert not to touch him, stating he was tired from fighting. Hubert asked why he was being so cold, while an elder behind Hubert thought to himself that Hubert should have treated Alfoy better under normal circumstances. Hubert then called out to Vanessa as she was up next, and he told her to be careful. Then, Hubert screamed loudly for Delmond to bring it on and hurry up by sending out his next disciple. He laughed loudly, asking why Delmond did not just come out himself. Hubert reasoned that the Crimson Magic Tower did not have any disciple with a higher circle than Vanessa. Feeling relieved that Alfoy won, and thinking that victory ultimately belonged to the Flame Magic Tower, Delmond, simply humping in response, suddenly clapped loudly. His applause made the entire space silent instantly. Once he finished clapping and calmed himself, he told Hubert that it was excellent, acknowledging Alfoy as the man who defeated a god, and noting that they also had the sixth circle mage, Vanessa. Delmond coughed and stated that they had gathered quite a harvest from this magic tower exchange. Having witnessed that skill with his own eyes, he declared that he would step forward for the finale. Suddenly, Delmond began to levitate into the center of the hall, creating a magic orb in his hands. All the glass in the room shattered as lightning sparkles descended on the ground at rapid intervals. The building began to shake, causing Hubert and everyone around him to feel uncomfortable. Hubert called out to Delmond, asking if he had forgotten the exchange rule, stating that Tower Masters and Elders were not allowed to interfere in the duels. Delmond replied that he was merely stepping forward as Hubert had asked, seeing no problem with it, and told Hubert that he just needed to step out as well. Hubert was annoyed, explaining that while he told Delmond to come out, he did not mean it literally. Abruptly, Alfoy grabbed Hubert by the shirt and screamed at him to snap out of it, stating there was no time for useless arguments since the enemy came with the intention to kill them from the start. Alfoy warned that if Hubert did not want to die, he needed to get ready to fight right now. Vanessa stood her ground and called out to the elders, asking them to deploy the mana field instantly, while stating she would hold off Delmond. Vanessa created large icicles and propelled the attack toward Delmond. Delmond simply whooshed his hand upward, and the moment the icicles struck his defense, Delmond used a skill called Lightning Explosion. The moment he activated it, a shockwave of electricity crashed through the entire space from the outside. The lightning was so bright that it melted the ice and canceled out Vanessa's attack. When the scene finally calmed, Delmond exhaled as he looked down at Vanessa and the rest of them. The powerful attack was capable of taking out the entire building. However, Vanessa used a shield to protect herself and the people behind her, holding her ground as a sixth circle mage to take the attack despite the damage dealt to the area. Hubert called out to Delmond and cursed at him, asking how he dared to pull this nonsense in his magic tower. Delmond thought to himself that it was impressive Vanessa blocked a seventh circle spell, realizing she absorbed Alfoy's mana to make up for her lacking circle. He gathered that Alfoy's power was the true source, and found it interesting. Delmond thrusted his hand forward. He began to create new magic circles behind him, wondering how long they could hold out. Delmond launched fiery attacks at Vanessa. Vanessa held onto Alfoy's hand, sucking every bit of remaining mana from him to support her shield, looking drained as she tried to deflect the incoming fire from Delmond. Vanessa thrusted her staff forward and fired a magic spell, the force of which pushed her back as it flew toward Delmond. Delmond pulled surrounding wood materials to form a solid shield that deflected the blast coming from Vanessa. Meanwhile, Delmond noticed Hubert appearing right beneath him. Hubert screamed loudly that this was as far as Delmond would go, preparing to launch a spell. However, Delmond created another magic circle in an instant, using the skill Air Twist. The spell deflected the attack that Hubert had fired, effortlessly brushing it aside in front of Vanessa and Hubert. Hubert was huffing loudly, and Vanessa was equally exhausted. Delmond calmly noted that dealing with two sixth circle masters was not easy, stating that this would be the end as he began to conjure another spell. The energy in the space was intense. Hubert called out to the elders and disciples to deploy the mana field, but all of his members were already down. He looked toward Vanessa and Alfoy, but both were at their limits. Hubert realized there was nothing more he could do, thinking to himself that simply blocking Delmond's magic had exhausted most of his mana. I'm wondering if the Flame Magic Tower was truly going to end with his generation. But before anyone could react, Ghislaine came into the space from the roof, descending smoothly with a mana thread. The moment his feet touched the ground, Ghislaine told Delmond that it was a pleasure to meet the master of the Crimson Magic Tower. He introduced himself as the Lord of the Fenris Barony, Count Ghislaine, mentioning that he came to participate in the Magic Tower exchange, even if he arrived a bit late. Delmond was still conjuring the magic spell he was about to unleash against the Crimson Magic Tower, fully intending to destroy the entire space. The moment Ghislaine arrived, Vanessa and Hubert were extremely excited to see him. However, Delmond was shocked upon hearing the mention of Fenris. He called Ghislaine the finest sword of the north, sweating slightly as he pondered whether the young man was the one who had ruined the Dorsal family's plans. When Delmond questioned if Ghislaine was indeed the finest sword of the north, Ghislaine asked if it was not obvious. Delmond reminded him that they were in the middle of a magic duel, an official event of the Magic Tower exchange, and warned him not to interfere. He stated that a noble meddling in the affairs of mages went beyond their authority. Ghislaine questioned if Hubert had not yet informed him, explaining that he was participating as a guest mage of the Crimson Magic Tower and had merely arrived a bit late. Hubert began to scream in confusion, asking how a master of the finest sword of the north could call himself a mage. Before he could speak any more nonsense, Vanessa suddenly struck him in the face with her staff, telling him to read the room and shut up. Hubert quickly calmed himself and agreed, telling Delmond that Count Ghislaine was indeed a guest mage whom he had invited to assist them. Delmond noted that Count Ghislaine claimed to be a mage, observing to himself that the two mages were no longer in any condition to fight. He had planned to wipe out the Crimson Magic Tower first before striking Fenris. Delmond smiled and told Ghislaine that if he insisted on jumping into the fire himself, he would not stop him, choosing to abandon the exchange rules entirely. He expressed delight at the turn of events and prepared once again to activate the magic spell he intended to use against them, shouting that in the end everything would be settled by power anyway. Delmond instantly unleashed his spell against them. The light was blinding even outside the building, and the entire space crackled with overwhelming mana. Before anyone could react, Ghislaine used his sword to stop the descending attack from Delmond the moment it came down. Hubert and Vanessa looked up in shock at the spectacle. Ghislaine smiled at Delmond, stating that it was the best thing he had heard all day, as he also preferred settling matters with power. Instantly, Ghislaine took a low stance and dashed forward toward Delmond, much to the Magic Tower Master's surprise. Ghislaine swung his sword, forcibly cutting at Delmond's mana field to strike him down. However, Delmond used Blink to escape, realizing that even his shield could not block the strike. Realizing that if he had been even a moment slower, he would have been cut down. Annoyed, Delmond created a new spell, conjuring massive floating swords and thrusting them toward Ghislaine, while shouting that he was truly worthy of being called the finest sword of the north. Ghislaine bore the attack no mind, creating a mana thread that he thrusted forward. He used the thread to twirl his body, dodging every single sword Delmond threw at him, which shocked Delmond once again. Ghislaine dashed directly into Delmond's space and swung his sword once more to strike him down. Glaring at him with hate in his eyes, they began to clash wildly, but Ghislaine bent low, pulling his mana string to propel himself forward. And at some point, Ghislaine bent low to dodge a wide arc. Ghislaine trusted his string to entangle Delmond. Pulling the thread tightly, Ghislaine slammed Delmond onto the ground. As Delmond rolled across the floor, Hubert watched from the corner in utter disbelief, thinking that it made no sense for Ghislaine to face a seventh circle mage so evenly. Ghislaine stood there catching his breath while the dark spirit noted that their master was remarkably good at fighting, even against a seventh circle mage, though he had still not reached the power of his past life. Delmond rose up slowly, his face bloodied and tired as he called Ghislaine an arrogant brat. He asked what kind of power that was, stating it was unheard of for an ordinary knight to possess such strength. Ghislaine smiled and replied that people only saw as much as they knew, noting that there were things even a seventh circle mage did not understand. Delmond screamed at him not to make him laugh, recognizing that the murky energy was not pure mana, but felt just like the power the Dorsal family bestowed upon its key figures. Ghislaine was taken aback by his words. Delmond levitated into the air once more, stating that while he did not know why Ghislaine possessed such energy, it made sense why the Dorsal family was having a difficult time with him. Delmond admitted that he himself would never have reached the seventh circle without the Dorsal family's grace and support. He declared that even if he were to die there, he would kill Ghislaine to repay the grace granted to him by the Dorsal family. Delmond began to conjure a massive floating spell in the air. The resulting shockwave enveloped the entire space, causing the Crimson Magic Tower to crumble. Vanessa tried her best to drag Alfoy away from the collapsing area, shouting for everyone to take cover. Ghislaine stood his ground and called out to the Dark Spirit, instructing it to amplify his power. Taking a firm stance, Ghislaine felt the power increase through the Dark Spirit, but recognizing it was still not enough, he demanded the Dark Spirit amplify his power more and more. The process grew excruciatingly unbearable, yet Ghislaine continued to demand more strength. The Dark Spirit questioned him, noting that he was already drawing out mana like crazy and asking if he truly wanted to pull out even more. Ghislaine activated his fourth circle release. Releasing his fourth circle for the second time, he stated aloud that those mages were persistent, and that he needed to kill Delmond for sure, reminding himself that he had killed him in his past life as well. The Dark Spirit laughed and agreed. However, the Spirit warned him that since he asked for this, his most intense emotions would be used, adding that if he died from the strain, his body would belong to the Spirit. Accessing the darkest and most gruesome memories of Ghislaine's past, the Dark Spirit amplified his energy to its limit. A bright light crackled heavily around Ghislaine as he stood beneath Delmond's floating magic spell. Delmond released the Inferno, descending rapidly toward Ghislaine. Ghislaine maintained a firm stance, glowing brightly beneath the attack. He prepared to swing his sword downwards, using his sharp aura blade skill. In a single swift motion, Ghislaine swung his sword down, cutting through Delmond's spell entirely. The strike cleaved through Delmond's body, cutting him in half as he screamed loudly from the overwhelming force of Ghislaine's power. Far away from the battle, the scene shifted to a cavern where young knights were training under Tennant. Tennant suddenly felt a presence behind him as a messenger arrived with news. Tennant clapped his hands to halt the training session, telling the young knights that class was over for the day and that he had to be away for a while due to an urgent matter. His students were surprised, asking if he would return quickly this time as well. Tennant paused, turned his gaze to his students, and promised that he would. As he walked off alongside the messenger who had summoned him, Tennant noted to himself that even though young Lord Martin had been a foolish pupil, as his master, it was only right that he avenge him against Ghislaine, his eyes glowing brightly as he set off. The scene shifted to the capital. Inside, Marquis Maurice Macquarie began to scream loudly, asking where that Fenris brat was and what he was doing. He noted that the young lord had killed young Lord Roderick in the west, and had even taken down the master of the Crimson Magic Tower. The Marquis expressed frustration that while Ghislaine was stirring up the entire kingdom, he had not even shown his face in the capital. Sir Valorn Norton urged him to calm down, asking if the matter involving the second young Lord Roderick was not simply the result of a formal night duel. Rosaline responded to them, explaining that Tower Master Delmond was backed by the Dorsal family and, under their orders, had tried to annihilate both the Flame Magic Tower and Fenris. She stated that they had already confirmed this through his transaction records with Count Desmond and the internal documents of the Crimson Magic Tower, noting that the justification for Ghislaine's actions was sufficient. They began to argue loudly while Marquis Branford sat in silence. They expressed that no good could come from constantly provoking the Dorsal family at a time like this, as it would only accelerate the civil war. These words reflected the visible tension on the Marquis's face. Marquis Maurice Macquarie then stated that Ghislaine was an ungrateful bastard who did not even acknowledge the grace of the royalist faction that had raised and supported him. He complained that the young man thought he could do whatever he wanted in the world, declaring that they should arrest Ghislaine immediately and throw him into the interrogation room. Just then, two knights walked into the room and called out to Marquis Branford, announcing that Count Ghislaine had arrived in the capital, much to everyone's shock. In response, Marquis Branford instructed the knights to let him in. Ghislaine walked into the space looking elegant as usual, glaring at the members inside the room. He smiled and greeted them, stating that Ghislaine Fenris was at their service and expressing his hope that everyone had been well. Instantly, Marquis Maurice Macquarie stood up and screamed loudly at Ghislaine, calling him a bastard and noting that he had appeared just as they were speaking of him. He declared once more that he was going to lock him in the interrogation room right then. Rosaline cut into their conversation, asking Ghislaine if he was hurt anywhere after his fierce battle with the Seventh Circle mage, Delmond. Ghislaine thanked her for her concern and assured her that he was unhurt. Sir Valorn Norton walked forward, inviting him to come and take a seat, asking if anything was troubling him. Count Aylesbury also interjected, offering to support him as much as possible if he faced any administrative problems. Marquis Maurice Macquarie watched them with annoyance as they welcomed Ghislaine. Marquis Branford noted that it had been hard to see Ghislaine's face lately. Looking angry, Marquis Branford stated that Ghislaine must have a lot to say to him. Ghislaine smiled and agreed that he certainly did, but added that before that, he had something to show them. Ghislaine took Marquis Branford to a different location within their territory, where multiple carriages were settled. As they walked in, everyone looked extremely busy carrying various crimson stones around, while Gillian instructed them on where to place the equipment. Marquis Maurice Macquarie began to question what all of this was, observing various food supplies, herbs, arms, and military supplies, including armor crafted from new materials recently developed by the dwarves, refined runestones, and various high-grade potions. Ghislaine expressed to them that these were gifts for everyone in the Royalist faction. Count Aylesbury gathered that the delivery was incredible, noting it was enough to hold out in the castle for at least a year, praising both the quantity and the excellent quality. Rosaline spoke Ghislaine's name in admiration. And just then, Marquis Maurice Macquarie placed his hand on Ghislaine's shoulder, telling him that if he needed anything, whether troops or supplies, he would help him as much as he could. Marquis Branford called out to Ghislaine, asking if he, who was always busy taking care of his own, was then giving all of this away for nothing. Ghislaine responded that it was a reward for causing them worry with his affairs. However, upon seeing all of this, Marquis Branford told Ghislaine that to him, it sounded as though he was telling them to prepare for war. The mention of war made Count Aylesbury and Sir Valor Norton uncomfortable as they looked toward Marquis Branford. Ghislaine smiled and noted that it was as expected. Marquis Branford asked to hear what Ghislaine had in mind, requesting first to know why he had no choice but to kill young Lord Martin Roderick. Ghislaine paused for a second before responding that he killed him, because there was a possibility he would become an obstacle. Marquis Branford questioned what kind of obstacle, to which Ghislaine explained that the Marquis of Roderick in the West was allied with Duke Delphine. Ghislaine added that if a civil war broke out, the Drake mercenary group led by young Lord Martin would have become a great threat to them. Marquis Branford agreed that their knack for handling mercenaries could absolutely not be ignored. Ghislaine reached into his pocket to pull out a wrapped paper. As he presented it to the Marquis, Ghislaine stated that his goal was to whittle down the enemy's fighting power. The Marquis accepted the papers and asked of its contents. Ghislaine explained that it was a list of the Dorsal family's agents hiding in the capital and various territories. These words were shocking to Marquis Branford. Looking over the contents of the paper, he deduced that there were quite a few names, recognizing several familiar figures. He realized that even after filtering out and expelling so many, there were still that many left. Ghislaine explained that while the investigation took some time, they managed to sort them all out, including merchant guilds, information brokers, and mercenaries who were closest to them and ready to turn at any moment. He warned that the moment the Civil War broke out, those hidden forces would stab the Royalist faction in the back. Marquis Branford stroked his beard softly as Ghislaine looked at him, awaiting his response. Ghislaine called out to the Marquis, stating that if a civil war was going to happen anyway, it was better for them to strike first. Marquis Branford was taken aback as he glared at Ghislaine. Ghislaine told him that the Civil War had already begun, seeking to ensure the Marquis gave him the order to proceed with his plan. The Marquis glared at Ghislaine, seeing the clear motivation in his eyes, and that was all he needed to make his decision. The scene then shifted to much later in the evening. Rosaline arrived with a force of men, calling out to Geoffrey, the master of the Kellium Merchant Guild. Upon hearing his name, Geoffrey and his men gathered that something was wrong and looked flustered. Rosaline informed them that their dealings with the guild ended as of that day. Geoffrey asked for the meaning of her words, to which Rosaline added that the Marquis had ordered the confiscation of all the Merchant Guild's assets. She instructed the knights to carry out Marquis Branford's commands to confiscate all supplies and subdue anyone who resisted. Geoffrey screamed, asking what kind of atrocity that was, and warning that the Capital Merchant Association would absolutely not let it slide, claiming all merchants and nobles would turn their backs on the Marquis. Rosaline replied that they were free to try, explaining that her forces had simply come to catch the Dorsal family's dogs. Upon hearing this, the realization that he had been caught became clear to Geoffrey. He pulled out his sword and screamed at Rosaline, cursing the quick-witted royalists and declaring that he would at least take her with him. Before he could even fully draw his blade, two knights stepped forward and struck him in the chest, causing him to cough out blood instantly. The entire place turned chaotic as the knights executed their orders, shouting that the enemies had revealed their true colors and demanding that every single Dorsal family spy be found without exception. From a high vantage point, Marquis Branford stood watching the entire operation unfold. He noted to himself that Duke Delphine had gotten his wish, as the Civil War had indeed started. The scene then cut to a different, disheveled space late at night, where there was no initial sign of life. Suddenly, footsteps echoed as two key figures entered. Viscount Raoul Joseph walked beside Kaizen Balzac, appearing extremely exhausted with heavy eyes. In front of them, a strange person clothed in white stood right under a waterfall. The man noted to Viscount Raoul Joseph that a lot of troublesome things seemed to have popped up. Viscount Raoul Joseph referred to the man as Lavier, expressing surprise that he was the one sent. Kaizen Balzac explained that the royalist bastards had struck first, purging a large number of informants planted in the capital. Lavier noted that Marquis Branford was not the type of person to act so decisively. Kaizen Balzac clarified that it was not Branford, but Ghislaine who was serving under him. Viscount Raoul Joseph added that Delmond had died by Ghislaine's hand as well. Upon hearing this, Lavier paused for a second and looked up, his interest piquing upon hearing of Ghislaine's involvement in this situation. He stated that they would advance the schedule for opening the rift. Viscount Raoul Joseph questioned this decision, noting that the promised day was still far off. However, Lavier explained that while it was not ideal, they could not simply sit still when Delmond was dead. The royalist faction had struck first, and an obstacle had appeared. He declared that they had to eliminate the main culprits first. Kaizen Balzac questioned who he meant, to which Lavier stated that he would eliminate that main culprit himself. As they questioned his words, Lavier placed a hand on Viscount Raoul Joseph's shoulder, noting that if someone had done their job properly, he would not have been forced to step in at that moment. Visible fear showed in Viscount Raoul Joseph's eyes as he looked at Lavier. Lavier smiled as he walked past them, instructing them to focus on diligently preparing the sacrifices needed to open the rift, declaring that he would personally eliminate those standing in the way of the Salvation Sect's great work. A new player had officially entered the chat. Late that dark evening inside the capital city, Count Faud ran through the corridors while rain fell around him. Knights suddenly arrived at the end of the corridor, shouting that they had found Count Faud and calling out to capture him. Count Faud turned his attention to try to escape them as they pressed forward to apprehend him. He cursed loudly under the rain, wondering how those royalist bastards had found out about the whole thing, and noting that it was far from the right time. Abruptly, Count Faud struck his way into a room, breaking the door and tumbling onto the ground as he entered. Roseline arrived in the space directly after him. She told Count Faud that it was time to put an end to this unnecessary hide-and-seek. Her knights struck their spears against the ground as Roseline stepped inside elegantly, noting that she had already arrested most of the spies planted by the Dorsal family, and stating that it was over. Count Faud laughed and asked who said it was over. Suddenly, Count Faud cried out loudly for a priest, pleading that, as instructed, he had brought the daughter of Marquis Branford and begging for mercy. The knights and Roseline looked at him in confusion as he repeatedly called for the priest. Roseline wondered what kind of nonsense he was spouting, assuming he had lost his mind, and ordered her men to arrest him at once. But strangely, a fog began to envelop Count Faud and the space around them. The knights were bewildered, questioning the sudden cold fog. Roseline told everyone to stay focused, sensing something within the haze. In that moment, Lavier walked straight out of the foggy haze. Count Faud cried out to the priest, expressing his belief that he had come to kill the knights and grant him salvation. Lavier struck Count Faud in the chest with his staff, killing him instantly while noting that Faud had a foul mouth. Roseline was shocked by the unknown figure's sudden appearance. Count Faud asked why he was being killed, and Lavier told him that his carelessness required him to become a holy knight and atone. Dark energy enveloped the space and entered Count Faud's body as he cried out. His form turned purple, his eyes glowed a distinct color, and his hands transformed into sharp claws. As Count Faud rose once more, Roseline and her knights took a cautious stance, terrified by the transformation. Lavier stood calmly before them, acknowledging Roseline as the skilled daughter of Marquis Branford. He noted that while he did not prefer such methods, she would have to accept her situation, as a knife was needed to inflict pain on those on her side. The scene shifted to Marquis Branford's fort within the capital. The Marquis stood alone in his room when Tolio entered the space and asked if he was worried. Tolio reported that it had been 2 days since Roseline went missing, and they had not found a single trace of her. Marquis Branford noted that, since it happened within the kingdom, they would track the kidnappers down unless they were ghosts. He reasoned that if the Dorsal family kidnapped someone of her status, they would leave no tracks, adding that he had been prepared for such matters since the Civil War began. However, the Marquis felt uncomfortable, as shown by his fidgeting hands. Tolio listened as the Marquis asked where Ghislaine was at that moment, and the scene cut to Ghislaine, down the streets on his own, walking through the area until they arrived where 2 mounted knights guarded a doorway. The knights opened the door, and Ghislaine entered an unfamiliar room. The space appeared set as though expecting someone, causing Ghislaine to remain cautious as he looked around. Ghislaine asked the Dark Spirit how the area felt. The Dark Spirit noted that the space was clean, gathering that whoever took the Marquis's daughter was skilled enough to leave no traces for ordinary humans, though they could not fool his eyes. The Dark Spirit used his energy to sweep through the room to uncover what had occurred, scattering the contents in an instant. The false image faded, revealing the actual room where a violent struggle had taken place. The spirit noted that not a single spot was left intact, confirming a bloody battle had occurred. Just then, they spotted a paper on the ground. Ghislaine picked up the paper, recognizing it as a letter from Laviere. The message stated that if he wanted to know about his power, he should come to the Black Energy Point, adding that if he did not come alone, the lady would die. Ghislaine asked the Dark Spirit where the Black Energy Point was located. The spirit confirmed he found it, noting the enemy likely did not expect them to locate it so quickly and suggesting it was a mistake for the enemy to reveal the position. Ghislaine deduced that it was a trap. However, the Dark Spirit questioned his logic, and Ghislaine explained that the sender knew about his power and had deliberately left tracks that could only be found using that specific power, as if wanting to be found. The scene shifted to an eerie space, where Rosaline lay atop a mountain of corpses as she slowly regained consciousness. Looking up, she moved carefully, wondering where she was. Her hands slipped on the mountain of bodies, the very knights who had been assigned to protect her, and she fell into the water below. Looking back at the corpses, she shrieked in fear, questioning what was happening. Laviere entered the space and asked if he had startled her. Rosaline stumbled back, attempting to protect herself, and shouted, asking who they were. Laviere paused and explained that the corpses were sacrifices needed to open a new world, asking her to consider them resources. Beside Laviere was a strange crack in space, leaving Rosaline unable to process the sight of a time rift floating in midair. Laviere noted that once the rift opened, the true masters of the world would reclaim the land. Rosaline called him a lunatic and questioned the nonsense he was spouting. Laviere told her there was no need to rush, mentioning that Ghislaine would likely join them to watch, as he had been invited. Rosaline was surprised to hear Ghislaine's name, growing more fearful as she told Laviere that Ghislaine would not fall for such an obvious trap. Laviere smiled and noted that he would come because he had no choice. Outside the disheveled space, Ghislaine had already arrived at the entrance. Ghislaine walked inside slowly under the rain, fully intending to get to the root of this unforeseen development. The scene then cuts to the Fenris barony. Mages inside the Fenris territory were conversing, asking how long it had been since they last got to rest. They spoke to Alfoy, noting that those night bastards must be working hard in the capital, adding that taking it easy would not kill them. They asked if Alfoy agreed. Alfoy smiled and mentioned that perhaps he should have followed the Lord after all. He explained that the Lord had told him to rest a bit after their clash with those crimson mages, but ever since then, an emptiness remained in a corner of his heart. He felt that no matter what he did, it was boring, adding that perhaps this was the price of defeating a god. Tennant approached Alfoy, stating that he knew that feeling well. Alfoy turned his head and asked who he was. Tennant introduced himself as the finest sword of the West. Alfoy felt bewildered by his presence as Tennant looked down at him, asking if the man who defeated a god would grant him a match. Just then, a knight came into contact with Lucas, stating that they had a serious problem and asking him to come outside for a moment. Lucas responded that there were plenty of others in the castle besides him. The knight clarified that Roderick's finest sword of the West had arrived. Instantly, Lucas's attention was piqued. Outside, Alfoy prepared to face Tennant while bystanders chanted, calling it a showdown between the man who defeated a god and the finest sword of the West. They cheered for Alfoy to show the power of the man who defeated a god, noting they were bored anyway. Tennant broke the silence and said to Alfoy that he had heard tales on his way to the north, tales stating that Alfoy slew Belmond with his power and destroyed the Crimson Maid's tower as well. Alfoy felt confused, wondering how the situation had escalated so quickly. He remembered that when he woke up after passing out, his lord had already finished everything. Alfoy was shocked at how the news had been misconstrued in such a short time. Tennant noted that those with such power were rarely satisfied by ordinary affairs. He added that while he had business with the Lord of Fenris, he wanted this old man to be entertained first. Just then, Lucas walked into the space, telling Tennant to stop picking on an innocent guy. Tennant questioned who Lucas was. Lucas explained that he was the person managing the blockheads behind him, asking what business brought the finest sword of the West to the north. Tennant smiled and stated that as a knight, he came to formally challenge Count Fenris to a duel. Everyone was shocked by his goal. However, Lucas deduced that the challenge was due to young Roderick. Tennant asked if he had caused trouble for nothing, explaining that since the Count was nowhere to be seen, he was simply trying to kill some time, hoping they would understand. Lucas responded that their lord was not there, because he had business in the capital. Tennant noted that it was unfortunate, though it meant his opponent had not run away. Lucas was confused by his calm demeanor. Grabbing his weapon, Lucas noted that seeing the so-called finest sword of the West leave his territory unguarded to wander around looking for fights suggested he had plenty of free time. Lucas drew his weapon, offering to face Tennant himself. Tennant asked if Lucas wanted to face him instead. Lucas smiled, stating that if he let Tennant leave, his sword and his lord would scold him later for doing nothing. When the finest sword of the West appeared, Tennant laughed, drew his blade, and took a firm stance against Lucas, telling him to show what he could do. The scene shifted back to the underground space where Ghislaine walked cautiously and with determination. Laviere stood before him, acknowledging his arrival and thanking Ghislaine for accepting the invitation. In the corner, Roseline cried out for Ghislaine. Ghislaine looked at her with frustrated eyes and walked forward to retrieve her, completely ignoring the presence of Laviere in the room. Laviere raised his staff to block Ghislaine's path, looking annoyed, causing Ghislaine to instantly unsheath his sword and swung it against Laviere. Laviere used his staff to dodge the attack. Ghislaine placed his hand on the hilt, swinging his sword a second time, causing their weapons to clash. In that moment, Ghislaine felt something strange as his mana vanished. Laviere explained that no one could use mana in that space. Laviere rang a bell in his hand, calling out to the holy knights around him. A hand sprung out of the ground, and mutated beings began walking toward Ghislaine. Ghislaine recognized the creatures as the Knights of Branford, who had been converted into the Walking Dead. Roseline cried out, explaining that one of them was Faude, a diplomat of the Dorsal family, whom Laviere had injected with dark energy to mutate him, along with the Royal Army Knights. One of the undead knights grabbed Roseline to stop her from talking. Ghislaine noted his disgust, questioning how Laviere could call those things holy knights. The three puppets dashed forward to attack Ghislaine. Ghislaine stood calmly, instantly dodging the first attack as a puppet struck its hand against the ground. Ghislaine moved forward to attack the other undead knights. Using his hand and his sword, he halted their movement in an instant. He thrusted his sword forward into the neck of one knight, ending him. Bending low, he twirled and drove his blade into the neck of the second knight, ending him simultaneously. Before he could make another move, the puppet launched an attack from behind, swinging its arm at Ghislaine. However, Ghislaine was ever agile, easily dodging the blow. The creature led with another punch that struck the ground, which Ghislaine dodged as well. Ghislaine swung his blade, cutting a deep injury into the undead creature's arm. The creature roared, swinging its arm to strike Ghislaine. Ghislaine dodged while in mid-air, took a firm stance, and thrusted his sword forward into the creature's neck before it could react. Leaping up, Ghislaine completely decapitated the creature, sending its head flying from its neck to end the fight instantly. Laviere and Roseline watched the display unfold, and Roseline was extremely hopeful upon seeing the aftermath. Landing on the ground, Ghislaine picked up another sword to hold one in each hand. Walking toward Laviere, Ghislaine questioned what trick he had pulled, noting that common sense did not apply when facing such monsters in an area where mana could not be used. Laviere smiled, explaining that the rift was absorbing all the mana in the area. Ghislaine questioned the rift, and Laviere explained that opening such a gateway required a vast amount of mana, noting that his goal could be achieved simply from Ghislaine's presence and the vast mana he possesses. Ghislaine realized that the rift was the source draining his mana. Seeing that the rift had grown larger than before, Ghislaine remembered how enemies would pour out of it during the Age of Chaos in his previous life. Ghislaine noted to Laviere that he now understood how the rift that opened the Age of Chaos came to be. He deduced that Laviere and the Salvation Sect were the masterminds who helped the Dorsal family attempt to destroy House Perdium. Ghislaine stood annoyed by this realization, ready to take Laviere down for the pain caused to his family in the past. The story shifted back to the Fenris barony. As Lucas and Tennant were going at it, Lucas dashed forward with his spear to attack Tennant. Tennant stood firm, watching the tip of the weapon come directly toward him. The moment the tip of the spear was inches away, Tennant swung his sword and redirected the spear upward in an instant. Tilting the spear effortlessly, he caught it with his offhand. He raised his sword and placed the edge right at Lucas's neck without making much effort. Lucas began to sweat, looking confused and bewildered as to how Tennant could carry out such a move. Tennant offered a few tips, noting that Lucas was fast, but very crude and rough. He mentioned that he had seen what Lucas was capable of. Just then, he glared at him ominously, acting as though he was about to kill him. The energy he exuded made everyone, including Alfoy, scared. Lucas closed his eyes intensely. The last thoughts that came to his mind were of his lord, Ghislaine. Suddenly, Tennant turned away and sheathed his sword, leaving Lucas alive. Lucas was surprised, huffing and puffing loudly. By the time he caught his breath, he called out to Tennant and asked if he was not going to kill him. Tennant responded that he observed Lucas's weapon wasn't a knight's sword. He added that Lucas was merely someone who had learned how to survive on the battlefield. Turning slightly, Tennant asked if Count Fenris was currently in the capital. Lucas confirmed that he was. Tennant mentioned that he was even more curious now about the man named Ghislaine, who commanded someone like Lucas, looking intently as he anticipated his eventual matchup with Ghislaine. The focus then returned to the other space where Ghislaine was attempting to rescue Roseline. At that moment, Roseline looked scared. The mention of the Salvation Sect brought confusion to Roseline and Laviere. Laviere noted that even the kingdom's intelligence organizations should not have known about their existence, yet Ghislaine knew the name Salvation Sect with accuracy. Laviere asked where and from whom he had heard that name. Ghislaine glared at him, observing that Laviere was not denying it. Ghislaine took a firm stance and recalled how Laviere had claimed that his arrival meant their goal was achieved. Realizing that Laviere and his group were the ones backing Duke Delphine, he pointed his sword forward, stating that confirming that fact was a mistake, and glared at Laviere as their intense duel began. He dashed forward and swung his blade against Laviere. However, Laviere dodged in the nick of time with his own weapon, but Ghislaine instantly followed up with a downward slash. Laviere swung his sword upward at Ghislaine, but Ghislaine dodged the attack. Following up with another strike, Laviere used his weapon to block before the edge could strike his neck. Laviere glared at Ghislaine, leading into a rapid flurry of exchanges. All of a sudden, Laviere's weapon opened up, transforming from a regular blade into a gun mechanism. Ghislaine was shocked the moment he saw the holes at the tip of Laviere's weapon. Instantly, Laviere shot a bullet from his weapon straight at Ghislaine. Ghislaine dodged the attack in the nick of time before it could hit his head, instantly following up with a wide swing of his blade. Laviere jumped backward to dodge the wide attack. Standing firm, Ghislaine remarked that the weapon was an obsolete piece of history, noting Laviere's refined tastes. Laviere responded that it was a hand cannon firing gunpowder bullets, a weapon pushed aside by magic and mana, but perfect for a place where mana could not be used. He pointed the weapon at Ghislaine once more. Ghislaine held up his sword as Laviere began firing bullets toward him. However, Laviere aimed upward and struck the sharp rocks inside the cave space. Looking up, Ghislaine recognized the stalactites falling from above. He dashed forward to dodge the falling rocks before they could strike him. In that moment, Ghislaine threw his blade directly at Laviere. Laviere swung his weapon to deflect the thrown blade in an instant. However, before he could reset his stance, Ghislaine came flying in, ready to strike down at Laviere. Laviere quickly dodged the attack in the nick of time. While still in the air, Laviere swung his attack to strike Ghislaine, but Ghislaine jumped mid-air and landed firmly on the ground. Laviere swung his sword, and Ghislaine parried the blow. They continued to parry each other's strikes until Ghislaine swung his sword downward once more. Laviere deflected the attack and pointed his weapon straight forward to stab Ghislaine. Ghislaine dodged by bending down suddenly. From below, Ghislaine thrashed his blade upward at Laviere. The moment Laviere saw the attack coming, he moved to the left in the nick of time. However, Ghislaine managed to deal some damage, slicing Lavier straight across the cheek. Lavier was shocked that Ghislaine was getting inside his guard, even without the use of magic. Abruptly, Lavier kicked Ghislaine away to create distance between them. Ghislaine had already jumped back, so he sustained no damage, simply landing and retaking his stance. Ghislaine was exhaling as he glared at Lavier. Just then, Lavier pulled out a bell and told Ghislaine that he could not stop him easily in a regular fight. He began to ring the bell, stating that as a gentleman he would rather not resort to such methods, but he began summoning the undead creatures present in the space. The moment they rose up, the ones holding Rosaline released her. 3 of the undead creatures dashed forward toward Ghislaine to attack him. Lavier called out, telling the knights who did not fear death that it was time to fulfill their calling. The 3 creatures rushed toward Ghislaine. When they were right next to him, they suddenly exploded right in his face. Ghislaine was not expecting such an explosion at that moment, and the blast rocked the entire space, creating a ripple effect in front of him. Rosaline was shocked in the corner, feeling worried for Ghislaine and wondering if he had perished in the attack. When the dust finally settled, Ghislaine's silhouette emerged from the smoke. He expressed his annoyance that Lavier was using human bodies as test subjects and calling them holy knights. Lavier was completely shocked, recognizing a strange power coming from Ghislaine. Ghislaine's body was emanating energy from the dark spirit that inhabited him. Lavier was left confused, wondering how Ghislaine was using mana in that location. Ghislaine revealed that he was simply releasing more mana than was being drained by the portal. Lavier laughed, stating that regardless of what trick Ghislaine was using, he had made a mistake, as releasing more mana would only cause the rift to open faster. Ghislaine acknowledged that he knew this, taking his stance as he dashed forward. He mentioned that he just had to end the fight before that happened. Sword in hand, Ghislaine charged to take down Lavier before the rift broke open completely. Lavier swung his weapon upward to parry Ghislaine's strike. He twirled the attack and brought down Ghislaine's blade, opening the mouth of his weapon to reveal the barrel holes once more, screaming to Ghislaine that it was over. Instantly, Ghislaine released his grip on his own weapon and grabbed Lavier's weapon mid-air. Twirling around, he pushed Lavier away from the weapon and struck him with his back, rendering Lavier defenseless. Ghislaine then pointed Lavier's own weapon straight at his chest, much to Lavier's surprise, and fired a bullet at point-blank range. A sharp echo surged through the entire space. Lavier coughed up blood and fell to the ground. Lavier experienced complete disorientation, unable to fathom Ghislaine's power. He recalled the information gathered from the Dosar family's report, which had suggested that Ghislaine's power was merely similar in nature to their own. Looking up at Ghislaine, Lavier saw a demonic energy emitting from him, which made him feel uncomfortable as he glared at Ghislaine. At that moment, Ghislaine pulled out his weapon once more, moving forward toward Lavier. Ghislaine asked if they were the ones who had created all these rifts. Lavier responded, stating that Ghislaine was overestimating them and asking how mere humans like them could ever create such a miracle. In annoyance, Ghislaine dashed forward and stabbed Lavier straight in the chest. Lavier coughed as Ghislaine noted that he had not expected him to open his mouth easily anyway. Ghislaine recalled that Lavier had told him to come here if he wanted to know about his power. Lavier laughed, asking if he had indeed said that. He then told Ghislaine that his power was similar to the power of their salvation sect, adding that he should just know it was closer to divine power than mana. Ghislaine asked what he meant by divine power. Lavier simply responded that asking anything more would do him no good. He declared that he was merely a tool for opening the door for the master of this world, screaming loudly as he released a large amount of mana at that very moment. Suddenly, the rift behind him began to crack even more as it absorbed all of Lavier's mana. Ghislaine was annoyed, cursing Lavier for pouring all his mana into the rift before dying. Ghislaine was unable to control the outcome as the rift absorbed the energy. All of a sudden, a bright light shone from the crack of the rift and filled the entire space. The rift broke even further, revealing a wormhole inside that began to suck in everything around it. Ghislaine was annoyed, recognizing that the rift had finally opened, just like the rifts he had experienced in his previous life. In that moment, all the lifeless bodies on the ground began to levitate and fly into the rift. Rosaline was also caught in the wind as her body was about to be absorbed into the opening as well. Instantly, Ghislaine used his mana thread and caught Rosaline by the hand. trying to pull her forward to prevent her from entering the rift. She reached out eagerly to grab Ghislaine's hand. Fortunately, Ghislaine reached her in the nick of time and held on to her. He told her to get out of the area first, promising that he would close the rift. Ghislaine pushed her away, using the momentum from pulling her to jump into the rift himself. Rosaline was shocked as she watched Ghislaine get pulled inside, calling out his name loudly in concern for his well-being. The rift swallowed Ghislaine. The moment he was absorbed, fragments of memories from the past began to play once more, while his being was plunged down into the space. As he funneled downward, Ghislaine sensed an incredible poisonous energy in the area and had to cover his nose because the smell was unbearable. He realized that the inside of the rift was brimming with mana, meaning he would have no trouble using his abilities, and he knew he had to take advantage of it. Just then, the spirit in his head began to laugh, asking if he was insane and wondering why he had come inside the rift. Ghislaine responded that now that the rift had opened, there was no way to deal with it from the outside to stop it from expanding, so he had no choice but to fall inside. When he reached a specific space within the rift, Ghislaine recognized a strange creature similar to the ones he had seen in his previous life. As he fell, he remarked to the creature that it had been a while. Looking at it with intent, he called the creature the vanguard of the apocalypse, Equidema. The moment Equidema saw Ghislaine, it dashed forward and swung its sword against him. Ghislaine parried the attack as he slowly descended. However, before he could catch his breath, another swing from Equidema came at his face, striking Ghislaine directly as he fell to the ground in an instant. He coughed as he hit the ground, having been unable to spot the strike coming. Equidema dashed forward toward Ghislaine while he was in that vulnerable position. The spirit in his mind urged him to dodge the attack before it hit him. The moment Equidema swung its sword toward the ground, Ghislaine dodged in the nick of time. However, Equidema was relentless, dashing forward once more and swinging its sword in a wide arc. Ghislaine blocked the attack with all his might, but the force pushed him back, sending him flying away from Equidema. The moment he landed, he paused for a second, realizing that Equidema was much more powerful than he had anticipated. Looking at the creature, he deduced that it possessed sheer physical strength as an individual. Just then, the spirit in his mind noted that the situation was impossible for him to handle, suggesting that even his power was being pushed to its limit. The spirit urged him to get out of there, reminding him that the rift had sucked out mana earlier, and that he had used up too much power fighting Lavier. Ghislaine responded in anger, stating that if Equidema escaped, the rift would grow beyond control, turning every place the creature set foot into land where no human could live. Equidema dashed forward once more to strike. Ghislaine stood his ground, declaring that this time he would not let such a thing happen again. He met Equidema's attack head-on, swinging his sword to deflect the blow. The moment their blades met, Equidema's weapon dealt so much damage that Ghislaine's sword broke in an instant. Equidema had shattered his blade in a single strike. Ghislaine was shocked by this reality. Equidema swung its sword wildly, ready to finish the defenseless Ghislaine. Ghislaine did not yield. Using the remaining hilt of his broken sword, he rushed forward to meet Equidema's blade. Abruptly, Kaor and Jillian came in, defending Ghislaine before Equidema could strike him. Ghislaine was surprised as he looked over and saw Kaor and Jillian alongside the priest, who arrived with his enchantment. Together, they deflected Equidema's attack on their first attempt. Ghislaine expressed his thanks to his subordinates at that moment. Jillian offered his apologies for being late. Kaor smiled at Ghislaine, mentioning that he had been keeping all the fun-looking targets to himself. Ghislaine asked about Rosaline, and the priest responded that Belinda was looking after her, so there was no need to worry. Ghislaine calmed himself, looking forward at Equidema as they all focused their gaze on the creature. The creature roared loudly at them. As they prepared to begin the second round, Kaor remarked that this somehow reminded him of the time they went to the Forest of Beasts. Jillian responded that back then it was the blood python, so this would be no different. Ghislaine raised his weapon, telling everyone to prepare for battle as they took a firm stance, ready to take down Equidema and go home when they were done. They affirmed the instruction and dashed forward toward Equidema. Jillian leaped upward, while Kaor and Ghislaine dashed straight toward the creature. The creature roared as Jillian struck it from the side, and Kaor came in from the corner to stab it as well. The creature was unable to handle 3 opponents at once, and they used that to their advantage. Kaor and Jillian cut into the creature's skin, causing it to scream. Just then, Ghislaine took a firm stance and released the 4th core inside him. He jumped high into the air, while the creature remained defenseless on the ground. Equidema roared as it looked up at Ghislaine. Ghislaine simply smiled, saying that they should never meet again, and swung his blade down, cutting through Equidema in a single strike. At that moment, the scene shifted to a different space, where Duke Delphine sat alone in his room. He sat pondering many things, noting to himself that, in the end, his trust had been betrayed. Instantly, he stood up, stating that he now had no choice but to step in himself, as things were about to change for everyone. The scene shifted back to the capital. Inside the Marquis estate, Rosaline stood in front of her father, Marquis Branford. Her father appeared indifferent upon seeing her, and Rosaline simply stood there, unable to speak a word. Looking up, she called to her father slowly, with tears in her eyes. Her father smiled, moving forward to hug her in a warm embrace. He said to her that as long as she was safe, that was enough for him. By the corner, Ghislaine stood with them in the room as Marquis Branford turned his attention toward him and thanked him for his efforts. Ghislaine offered a smile and called out to the Marquis, mentioning that there was something urgent he had to inform him about. Much later, they moved to the Marquess's office, where Ghislaine revealed the existence of the Salvation sect to the Marquis. In that space, a majority of his advisors sat around him, including Marquis Maurice Macquarie, Sir Valor Norton, and Count Aylesbury. Ghislaine explained to Marquis Branford that the Salvation sect was a heretical organization allied with the Ducal families. He added that the fiend who had kidnapped Lady Rosaline was a priest of the Salvation sect. The advisors began to question these statements as they heard them from Ghislaine. Ghislaine expressed that the sect could create spaces where mana could be used, and they possessed the power to turn ordinary people into monsters. Furthermore, he explained that they were creating a calamity called a rift behind the scenes to overthrow the kingdom. Marquis Maurice Macquarie called out, asking Ghislaine to hold on, slow down, and explain more. He questioned what Ghislaine meant by monsters, asking what kind of nonsense he was spouting about monsters and calamities out of nowhere. Just then, Ghislaine called out to Priest Piote, who began to explain that a rift was a gate connecting another world with their own reality. Beyond that gate, an otherworldly being with mysterious power was trying to emerge. Upon hearing this, Marquis Branford asked who he was. Ghislaine explained that he was Priest Piote of the Wana Order, who had helped him stop the rift. Marquis Branford stroked his beard, questioning the mention of an otherworldly being with mysterious powers. Recognizing that this was a calamity, he became stern and stated that the Luthanian kingdom recognized no religious orders other than those sanctioned by the kingdom, yet heretics were operating right in the heart of the realm. Ghislaine responded that what mattered then was that the powerful Delphine family and the Salvation sect, which wielded otherworldly powers, had joined hands. He added that they sought to bring calamity to the entire continent, beyond even the kingdom. Marquis Branford asked if Ghislaine was saying that their strength alone was not enough. Ghislaine expressed that was what he meant. Marquis Branford exhaled as he closed his eyes and called out to his guard, Tolio. The guard responded before the Marquis instructed him to summon every archbishop and noble of every order in the capital at once. He stated that he would preside over the meeting himself, demanding that not a single person be left out. Hearing this, Tolio affirmed his instructions and left to carry them out. Just then, Marquis Branford declared that the Salvation sect was a heretical organization opposing the kingdom. He demanded that they root out everyone connected to it regardless of status, officially proclaiming the facts throughout the kingdom and to every allied nation. From that moment onward, he declared that he designated the Delphine family as a public enemy of the kingdom for conspiring with heretics. Upon hearing this, all of his advisors looked at him, recognizing that the situation had escalated to the fullest. This was what Ghislaine wanted, as it was clearly aligned with his grand plans for revenge. Marquis Branford stated that in the name of the Luthanian kingdom, they would make them answer for their crimes. Ghislaine smiled, reasoning that, as expected of Marquis Branford, if the kingdom's religious orders moved, they would gain reinforcements worth an army of thousands. He particularly thought of the one who served the goddess of war, one of the 7 strongest on the continent, the Saintess of War, Paniel. He knew that if Paniel stood on their side, things would turn in their favor. The scene then shifted to the Delphine Duchy Castle Eclipse. Inside, someone struck the table and cursed loudly. It was Viscount Raoul Joseph. He was shouting to himself, calling Laviere an arrogant, useless fool, stating that if he failed to kill Ghislaine, he should have at least ensured the rift succeeded. He deduced that because of this failure, The royalist faction had learned of both the Salvation Sect and the Rift. If Ghislaine started moving in earnest, every plan they had built behind the scenes for decades would come to nothing. He pondered about Ghislaine in annoyance, telling himself that he should have killed him back when he had the chance. Just then he tried to calm himself, stating that it was not over yet, and that he would act at once. However, before he could continue his chain of thought, a heavy weight came on and overwhelmed him in an instant. Energy seeped in from everywhere, moving toward his space. Looking at the energy coursing through the room, he stood up in fear, wondering what it was as the energy engulfed his entire being. Fear was visible in his eyes as he recognized what was happening. His consciousness was plunged into a different space. Slowly, out of the darkness, a figure emerged and moved closer to Viscount Raoul Yosef. The figure, with dripping long hair, stated that in the end, Raoul had forced him to come forward himself. Duke Delphine entered the chat, and Raoul instantly cried out his name, falling to his knees. Raoul greeted him humbly as his servant, asking what brought his grace all the way to such a modest place. Looking down at him, Duke Delphine stated that he had given him an opportunity. He noted that Levier had died by Ghislaine's hand, and that the Salvation Sect and the existence of the Rift had been exposed. These words caused Raoul's spirit to falter as he closed his eyes. Duke Delphine asked if any of that was untrue, to which Raoul apologized, stating he had no excuse. Duke Delphine told Raoul to raise his head, asking since when he had become someone who reported failure. Raoul was annoyed, unable to offer a response. Duke Delphine stated that Raoul had always believed in results, which was why he had never asked him for reasons or cared about the process. Results alone had been enough. However, he expressed detest for how Raoul was handling things this time. Abruptly, Raoul cried out to Duke Delphine, stating that the rift was not the only one, that it simply had to be opened earlier than planned, and that this was merely a minor error. Raoul begged for one final chance, promising that he would deliver. Duke Delphine looked down at him with detest and remarked that Raoul had grown quite old. The mention of this caused Raoul to stop speaking. Duke Delphine noted that in following him, Raoul must not have rested for many years. Understanding where Duke Delphine was heading, Raoul closed his eyes and struck his head against the ground in an instant. He explained that the Salvation Sect had taken him in when he was an orphan, and that their hollow god and empty revelations meant nothing to him. He stated that on the day he first saw Duke Delphine, he swore to devote everything he had to his grand ambition of overturning the kingdom. Raoul struck his head against the ground again, stating that he had devoted his entire life, his blood, and his family for decades. He struck his head multiple times, expressing his deep desire to be heard, begging for one final chance as he looked up with tears in his eyes and a bloodied forehead. However, Duke Delphine looked down at him with disgust, turned away, and stated that he had never doubted his loyalty, telling Raoul to rest peacefully as he walked away. In an instant, the strange aura filling the room dissipated, leaving Viscount Raoul Yosef alone in his office. He touched his neck slowly to exhale, confused as he questioned the words Duke Delphine had spoken to him about resting peacefully. He understood his situation. Suddenly, he heard a knock from the corner of his room, and Kaizen Balzac announced that he was coming in. Kaizen entered the office. Raoul called out to him, asking what was going on. A different aura emanated from Kaizen Balzac. Kaizen stated that he had come to say farewell to an old friend. Raoul understood his predicament and slowly closed his eyes. Kaizen Balzac walked up to him and asked if he had any final words. Resting his back against the table, Raoul exhaled and told Kaizen to serve Duke Delphine well. Upon hearing these last words, Kaizen Balzac glared at Raoul for 10 seconds, responded that he would fulfill his final request, and swung his blade, killing Viscount Raoul Yosef in an instant. Just then, the scene shifted back to Duke Delphine's chambers. Behind him stood Galveric, the man who had slain Ghislaine in his previous life, bowing respectfully before the Duke. The man asked for his lord's orders. Duke Delphine instructed him to send an envoy to the Salvation Sect. Duke Delphine demanded that they bring Berhem Hadron II, the king of Luthania, to their side. Inside the space, an old man rested on his sickbed. Revealed to be Berhem Hadron II, he had hollow eyes and was coughing as he rested on his bed, serving as the focus of Duke Delphine's upcoming plans. He called out the name Fenris and asked his advisor if he meant Count Fenris. The advisor affirmed this, stating it was said that Count Fenris had uncovered Duke Delphine's collusion with the heretical Salvation sect. The king responded that whenever the royal family was in danger, someone appeared to protect it. He then called out the name Annette, captain of the Shadow Knights, comparing Count Fenris to that woman. The king began to rant, noting that Count Fenris was building power as he pleased, without even receiving royal sanction. He questioned how Marquis Branford could be considered a loyal subject, adding that if only that woman had not backed Branford, things would be different. The king was annoyed at the way Ghislaine was going about things, and even more annoyed at Marquis Branford's actions. He noted that while his illness only worsened, they were moving forward with all these plans. His advisor standing beside him asked if he would like to meet those who claimed they could grant eternal life. The king was taken aback upon the mention of these words. His interest piqued as he looked at his advisor. Meanwhile, in the eastern region of the Luthanian kingdom, a rift suddenly opened, causing widespread calamity across the eastern region. The local knights tried their best to halt the advancement, shouting to one another to hold their ground, wondering how these monsters could be so strong. The knights drew their weapons to handle the situation when, all of a sudden, another Equidema walked out from inside the rift. The creature roared loudly, looking down on everyone in front of it. All of the knights were bewildered the moment they spotted the Equidema, rendered unable to act. The Equidema raised its blade, ready to swing down against them. Before anyone could react, someone dashed into the scene and blocked the attack before the Equidema's blade could strike the ground. The force produced a heavy impact, sending a recoil across the entire area. The lady who had rushed in instructed the men behind her to leave the place at once, declaring that she would purify the demon. The woman was revealed to be the Saintess of War, Paniel. She swung her shield, deflecting the Equidema's attack. Abruptly, she dashed forward and swung her weapon up at the creature, striking it on the chin. In an instant, she twirled in the air as the Equidema tried to strike her mid-air. Dodging its counterattack, she came down with another strike against the Equidema's chest, throwing her shield and stabbing the creature with it. She looked at the creature, ready for the final blow, and plunged down to strike the exact same spot on the Equidema, dealing the decisive strike that killed the creature in an instant. Everyone around was shocked as they watched Paniel's brilliant movements. One of the onlookers noted that he had heard of her before. The battle nun who wielded a hammer and a shield, Moriana's Saintess, Paniel. Once she finished the encounter, she gathered her weapons and walked away from the slain Equidema. The knights walked up to her and reported that the purification of the transformed ones was complete, though unfortunately, restoring those who had already transformed was impossible. Paniel responded that it was terrible, asking where those vile things had come from. The knight in front of her responded that it seemed related to the Luthanian kingdom bringing in the sect heretics. Paniel noted that they had to hurry, as that place was likely to become the center of the war. The scene then cut to the central city of Cardinia, where Marquis Branford stayed within the capital. Inside, several of his advisors gathered as Ghislaine walked into the room. Introducing himself as the commander of the Northern Army, Count Ghislaine Fenris reported his arrival. Sitting in front of him were several key figures. Among them was the representative of the Kingdom Church and Archbishop of the Wana Order Perisco. St. Piote also sat there, appearing somewhat uncomfortable, while representatives of the wealthy House Aylesbury were present as well. The Commander-in-Chief of the Royal Army, Marquis Maurice Macquarie, sat alongside Chief Justice Sir Valor Norton. At the center sat the Minister of the Luthanian Royal Household, Marquis Branford. They prepared to commence the meeting. Marquis Branford called out to Tolio, asking if everyone was present. Tolio noted that not everyone had arrived yet, but Marquis Branford responded that they could not wait forever and declared the discussion open. He stated to the room that the entire kingdom then knew the Salvation sect stood behind Duke Delphine. He explained that Duke Delphine possessed power comparable to the kingdom itself, while the Salvation sect was a heretical force outside the Kingdom Church sharing that power. He declared that they had to separate those two forces. Perisco questioned the mention of the Salvation sect, asking where such a heresy had come from. Ghislaine responded that they must have been building their strength in dark corners throughout the continent for many years, clarifying that they were a sinister organization. Perisco questioned how that was even possible, so Ghislaine clarified that, as stated in the letter sent beforehand, they had secured circumstantial evidence that Duke Delphine intended to overthrow the kingdom using heretical power known as rifts. He added that they sought to summon beings from another world and bring disaster, noting that even at that very moment, The calamity of the rifts had likely already begun. Perisco felt uncomfortable, stating that being heretics was not enough, as they were even using the power of another world. He found it difficult to believe such claims. Just then, the Saintess of War, Paniel, walked into the room and declared that it was all true. The moment she arrived, everyone fell silent, watching her as she walked into the space. Marquis Branford asked for her identity. Looking at her, Ghislaine recognized her immediately as the saintess chosen by Moriana, the goddess of war. Paniel introduced herself as one who served Lady Moriana, explaining that she had been delayed after becoming caught up in one of the rifts while heading for the capital. Marquis Branford stood up, stating that then everyone was present. He turned to Tolio and asked about Marquis Roderick in the west. Tolio noted that, after the ducal family was designated an enemy of the kingdom, Marquis Roderick had broken off his alliance with them. Marquis Branford turned to Ghislaine and asked what he made of the situation. Ghislaine deduced that their intentions were obvious, noting that given how quickly they broke their alliance, they were likely never satisfied with the Delphine family to begin with. He concluded that they intended to reap the spoils once the fight between the Royalist faction and the Delphine family reached its end and both sides were exhausted, aiming to devour whichever side proved weaker. Marquis Branford asked if Ghislaine meant that to wage an all-out war against the Delphine family, they had to conquer the West first. Ghislaine nodded in response. Marquis Branford raised his hand and instructed Kingdom Church Archbishop Perisco to coordinate with Paniel to deal with the rifts created by the heretics. He added that he would distribute maps marking the locations of the rifts learned through the captured Salvation Priest, noting that if they destroyed the rifts, which were the core of the heretics' plan, their schemes would be severely shaken. He asked the Kingdom Church to resolve the rift problem. Perisco responded that he would fulfill the request, though he admitted feeling uncomfortable that a holy war seemed to await them. Marquis Branford then turned to the commander of the Northern Army and ordered Ghislaine to conquer Roderick in the west. Ghislaine placed his hand on his chest and affirmed the instruction, stating that he would not take long. In that moment, Paniel looked at Ghislaine, sensing a strange energy emanating from him. Marquis Branford addressed the room, reminding them that the stability of the kingdom rested in their hands, and that failure would not be tolerated. They all affirmed the declaration in unison. Later, as Ghislaine walked out of the meeting, he noticed Paniel glaring at him intently from the corner. Tense energy lingered between them as Paniel walked up to Ghislaine, stating that he possessed a dark and murky energy. She noted that, while she sensed no malice, they would need to properly discuss his power someday. Ghislaine recalled how Laviere had previously mentioned that his power resembled the power of the Salvation sect. Ghislaine responded to Paniel that they would discuss it then, assuming there was no issue. Following the meeting, they departed the capital city of Cardinia. Arriving at the staging area where the forces were gathered, Ghislaine stood at the center among his personnel, including Belinda, Gillian, Kaor, Torin, Gordon, and Lowell. Ghislaine sat atop his horse in the middle of the formation, exuding a steady presence as he addressed the troops. He mentioned that he had waited a long time for this. Lowering his visor over his face, Ghislaine declared that they would conquer the West and annihilate the Delphine family. He ordered the entire force to advance, and the army began moving toward their next destination. Before they could fully clear the capital, Ghislaine spotted a figure blocking their path ahead. The individual stood firmly, grabbing the hilt of his sword and drawing it out. The sheer presence emanating from the man was enough to halt the army's advancement. It was Tennant. He smiled as he looked at Ghislaine, stating that they had finally met, calling him the finest sword of the north. Kaor and Gillian recognized Tennant the moment he appeared. Ghislaine instructed his men to proceed to the west without him, noting that he had a guest waiting for him. Ghislaine drew his blade, ready to engage Tennant in combat before advancing to the west. The moment Ghislaine gave the command, all of his personnel, including Kaor, Belinda, and Gillian, rode past Tennant, leaving Ghislaine and Tennant standing alone on the road. Ghislaine slowly dismounted from his horse and addressed Tennant, asking if he knew where the army was headed right now. Tennant responded that, judging by their direction, they were heading to Marquis Roderick's castle in the west. Ghislaine affirmed the statement and questioned why the man called the finest sword of the west did not seem to intend to stop them. Tennant reflected on Marquis Roderick, asking Ghislaine if he knew that strong warriors no longer emerged in their region. He explained that, in terms of military might, it would not be surprising if they collapsed at any moment, noting that the reality had only been hidden by the vast wealth accumulated over the years. He added that the common people had fallen into gambling and lost their everyday lives, while the nobles wallowed in luxury, leaving the territory increasingly impoverished. He explained that Marquis Roderick's children had no interest in such matters, caring only about who would claim more territory and wield more power. Tennant questioned what he should do, noting that even amid all that decay, the man he called his lord took no action at all. Ghislaine glared back and noted that it was none of his business, adding that it sounded as though Tennant did not care whether the West fell or not. Tennant glared back intently, pausing for a moment before admitting that he no longer knew either, as that was the reality of the loyalty he had offered his lord. He began to imbue aura into his sword, stating that it did not mean he wished to become a traitor to the territory. Taking a firm stance with his blade, Tennant stated that perhaps he would offer up his head and fulfill his final duty of loyalty. Upon hearing those words, Ghislaine's horse neighed loudly. Before the horse could move any closer, Ghislaine stuck his blade into the ground directly in front of the steed to halt its movement. He instructed the animal not to interfere, confirming that this was his fight and that the horse should back out. Tennant glared with intent as both men took firm stances in the settling dust, bringing the moment ripe for their battle to begin. Suddenly, Ghislaine dashed forward, swinging his blade against Tennant's sword. Tennant stopped the movement in an instant with a heavy block. In the same motion, Tennant swung his sword back toward Ghislaine. Ghislaine bent over to dodge the strike, raising his sword to guide Tennant's blade upward. They swung their weapons once more and clashed for a second time, both stepping into each other's space to follow up with a flurry of attacks, blocks, dodges, and near-death slices. Ghislaine took a firm stance as he dodged one of Tennant's strikes, guiding Tennant's sword above his head. Suddenly, Ghislaine struck away Tennant's hand and used the hilt of his weapon to strike Tennant directly in the face. As the hilt moved toward his face, Tennant instantly grabbed Ghislaine's hand, kicked Ghislaine away, and jumped backward to dodge the rest of the impact. Ghislaine skidded backward across the ground, huffing heavily as he glared at his opponent. Tennant exhaled, excitement visible in his eyes as he noted how interesting the battle was proving to be. As they dashed inward once more to continue the exchange, Tennant deduced that Ghislaine utilized an aggressive style that combined swordsmanship and hand-to-hand combat. He reasoned that Ghislaine fought more like a mercenary than a proper knight, unbound by convention, proving himself to be the finest sword of the North just as expected. Ghislaine moved closer into Tennant's space as their swords struck against each other. Having grasped Ghislaine's pattern, Tennant stated that freedom always came at a price. Ghislaine was surprised by the statement as Tennant executed a series of swift hand movements against Ghislaine's arm, rendering Ghislaine unable to maneuver. Tennant grabbed Ghislaine's hand and disarmed him of his sword. Ghislaine folded his fist to strike Tennant in retaliation, but Tennant dodged the punch instantly. Turning swiftly, Tennant followed up with a pointed thrust of his blade from behind. Ghislaine spotted the incoming attack, but blood was drawn in that moment. Meanwhile, the scene shifted outside, where Belinda, Kaor, and Gillian were riding their horses alongside the advancing troops. As they rode, Belinda spotted ravens and vultures flying above the column, causing her to feel concerned for Ghislaine. Kaor laughed and called out to Belinda, asking what she was worried about and if she feared the captain would be late. Belinda shrugged it off, stating she was not worried about anything. Kaor asked what they thought would happen if the captain arrived before they'd even taken a single castle. Gillian responded that it was more realistic to worry about Ghislaine catching up to them than to worry about his safety. Belinda addressed them, asking why these old men assumed she was worried. Behind them, one of their commanders called for attention, instructing everyone to stop chattering so he could explain the situation one final time before the battle. He stated that they had received word that Marquis Roderick had broken his alliance with the Delphine family and encamped before the castle. He explained that they had to break through those forces and seize Leidenstein Castle, the Marquis's main stronghold. He detailed that first, the detachment led by Assault Captain Gillian would advance on the encamped Western Army. He clarified that the goal was not to wipe them out, but to wreak havoc and throw them into confusion. Then, while causing chaos, they would pretend to be overwhelmed and retreat to the rear to seize momentum, forcing the enemy to chase after them. Once lured to the canyon near Leidenstein Castle, Kaor and Belinda's units, lying in ambush on both sides, would sweep them away from both flanks. After that, Lucas and Dominic would assault Leidenstein Castle, with all of its key forces drawn out. The commander called out to ask if everyone understood the plan, and the troops exclaimed in agreement. he concluded that they would raid the empty nest without breaking a sweat. Hyping his men up for the incoming battle, Kaor turned to Ghislaine and warned him to watch his back so he would not get a hole pitched through his stomach like last time, to which Ghislaine called Kaor a brat and told him not to get ahead of himself. The men excitedly marched forward toward Marquis Roderick's territory. The scene shifted back to Ghislaine's match against Tennant. It was revealed that Ghislaine had used his hand to block the attack from Tennant, stopping the blade from striking his face as it pierced through his palm instead. Tennant was surprised by Ghislaine's willingness to use his hand in that manner. Ghislaine swung his other arm to grab Tennant, but Tennant backed away in the nick of time. As Tennant moved back, he hurriedly bent low and used his leg to kick his falling sword upward, catching it mid-air. Having pulled his hand free from Tennant's weapon, Ghislaine instantly dashed toward Tennant with a follow-up downward slice. Tennant saw the sword coming toward his face and swung his own blade upward sharply to halt Ghislaine's attack in mid-air. Tennant followed up by pulling Ghislaine's blade down to the ground and grabbing the hilt of Ghislaine's sword, preventing Ghislaine from retracting it. Tennant swung his own sword to thrust at Ghislaine's face once more. However, Ghislaine remained unwavering. He let go of his sword hilt and grabbed Tennant's wrist just as the thrust approached his face. Using the momentum, Ghislaine pushed Tennant away. Before Ghislaine could make another offensive move, Tennant swung his blade upward in a wide arc, slicing Ghislaine directly across the bicep. Ghislaine was shocked by the strike. Tennant glared back, stating he knew that was how Ghislaine would respond to the attack. Following up instantly, Tennant swung downward, slicing Ghislaine across the chest. Blood gushed from the wound, and Ghislaine's horse neighed loudly from the side upon witnessing the blow. Ghislaine gave way, his knees falling to the ground as the injury temporarily rendered him unable to move. Tennant exhaled and smiled, glaring down at Ghislaine. He asked if this was all Ghislaine had to offer, expressing disappointment that this differed from what he had heard. Tennant shouted at Ghislaine, demanding that he show his limits, asking if he was not supposed to be the finest sword of the North. Ghislaine exhaled as he realized he had to change his approach to the situation. Glaring at Tennant, Ghislaine reasoned that Tennant was truly a strong opponent, having figured out his fighting style after crossing blades for only a short time. He understood that neither conventional swordsmanship nor hand-to-hand combat would work easily, and that winning with his current skill level alone was not possible. Ghislaine stated openly to Tennant that he could not win at his current level. Reaching up, Ghislaine unclasped his helmet mask and threw it to the ground. Glaring at Tennant with intent, Ghislaine declared that victory would be unrecognizable without killing him. Ghislaine adjusted his mindset, preparing to take down Tennant without holding anything back. The moment Ghislaine came to the realization that he had to kill Tennant to win the battle, the gaze in his eyes made Tennant extremely excited as he glared back. At that moment, Ghislaine's horse struck his sword up from the ground. The weapon flew through the air into Ghislaine's palm as he caught the massive sword. Twirling the blade, Ghislaine took a firm stance, glaring at Tennant as he called forth his mana core to open. Instantly, the dark energy within him and his own energy began to corrode the entire space, much to Tennant's surprise. Tennant glared at Ghislaine and questioned what strange energy was emanating from him, sensing that it did not even belong to this world. Ghislaine had already concluded that he needed to go all out to take down Tennant, resolving not to hold back. Taking a firm stance, Ghislaine challenged Tennant, the strongest sword of the West, to show him everything he had. Upon saying those words, Ghislaine vanished from the space where he stood and instantly dashed forward, raising his sword to attack Tennant. Bracing himself against Ghislaine's momentum, Tennant swung his sword upward to deflect the first strike. The subsequent strikes were deflected instantly in rapid succession. Tennant attempted to strike down Ghislaine from behind, but Ghislaine blocked the attack with his sword, jumping into the air to launch a counterstrike. At that moment, Tennant recognized that something was vastly different about Ghislaine. He realized that if he attempted to block the descending attack, he would die. Seeing the attack descend, Tennant jumped backward instantly to dodge the blow in the nick of time. However, Ghislaine gave him no time to process the situation. The moment he skidded backward and steadied his stance, Ghislaine dashed forward, much to Tennant's surprise, and the two continued their flurry of attacks as Tennant tried to absorb the impact of Ghislaine's strikes. Glaring at Ghislaine, Tennant recognized that his opponent truly earned the title of the strongest sword of the North, appearing completely different from moments prior. Looking into Ghislaine's eyes, Tennant could no longer read his blade, feeling as though he were fighting a completely different person. As they continued their clash, Tennant realized that whenever he blocked Ghislaine's strikes, Ghislaine forced his way through, and whenever he tried to create distance, Ghislaine closed the gap instantly without giving him a moment to rest. Ghislaine's swordwork was crude and simple, yet completely devoid of openings. It was designed entirely for the sake of killing, evident in every movement Ghislaine made. Swinging downward, Ghislaine struck Tennant's sword as Tennant attempted to brace himself and deflect the attack. However, Tennant buckled under the heavy weight of Ghislaine's full strength, sweating profusely. Suddenly, the force from Ghislaine's strike pushed Tennant far back, causing him to skid across the ground while maintaining his glare. Blood trickled down Tennant's face from a wound on his forehead, yet he found the resolve to smile. Licking the blood, Tennant tasted the iron and felt energized, having not seen his own blood in a long time. He watched as Ghislaine stood there simply looking very tenacious and exuding a lot of aura, wondering what Ghislaine planned to do next. Observing Ghislaine's resolve, Tennant began to correlate the flow of the battle to the fights of his youth, back when he traded blows with the previous strongest sword of the West. During that time, he had recognized that a single wrong read would split his head open, and his neck would fly off if he were even a second late to dodge. Yet Tennant had held his ground without fear, enjoying the rapid pounding of his heart. That sensation, standing at death's door while giving everything in battle, was the same feeling he had experienced when delivering the final blow to the previous strongest sword of the West. Ever since inheriting the title, Tennant had wandered in search of an equal who could truly threaten his life. However, while the number of opponents he defeated grew, those capable of killing him had vanished. No new powerhouse had emerged from the West to give him that feeling again, leaving him questioning where he might find someone to fill the emptiness in his heart. Seeing Ghislaine now, it appeared his long-standing need for a true opponent had finally presented itself. Ghislaine dashed forward with his sword raised to strike. Tennant, feeling extremely energized, was ready to put everything on the line to counter the adrenaline rush that Ghislaine was stirring up in him. Raising his sword once more, Tennant deflected Ghislaine's attack. He maneuvered Ghislaine's blade downward to the side, grabbed the blade by the hilt, and tried to thrust his own sword forward to strike Ghislaine. Tennant wondered how Ghislaine would respond, knowing the same trick would not work twice on a master. For Ghislaine, however, the match's outcome was already as good as decided. Ghislaine suddenly jumped into the air, somersaulting right in front of Tennant, and leaving him disoriented. Ghislaine landed onto Tennant's shoulders, grabbed him, and twirled around, hooking Tennant's head with his legs. He pulled Tennant straight to the ground, slamming the back of his head into the earth before Tennant could process the maneuver. The severe impact caused Tennant to cough out blood instantly, sending him rolling across the ground away from Ghislaine. Ghislaine looked at Tennant's disheveled body with disgust, huffing and puffing from the exertion. However, Tennant laughed as he lay on the ground, amused by how drastically the situation had turned to his disadvantage. Rising slowly, he remarked to Ghislaine that it had been a long time since he last thought he might die. Picking up his sword, Tennant urged Ghislaine to show him more. As he began to imbue mana into his blade and took a firm stance, he demanded everything Ghislaine had, preparing to unleash his aura blade. Noticing that Tennant was about to use his aura blade, Ghislaine smiled, stating that if that was what he truly wanted, he would grant him the ending he desired. Ghislaine opened his fourth core and raised his blade as a blinding light shone down upon him. The light illuminated the entire space as winds swirled around both combatants. They glared at each other, Ghislaine smiling as both prepared to release their aura blades. Instantly, Ghislaine and Tennant dashed forward and swung their weapons. The moment the blades touched, a blinding light engulfed the surroundings, and instantly, Tennant's blade was utterly shattered by the force of Ghislaine's aura blade, scattering into pieces. Ghislaine swung his blade in a wide arc, severing Tennant's hand. As blood gushed through the air, Tennant fell backward. Smiling, Tennant stated that he had finally found him, before falling limp to the ground. Ghislaine sheathed his sword and looked down at Tennant's body with contentment. Exhausted and breathing heavily, he lowered his sword to the ground and bent over, staring at Tennant. However, unbeknownst to them, the Saintess of War, Paniel, had been watching the battle unfold in real time from the shadows. Witnessing Ghislaine's overwhelming strength against Tennant, she called out Ghislaine's name, questioning who he truly was. Meanwhile, in the western territory of the Lamba Kingdom, countless corpses covered the land. A demonic figure stood in the center of the carnage. Raising his hand, the man caused the corpses across the area to rise like a leech commanding its domain. As he raised his second hand, even more corpses rose from the dead. The man remarked to himself that the corpses smelled delicious, gathering the risen dead to follow him while noting that it had been a long time since he possessed such high-quality ingredients. A new figure had emerged to bring chaos to the human race. Thank you so much for watching this update. I'll see you on the next one. Bye for now.